Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became Magical Ninja with Black Clover in Leaf Village Part 1. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1, Friends and Reunion. 10 years ago, there was a 5-year-old girl who had long silver hair that was tied in 2 braided pigtails on each side. She was wearing a white hat and underneath it a very elegant blue dress with a tight long-sleeved shirt underneath it. She was crying because her brothers bothered her again. She didn't know why they bothered her, and her magic was useless. She had a lot of magical power, but she couldn't control it, and she couldn't even hit it with a fixed target. She felt depressed. "Hey, are you okay?" She heard a voice behind her, to her surprise, and she immediately stopped crying to see him. He was a messy blonde boy with sea blue eyes with 3 strange whisker marks on his face. He wore a simple black t-shirt with a red swirl design in the center of it, and simple orange long pants. He was surprised that someone had approached, and even more so that the child was a commoner in his eyes. "What do you care, commoner? Go away," said the girl, turning around, waiting for him to leave. "Hy, don't tell me that, crying girl." The boy replied so that the girl would turn to look at him again. "What did you tell me, commoner? I'm royalty. You should respect me." I yelled back, hoping he would understand, but, "And what do I care? I don't give a shit even if you're the queen, fool." I yelled at her again to infuriate the girl. "And your idiot face." I yelled back. "Shut up, crybaby, idiot, mini pigtails, brainless blonde," and in this way they began to insult each other. A few minutes passed where they both insulted each other at the top of their lungs, not caring what each other thought until they both got tired. "Hey, seriously, we should stop," said the girl while trying to catch her breath. "Truce," said the boy. "Truce," the girl replied so that they both fell into a sitting position. The children just stood there trying to catch their breath and both turned to look at each other. They spent a while looking at each other until they both started laughing. They didn't know why, but they thought it was funny. Another few minutes passed where both children tried not to laugh until they finally stopped. "You know you're funny," the boy began. Of course I'm royalty." I point out again only to be ignored. "Whatever," he replied, making the girl angry. But before she could speak, the boy spoke again. "Why were you crying?" the boy asked, seeing the girl get sad. "My brothers teased me because I can't do magic," she replied, hoping the boy would make fun of her. "But, then show them who you are, don't give up," the boy replied so the girl would look at him. "You know where I come from, I'm a failure and everyone bothers me or ignores me." He began to tell his story. "Aren't you from the capital?" I asked curiously, only to be denied. "I'm just visiting Grandpa," I reply, continuing my story. "Well, it doesn't matter, the thing is that in my town I am not loved or recognized. I am a plague to everyone," he said sadly, remembering how they treated him. The girl just looked away. They treated him the same way they treated her. "I don't have parents, or siblings, no one takes care of me, but that doesn't matter," I answer, looking at the sky. "Someday I will make them recognize my existence, and I will become the leader of my village. When I do, no one will make fun of me and they will no longer treat me like a pest." He firmly said his dream. The girl looked at him listening to his dream. He was more firm than her, and despite being an outcast like her, he didn't give up. "That's why," said the boy, standing up while offering her his hand to help her up. "You shouldn't give up. If I can do it, then you should keep going too. It doesn't matter if you cry, feel frustrated or angry. You shouldn't give up and keep going," he finished saying to wait for the girl's hand. The girl looked at him closely. She shouldn't give up, maybe one day. "Who's going to give up? I'm royalty," he replied while shaking her hand and smiling. So both children started playing together. Both children fought, trained and played together. 2 weeks passed, and despite being a commoner and part of the royal family, both children became friends. But like all good things, at some point they have to come to an end. Today was the boy's last day in the capital and the girl felt sad. The commoner boy she had befriended was going to leave. "Are you leaving now?" the girl asked, receiving a nod. "Yes, I must go," he replied a little sadly. Both children had had their best weeks and didn't want to say goodbye. But the boy had to return to his village. His grandfather had finished what he came to do, and it was time to go back. But the child shouldn't feel sad, so in return he gave her something he bought for her. "You know I have a gift for you," the boy said shyly as he pulled something out from behind him. The girl was surprised by this. He was giving her a gift. Placing it in front of the girl, it revealed that it was a necklace made of silver. More than anything, a small medallion with a small gem embedded, and it had a swirl design. The girl was surprised by the gift. It was a locket, Not so big, but one and even bigger with a small gem in its center. "This is for you," said the boy as he looked away at the tree that seemed interesting to him. "But how did you get something like that?" the girl asked. "Don't say it, but I stole money from Grandpa because I was an idiot. I spent it all, and because I was an idiot, I was left without alcohol or a pipe. It was one of my best revenges," he replied proudly. The girl just started laughing. She was going to miss him. "But you must remember something," the boy began, drawing the girl's attention. "Someday I will return, and when I do, my dream will have come true," he said happily. The girl looked at him, still saying the same thing. "Maybe. I won't give up either. When you come back, I'll become the best magic knight, just you wait," she said with great confidence to see the boy approach her and put the medallion around her neck. "So it's a promise," said the boy, separating himself from the girl who was now looking at the medallion around her neck. "We will both be recognized, and if one of us doesn't make it, the other will help the one who couldn't. What do you think?" asked the boy while looking at the girl. The girl didn't have to think about it so much, so she decided to take off the bracelet she was wearing on her wrist and did the same as the boy. She took his arm and put it on him and then separated and answered him. "Of course, but I know I'll be the best before you," she replied, ending up being the same as before. Then it's a promise. This way we won't forget about each other," he answered, ignoring his vanity. He had gotten used to it. "Promise," the girl finished saying, looking at the boy smile. She just gave him the same smile. One day she would be the best magician and he would be the leader of his village. Both have big dreams, although she thought that being a leader of a town was not so big, but she still did not know that the boy was more than what he seemed. 10 years later, present day, we now find ourselves in a large room with the 9 captains of the Magic Knight orders and some members of the corresponding orders. Everyone was waiting for the Magic King, Julius Novachrono, to arrive, but they didn't wait long as he appeared in a pillar of light. "Sorry for the delay, but I was attending to the reasons for everyone being here," said Julius, who was a young man with short blonde hair and a small tattoo on his forehead. He was wearing an elegant suit. "Reasons?" asked a muscular man while smoking. He had messy black hair and a simple white t-shirt with loose green pants. He was wearing a black cape with a bull on one side. It was Yami Shuichiro, the captain of the Black Bulls, the worst order of all. "Yes, they came from a faraway place because something happened, but they just came to pay a visit or something like that. Also, I asked them for help with something, but before they come in they should know something," he said seriously so that everyone would pay attention to him. "One of the people is considered a hero where he comes from, feared by other nations for having finished off a terrorist who completely destroyed his city, or in this case, they call it a town, and the most surprising thing of all, and the reason they call him a hero is because during the attack, civilian or military, no one was killed, no one died during the attack. He is undoubtedly as powerful as a captain of order, and the best thing about this is that he is a 16-year-old boy. That young man will come to the capital," he said seriously. He met him when he was young and found him entertaining. Now that boy had become a truly powerful hero, just as he said he would. "A child," Yami muttered, surprised by this information. "A child defeated a man who destroyed the city. But what surprised him was that there were no casualties." "Was it possible?" "Are you serious?" asked a blonde-haired woman wearing a helmet and dressed in blue. She was the captain of the Blue Roses, Charlotte Roseley. "It's the whole truth. No one died during the attack. Even though it's smaller than the capital, they had a greater security measure and many of the military were ready for any attack. Everyone was defeated, but this boy saved everyone," he answered seriously. He had grown a lot. Hi, then the brat is strong. I want to cut him," said an almost naked man wearing only shorts and a green blanket. It was the captain of the Green Praying Mantis, Jack the Ripper. "And you might have it. He's a pretty lively guy, but they also need to know something, and this goes more for those belonging to royalty," he said, beginning to look at those mentioned who wondered why them. "First of all, the boy is an orphan who came to the capital a few years ago, and he doesn't look kindly upon the royalty. Also, in his continent there is no such thing as people chosen for their talent or where they come from. Everyone, even those who look more like royalty, called clans, and civilians study to become military men called ninjas, so their customs may be different, unlike what we do here. In his continent, power is respected and not the place of origin, but if it is known where he comes from, then he becomes a target to be eliminated by other nations," he responded to see some reaction. "So in this place, this boy would be like a commoner or something because he is an orphan?" asked an elegantly dressed young man with silver hair and a strange hairstyle, the captain of the Silver-Winged Eagles, Nozel Silva. "Let me tell you that that term does not exist in that place. so that may offend him. Also, his people do not show elegance or things like that, so he is easily mistaken for a commoner, but that does not mean that he is not powerful or belongs to some kind of clan. But this boy has a special situation, and the names of his parents are unknown to everyone in his home, except for the High Command," answered the Magic King so that everyone understood this point. The boy was impulsive. "And you're telling us this because—" Yami left the question hanging. "In the past he came as a child and was insulted by several royal and noble families. Especially one, and those responsible are here. The child is simply impulsive, and because of that he has a grudge against royal families and nobles. As I said, where he comes from such things do not exist, so—" he said a little nervously, but was interrupted by Yami. "So that means he has no respect for anyone because of the pompous people who accidentally mistook him for a street kid in the past. But he was actually an ambassador-like guy, is that what you mean?" Yami asked, only to receive a nod. "Well, now we know who will be responsible for him not respecting or fearing us. And if he's as powerful as a captain, then he won't have respect for anyone. Congratulations to the nobles and royal families. They've done a great job treating the brat." Yami spoke sarcastically, referring to the majority of those present who couldn't say anything to defend their families. "Exactly, so don't blame him if he doesn't respect them, but this is more for the Silva family. He has a personal grudge against the family heads who made fun of him a lot when he was a child," said the Magic King so that everyone looked at the aforementioned, who opened their eyes. The family members just thought they finally managed to get their ego to anger someone so strong. "So we should worry about a fight starting right here?" asked a man wearing a mask that covered his eyes and head, leaving his mouth free. It was the captain of the Golden Dawn, William Vengeance. "How do I answer that question? I don't think so, because he comes with his leader, but that will be for today, and tomorrow he is expected to start mocking all those who bothered him. He may be a hero, but he is 16 years old, that is, he is a child who has so much power to do whatever he wants. Plus he has enough courage to face his leader, and that position is only given to the strongest of all." Julius answered, "That woman is scary." The captains just sighed. Great, a child with great power who can't be stopped, and all because of the royal and noble families. Although there is good news for the Vermilion family, they may be the only ones who have respect for him, or the closest thing to that. The truth may be that they are the only royal and noble family that does not hold a grudge against him. I had to see a sigh from the captain of the Crimson Lions, Fire Leon Vermilion. "So why are we here? Don't tell me I'm already here," Yami asked while puffing on his cigarette. "Exactly, today I arrive at the capital, and let's say that at this moment I am brought by force by their leader," Julius said a little nervously. "It didn't change at all. I have a feeling I'll like him," Yami said while smiling. "A brat who has the level of a captain, hero, and doesn't respect anyone. You don't see that every day." While everyone waited and murmured things, the members of the Black Bulls began to talk among themselves. "Hey Finral, don't you think it's cool?" A young man with white hair wearing simple black clothes and a t-shirt spoke in a low voice. On his head he wore a bird with a bored black face and white fur, an anti-bird named Nero, and he wore the cloak of the Black Bulls. "Asta, the hero part or the respect part?" asked a slightly nervous boy with a messy brown hairstyle and elegant clothes. It was Finral Rollcase. Everything," he replied, but it was like a question. How you know? I don't know what to expect. He's almost our age and he's already as powerful as a captain. He's very young," sighed Finral. Like a child younger than him was already stronger at that age. "Yes, but that makes it great," Asta said excitedly. "And what do you think, Noel? He said he had a personal grudge against your family." He asked the girl next to him. She was pretty and had 2 pigtails on her side with 2 earrings, as well as a dress with a white blanket, and on top of it the black cloak. Noel Silva. I really don't know. I don't remember anyone like that, but considering my older brothers, then they could be responsible for what happened," he replied without paying much attention. They spent a few minutes talking among themselves until, "What the hell, girl, leave me alone." A young man's shout began to be heard in the hallways, outside the room. "You better get in there or I'll throw you in, you bucking brat." An angry woman responded. "Dare you?" A challenge was heard, so that after saying those words, the door was fully opened while something entered at high speed and ended up rolling, but it began to stop. When he stopped, it was seen that he was a blond boy with blue eyes wearing a cape with black sleeves with a flame design on the edges, orange clothing with black touches. He didn't look happy at all. "Shit, stupid old woman, why did you do that?" he yelled back as he stood up and walked over to the person responsible for the act. "For being an insufferent brat," he replied as he revealed himself to be a beautiful woman with large breasts and a hat on her head. She was blonde with long hair, tied in pigtails and makeup. She wore a haori on top which showed off the great cleavage she was wearing, as well as blue pants and high-heeled sandals. I wasn't happy either. "Dio, you want to fight, stupid old woman?" The boy shouted again as he approached the woman's face. "Try it, I'll beat you up, shitty witch, silly brat, 50-year-old, brainless." And so they began to insult each other, ignoring everyone who saw it without knowing how to react. Everyone had a thought, and it was whether these people were the guests from the other continent. Julius just laughed nervously. It seems that he couldn't convince him, and now they were fighting, but he had to stop them because of where they were. Excuse me," Julius began, "but what do you want? Can't you see that we're fighting?" They both shouted angrily, directing their mutual hatred towards someone else. Julius just laughed nervously at the response. They didn't respect him, but he had to stop them. "Look around," Julius replied to see that they both calmed down and looked around. The woman had calmed down and straightened up, then sighed, but the boy just remained angry. The captains just watched the radical change in mood. It seemed they had forgotten where they were, but there were some who recognized the boy. The Vermilion family remembered who he was, and he was completely friendly with them. The Silva family froze when they saw him. It was him, and Yami. "Ha ha 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 ha, so you're the brat, how have you been?" Yami approached, getting everyone's attention. The boy just looked at him and remembered him and started smiling. "Dude, you haven't changed at all," he shouted with joy as he approached. "Neither are you, you're still the same fighter, ha 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 ha." He laughed happily seeing the boy, so it was the one Julius was talking about. "Of course, who the buck do you think is going to send me?" Ha ha ha, the boy laughed, not paying attention to the woman who sighed and began to insult him in a low voice. And while they were laughing, Noelle just stood still trying to see if it was the boy she knew, and as if it was instinct she started walking towards the boy. "Noelle, what's wrong?" Finral asked, seeing that the girl had suddenly changed her gaze and started walking. "Where are you going?" Asta asked as he looked at her. Noelle just ignored this as she approached the boy. "Ha ha ha, old man, after you will go." He started to stop when he noticed the girl who was approaching. For some reason he remembered her weight. And realizing this, he started walking towards the girl who was moving towards him. "Brat?" asked Yami when he saw that he stopped, and started walking to realize that Noelle was also walking the same way as him perhaps. When they were close enough they stared at each other without saying a word. They both stared at each other for a few seconds until they both raised their arms and directed their hands to each other's cheeks to begin pinching and moving each other's faces. "Ouch," they both said, letting go as they felt the pain, but that confirmed it. "H," they both screamed as they fell to the ground. "It's you!" they both shouted, pointing at each other. "What are you doing here?" they both shouted again. "I asked first," they shouted again in coordination. "Because you copy me." They imitated each other again and were getting angry. "Shut up and let me talk," they shouted again. "Why do you keep copying?" Both of them had already gotten angry. The captains, especially her older brothers and her captain of order, watched the interaction. The former remembered the boy they bullied and who played with his younger sister in the past, while Yami was surprised that Noelle knew this boy. They both sat looking at each other in anger and surprise, mostly in silence because they were imitating each other until the woman spoke. "Brat, do you know her?" I asked curiously, only to see him nod. Look at the surprise. Pigtails, brainless, Lorona, idiot blonde. When the girl finished they looked at each other and started laughing. They remembered, he was their friend. When they stopped laughing, they both stood up and approached each other to hug each other affectionately. "How have you been?" the boy asked as he broke free from the hug. "Fine, but what are you doing here in the castle?" Noelle asked curiously. "Didn't they tell you? I've come as a guest to carry out a mission for that creepy old man." He indicated to a Julius who ended up getting depressed. They ignored him. I see, but why are you behaving like this? Don't you know a hero is coming?" I told him just to see the boy smile. "Iha hero jujage," said the boy, starting to laugh lightly and turning to look at the woman who also smiled. I see, then brat, how about we approach the Magic King and introduce ourselves?" The woman indicated as she began to walk with a smile. He was going to love her face. "Of course, we'll talk later, Noelle-chan." He said goodbye to the girl who seemed confused by his words. Yami smiled as he realized her words and her smile. So it was the. Both guests stood in front of the Magic King and turned to show each other with a smile as Julius approached them. "Well, I guess we should introduce them, so I'll start with your leader first," he said, giving the floor to the woman who had taken off her hat and was showing a big smile. "Nice to meet you. I am the 5th Hokage of the Konoha village, Tsunade Senju. I have come temporarily to personally leave this imbecile so that he does not cause chaos or to prevent him from escaping from his mission," she replied while ignoring the angry look of the aforementioned. "Okay, now you can introduce yourself," Julius told the young man who just sighed. "Good old man," the boy replied, standing firmly as he began to smile. "I am the hero of Konoha and a ninja of this place. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you all." He introduced himself strongly while smiling when he saw his friend. The grandmother also had the same smile. Noelle didn't know what to say when she heard this. Her friend, who was just like her, had become the hero they were talking about, but if he was the hero then he had the power of a captain. He could only say while looking at Naruto, who had a big smile on his face. He achieved his dream. He was recognized by everyone. He was the hero of his home. Ha 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 ha, I didn't think I'd be alive to see the day I saw you reach our brat level and think that for that time you were just a bacteria, ha ha ha. Yami laughed as he placed a hand on his subordinate's head, so they knew each other. And much less that you knew him, Noelle. Yami indicated to see her still stuck. It surprised her a lot, but she saw that he began to move his hand towards her chest as if he were squeezing himself hard. Noelle just stared at her friend with a little sadness. She wasn't sad for him but for herself. He had reached the point of being recognized, but she hadn't made any progress. She couldn't even control her magic. "He was my first friend," Noelle replied as she pulled something out of her neck. "The medallion I gave her, from that day on she always carried it with her, was a reminder that she had a friend who was just like her. A loser who didn't give up, and every time she failed or was bothered by her siblings he reminded her of the boy she had met and became her friend. But also about the promise they made, that if they met again, they would be strong enough to prove themselves to each other. Both of them would fulfill their dreams. But now, she was still the same girl as when he met her while he was a captain-level hero who was respected and feared on his continent. He had achieved a part of his dream while she still couldn't even control her magic. She felt sad and frustrated. He did it but she didn't. "Because I can't," Noelle muttered as she squeezed her medallion. "Because she can't control her magic. He managed to do it but she can't. I haven't changed at all," she murmured loud enough for Yami to hear. Yami understood his reaction. It seems that something happened between the two of them, and it had something to do with the boy becoming a hero. What relationship did they have? In the end, Noelle just walked away and depressedly headed for the door, not wanting to stay. Noelle, Asta tried to stop her but was stopped by Yami. "Leave her alone. It's better not to interfere in her business with the boy," he said as he watched Noelle leave her post and walk away. Asta and Finral just watched her leave. What had happened to her? Meanwhile, "She hasn't changed," Naruto muttered, then sighed. It seemed she was still the same crying girl he had known. Tsunade heard her murmur and sighed. Something had happened between them and now the girl was gone for some reason. "Naruto, don't do anything stupid, it's clear." He knew she wasn't going to stop him, so he better warned him. "I'll be right back, I'm going to go talk to the crybaby," he replied as he started walking toward the entrance, but not before giving his family an angry look during his walk. He remembered them very well. The Silvas just looked at him. He had grown strong enough to stand up to a captain and be considered a recognized hero. Captain Nozel's two younger brothers, Solid and Nebra Silva, shuddered at his gaze. They felt his power. They had been surpassed by the boy they had bullied in the past, the boy who played with his younger sister whom they had discriminated against. Now they couldn't hurt him or bother him because he could fight them and beat them without any problem. While Nozel just looked at the challenge, he was angry with his family and the boy certainly wanted to hit him at this moment, but he just ignored him to go with his sister. Now he understood what the Magic King meant with the part of resentment. The boy was totally discriminated against, bullied and mocked by his entire family except for his younger sister. Now he wasn't even sure if he could beat him. He could feel his power. It was very great, greater than his. It was literally brutal. The boy had become someone strong enough to beat him. In the end, they only saw him before he disappeared behind the door in search of his sister. "What kind of magic does Finral-senpai use? You saw it right, he doesn't carry a grimoire," Asta began so that everyone present woke up at the comment. Now that they realized either of the two guests were carrying a grimoire, what was going on? "Looks like you've noticed," Julio said upon hearing her question. "Julius the kid doesn't use a grimoire. What does that mean?" Yami spoke asking everyone's question. They were told that the kid was powerful enough to fight a captain, but now with Asta's question they saw that he didn't use any grimoire. What did this mean? "I'll answer that," the woman said in reply. "In our case, we do not use a book to control our power. We develop our power through our bodies, something called chakra. which is generated through intense training, and it is not strange that in our people a person is not born without this power or simply does not want to use it, becoming civilian simply. What's more, the chakra is used for battles and nothing more, unlike their magic that can be used for everyday things," answered Tsunade. "So no one from your continent uses a grimoire?" Fugolian asked, receiving a nod. "Exactly, but in the past, the third Hokage brought Naruto on a visit to the kingdom. I don't know what happened to the girl, but I know what happened to this young man," he told Julius, to which he took the floor. "You see, as a pact between our continent, or rather a show of trust between the magicians towards the ninjas of Konoha, the third Hokage, may he rest in peace, wanted a boy from his people to obtain a grimoire when he grew up and to come here to teach him how to control a part of his power that is difficult for him to control." He spoke but was interrupted by Charlotte. "And that boy is the child who was here, the hero of Konoha, right?" he finished, receiving a nod. "As you said, girl, Naruto is the boy who came to control his great power, but that is more of a promise at this point. Now he has grown enough to control his power to the point of being considered the strongest young man of his generation and a hero. It was assumed that if Naruto did not get to control his power, then he could practice his control with that book and until he was 15, I hope. But a problem arose and he could never get here," spoke Tsunade for Julius to continue. "But today he has come to claim what belongs to him and control his power even more, since he still has trouble keeping it under control. In short, he has come to become stronger with his grimoire." Julius responded seriously. There was another reason, but it was better not to tell it. "So the boy has come to train and become stronger than he already is. Has he broken his limits? It's totally absurd," Yami commented while smiling. "A young man who has come to become stronger than he already was going to become a monster. No, he wasn't already. Interesting. Young but strong, and even more so if he hasn't reached his growth limits. He doesn't trust his current power and has come for more control over his power, even though it should be enough to have a position. In our case, as captain of orders, it's simply intriguing and interesting." Fugolian commented upon hearing his reasons. The boy has come for more power but remains humble as he had known him. He was different from all the nobles or royal family. But he came to train to get strong because now... Asta asked, again making the captains look at him to go see Julius. "It's simple. Generally a young man receives the grimoire at 15 years old. Right then, because of problems he had in his village, he couldn't come when he reached that age. He was supposed to come last year, but he simply couldn't make it." He answered and saw that he was successful. It wasn't the time to tell them yet, but there was one who didn't fall into his detour. As always, Yami. He sensed there was more to it than that, but he didn't push it. He trusted that crazy guy, so he left him alone in the end. "Now, since your doubts are over, we must wait for our other guests who went in search of Noel-chan. So that you don't get bored, we have prepared a banquet to celebrate the arrival of our guests," Julius said happily, and everyone began to disperse to wait for the young man who had left. "The one you were saved from," Tsunade began, receiving a sigh. "Yes, but let them chase him. For now he'll be safe here. But we don't know for how long," he said seriously, thinking about the boy's situation. "Don't worry. It will take a while. They don't know where to look, and they are also in check thanks to Naruto. Our village has defeated most of them, although the big shots remain, but these guys will not move since they must gather forces again. The defeat of Pain was a big blow to their organization, and they will not be able to move so easily now that the Ninja Alliance has been made," answered Tsunade. "I understand. For now we can only make him stronger and prepare him for what's coming," he finished, only to receive a nod from the woman. They both just stayed silent for a few seconds until Tsunade spoke again. "Well, forgetting that, do you know the girl?" I asked to change the subject. "Yes, I know her, but I didn't know she knew Naruto," I answered honestly. Who else has that thick-headed guy met?" "It seems they have a close relationship. Maybe they fell in love. Phew, ha 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 ha, that would be funny. The thick-headed brat. What ideas I have. He didn't even understand his promise with that priestess, ha 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 ha." He laughed out loud at the absurd idea. But Julius thought of something else. "I'm not really sure, you know," Julius said, drawing Tsunade's attention, who had stopped laughing. "What do you mean?" I asked curiously. If Naruto's life was that of an outcast and a failure, then Noelle had a similar life. She wasn't hated by the entire kingdom, but her family treated her as a failure and discriminated against her because she has no control over her powers. She was born with a lot of magical power, just like Naruto, but she doesn't know how to control it, and no one helps her," she answered to see the woman think. "I see. And if they know each other, then they could have a different relationship than everyone else. It wouldn't be a lover or friends but a relationship where they lick each other's heads to comfort each other. I see Naruto and the girl can identify with each other," said his thought. Their relationship was different. Noelle was totally rejected by the royal family and the nobles of this kingdom. I think that could be another reason why she hates the nobles' life similar to hers," said Julius, remembering Naruto. He could identify with Noelle. I wouldn't worry that much, but what if they fall in love?" Tsunade asked curiously about that possibility. "Falling in love? Her family wouldn't allow it because she's royalty," he replied, but she could see a smile on his face. "I don't worry about that. If they get to know Naruto's true origin, then the pompous ones would try to make them accept their daughter if they have one. Even after I leave, I wouldn't be surprised if people appeared to try to get him to marry him. Long before becoming a hero, he had already received marriage proposals directly or indirectly, but because he is Naruto, he rejected them all, and let's just say that those proposals have been from crown princesses. Now imagine the amount of proposals he has when he becomes a hero," he said while smiling. The brat was popular in his own way. Julius thought about it. He was right. Naruto's origin wouldn't cause him to have problems if in the future he fell in love with Noelle. The problem would be that many noble houses of this kingdom would try to get him to marry one of their daughters if it were known, but even if it wasn't known, being only a captain-level hero would make many people interested in him. The only difference would be the number of proposals he would have being a hero, and his origin. "We must keep quiet with this information. If his origins are known, then we will have a hunt for Naruto's hand. Just the fact that he is a famous hero recognized throughout an entire continent with the power of a captain and without a grimoire is enough for many noble families to set their eyes on him," he said seriously. It was not a joke. "This information will remain hidden until he decides whether to have a girlfriend or get married. Not even by accident should this information come out, or we will have a disaster in the kingdom, and I warn you, I will not be held responsible. Also, I do not want to think about the disaster that would happen if they discover the custom of extinct clans." He emphasized his warning. He would not be responsible for Naruto for any disasters that he could cause. "Extinct clans?" Julius asked curiously, only for Tsunade to whisper in his ear. He spent a few seconds backing away from what he had said. "That law must never be revealed," Julius finally said seriously. "Could they possibly do it? You better," Tsunade warned him. How do you handle it?" I asked him. Naruto was simply a walking chaos. "I've been wondering the same thing for years. Well, now it's your responsibility. I'll miss him, but I'll have a break from his disasters," Tsunade said as she started moving in search of alcohol. "Thanks for those words," Julius said, following her. Another disaster at his command. While this was happening, Noelle went to sit in the hallway to be alone. She didn't want to see him, not because she wasn't happy to see him, but because she felt pathetic. He had become someone strong enough to be considered a hero on par with a captain, and she was just a failure of the Silva family. Naruto changed, and she stayed the same. I couldn't see it. I had made that promise, and now, in the end, I hugged her legs and bowed my head, not wanting anyone to see her. But he hadn't noticed that someone had come and sat down next to him. Naruto had arrived while chasing her and saw her hiding between his legs. She hadn't changed much. She continued doing the same thing when she felt sad. Despite having known her for a short time, Noelle was her first friend she had in her life, and she never forgot her. So as not to disturb her, he remained silent and sat next to her. He remained silent for a few minutes, but finally had to speak. Noelle started without seeing a reaction from her, even though she had actually reacted to his voice, and she wondered when it had arrived. "You're still the same crybaby," Naruto commented. "Shut up and go away," Noelle said without raising her head. "Come on, what's wrong?" Naruto asked, only getting silence from her. So they both remained silent for a few minutes until Naruto began to poke his side to get a reaction. Noelle felt it, and tried not to be tickled, but she knew where her ticklish area was. She resisted the fingers that were poking at her side. This idiot wanted to make her talk, but he was failing completely until he couldn't resist, and started laughing. "Stop, Jaju, stop, haha." Noelle started laughing, trying to stop him. "I won't," Naruto replied as he continued touching her side. Her tickling increased without realizing that they were slowly getting closer until Noelle took her hands and began to control herself. Naruto stopped tickling her and looked at her face. She was cute, and he couldn't deny it, but it wasn't the time for that. "Finally you're looking at me. If you do that again, tickle," he threatened, moving his hands to her side. "Shut up," Noelle replied while pouting, still remembering how to make her look at him. "So now that you're talking to me and not hiding anymore, tell me why you're sad," Naruto asked, sitting next to her again. Noelle just grabbed her legs again, but without hiding her head. She didn't want to answer him, but she had to. I haven't changed. Noelle began without looking at him. You haven't changed like? Naruto asked, tilting his head. I'm still a failure. I answer without wanting to look at him. I see, Naruto replied, remembering the promise they made, which had caused her to leave the room. She felt sad because she still couldn't fulfill her dream. They both remained silent for a few minutes until Naruto began to hear some whimpering from Noelle. You got stronger, you became recognized a hero, and I haven't progressed at all, Noelle said as she started to cry. She couldn't believe that she hadn't changed at all. She was pathetic. Naruto didn't know what to do at this moment, and the only thing he could think of was to hug her gently and have her cry on him. Noelle was surprised by the act but let him do what he wanted and began to cry on his chest. Now she just wanted to do this. She wanted to cry. She didn't care if he saw her. She just wanted to let it all out. They both stayed in that position, Naruto giving her a soft hug and Noelle just crying into his chest. A few minutes passed until Noelle stopped crying and stayed attached to his chest. During the time she knew him, he always let her cry on his chest, just like she was now. She didn't know why, but she felt calm. They were silent for a few more minutes until Naruto spoke again. Are you okay now? Naruto asked without letting go of his hug. Yes, excuse me, Noelle replied as she separated from his chest. They were no longer children now and they hadn't seen each other for years. How could she still do it? You're still the same crybaby, Naruto said to her again. And you're still the same idiot. He replied in the same way, but he felt better. His attitude toward her hadn't changed at all. So they returned to the same silence as before. No one wanted to talk for a while until Naruto broke the silence again. Do you remember our promise? Naruto asked, seeing her nod. We said that if either of us managed to complete his, then we would help the other. But you know, I haven't completed mine yet, he said to her, seeing her turn her head towards him. But if you're recognized, it's like your dream isn't complete. You're strong and a hero, I asked, not understanding what he meant. It's not complete yet because I'm not the leader of my village yet. I was just acknowledged, so in short, I'm only halfway through my dream, Naruto replied. Noelle just opened her eyes. It was true, her dream was to become the leader of her village and for everyone to recognize him. It was only half, but even so, I haven't changed at all, she insisted, but was lightly tapped on the forehead by a finger. Silly, you don't have to change to fulfill your dream. Just don't give up, remember, she told her friend. Noelle just rubbed her forehead. She still did it, but she remembered what he said and it made her feel better. He was right, she shouldn't change, she just shouldn't give up. With this thought, a small smile appeared on his face again. I thought you had already become like a pompous nobility even though you always were, Naruto said, seeing her smile. It was time to change the subject. And you're the same fool, you haven't changed at all, you're just stronger but just as stupid, he replied with a happy face. Although they insulted each other, they were still friends. At least I grew taller than you, don't you see I'm taller, said Naruto, defending himself from Noelle. Yes, but I became more elegant, Noelle replied as she tossed back her hair. Elegant puff, yeah right, you're just the same old silver head, Naruto said, mocking her. And you, Noelle said, grabbing his cheek, you're still the same brute as always, he finished saying while Naruto complained and did the same with his cheeks. And you're still the same pompous, whiny fool you always was, he said, and so they started fighting again. But they both liked it. About 30 minutes had passed since Naruto had gone looking for Noelle, and in the living room, those present began to eat and now waited patiently for the important person. Many wanted to know about the boy who would get a grimoire, and how strong they were, while others were interested in whether they could get something. The younger girls wondered if they could conquer him. He was a hero who was extremely handsome, strong, captain level, and still had to reach his limits, but still a bit dumb. They could tolerate him, but many thought he was very childish or very disrespectful, in addition to his obvious hatred towards the royal family and nobles for how they treated him. That did not give them the advantage, but they were rich, and most likely he would care about having some influence in this kingdom. Not knowing that, Naruto didn't give a shit about that. But there was a problem with how to get there, and that was the Silva family failure, Noelle. They saw that the two of them knew each other and were both friends, which indicates that they had known each other many years ago, and right now the boy had gone looking for her. They were worried that the boy had feelings for the loser, and if he did, then it would be impossible to win him over. The good news is that despite being a failure, she still belonged to a royal family, and they wouldn't allow her to start a relationship with someone they didn't even know. That was good for most of the noble families that didn't belong to the royal family. An extremely strong boy without a grimoire, and who would undoubtedly be stronger by getting one, handsome and a little foolish, although that last one could be part of his natural charm, but that wasn't important. If they got him and had children with him, then they had the possibility of having extremely strong children. Many gentlemen had this same thought. They couldn't lose a boy like that. While the Silvas were only a little nervous, they were literally the ones who provoked the boy into hating royal and noble families. At first, Nibra and his brother Solid had thought and talked about whether it would be a good idea to bring him into their family. Someone with this power, and also young, would undoubtedly make the Silva family have stronger descendants, and they would surely only become stronger. Nibra had thought that she would be the best wife than Noel, since she was a failure and belonged to the worst order of knights in the kingdom, while she herself was strong, elegant, and the boy was simply strong. If they said he was captain level, she didn't care about his age. She was 2 years younger, but in the end they would be a good match. She won anyway. Everything was going well until she saw the door open and saw who it was, the boy she made fun of when she was a child. At first she didn't pay attention, but when he announced that he was the hero, the whole plan went down the drain. The boy who was playing with his sister was actually someone very strong, and right now he had the power to beat her up for everything they had done to him. And that didn't even count the friendship he had with his sister, which he didn't seem to have forgotten. They were both still friends and very good ones. The boy was handsome. She wasn't going to deny it. He had a good body. She wasn't going to deny it either, but the only problem was that she herself was her class that she totally hated, and Noel was the only one with whom she spoke in a friendly way, despite all the insults they threw at each other. While Nozel didn't know how to react, he had met him in the past, and he was just a kid with airs of grandeur. That at this moment is not a dream, it was reality, and he had reached the level of captain at a very young age, which indicates that his words were not just nonsense, and if it were not for his leader, he was more than sure that the boy would have started a fight right there. He was undoubtedly impulsive and short-tempered, even more so if it was his sister who seemed to care. Everyone in the room had similar thoughts about the boy and Noel, especially the members of the Black Bulls who were going to end up surrounding Noel for an answer after they go to the base. Vanessa is going to love this story. Many minutes passed until the large door opened so that everyone could look at those who had entered. They were the people who were waiting, but more for the boy than for Noel. But both of them looked a little sore because he was massaging his cheeks, and they were complaining. "You had to do it so hard?" Naruto asked while massaging his cheek. "It was rough." "And you, I'm a lady, bastard," Noel said. She hadn't changed at all. She was still the same fool as always. "Lady, how funny, silly," he replied, only to receive another tug on his cheek. "What did you tell me, you rude bastard?" Noel shouted as Naruto did the same thing to Noel's cheeks. "I said fool, deaf lady, yes of course, you don't have any of that, oh you CH idiot, let me go," Naruto complained while feeling pain in his cheek. "Ouch idiot, I'm a girl, let go of me," Noel shouted, increasing her strength since Naruto had increased it. "Damn dwarf, damn dumbhead, crying girl, idiot," and they went back to insulting each other without paying attention to their surroundings. Many wondered if they were really friends. The two just insulted each other and pinched each other until it hurt. Tsunade just sighed. They didn't know if they were friends or not. They were literally the same. But she couldn't let the idiot continue behaving like that, so she started walking to be in front of the two who didn't seem to notice that she was already there. She was completely ignored. "Fine, if you're both done insulting each other and getting back together. Both of you can stop fighting, you bucking brats," he shouted loudly and butted both of their heads against each other. In the end, both fell to the ground, unconscious from the head, but they gave each other. "Finally now I can drink this delicious sake again," she said to herself as she walked away from the crime scene, wiping her hands. No one wanted to say anything when they saw the woman hit both boys with the other's head and make them faint. Lady Tsunade, the idea was to wait for them to indicate what was going to be done with their grimoire," said Julius, not knowing how to talk to her. He didn't care if it was a girl or a boy, he would hit them anyway. I recommend you throw water on them. If you are so idiots to continue fighting, then you can regain consciousness with a little water. Let me take this," said Tsunade as she took a bowl full of water and turned back to the fainted boys. When he arrived, he emptied the water fountain over their faces, and they woke up with a start. "Who the buck did it?" they both shouted, coming back to life. "See," Tsunade answered, looking at a nervous Julius. "Grandpa Tsunade, why did you hit us?" Naruto shouted, rubbing his head, as did Noel. "Because you two fought again," he replied without remorse. "And what would have happened if something had happened to us?" Noel shouted angrily at the blow. It had really hurt. "I'm a kid doctor, and one of the best. I can break your bones and make you work again. What I did to you won't make you any more idiots than you already are. I replied, seeing both of them get angry. We're not idiots, old witch. They both shouted at the same time. What did they call me? Tsunade shouted, lifting the two of them by their clothes. We told you, old witch, can't you hear well? They both responded without fear. I'm the fifth Hokage, you pair of brats. She shouted as she brought her face closer to both of theirs. And what do we care? They both answered. Stop calling me that. She shouted angrily. These two were already getting on her nerves. Old Naruto began, which Noel finished. Alright, brat guys, look for me, Julius, you damn boy. Let me go before I hit you. I must teach these stupid brats some respect. Tsunade shouted as she noticed that he had a sphere on his arm, and they stopped his movement. Noel and Naruto fell to their seats to their annoyance. Naruto, Noel, Lady Tsunade, please calm down. Julius spoke, trying to reason with the angry trio. Hey, old woman, you deserve it, and why are you copying me? Both young people shouted, making Tsunade even angrier to realize that they were speaking in coordination again. Stop copying me! Enough! H. They both shouted as they bent down and grabbed their heads, trying to figure out how they could continue speaking in a coordinated manner. Wow, Julius, you should bring more foreign guests. The show is really good. Yami commented as he saw the woman trying to break free from Julius's magic. Noel screaming while shaking her head and Naruto hitting the ground cursing. It was a sight to behold. Finral, bring Charmy and tell her to bring candy. The show is very fun and we have a front row seat. Yami ordered as she sat next to Asta to watch the show. She couldn't miss a free show. Yami, please help me stop them. Julius begged, but no way. I'd rather entertain myself watching this show, it's very good. Yami commented, ignoring Julius's plea. The other captains and their subordinates didn't want to get involved, although some had to admit that this spectacle was first-rate. Finally, after almost 30 minutes, everyone was able to calm down. Naruto had a black eye, Noel was rubbing her head, and Tsunade sighed in satisfaction. In the end, Tsunade achieved her goal and hit those who insulted her, resulting in a headache in Noel's case and a sore, purple eye in Naruto's case. Yami stayed watching the show, and it was great. Free food and a show, thanks Captain for inviting me, said a little girl with black hair and a white dress next to the black bull's cape. It was Charmy who had arrived to bring more food and thanked her for allowing her to see this act. She didn't know that Noel had a friend who wasn't from the kingdom. You're welcome, but it looks like I'm done, Yami said, standing up after putting down his cup of beer. Everyone had returned to their original places, and only he was missing, so with the show now over it was time to finish the job. All the captains had returned to their places with their subordinates behind them. Noel was still in pain. That woman hit hard. Naruto rubbed his eye. He was going to get revenge. Tsunade was satisfied. And Julius. Now if everyone has calmed down, we can continue, Julius said, finally getting to the point where he called them. Very well, Naruto, you are going to receive your grimoire, said the Magic King, but saw a confused face from this one. Grimoire, hey old lady, what's up? Naruto asked, quite confused. Naruto, you're staying here, Tsunade replied, expecting a complaint from Naruto, but she didn't have to wait long. Wait, old woman, what do you mean I should stay? Don't you remember that we're going to war? Why the hell will they take me out? Naruto shouted so that everyone would open their eyes. What did he just say? Naruto, calm down. When you defeated Pain, you were able to delay all his war plans for a long time, and you also injured Sasuke. Madara and Kisame was killed. For now we will be fine while you must stay to increase your power. Sasuke and Madara are not going to wait years for you to grow. They will come for you when they are ready and start the war. You must stay and prepare for war. It is an order from the 5 ninja nations along with the allied countries. You must train and become stronger, said Tsunade without giving him the opportunity to complain. Shit, Naruto muttered, clenching his hands. You didn't tell him anything, nor did the third one, Julius asked, realizing that Naruto had no idea what was going on. No, if I had known, we would have had to lock him up, seal his powers and bring him with a squad of 50 men so he wouldn't escape, and even then I don't think it would have been enough. The other guy, the Raikage's brother, escaped for 2 months, making his brother worry and almost making him declare war on the other countries. Imagine if this idiot had escaped, all the nations would fight each other just because he got lost. He answered to see an angry Naruto. So a war would have been started, and how do you think we could stop it if he can fight against at least captains and continue to fight against squads of magicians? If I remember correctly, his clan has the ability to fight for days without getting tired. Julius asked to see Tsunade hit her face with her hand. My family has that ability, ol'. She shouted to get an answer. She knew something about her family. Kid, if you talk again, I'll break your mouth, Tsunade threatened to surprise Julius. Wait a minute, is everything related to your family? He asked, only to be interrupted by Tsunade, who looked at him with annoyance. Top secret, if everything related to his life, including the day of his birth, is completely classified, the death penalty for the idiot who reveals it. Tsunade warned without much humor. Shit, he's sorry. Julius answered shyly. Grandma, you know about my family, right? Naruto asked again. Yes, Naruto, but let me tell you that it will be revealed to you when you are older, for your safety, just wait. Tsunade answered him firmly. Well, if that's what you want, then fine. In the end, I know who my father is and what happened on the day I was born. He answered without caring much. He could wait a little longer. That's good, now let me continue, and you let me open that mouth if you don't want me to break it, and you don't complain. I can heal it or break it if I want. He warned the two men. The first was Julius, who seemed to think better about what he was going to say, and the other was a blue-haired man with a mushroom hairstyle. It was Marx, Julius's assistant. He just kept quiet. He was right. She could break their bones and then regrow them. She had no excuse not to. Well, leaving aside the war part, and just in case you shouldn't worry, due to Naruto's actions he stopped long enough to leave him incapacitated for 1 or 2 years. The most is 3, and we may be able to stop them before they gather enough power to start the war, but if that's not the case, all the ninjas are training in different ways. Naruto has come to prepare in case a war breaks out and he has to go to the battlefield. He warned everyone present so that they would not have to worry about having an upcoming war. The captains understood the situation and just nodded. Tsunade, seeing his nod, continued with what she was going to tell Naruto. Naruto, when you came, the third Hokage thought that a way to control your uncontrollable power was through a magic book called a grimoire for them. Tsunade began indicating those around her. It allows them to use magic like jutsu we do, but in your case the grimoire would serve you not to perform magic but to control your power. Your great reserves of energy could be catalyzed in this book, and without a doubt you would learn to control. Unfortunately, you couldn't get it at the age of 6, so it was decided that you, when you turned 15, would return to this kingdom, but he couldn't finish explaining because Naruto continued. At that time I was training with the perverted sage. The 3 years of training the old man did that for me. He asked, remembering the third Hokage, still helping him. He did it in the hopes that you could control your power one day. The third left everything arranged before Orochimaru invaded the village, and I found out because of a letter after you left the village. If I had found the letter before that, you would have arrived last year, but we had to delay it. When you came back I thought about telling you, but what happened to Gaara, then your battle against Akatsuki, the deaths of Asuma and Jiraiya, and finally the Battle of Pain, all of that delayed your trip until the meeting of the 5 Kages, where the 4th Great Ninja War was announced, and it was decided that it was time for you to come train at this place. In case Madara moved again, we will all go to war including you, but with your current power and strength you are still not strong enough to face him, said Tsunade, explaining the reason for her arrival at this time. So that was the reason why I didn't come back to this place. I was supposed to come when I turned 15 to look for this book, but I couldn't do it. The old man, who did so many things for me. Naruto wondered, remembering the old Hokage. He owed him a lot. Exactly. The third came here for help and arranged everything for you. In exchange for some things, such as improving the economy and research, I would allow you to be given a grimoire for when you grew up and could train here, in the kingdom, and now the time has come for you to be given what belongs to you, Julius indicated while looking at Naruto. Now your mission given by the 6 allied nations is to become stronger and prepare for the possible war. You will have at least years to prepare. For our part we will continue looking for Madara, Kabuto and Sasuke. They are the only ones left to carry out the war. Sasuke has been given the order to capture him if possible, but it is the only thing we can do for him. If he becomes hostile we will have to kill him, and if we can't you are the only one who can stop him, said Tsunade seriously. It was the last help she would have. Then I should prepare for war, or in case those bastards come back, I see, Naruto replied without saying another word. Everyone in the room understood the boy's current situation. He was going to go to war, but thanks to his actions he delayed the plans of the provocateurs, and now he had to train to become strong enough to fight in the war, if it takes place, or in case those guys move again. The boy had a great burden at his young age. Even they themselves did not have to have such a burden, preparing for a war. Many had never known war, but the boy would know it. Meanwhile, Noel just felt sad. So he came to prepare for war and had to increase his power before his time ran out. How was he going to do it? Those present were thinking about the words spoken, but their attention was caught when Julius spoke again. Naruto, are you ready? Julius asked only to receive a determined face. He was ready. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, old man. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm going to train and I don't plan on dying like a bastard dog. I'll finish off the Four Eyes and Madara, he said determinedly. Those guys were going to provoke the war, but he would face them. Julius and Tsunade smiled at her words. She had both courage and stupidity. Okay, it's time, Julius said to loud applause. It took a while until a large number of books appeared floating around Naruto and Tsunade, who looked at them in amazement. There were many of them, and they were of different colors. These are the grimoires. You must stay still and wait for one to choose you, Julius said, only to see him nod. A few seconds passed until the book stopped. That's it, now we'll decide, Julius said, waiting for what kind of book he would choose. Those present were waiting for the kind of grimoire they would receive. It was important since thanks to it you could determine the kind of magic you would use. Naruto just stared at the floating books, waiting for them to do something until a book that was in front of him started moving forward. It was a green book with swirling designs on its cover. When he arrived, Naruto just took the book and felt a great power coming from it, which was this. I didn't think the brat was that strong. He's a real monster, Yami muttered, feeling the great pressure he felt. He was literally on par with an order captain. Many of the weaker mages could barely stand. What they felt was the pressure of an order captain. The boy was already powerful on his own, and the grimoire proved it. I didn't think he was that strong, Julius murmured, feeling the pressure. It must have been felt throughout the entire castle. He was extremely strong. Perhaps the third feared that he would never be able to control all that power, which was why he asked for help. The boy hadn't reached his limit yet. What a strong pressure, similar to the Kage's, Tsunade commented as she felt the pressure, undoubtedly at the level of the Kage's great. But something happened next. A second grimoire started moving in their direction, causing everyone to open their eyes. A second grimoire moves. What does this mean? Charlotte wondered. Perhaps one grimoire wasn't enough for him. This child, Fugolian muttered, looking at the act. What did it mean? Perhaps his power was so great that a single grimoire was not enough to contain it, or was it for some other reason? The book this time was blue with large swirls that expanded towards the edges. What a surprise! A second grimoire, what could it mean? Julius muttered without taking his eyes off the second one. Perhaps two grimoires had chosen him, but why? In the end, Naruto touched the second one and reacted to its power. It felt the same as the other one. The second one has the same pressure as the first one, Charmy murmured, crouching down. The pressure was extremely strong. I've never felt pressure of this magnitude besides the captain's, Finral said. His power was ridiculous. Naruto, Noelle only said, resisting his power. Perhaps she had a similar amount of power that could resist him more easily than her companions. A few seconds passed until the two grimoires stopped emitting power and fell into Naruto's hands. I have two, Naruto muttered as he looked at the books. Because two. I don't know what it could mean, but you're definitely lucky, Julius began, looking at the green grimoire. What hey, why does this one have 4 clover leaves and the other one only has 3? He asked curiously, not noticing the reaction behind him. Naruto, each leaf means something. Love, hope, and sincerity, but the 4th leaf means luck, he replied, surprised to see that he had a 4-leaf grimoire. TCH, more luck. When will I have luck for bets? Tsunade muttered angrily. The boy was very lucky, and they emphasized it with this book, lucky bastard. You'll be lucky when you stop drinking, Naruto replied upon hearing her comment. Shut up, you bucking brat, she replied angrily. To earn a happy face from Naruto, she would have to hit him again. Okay, that's it, and now there's one last thing left, your situation in this kingdom, Julius said to get everyone's attention. The captains were curious about what had happened, but now they focused on these words spoken by the Magic King. Brat, you will be under Julius's orders from now on. Have you understood? Ordered Tsunade. Yes, I understand, he replied lazily. Change of location, change of boss. Well, now your situation is different, so you will not belong to any order, and you will stay wherever you want. In the end, your power is enough to stay in any order, so in the end it would be the same if we do an exam, indicated Julius, looking at the captains. They had no objections. I saved myself, Naruto muttered. Another exam wouldn't be enough. You're an idiot. You said that because you saved yourself from taking another exam, said Tsunade, hearing his mutter. And you saved yourself from doing all the paperwork you have piled up, and right now, Shizen Nachan must be cursing her for leaving her with all that work. Naruto defended himself. Touché, Tsunade smiled. Blessed trip. Julius just laughed at the comments. They were both the same. One hated the exam and the other hated the paperwork. Which, good, and as I said, Naruto, You will be able to move freely between the orders, and in some cases you will come here to be under my command, but if you have nothing else to do, then you are free to go to any order and carry out missions. Julius finished speaking. Missions, when do I start? Naruto said enthusiastically. He didn't wait since he needed money. Calm down, you won't do anything today, but you'll have to choose which order you're going to go with for the night, and tomorrow we'll sort everything out, Julius said, approaching and turning him around so he could see the captains. Naruto had to decide which order he should go to sleep in. Obviously the pompous silver-haired ones. I'm not even going to die. Naruto began to speak to quickly deny the Silva. They only felt offended by how he rejected them, but at the same time they remembered that their relationship wasn't good at all. I feel like if I go with that woman, the one with the helmet, I'm going to be in danger. My survival instinct against crazy women tells me so. I also ruled out Charlotte's, to which she felt offended by the comment, which she meant crazy, but for some reason she also agreed with him. The guy with the mask, who is that guy? Naruto asked, pointing at William. He looked strange. He is the captain of the Golden Dawn, William Vangeese. He is the best order of knights, Julius replied. Naruto just looked at him. He felt something strange. Pass. Something gives me a bad feeling if I'm with him. Not to offend you, but I feel something bad, said Naruto, following his instincts. Tsunade looked closely at the one who indicated. Naruto knew how to judge people, so she was attentive to what he said. Something indicated to her that it was wrong, but what thing? William just smiled. He didn't blame him. He didn't know him, but he felt that he knew his secret. He should be careful. That guy Hemface, that guy, I'd rather jump off the cliff before joining that guy. He's worse than the Silva, Naruto shouted as he pointed at the captain of the Purple Orcus, Geldra Poiset. He remembered this very well. He bothered the boy a lot and he got revenge on him. They just didn't get along. Ha, you see, even the brat says you're a ham, but I wonder what happened for him to say you're worse than the silver ones, ha. Yami laughed, making the aforementioned captains angry. That boy, who is he? Naruto asked when he saw a boy with a light blue afro hairstyle. This is the captain of the Aquamarine Deer, real boys more dear, Julius replied. I can think about it. Naruto said to leave it for later. He didn't know him, and he didn't have any feelings, so it was better to have this option saved just in case. Hey, that guy is scary. He wants to cut me, right? I immediately dismissed the guy who was looking at me with a strange face and sticking out his tongue. This is the captain of the Green Praying Mantises, Jack the Ripper, Julius replied, only to receive a nod. I'm totally ruling that out, he responded quickly. He wasn't crazy enough to follow that order. Jack just licked it, not caring what the boy thought. Now let's see, Leon Sans could, but his sister scares me. I still remember her, she's more sadistic than Anko, said Naruto, remembering the woman with fear. She's right, Fugolian said, not defending his sister. She was simply sadistic. I don't deny it either, Noel said. Nor, Yami said. Not here either, said Charlotte. It seems that many fear him, Tsunade commented when she saw that even these captains accepted Naruto's decision. Leon-san, it's not that I don't like your order, but, he said, not knowing how to explain. I understand, there's no doubt my sister left you with some kind of trauma, Fugolian replied without feeling offended. Anyone who could stand up for his sister was worthy of praise. Thanks, now let's see, hey, is that Dorothy? He asked, to the surprise of Julius and those present. When did she become captain? Naruto asked, looking at Julius. A few years ago, Julius replied, quite stunned. How did he meet her? And she's still sleeping. I like her much more when she's awake. I love the jokes we played, Naruto said as he saw Dorothy Unsworth, the captain of the Coral Peacock. She was his other friend that he made in this place. You met her awake? Julius asked, surprised by this detail. Dorothy was known for being asleep most of the time. Yes, when I was in this place. Besides Noel, we were bothering the ham for a long time. And she also gave me my ideas to torment the Umbus and my teachers. I still remember when my teachers were running away, the Umbus weren't catching me, and when I left several ninjas at home with beautiful rainbows. All thanks to Dorothy, you know. I could have fallen in love with her. She's a great girl, Naruto replied, remembering his past as a joker. Nobody knew what to say before Naruto's words. He met Dorothy and for the aforementioned ham, who didn't know who was responsible for making his life a nightmare during those weeks. He got angry it was them too. They also thought about his crush. It didn't matter much since he was saying it in a way that he admired her or as a joke, although they didn't know if it was true or not. So far he has proven to be a boy full of surprises. And Tsunade. So that's why some of the Anbus retired for that time. You were the one responsible for causing him lifelong trauma. Tsunade shouted to hit him on the head. This idiot was responsible. Why are you hitting me? And she was the one responsible for giving me ideas, not me. Naruto defended himself. Brat, the Anbus are scared just by getting close to a mask. They murmur that there is a rubber duck. What the hell did you do with a rubber duck? Asked Tsunade. When she returned, many ex-Anbu ninjas approached her to ask for therapy. She traumatized them. Besides, your teachers preferred Tio return 2 suicide missions instead of teaching you. They only came back when you left. It's more like how Irika managed Tio stay sane. For the love of God, when I found out, I gave him a raise in his pay without thinking twice. Tsunade claimed, Irika is undoubtedly a great teacher. In my defense, they didn't want to teach me. He raised his hands and it was the truth. No one wanted to teach him. Julius decided for everyone's safety to keep Naruto and Dorothy separated. He didn't need his knights to go to intensive care if these two started planning things. Dorothy, when she was awake, was very childish and cheerful. He didn't want to know what she would do if she had another person with a similar attitude. She wouldn't find out. You know what? Decide soon. I want to go have a drink. Today a lot of things stopped. Tsunade shouted, surrendering to Naruto. It was unbearable. Well, the last one is from old Jami. There's this Noelle, but if I go, I'll fight with her every time. He said to himself, only to be heard by the aforementioned. You're the one who started it. Noelle defended herself. Yeah, I'll start it, of course. I ignore Noelle's scream, much to her frustration. Damn blonde. Noelle finished yelling at him. How could he be her friend? Naruto just ignored her. Wow, you get angry more easily when it comes to him. Asta said to her curiosity. It's just frustrating. He replied with a touch of anger. While they were talking, Naruto was thinking he could go to Yami's order and spend more time with Noelle, but he had Dorothy's order. He wanted to talk to her again, and there was also the order of the boy his age. I spend a few minutes until I've decided, Naruto replied. There were only 3 orders, but he ultimately chose the order in which he would spend the night. Which did you choose? Julius asked curiously. He only had 3 orders in mind: Yami, Dorothy, and Ril. Which one would he choose? Now Naruto was outside a crazy structure. It looked old and was also in the middle of a forest. He was outside the Black Bull's base with Yami, Noelle, whom he met as Asta, Charmy, Finral, the Black Bird called Nero, and finally Tsunade. Naruto chose the Black Bull's base because they were happier and a mess, which when it was explained to him that it was the worst order of knights as well as being the most destructive, this excited him. They were different from the other orders and didn't have pompous nobility or royal family. Well, not that pompous. He didn't choose Dorothy's because she was sleeping, and waking her up, already late, would be the worst way to meet again. It was better to leave it like that for the moment. Ril didn't choose him because he didn't know him, and he would most likely feel uncomfortable in a place like this. He had nothing against him. It was just because he didn't know him. Finally, Yami's, like his previous reasons, was also one of the orders where he knew Yami and Noelle. Tsunade decided to come for the same reason. She didn't like elegance, and inside the castle there was a lot of nonsense like this. It wasn't her style. Wow man, what a place! Naruto commented as he walked next to Yami. Yes, I found it and I liked it, he simply replied. Although, being royalty, it's an unworthy place for me, Noelle said as she tossed her hair back. Yes, little princess. Naruto ignored Noelle's comment. What were you trying to say? Noelle asked, looking at Naruto. Let me make this clear for you. You're, how do I put it mildly? Wait, I'm not mild. You're a vain fool who thinks she's superior to everyone else. Yes, that's right, shit, he said, ending with a scream due to a kick from the girl. I'm royalty AOUCH. She whined and screamed in pain due to a hair pull from Naruto. It hurt, little princess fool! Naruto shouted as he felt Noelle pull his cheek. She was digging her nails into him. It hurt, you idiot blonde, stop! Noelle mocked, screaming because they also started pulling her cheek. Hey guys, stop fighting! Asta jumped in but couldn't finish. Shut up! They both shouted as they punched him, one in the face from Noelle and one in the stomach from Naruto, which ended up causing the boy to fly backwards and faint. The bird watched the scene with a drop of sweat as it flew high. Ah, both boys said as they realized what they did. It wasn't my fault, Naruto said, trying to defend himself. He came up to me by surprise. Noelle defended herself. In the end, they looked at each other and started laughing. You made them stop. Rest in peace, Asta. Finral prayed, seeing him fainted. He managed to stop his fight, not as he expected, but he managed it. I'm surprised she has a friend with a short spark," Tsunade commented, seeing the two laughing and acting the same way. "I didn't think they knew each other. The truth is that she joined the order only a month ago and we don't know much. We only know that her brothers reject her for not having control over her magical power," Yami responded when he saw both boys laugh. "I see. Hey brat guys, let's go. I want to eat," Tsunade shouted, turning around and continuing on her way while thinking about the two. How interesting. "Come on, Grandma," they both said, to Tsunade's annoyance. Another one. "Hey Naruto, now that I realize why you call Tsunade-sama grandmother," Finro asked, walking next to Naruto. He found him funny, friendly, and since he was going to spend some time at the base, it was better to get to know him. "It's just that the old woman changes her age. She may look that way, but she's actually in her 50s, Naruto replied, ignoring Tsunade's gaze. "You can change your age, but you still look young," Noelle said, noticing him calling her grandma. "Yes, but it's all false. That woman is totally crazy about her age. Ouch, old woman," Naruto replied, but ended up screaming when a rock hit his forehead. "They want to ask another question," said Tsunade while having stones in her hand ready to throw them. The three just quickly denied. "Fine," Tsunade just answered and started walking again. "That old lady, hey Noelle, now that I realize why you call her grandma?" asked Naruto, realizing how he called her. Honestly, I have no idea." Noelle just shrugged as she completely denied the reason why she calls Lady Tsunade grandmother. "Maybe it stuck to me when we were fighting," Noelle replied, thinking better of it. "I see," Naruto said, not giving it much importance. Finral sighed. He was simply surprised by how they fought and talked so calmly at the same time. He hadn't known Noelle for long, but she was a very vain girl about her royal status. Although that was only a mask, but seeing another person who got along so well despite her attitude was something he didn't expect. He also felt jealous of the blonde. For God's sake, he was a childhood friend of the beautiful Noelle. How lucky. And charming. He was just eating while thinking about the boy. It was really funny. The group was walking and were reaching the entrance of the base, but noise began to be heard inside and the door finally exploded. Tsunade broke the doors, Naruto picked up Noelle and they walked away. Finral ducked. Charmy dropped her food and asked to return to the ground after running back and colliding with the remains of the door, and his bird flew away again. Naruto thought he was smarter than Asta. "What the hell did these idiots do?" Yami wondered, having dodged the door. "I knew they were a disaster, but at this level, wow, congratulations. I don't know if Naruto is worse than them," said Tsunade sarcastically about what happened. Naruto just felt relieved, but he felt something pressing against him, and when he realized the sensation he looked down and saw that it was Noelle who had grabbed his waist and consequently her breasts were pressed against him. While Noelle was shocked by what had happened, the door exploded and Naruto ended up pushing her away with him. But what she didn't expect was that he grabbed her by the waist and pushed her against him. She could feel his heartbeat, and her breasts pressed against him. Neither of them said anything and they looked into each other's eyes. Naruto was taller, so Noelle had to look up to him. It took a few seconds for both of them to realize their situation and start blushing. "Ahhhhh," they both shouted at the same time as they let go. "Sorry, I didn't notice," Naruto shouted, seeing Noelle, who wasn't looking at him and was turning her back on him. "And oh, don't worry, Ike was those idiots' fault," Noelle shouted hurriedly in embarrassment. How did it come to that? "Hey, if you're done flirting, can we go in?" Tsunade asked, seeing the action of both. He entertained himself with what they did. Maybe these two were in love with each other, but for now it was better to bother them. "We were not flirting," they both shouted, embarrassed at the woman who bothered them. "Oh no, and why are you talking at the same time with a blush on your faces?" I answered, to see both of them look at each other and turn even redder than they already were. They both turned their backs on each other, not wanting to look at each other, while both cursed Tsunade. "I think I'll have entertainment every time the boy comes," Yami commented. This was a free show. "Yes, even if I had wanted to bother him when he was in the village, I would have something to calm him down. Well then," Tsunade answered, to turn around and look at those responsible for blowing up the door. "These are the messed up members you have as part of your order, right? They're a mess. I think Naruto would fit in very well here," Tsunade commented as she saw everyone at the base. A boy who was carving wood, a boy who was throwing fireballs at a boy who was wrapped in a lightning suit, a drunk woman dressed in a bikini, a giant man with smoke coming out of his mouth, and another one who was holding dolls and muttering things. They were a totally strange group, all wearing black capes. "Shut up, you hell brats!" Yami shouted as he destroyed another part of the base. "There's no doubt Naruto will fit in perfectly here," Tsunade commented, happy to see a totally messy group. She didn't like many of them, but they were more fun than the elegant ones. Yami San/Captain. They all shouted, approaching quickly upon hearing his call. Hey, do you want to fight? Asked the boy dressed in lightning. He had a lunatic face. Who wants to fight you? Yami replied, rejecting his fight. Let's drink, said the drunk woman, not caring what she was wearing. I don't want to. Yami rejected. My sister isn't pretty, what does she think? Asked the brown-haired boy who had a drop of blood coming out of his nose while showing a photo of his sister. You're creepy. Yami replied mercilessly. Ruh, the giant man blew. You're scarier. Yami replied. Hijbish, said the other pale-faced man, muttering things. Speak louder, idiot, he said, not understanding anything. Yami San, how was the meeting? Finally the boy who looked like a delinquent with glasses could ask. That was interesting and we have guests, so calm down and listen. Yami indicated so that everyone would quiet down with curiosity. First we have foreigners who have come with matters of the kingdom. I present this woman. Yami indicated, letting the woman pass. Okay brats, I'm Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of the hidden village of Konoha. I'm the military leader of another country. Nice to meet you. She introduced herself simply. Hey, where is? Yami asked when he didn't see the other. Yami-san over there. Finral answered, indicating the place where Naruto was. They all went out to look where Finral was pointing and saw that Noel and the new guy were turning their backs on each other and were blushing, not realizing what was happening around them. Wow, what a cute boy, commented the woman in the bikini. What happened, Yami-san? Asked the delinquent boy. They were embarrassed by how they were when you blew up the door. The boy grabbed her by the waist and well, that's the result. Yami answered, looking at the aforementioned. Guys, what's wrong? Why are you so red? Asta arrived, once again recovered without realizing the situation as he placed himself between the two embarrassed people. Shut up, they both shouted, turning around and hitting him again each. Again, he didn't finish because a black circle appeared below him, and he fell to appear next to Finral. But realizing that the boy was no longer there, Naruto just in time stopped his blow but not Noel's and ended up hitting her in the stomach due to the height difference. Naruto ended up clutching his stomach from the blow. She was skinny but she had a hard punch. Why did you hit me? Naruto asked with difficulty, trying to recover. He's gone, Bakasta disappeared and end of day he shouted when he realized who was responsible. So it was the... Naruto said, taking out his blue book. Yes, said Noel, also taking out her book. Wait a minute, you shouldn't hit Asta and I saved him but I didn't realize you were going to hit each other. Finral shouted in panic as he realized that both of them were starting to gather water in their hands, using the same magic. And you think? Noel began. What do we care, idiot? Naruto shouted, preparing to throw water at him. He hit him / he hit me because of you. They both shouted, throwing the sphere of water at the scared Finral. But the water spheres never reached their destination and were deflected to finally hit the delinquent boy who was shocked. Again Gwa, he shouted to be hit by the water spheres and fall to the ground. Both boys said, realizing that their attack had gone astray. Because you crossed the way. They both shouted, not wanting to admit their mistake. Are you brothers? You're the ones who made a mistake? The boy shouted in defense of those responsible. It was your fault for getting in the way of my attack. Noelle defended herself while putting a strand of hair behind her head. Finral was the one responsible, don't blame us. Naruto shouted in defense, blaming a relieved-looking Finral. They talk the same way. The wet boy muttered, but Naruto realized what had happened, so he decided to ask Noelle. He put his arms around her neck and turned her around to ask her in her ear. Hey, what happened? Why did our attack go astray? Naruto asked in a way that only Noelle could hear. I don't know. It always happens to me, but you had no control over your power. Noelle asked, curious about what happened. Yes, but I don't know what happened. Does it have to do with the fact that he used magic or something else? I answered, not having the slightest idea of what happened. I don't know, it has something to do with the water. Noelle wondered, she didn't think he would also have problems hitting his target. And so they began to think about why their attacks failed. Are they brothers? The wet boy asked again. They look a lot more alike than I thought, Finral said, regarding the interaction between the two. No, they are not brothers, they are childhood friends. The boy is Naruto Uzumaki, the hero of our village, or rather in this place, our city, replied Tsunade. Both looked alike and acted the same. It was strange. Hero, they all asked in confusion. Brats, the boy is a really important person. He may look like an idiot, but his power is at the captain level. He has come to train in our kingdom and is under the direct orders of the magic fanatic. Today he arrived at the capital, and since he has nowhere to go to sleep, he decided to come here. He also has permission to move between the night orders, so you will be seeing him in constant movement," said Yami to clear his doubts. Those who were just finding out just kept quiet until Yeech. Everyone shouted in surprise. "We had the same reaction," Finral replied, with a nod from Asta. "Wait, Captain, do you mean that boy of Asta and Noel's age has the power of a captain?" asked the girl in the bikini. "And he's under the direct orders of the wise king," shouted the wet boy. "In addition to coming to train and having permission to move between the orders," shouted the boy suffering from hermanitis. "Yeah, brats, hey lovebirds, stop talking and come here," Yami called to the aforementioned, who stopped and separated to start complaining. "We're not lovebirds, and why would I be next to this idiot?" They both shouted while pointing at each other. "And they even copy each other. Are they sure they're not boyfriend and girlfriend?" asked the wet boy, mocking the couple, who turned red. He didn't know if it was from embarrassment or anger. "We're not boyfriend and stop copying me," they told him before starting to shout at each other, and they fought again. Seriously again. Tsunade face-palmed seeing the attitude of both. They started fighting again. "Well, we'll explain everything, so let's go in and leave the lovebirds alone." Yami indicated for everyone to start entering. "We are not lovebirds," they both shouted in complaint about what they heard. "And stop imitating me, you idiot!" And they shouted at each other. We are now inside the base, which has been completely repaired. After they got inside and fixed things up, as well as stopping Naruto and Noel from yelling, everyone started talking and eating. Yami and Tsunade explained what was happening, and let's just say many had a lot of reactions and questions. They didn't know that another energy existed and that it wasn't used for everyday things but only for battle, and although like Asta, who didn't have magic, it's not so strange that people from the guest continent didn't use this energy. It seems that they were just civilians who used their own hands to create instruments without magic or this power. Furthermore, the blonde boy was a hero who single-handedly defeated a captain-level guy who had destroyed his city, and no one could stop him except for the aforementioned. He also stopped his continent's war plans and has now come to train to prepare for the possible war that could occur. There was another interesting thing about the blonde. He received 2 grimoires, a 4-leaf wind grimoire and a 3-leaf water grimoire. Many were surprised by this strange event. It had never happened before that a person had 2 grimoires, but they had a theory about this event, and it was due to his large amounts of energy, in addition to the fact that he was a foreigner who did not use magic, and that had to cause him to be given 2. Many could understand the reason, except Asta, whose brain fused. But leaving all that aside, they were also surprised by the friendship he had with Noel. It seems that he was his first friend and consequently, childhood friends. They had met in the past but did not reveal more, although many insisted, to the annoyance of the 2 who refused to talk. But it didn't matter, they would get the truth out of him in the future. Now everyone was eating like they were at a party. Tsunade had joined the woman in the bikini named Vanessa Enoteka, and the 2 had quickly made a connection over their fanaticism for alcohol. While Naruto was talking with Noel, Asta, and the delinquent boy named Magna Swing, he was rude but kind in his own way. Suddenly the boy who used lightning came. His name was Luck Valtia. He had been insisting on a battle with Naruto he didn't accept. The others didn't talk about him much. The one who suffered from sisteritis was called Goshadle. He was a guy obsessed with his younger sister. He was scary. The giant was gray. He did nothing but breathe smoke but showed that he had transformation magic and had changed to copy Naruto, to which they just celebrated as if they were brothers until Noel sat him down. Finral just ate happily but talked more than the others. He usually tried to stop all the fights, but he also turned out to be a complete womanizer. Every opportunity he had, he would invite Noel or Vanessa out on a date. Naruto reminded him a lot of the perverted sage, and as if it were an instinct he ended up hitting him in the face, so that later he apologized for the reaction. He explained why to what only he understood. She had to stay away from him in his Casanova state. Charmy was another girl, but her height was literally that of a 2-year-old, although she admitted that her food was delicious. And Yami went to the bathroom. They had all met and were having fun without a care in the world. I didn't think you'd be among these guys," Naruto commented while Noel ate. Well, me neither. I was planning on joining another order, but this place isn't bad," I answered while eating a piece of bread. "I see you've changed a bit," Naruto said, catching Noel's attention. "What do you mean?" I asked curiously. "When I met you, you could barely resist getting dirty, but now," I answered, pointing to the spot. I don't like this place, but I'm still fine," After all, I'm royalty, and I should know people below me or not," he replied with quite a bit of conceit in his voice. "But that part hasn't changed," Naruto said sharply. Noelle hadn't changed that part of her. "I'm royalty, in fact, you should be honored that you're my first friend," Noelle said, looking away with a smile. Naruto noticed this reaction and smiled. She may be vain, but she wouldn't trade her friend for anything. So as a show of affection, he put his arm around her neck and hugged her, pulling a surprised Noelle closer. "Yes, I'm honored, little princess," Naruto said happily. Noelle saw his face and saw him smile. It was good to see him again. In this way, both friends remained celebrating their reunion, happy to see each other after so many years. His first friend. Chapter 2. Surprises. And another day at the Black Bull's base, and everyone was starting to wake up. By this time, most of the members of this squad were already awake. After the big party that was held to welcome both ninjas, they quickly adapted to the place. Tsunade had become a good drinking buddy with Vanessa, where the two had a drinking competition where both drinkers ended up falling asleep on the couch, passed out from drinking, while Naruto had gotten along quite well with Asta, Finral, Magna and Luck, although the latter had insisted on a fight to which Naruto flatly refused. But during the time he knew them, he realized something. The Nero bird behaved differently. Even Tsunade had realized this fact. The bird was much smarter than what met the eye. According to what he was told, Nero is an anti-bird, a bird that senses the amount of mana a person has and will always stay away from those who have large amounts of mana while approaching those who have little or no mana. It was obvious why he was with Asta. From what they were told, he had no magic and only used swords that produced anti-magic, so it was normal for the anti-birds to approach, but this bird also approached the others. Both Tsunade and Naruto realized that this bird had something more, and it seems that the bird had also realized that they were looking at it suspiciously, so it had flown to each one and looked cautiously. Both ninjas realized that the bird was smarter, but they also realized that it wasn't going to do any harm, so they just decided to remain silent and finished telling it that they wouldn't talk. The bird understood and went back to Asta's head. But both had confirmed something. This bird had come for a reason. Leaving this fact aside, Naruto also spent a lot of time with Noelle, where both young people spoke again as in the past, but with a lot of insults between them every time they got angry, and every time they spoke at the same time Vanessa, Tsunade, and Yami made fun of them, and they ended up moving away, but they got back together after a while. They both enjoyed meeting again and shared stories about what had happened to them during the time they had not seen each other. More Naruto than Noelle due to his time at his job, since he knew that Noelle had just become a rookie magic knight less than a month ago. They also started talking about their problem with magic. Both of them had problems because of their high mana levels, and because of this problem their attacks didn't work. Naruto learned that Noelle was only able to create a defensive spell on her previous mission with great difficulty. In this way, both young people had decided to train together to control their magic, and because Naruto had more experience in control methods, he could most likely find a method where both could use their magic without problems. Naruto liked this decision, but for Noelle it was something strange. Having a training partner to control her magic was simply new to her, and that made her feel happy like in the past. She couldn't deny that she might have feelings for her friend, but she wasn't sure about this because so many years had passed since they last saw each other, and Naruto had changed. It was a child's crush, although she would never admit it because of how different they were. A commoner or something like that and a royal girl. She knew that even if she confessed and he reciprocated her feelings, he could never be accepted by her family, even more so because of the friction they had in the past with her brothers. Naruto didn't like his family at all, and they were the only ones he had a relationship with, without wanting to grab each other's necks, and he had to admit that if he left Naruto alone with his brothers, they would kill each other. The image he had was not pretty, but forgetting this part, she hid her little feelings for Naruto very well so that he would never find out, and hoped that he wouldn't notice this. Luckily for him, Naruto was a real idiot and never noticed how he used to watch him sleeping when they were kids, playing with those whisker marks and purring. He always liked that part. But there was a part of him that should never be allowed to know, that secret he takes to the grave. And every time he woke up he always acted conceited, and they started fighting for his own pleasure. He should never find out about these feelings, never. Leaving all this aside, each one enjoyed their time with the other, but both had to go to sleep early because the next day they had to go with Tsunade and Yami to see the Magic King for the explanation of Naruto's situation in the kingdom. And now we find ourselves at the moment when some rank and file members are present, seeing a young blonde man and two others fainted from the blows inflicted by the first one. "And what happened?" asked Tsunade, seeing the condition of Asta and Magna. "They were inserted into the wall," Those present were Tsunade, who had somehow recovered from her hangover, blessing herself for being a medical ninja. Then there was Yami and Noel, who ended up hearing the noise and came to the room to find this mess. They saw Asta and Magna completely inserted into the wall, unconscious, and a Naruto who was still sleeping. It was obvious to Tsunade what had happened, and unfortunately Asta and Magna found out the hard way and paid the consequences. Naruto had the bad habit of attacking whoever woke him up, or rather, he was a sleepwalker. The good news is that Sakura or anyone else would quickly attack him and yell at him, but he always ended up fainting because of the stupid things he said, and so far no one has figured out how to wake him up without him saying or doing something stupid. And at this moment, everyone present was waiting for him to wake up, or in this case, trying to wake him up without him attacking you. There's not much to say, Yami replied. We already saw that waking him up by beating him up didn't work, said Yami, looking at the two brave men who tried, failed, and were now unconscious. May they rest in peace. I know, why did you try it? Asked Tsunade. It's our method to wake up the lazy ones, but I never thought there was someone who could continue fighting even when asleep, Yami replied, not caring about his method of waking up. Yeah, I heard from Sakura, this idiot's teammate, Kakashi and Jiraiya, who are his teachers, and Yamato, his replacement squad leader, that Naruto has a habit of attacking everyone, and sometimes he sleepwalks, making random attacks. Yamato tied Naruto up after he was escaping from all of his attacks all night. Tsunade replied as she remembered Yamato. He had a bad time. So it hasn't changed, Noel commented, drawing the attention of those present. Has he had this habit since he was a child? Tsunade asked, receiving a nod from the girl. Yes, every time we got tired of playing, we fell asleep in a tree, but he always ended up like a sleepwalker attacking the tree or something. He didn't hurt me, but he was annoying. He always mumbled nonsense like ramen or that the ramen were going to eat him, Noel said in an annoyed way, remembering her past with him. He hadn't changed at all. Yes, there's no doubt, that's Naruto, Tsunade replied flatly. He hadn't changed much, and it seemed that the idiocy was already stuck in him since he was a child, but she realized something in his words. But if you were asleep, how did you know Naruto was muttering those things? She asked curiously to see a small reaction from Noel. Well, sometimes I wouldn't fall asleep, and since I had nowhere else to go I would wait for him to wake up, she answered nervously, almost escaping that she liked to look at him and play with his cheeks. She liked cute things, and Naruto's purring fell into that category. She hoped he hadn't noticed her delight. But unfortunately Tsunade realized these words. This girl could. Well, Tsunade replied without forcing her she would wait to play. And then during your time with him, you discovered how to wake him up every time you got fed up with his stupidity? Tsunade asked curiously. If she stayed awake sometimes and got annoyed by his stupidity, then she might have discovered something that could help wake the beautiful idiot up. Noel began to think. If she remembered correctly, Noel began to move until she was in front of Naruto. Then he stretched his hands out to cover his mouth and nose and waited for Naruto's reaction. I didn't wait long as he slowly began to stir until he jerked and woke up with a start. What the buck, Noel? Naruto shouted, now wide awake. He was short of breath. Did she? Look at that method, we never tried it, Tsunade commented. Now they had a method to wake him up without being attacked. Yamato would love this method. You finally woke up, Noel said, putting her hands on his waist. She was glad that it still worked. Every time he started doing stupid things, she always ended up walking away until he woke up, until she finally got fed up and ended up covering his mouth with a shoe. That day she discovered that covering his breathing was effective in waking him up, although she also realized that it was not a good idea to feed him a shoe. They both ended up in the water very wet and angry. Although before discovering this method, there was another way to wake him up, but I wouldn't do it in public ever. Yes, and you keep waking me up the same way. You want to kill me, Naruto complained, as he kept doing it. Well, it's that you didn't wake up, and look how you left Magna and Asta. Noel indicated to the unconscious people who were taken out by Tsunade. While she left them in a bad way. Naruto followed the instructions until he saw Asta and Magna being held by Tsunade, healing them both. I did it again, Naruto said, scratching his head. You haven't changed at all, sighed Noel, covering her face. Look who's talking, Naruto said as he stretched and stood up. At least he woke up. Noel said, looking away as she crossed her hands under her breasts. Well, since you're awake, go eat and we'll go to the castle. We should talk about what will happen from now on. Yami and Noel will accompany us, said Tsunade as she dragged Magna and Asta. They are more resistant than she thought. They would regain consciousness later. Because Noel? Naruto asked curiously. he understood Yami but Noel. It's because she's the only one who knows you and you don't want to break her face well, besides the captain who you're friends with and Captain Fugolian. Tsunade responded flatly. They both said understanding. Fine Noel, we'll leave you with your boyfriend, don't take too long, said Yami, mocking the two while Tsunade, who had Asta and Magna by their necks dragging them, began to leave the room and he followed. They both reacted to what he said by looking at each other and starting to blush. He's not my boyfriend/girlfriend, they both shouted, pointing at each other. Yes, what they say, answered Tsunade, seeing the young people blushing. They must be in love but neither of them admits it or they are so stupid not to realize. Although she had realized that Noel could have some feelings for the little slut she had but she had no proof and Naruto, well, he was a complete idiot on this subject. He hasn't realized the way Hinata or other girls see him. He was very popular. We're going down, go, said Yami, abandoning the embarrassed boys. Blessed be that idiot Naruto. And so they both stayed in the room in silence, not wanting to look at each other because they were embarrassed by what they said. Noel, Naruto began, not wanting to look at her. Yes, asked Noel, doing the same. Why do they bother us with being a couple? Naruto asked, not wanting to ask the question. I don't know, Noel said, not wanting to look at him yet. It was better that he didn't look at her without a doubt. Grandma Tsunade had realized that she had feelings for Naruto, small ones, but she had them, and now he bothered her, now he cursed her. So they both remained silent in the room. A minute passed in awkward silence until Naruto stood up and started stretching. Well, let's forget about that, Naruto said as he stretched. He couldn't keep thinking about Grandma's nonsense. Yeah, it's ridiculous that we're boyfriend and girlfriend, Noel said, recovering from the moment. She had to get revenge on the old woman, but she remembered it wasn't a good idea. Yeah, it's totally ridiculous, and now, Naruto said, getting behind Noel and grabbing her shoulders. Get out of my room, I have to change, Naruto said as he started to move her out of the room. Yes, I forgot, and stop pushing me, said Noel, complaining about how he pushed her, but she hadn't realized that something was felt between her breasts. And to his bad luck, Naruto stopped when he saw something between her breasts without realizing where he was looking. Noel, do you still have the medallion? Naruto asked, looking over her shoulder and seeing what she had. The medallion he gave her when they were kids, he still had it. Noel froze at what he said and ended up turning around to face him as he pulled out the medallion. She had realized. Well, yes, it's that, she said, stuttering in embarrassment at having been discovered. Naruto turned around and went to his bag to look for something. When he came back, he showed the same bracelet that Noel gave him that day. Surprising the latter, she still had it. You still have it, Noel said, looking at the bracelet he had given her when they were children. She also kept what he had given her that day. Yes, he only answered, looking at the medallion that she gave him. He thought that he had thrown it away. They both remained silent, seeing the belonging they had given to the other, unable to say or do anything. Because, Noel broke the silence between them. The same reason as you. I think because you were my first friend, Naruto answered, a little embarrassed by the things he was saying. Naruto, Noel murmured at the words he said. He was thinking the same thing as her, and without realizing it, he began to squeeze the medallion. So they both fell silent again, neither of them expecting to keep the other's gift. They both had the same thought. They never forgot each other. After a moment of silence, they both looked away out of embarrassment. Well, silly, I didn't think you were so sentimental, Naruto said, saying random things to try to divert this strange situation. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't think you'd like a bracelet like that, Noel said, trying not to stutter and failing miserably. I don't think you like that medallion either, Naruto quickly responded. So both returned to silence. What's with this atmosphere? They both thought as they realized the situation they were in. It was totally uncomfortable, and even more so for Noel. Something told her that she was truly in love with this idiot despite all this time apart. In this way they returned to silence. Another minute passed until Noel turned around and headed for the door, unable to stand this atmosphere anymore. Plus she might say something stupid that would reveal what she felt. Get dressed, idiot, we should go eat, Noel said, changing the subject and starting to walk towards the door. But he started to stop near the door because he had noticed something strange. Like Naruto knew he had the medallion on, unless… Yes, I'm coming, Noel, said Naruto, trying to forget about this, but he saw that she had stopped near the door. You saw my BUTST, Noel muttered, not loud enough. This idiot. How? Naruto asked, not understanding her words. Noel ended up turning around while looking at the ground and approached Naruto. When I arrive, I lift her face, red with embarrassment, and ask her louder. I asked you if you saw my breasts. How did you know I had the medallion? Noel asked strongly, very embarrassed by what she was asking. How had she noticed that she had the medallion if she had it right between her breasts? It could be anything, but she realized. Naruto opened his eyes. He hadn't realized where the medallion was, but he actually saw it between his shit. Wait, it was an accident! Naruto yelled in panic as he backed away, waving his hands wildly. What had he done? You, Noelle said, raising her hand and putting her other arm covering her breasts. She saw her. Wait, I saw it, and it's bigger than I thought. What the buck am I saying? Wait! Naruto yelled as he said something he shouldn't have said. Now he had no chance to escape. Because of the fear he felt, he ended up falling to the ground while he saw a Noelle who was redder than usual. Based on his experience with the perverted sage, it was very dangerous to enrage a girl in this state, but he never told her how to escape from these situations. What did you say? Noelle shouted, extremely embarrassed and angry. Excuse me, they are pretty. Wait, what the buck am I saying? She screamed in panic. She had sealed her fate. Noelle sat on his legs so he wouldn't escape by lifting her hand. She hadn't noticed how she had sat down either. Damn pervert! Noelle screamed, sending her slap with all her might. The scream and the bang had been heard throughout the base. Meanwhile, in the dining room, he did something stupid, Tsunade said as she sipped some coffee. I hear the scream and the bang he had made. Should we be worried? A recovered Asta asked while eating. Nah, leave them, Tsunade dismissed, waving her hand without a care. Whatever had happened, she was sure Naruto deserved it. In the castle's meeting room, Julius had summoned Naruto, Tsunade, Yami, and Noelle along with the captains to discuss Naruto's current situation. But there was a rather awkward atmosphere between the two young men as they watched their leaders disregarding each other's condition. Before we start, I should worry about what happened to you, Naruto, Julius asked, indicating Naruto's red cheek. Noelle and Naruto reacted to this and blushed. Noelle had left her mark. And no, they both shouted, hitting the table without realizing that everyone was looking at them. Julius realized they weren't going to talk, so he turned his gaze to his leaders. The only thing we know is that we left him alone in a room and minutes later we heard screams and a bang, Tsunade answered, looking at the young people who looked at her angrily. The screams were Naruto's and the blow had to be Noelle's. The blow was heard throughout the base, added Yami. Now being looked at, he enjoyed that look. I feel like I shouldn't ask, right? Julius asked, seeing the young people looking at each other and blushing. When Noelle slapped him, she realized she was sitting on top of Naruto in a position where anyone who walked in could get the totally wrong idea. Realizing this, he ran away without looking at a completely slapped Naruto. While Naruto just massaged his cheek and began to remember his situation in the morning, he had to admit that Noelle was pretty, even he could tell. But the situation where he saw her breasts and felt Noelle's, but when she sat on top of his body, he hadn't expected it. He ended up banging his head against the wall because of what he had seen. The perverted sage had contaminated him. Although he didn't know if he was already contaminated by his hexijutsu, it was better that Noelle didn't know she would kill him. Finally, during breakfast they stayed apart, not wanting to talk to each other, to the amusement of everyone present, in which poor Asta ended up pinned to the wall for all the nonsense he said, and Finral ended up buried in the floor for asking what had happened. They didn't want to talk about that detail. Now they both remembered that moment, and ended up looking at each other and nodding. Listen to me, old man, Naruto said loudly as he approached Julius's face, who was surprised that they both approached him with the same embarrassed and angry face. Don't say any more words, you hear? Noelle said. They didn't need to know. We will take him to the grave, and if he discovers it, Naruto said coldly, we will take him with us, you understand? Noelle finished in the same way as Naruto. Julius sweated at this. This confirmed that something very private happened between them. Yes, I won't say anything else, he answered nervously to see both of them back away without looking at each other. It was better not to interfere. Some captains had laughed at this situation. They were young and immediately realized that something too private had happened between them for them to know about. But one of these captains wasn't laughing. Nozel had no right to ask what had happened between them, nor did she care. But she realized something when Naruto slammed the table. Boy, Nozel spoke, drawing Naruto's attention, who was surprised that he was talking to him. Noelle was also surprised that she was talking to Naruto because of how badly they got along. But she didn't want to look at him. She felt scared by his gaze. What's up? Naruto answered rudely as he watched Noelle get quite nervous because he was talking to her. What do you have on your wrist? I asked to see Naruto's eyes open, that was it. Noelle looked at Naruto and then looked at her wrist and saw what he was referring to. He was wearing the bracelet. I try not to look surprised. He used it. While Naruto was cursed, he sometimes used it when he wasn't on a mission, and it was also something he took great care of because it was the first gift he received from someone, and also the gift from his first friend. He didn't think his little knock against the table would reveal the bracelet shit. Tsunade had raised her eyebrow. She hadn't realized she was wearing a bracelet, and since when she used one, but she remembered a day when she saw something on her wrist, but immediately dismissed it. It was a bracelet, and it seems Noelle has something to do with it. Yami just smiled. This situation was getting good. A bracelet, why are you interested? Did you like the bracelet? Naruto asked a little nervously, trying to avoid him. If he found out it was Noelle's, then all hell would break loose. Not because he was protective of his sister, he was an idiot. All hell would break loose because he'd think I stole her from Noelle. That bracelet, it's Noelle's, Nozel said seriously to see both of them open their eyes. Did she know? What are you saying, Nozel Nai-sama? Noelle spoke nervously. Her brother might think Naruto stole her. She couldn't allow her friend to be framed for something like that. I bought it during my trip, Naruto answered without losing sight of Tsunade. They hadn't been through any town where they had things like this. Liars, Nozel replied, approaching Naruto, grabbing his arm and revealing the bracelet. There was no doubt it was Noelle's. It had a blue gem next to the Silva family mark. This is from Noelle, Nozel said, looking at the bracelet. Okay, I admit it, you caught me, Naruto shouted, admitting as he roughly removed his arm from Nozel's grasp. Noelle gave it to me when I was a kid and I gave her a medallion with a gem. And what do you care? Bastard, don't steal it if that's what you think. Naruto responded very strongly while looking at his face, but he didn't expect the quite noticeable change in his face. It's true, I gave him my bracelet when I was a child before he went to his continent. Look, Noelle answered with all her strength, showing her medallion with the gem embedded in it. She would not allow her friend to be treated like a thief. Those present, except for Tsunade, Yami and Dorothy, who was asleep or so it seemed, opened their eyes at what had just been said and did not know how to react. Naruto, Noelle, please repeat what you said, what you did when you were kids, Julius asked, looking at the young people who had calmed down. Tsunade and Yami raised their eyebrows. What the hell happened that made everyone open their eyes and ask again? I said I gave Noelle a medallion with a gem. I stole it from the old man because he was an idiot, and as I was leaving, I bought him a souvenir, Naruto replied, forgetting the small detail of how he got the money. And when he gave me the medallion, I gave him the bracelet I was wearing at the time, Noelle replied, not understanding why they were being asked again. Julius opened his eyes even wider at what he heard. They exchanged items with gems. That alone means one thing. Nozel, you didn't explain to Noelle what exchanging gifts means, did you? Julius asked, only to be denied. Noelle and Naruto looked at each other. What did they do now? Hey, you did something wrong, Naruto whispered into Noelle's ear. No, besides you confessing to stealing your grandfather's money, I don't think he did anything, Noelle answered, making Naruto open his eyes. He confessed. The old man forced me, he left me without money and I got revenge, Naruto shouted in defense. But nobody took it into account what the hell was going on. Yami and Tsunade realized something happened that made everyone shut up and they couldn't stay in the dark, and after a few seconds of silence, well, now what happens? What did these two do to make everyone shut up? Asked Tsunade, breaking the silence that had invaded the room. Well, how do I say it? Julius began, not knowing how to explain himself. But luckily for him, someone else answered. There is a tradition among the nobility of this continent, or rather of this country, that involves the exchange of gifts, and even more so if they are valuable objects like the ones they gave each other. Marks began indicating the objects that each of those involved had, who began to look at them without understanding what he was trying to say. He understood that the two young people did not understand what was happening, but he could not continue with his explanation due to the interruption of a person who was surprised and not at all happy. And because of the exchange, now both of them are engaged. Nozel finished speaking without much humor in his voice. That tradition was part of the nobility, and was more obligatory in the royal family. He never thought that these two had exchanged objects, and without a doubt they did not know about this tradition by how they reacted now. He regretted not talking to Noelle. The four, unaware of this fact, opened their eyes in total surprise. Even Yami dropped his cigarette at this news. What the buck? Yami muttered. This was the biggest surprise he would have ever expected, not today, nor ever. There was a tradition like that in this country. While Tsunade's mouth was dry, what did these idiots do? And finally, both involved didn't know what to say and ended up freezing, thinking about the only word at that moment: engaged. That was the only word on their minds at the moment. They didn't know how to react to this news, how they had committed themselves. The room had fallen completely silent at this surprising news until, "Ha ha ha, Noel, you didn't say your brother had never made jokes, ha ha ha." Naruto started laughing, trying to deny what he had heard. It was impossible again. "Ha ha ha, Nozel Nai-sama, I didn't think you could make a joke, ha ha ha." And Noel laughed in the same way. She wanted to deny it completely. She didn't know about that tradition. "Since I was around, I'd studied all the traditions and things related to royalty, and I'd never heard of any traditions that involved exchanging gifts. It was just nonsense, and if it was true then she..." And so they both continued laughing, trying to deny what they had heard. But they both began to calm down when they saw that no one was laughing, and they changed their look to that of concern. "It's not a joke," Nozel said, seeing his sister and Naruto trying to deny everything that was happening. There was no doubt either of them knew what they had done. And so both young men stopped laughing and started sweating at the cold words spoken by Nozel. Naruto and Noel began to look at each other, not wanting to believe it was true, and even more so Naruto looking at Noel because it was the tradition of his country. They spent a few seconds staring at each other, hoping this was all a dream and that they would wake up any second now. It didn't happen in the end and, "What the buck?" they both shouted, quickly going to grab a surprised Nozel who hadn't expected this reaction. They never had. "Nozel is not a nice joke," Naruto shouted, calling him by his name. He didn't give a shit what he was calling him right now. It had to be a damn mistake. He couldn't be accidentally compromised again. "It's true we can't be engaged. It has to be a joke," Noel pleaded. It was the first time she begged her brother not to be serious and cold. Even though she might have feelings for Naruto, she didn't expect this to be the way to find her answer. "Answer us," they both shouted in desperation, pleading with everything they had. "It's not a joke. The day those objects were exchanged they became engaged," said Nozel, destroying all traces of hope in both young people. Now the nightmare child they bothered and who hates them would be their relative great. Hearing these words, both young men let go of Nozel and looked at each other. Naruto held Noel by her shoulders, being imitated by the girl who began to squeeze each other tightly to see if it wasn't a dream, but it hurt. They could feel the pain. It wasn't a dream. "Idiota, because you never told me I would have to have you," Naruto shouted without letting go of her. Now what the hell did they do? "And how would I know?" I answered him the same way, when this tradition had been invented. "Noel, I think you missed that class because you skipped one of the days the boy was in the capital," Nozel replied, not expecting this result. She remembered that during those days when Naruto had come to the capital, Noel had skipped some of her classes, but she didn't worry and left her alone. She didn't think it would cause her own engagement to the boy she played with as a child, who was expecting it. "You skipped class," Naruto yelled at him again. That was the reason why he didn't know this stupid tradition. "Look who's talking, the escape expert. It was your fault, idiot," Noel countered, blaming him. She had told him how she skipped classes and made all the jokes during the party they had at the base. How he had the nerve to complain about things he himself did. "What the hell are you telling me? It's your fault for running away. I didn't order you to do it, you idiot," Naruto shouted in defense. She was right, but it wasn't his fault that she ran away. "Yes, it was. Remember, idiot, we had made a BT that I wouldn't be able to escape because I was a princess and I'd proven you wrong," Noel answered, remembering those days. It bothered her a lot because a little princess told her that she couldn't skip some classes, and because of that she showed him that he was wrong. He shouldn't have listened to her. "And how was I going to know this was going to happen? And you don't say you're royalty, so start behaving like one. You should know important things like this," Naruto replied, admitting it was his fault, but he wasn't responsible for not knowing this stupid tradition shit. But Noel couldn't finish because she was right. She was the one responsible for learning all this, as she never asked someone if there were traditions that involved commitments. If she had done so, they wouldn't be in this problem now. And so they were released. Noel started grabbing her hair while screaming and wondering what the hell she did, while Naruto, "Shit, what did we do?" he shouted as he hit the ground hard. As he got involved in these situations, nobody said anything. Everyone was surprised by the news. They found out that these two idiots had been engaged for 10 years, and apparently Noel didn't know anything about these traditions. But Naruto stopped as he realized something. "Wait," Naruto shouted, raising his gaze to Nozel. "There is a possibility." I scream as I remember the stupid thing the perverted sage did before he died. "Nozel, there is no fight to decide whether to get married or not," Naruto asked desperately to Nozel, who looked at him in surprise. Had this happened to him before? But, unfortunately, it doesn't exist, he replied without much humor and watched Naruto hit the ground again. Shit, I could have saved myself from a fiancé, but this time I didn't even save myself. He shouted with all the anger in his voice. And upon hearing this, Tsunade reacted to these words and moved to grab Naruto by the neck. What the hell had he said? What the buck did you say, idiot? Another fiancé when the buck happened? Tsunade shouted, grabbing Naruto. When this happened, don't blame me. The pervert sage was responsible. They told me that one day he fought a woman and defeated her, but he made a promise that his disciple would be the fiancé of the next head of a women's clan, and it turns out it was me. He shouted, remembering his foolish battle with Shizuka. He defeated her to his luck, and he thought he could be saved the same way this time, but it seems there was no tradition like this. He hated these nobles. And you defeated her? Tsunade asked without letting go. She was going to kill Jiraiya in the other world. Of course I defeated her. Why would I get married at the age of 16? For old shit do you know about those kinds of traditions? Naruto asked. Of course, in our continent, engagements, if there is someone who refuses the arrangement, this is settled with beats. Even I beat up the idiot who got engaged with me. Tsunade shouted in response. They were old but not unforgettable, but there was something that she remembered. Now that I remember, what happened with Princess Koiki of the Land of Snow and Princess Cheyenne. If I remember correctly, they proposed marriage to you, idiot. What happened with that? Tsunade shouted, remembering those two princesses. One wanted to be with him because of how he saved her and her country, and the other was because she was undoubtedly in love. He had promised her a baby, and this imbecile accepted without understanding her words. He was a complete idiot. What are you coming to tell me? I immediately told Cheyenne that I didn't want to have any children with her, and Koiki completely rejected her after I left the Land of Snow. Why would I get engaged with princesses? Old woman, I'm not crazy. After the experience I had with these guys. Naruto told everyone present except Yami and Jack. Do you think I'm so crazy to get engaged with a stupid princess? Naruto shouted so that Noel could hear him, approach him and grab him by the neck, taking him away from Tsunade. Stupid princess, Noel screamed. How dare she say that to her? Because you're a stupid princess. How did you not know about that stupid tradition? Naruto answered. But Noel didn't take his words into account. There was something else she was angry about. And also, how did they ask you to have a child and that other princesses asked you to marry him? What the hell did you do? Noel shouted, totally jealous of what she heard. There were other girls, and also princesses, who had fallen in love with this idiot. What do you care? I saved myself from the 3 princesses. I admit that the first 2 were my fault, but the third was the fault of the pervert sage. He shouted, breaking free from Noel's grip, who was looking at him angrily. And Tsunade, Jiraiya, you damn son of a hitch, you better enjoy the other world, because when I go there I'll kick your ass if I find you, damn stupid old man. Tsunade shouted to the sky, as she had made a promise like that. Those present were very surprised that Naruto had proposed to her in other countries and that they were also part princesses. And he had rejected each of these proposals. That's why I asked if there was a struggle. On his continent he had been saved from marrying the princesses. While Nozel didn't know how to react, the boy rejected all the proposals made by the royalty, and from what he heard, it was partly due to the experience he had in this place. And if he had already been saved from these proposals, he was wondering what they would do if he had already been engaged. What a boy. After a few minutes of fighting and cursing each other, Tsunade, Naruto and Noel went to a very surprised Julius by the reaction of the 3 and the new information he had where the trio hit the table, where Tsunade ended up breaking it into pieces to the scare of Julius. Damn boy, tell me if there's a way to get these 2 idiots out of the engagement. Naruto has already been saved from 3 and so have I. There is always a clause in engagements. Say it before I break your mouth right here and send you along with Jiraiya and that stupid third one to the other world now. Tsunade demanded, quite furious. It's true, I've saved myself from 3 stupid princesses, say it old man. Naruto shouted, joining Tsunade. Please say there is a possibility of breaking the engagement. And Noel finally joined in, although she was a little happy but didn't want to commit herself like this. Julius sweated at the demands. They were desperate. But at least he wasn't the one who answered. It's not possible. Once engaged, they're engaged forever. Marx replied, ducking after being thrown part of the broken table by those responsible. The desperate trio repeated again, but I want to hear that there is no commitment. Tsunade shouted, ready with a kunai in hand. Noel, take it. You remember how to throw it, right? Naruto asked her as he handed her a kunai. I still remember it. She replied, taking the knife. She played with these things as a child out of curiosity, and Naruto had taught her. she was good at throwing them. Now repeat that. They all shouted at the same time. There's no way to break. Marx couldn't finish because he dodged the 3 knives. They wanted to kill him. After throwing them, the trio turned their gaze to the nervous Julius, but again their luck was on their side because someone else spoke. There may be a way for the 2 of you to get out of this commitment. Fugolian interrupted, being stared at by the trio with an intense look. Their looks were scary, but he still decided to continue. And that's if Naruto isn't a noble or something related to a royal family. He finished speaking since he felt that if he didn't get involved then they would have to choose a new wizard king. I'm a bucking orphan and I don't have the least idea who my parents are. Yahoo, it's finally good to be an orphan. Naruto answered happily. For the first time he was glad to be an orphan and not reveal that he is the son of the 4th Hokage. Finally. Then that rule doesn't apply to you. Because you are an orphan, the royal family would never allow a peasant, without offending you, to dirty their blood. Fugolian answered only for both young men to quickly go, and hug him to his surprise seriously. They were desperate. Offend me all you want, I allow you to do anything you say, Leon San. Naruto shouted with joy without letting go of the hug with Noel. He was also happy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They both shouted, hugging Fugolian, not caring if people thought badly of them or if they were making fools of themselves in front of important people. But Tsunade and Julius had frozen Fugolian's words before looking at each other. Shit. Charmy, tell Finral to bring you and bring lots of food. Right now there's a free show and invite some who want to see this show and hurry before it ends. Yami spoke through an object as he sat down to enjoy the show. Tsunade and Julius had frozen for some reason. It was definitely getting entertaining. Hey, come on, sit here, they're going to bring you food, the show isn't over, right Julius? Yami asked, looking at a nervous Julius who looked away. Hearing Yami's mockery, the troublemaking pair stopped their celebration to see Julius and Tsunade frozen, and they weren't celebrating. What the hell was going on now? Naruto, there's something you should know. Tsunade began, getting Naruto's attention. She didn't want to say it, but at this point, there were no other options. Tell me it's not bad news, Naruto said, his voice lacking any humor. His luck couldn't be that bad. In this situation, yes, they are very bad, Tsunade replied, destroying the hope of both young people. Old woman, don't tell me I belong to something like royalty or something like that. That would be stupid, right Noel? Naruto asked, not wanting to hear something like that. It was impossible. Exactly, he has no elegance and he's an idiot, Noel replied, helping Naruto in her own way, to which he accepted he was an idiot, and she accepted it, and even more so in this situation. But everyone turned their gaze to a black hole that had been created next to Yami to reveal Charmy carrying some kind of lamb with food. Oh, I arrived on time, Captain, what are you doing? Charmy said, arriving with a large amount of food. Oh, Charmy, you arrived on time, I'll explain later, but in short, Naruto and Noel are engaged, and now they are going to reveal something about Naruto that could take away both of their hopes of breaking off the engagement. Yami answered, watching the spectacle, ignoring the looks they were given. Oh wow, the others didn't want to come, they're missing out on a free show, Charmy replied as she sat down next to Yami and started eating. The others just stared at the 2 people responsible for the words. Perhaps this was a play, and to confirm this fact, another person approached these 2 idiots. Girl, give me food, Jack said, approaching and sitting next to Charmy. Here, eat whatever you want, Charmy replied, having his lambs deliver food to him. For the first time I've seen such a fun show, said Jack, eating while watching the live show. For the first time, I agree with you, Yami replied. In this way, they continued talking about the show, ignoring the looks they received from everyone present. But they finally ignored the 3 idiots and returned to the original matter. Ignoring those 3 clowns, Tsunade said, pointing at the 3 who were eating and watching them unfazed. You must know something about your mother and your clan, Tsunade said, not really keen to talk to her about it. And now what about my family? I can't be so surprised anymore since I found out that my father was the 4th Hokage. What more surprises have they hidden from me? Naruto asked without much humor in his voice, making those present open their eyes. He was the son of the previous military leader of the boys' country. That alone made him part of the elite of his country. Well, how do I say it? You are a prince, Tsunade finished saying without any confidence in her words. Everyone fell silent at these words. Jack, Charmy, and Yami choked on their food upon hearing these words. What the hell? After seconds of silence, the 2 involved could barely utter a single word. They had nothing more to say, just like those present. Naruto, more than a prince, you are a former prince because your mother was the heir of the Whirlpool lands which were destroyed by 3 nations of our continent during the Second Ninja War. But that does not mean that you are not a prince. you are one and legitimate," answered Tsunade to prepare for the reaction of both and everyone. It was something that was not normally heard. "Then there's nothing we can do, you'll have to marry my sister, Naruto," Nozel sentenced, surprised by the news. The boy was powerful and a prince. He was one, but it's due to the destruction of his country, but that doesn't leave aside that he is part of a royal family of one of the countries of his continent. Now Naruto and Noel didn't know what to say at this moment, so they just ended up looking at each other for a moment, until their eyes rolled back in their heads, and they ended up fainting on the spot. No one knew what to say at that moment due to all the news being spread around the place. And the most incredible thing is that it had started as a simple meeting. "We'll continue later, is everyone okay?" Julius asked, only to receive a nod from everyone. Everyone was stunned by what happened. So each of the captains left the room in silence to leave the fainted Yami, Nozel, Julius, Marx and Tsunade alone, who had to take care of those responsible for all this. A few minutes passed before anyone spoke again. "And when will the wedding be?" Yami asked, along with Charmy, who had recovered from everything and was eating again. "Shut up, Yami, just shut up," said those present, tired of everything that happened. 1 hour later. Now both Noel and Naruto are sitting on a couch well separated from each other, and have not spoken to each other since they woke up. After they passed out, those who had stayed in the room had to carry them to a couch so they weren't on the floor. Tsunade at that moment tried not to go towards Naruto to kill him. How could he do such a stupid thing without even realizing it? His talent for doing stupid things had to be studied, and she was certainly considering it good research material for a very important question. How can an idiot become such an idiot? Good title for his research. Maybe he could find the cure for idiots. While Nozel just looked at her sister without much emotion, she was undoubtedly too separated from her family and the nobles to not know about that tradition. It was very important, and now she saw the consequences of ignoring it. Her mother would be totally ashamed of what they did to her younger sister. Julius and Marx just kept silent. The situation was very delicate at this moment. An engagement to a hero from another continent where his people use a different energy than magic and a girl from one of the main royal families of the Clover Kingdom was something that had never happened in history. The continent where ninjas come from is very unknown. The only thing that is known is that they are warrior people who use a different energy than that of magicians, and it is only used for battles. Although Julius knew that they were very honorable and respectable people who do not harm unless they are harmed first, they are extremely different people from those of the kingdom. They have no respect for anyone unless they demonstrate power before them. The captains demonstrate it, but the others just immediately reject anyone who doesn't suit them. That fact makes ninjas dangerous. But at the same time, this commitment would connect both continents unknown to each other. Naruto is the hero of his country, admired, feared and respected by every person who knows him, which if it were known at this moment would undoubtedly have many nobles behind Naruto's hand. While Noelle is the youngest daughter of the Silva House, one of the main royal families of the Clover Kingdom, and despite not having control over her powers, she could become someone very strong in the future. There would be no denial about this engagement. Naruto is the first magician in the history of this country to receive 2 grimoires, one with leaves. On the other hand, Noelle was a girl who was born with great magical power. Both would undoubtedly give extremely strong children so that not even the king could oppose. Furthermore, the connection between the two would literally be an alliance between their own countries. Everything was perfect. But he knew that ninjas were stubborn and would not give up on anything to achieve their goal. So if Naruto and Noelle did not want to get engaged, then the ninjas would do anything to break the engagement. It was dangerous to get to that situation. Both Julius and Marx thought for and against this compromise, and there was a lot of advantage, but the problem was if they didn't want to, that was the danger. Finally, Yami and Charmy remained silent, observing. They had no business being there. They neither belonged to the noble social class nor were they ninjas. They had only stayed to finish watching the show. Everyone had been thinking about the situation for several minutes until Naruto and Noelle began to wake up and hell began to break loose. When they woke up, they remembered what had happened. Both young people looked at each other and ended up separating on either side of the sofa. As they did this, they looked at those present and began to complain. It was a total nightmare for Nozel, Tsunade, Julius and Marx. They spent an hour explaining everything and trying to calm each other down until finally, those involved ran out of energy to continue complaining and ended up sitting on the couch, far apart from each other, unwilling to look at each other or talk. The room had fallen silent. Naruto didn't know what to think in this situation. It wasn't that Noelle bothered him or anything, but he was too young to commit, and he didn't like the idea of being in this situation at such a young age. He had never even had a girlfriend, and luckily for him he doesn't have one. He was thinking what would have happened if he had had one. The result was not pretty at all. He admitted that Noelle was very pretty. He would be a huge idiot if he hadn't realized this. The problem was Akatsuki. He was afraid of what could happen. That's why he didn't want to get engaged or have a girlfriend. Plus he was in love with Sakura, but he had to leave that after the confession she made to him. It was painful that she tried to manipulate him into letting him look for Sasuke, and now he felt insecure. And a thought came to his head when he thought about this situation. What was love really? Had he ever been in love with Sakura? Had he ever felt her? What was it? While Noelle just felt confused. On one hand, she was happy that at least it wasn't a stranger she had gotten engaged to, and he was also her friend for whom she could or already has very strong feelings. She couldn't deny that in the past she hadn't had feelings for Naruto. She had fallen in love and she knew that perfectly well, but it was a childish crush, and she always kept in mind that she was royalty while Naruto, at that time, was a simple commoner who had come to the capital with his grandfather, and because of this, she had given up on any kind of relationship beyond being friends. But all that had changed in this moment. Now her old crush had returned and she knew they were engaged with the gifts they gave each other. She never knew about that tradition. He also learned that he had princesses who wanted to get engaged to his friend, but he had completely rejected them. And lastly, Naruto was a prince of an extinct country, a son of the princess who was saved from the destruction of his country because his mother left before they invaded his nation. Now she could do everything she had thought about as a child. She could marry her best friend, the first person who had trusted her, the first to protect her from her brothers teasing her first love. But she also saw that Naruto didn't want to be engaged to her. That saddened her, but she also understood, and that's why she had supported him. Although now, she was totally unsure of everything that had happened, she was totally confused. She felt jealousy for the other princesses who tried to stay with Naruto, sadness for not wanting to be engaged to her, anger and happiness for what had happened. I had so many mixed feelings that I didn't know what to do. In this way, both young people remained silent for a long time, unwilling to look at each other. Both had different thoughts, and could not do anything. Several minutes passed in silence where either of them spoke until Naruto decided to be the first to speak. "This situation isn't even funny," Naruto began, staring at the ceiling. His life was a piece of shit filled with pure surprises. He wondered if his father knew about all this. "Tell me about it," Noelle replied, with no humor in her voice. All of this wasn't funny to her either. She had given up on her first love only to find out that she was engaged to the boy she liked and that the feelings she had for him weren't in vain. But at the same time, she didn't want it to be this way, damn it. "Well, unfortunately you are engaged and now you will become part of the Silva house, Naruto," said Nozel without much enthusiasm. Now that he knows that he is a former prince, it did not matter much, but the relationship with his family was totally damaged. Except with Noelle, which was also the reason why the boy hated his family. This situation was not funny. "You know," Naruto said, looking at Nozel. "No offense, Noelle, but I don't want to turn into a Silver," he said with complete frankness. Except for his friend, the rest of the Silva family didn't have a nice story. "So what do you think, Noelle?" asked Naruto, looking at Noelle, who seemed much quieter than usual. It seemed that she didn't like this idea. While Noelle didn't say anything as she had another thought, she didn't mind having him as her fiancé. She was in love, and if they were engaged then there weren't many options. She had feelings for Naruto for years and she never forgot it. "Probably. Naruto, maybe the idea isn't such a bad one," Noelle replied as she looked away, surprising everyone present including her brother, who opened his eyes in total surprise. No one had expected this response from the girl who, just a few minutes ago, had been wholeheartedly supporting the cancellation of the engagement, which was happening. "Oh hey Noelle, what are you saying?" Naruto asked, not understanding what was going through his friend's head, what it meant, what she was saying. "You know," Noelle began, "they were already engaged, and what she was going to say would seal their friendship, their crush, or she would lose him. It was now or never. I like you," she finished saying without wanting to look at his face. She confessed, and now she had to wait for his reaction. She didn't have to be a genius to realize how the others in the room were. And he definitely wanted to kill his captain and Charmy right now. They ended up choking on food. Maybe it was just a show for them. As Naruto opened his eyes at the confession, it seemed he had heard wrong. He told her he liked her. It had to be a bucking joke. "Noelle, to be honest, I don't think I heard you correctly. Can you repeat that?" Naruto said, looking at Noelle's back. He hoped it was a joke. But it seems it wasn't, because Noelle had quickly turned around to look at him with a completely red face. Noelle didn't want to repeat it, but if she had to say it again then. "Are you deaf? I like you. I've liked you since we were kids. I never forgot about you and I admit that I had given up on you, but now that we're engaged, I'll tell you everything," Noelle said, trying not to look away. She had to make him understand. "Why do you think I didn't throw away the medallion? Because I know how I can wake you up. Have you ever wondered how I was able to wake you up without you doing something to me?" Noelle asked only to deny it, completely stunned. It seems that she was in an automatic state better. "She's just an idiot," Noelle said before quickly approaching her and giving her a small kiss on her mouth, which undoubtedly surprised everyone present. None of those present, much less Naruto, would have imagined that Noelle could do something like this. Nozel ended up freezing. Tsunade opened her mouth slightly. Julius didn't even know if he should be present or not, much less Marks. And finally, Yami and Charmy ended up throwing away all the food they had on them. And Naruto was totally shocked, confused, surprised, and completely shocked. He didn't know how to react to what he said or what he was doing. His friend Noelle, his first friend, was kissing him, and if what he understood was true, then this wasn't his first kiss. After a few seconds, Noelle broke the kiss and looked at him again with a completely red face. She didn't know what the hell she was doing, but there was no turning back. "Now you understand," Noelle said, only to receive a nod. He was stunned. Let him continue as he was. "It's true that I put a sock in you to wake you up, but that was after he started kissing you," Noelle said, confessing everything she had done. "I kissed you several times when you were asleep. I pretended to be asleep and played with your whiskers. One day I realized that I liked you and ended up giving you a kiss. After that, every time you slept I played with your face, and when I got bored I woke you up with an idiotic kiss," said Noelle to start standing up and look directly at his face. "Hi," Noelle said with difficulty, because she was hesitating now. She had to do it, and with all her determination she spoke. I like you. Why do you think I felt sad when you left, or why I felt sad when I found out you were the hero? It's simple, idiot. Because I like you. I want to be with you, but I can't even reach your level, but still you supported me. You want to help me, idiot. Why do you think princesses from other countries want to marry you? It's for the same reason why I like you. You're kind, strong, cute, dumb, everything. That's why I like you. You were the first person to not tell me I wasn't a failure, the first person to be my friend, the first boy I fell in love with and never forgot. I like you, idiot. You make me happy. Every time I was with you I was happy, and now that you came back I still have the same feeling. It makes me happy to be by your side," said Noelle, tired and embarrassed by what she was telling her, but she had to tell her everything. "That's why I don't mind being engaged to you. I like you, I like you, I like you a lot, you idiot. And that's why I don't regret giving you that bracelet. I fell in love with you, you big idiot, I like you." And finally he finished to sit next to her and cover his face. What the hell had he done? She confessed everything to him, including the times she had secretly kissed him, and now she had to wait to see how he would react. And now it was remembered that there was an audience. He simply tried to cover his face while keeping his gaze down. Even his brother was present. He hoped a fight wouldn't break out. No one present could speak. Noelle literally told him everything, confessed everything she felt for the blonde boy who was now frozen. While Naruto wasn't sure if he was awake or not, Noelle, his first friend, had told him that she liked him. His first friend had said such words to him. "I couldn't think straight. What should I answer?" Besides, he said he had kissed her. And if it's true, then his first kiss, like many others, was with Noelle. On one hand she was relieved because her first kiss was with a girl and not Sasuke, but that was the only thing she was happy about. But her first kiss was with her childhood friend, her first friend she was able to make in her life. She didn't know how to respond. Noelle, her childhood friend, said she liked her. Her mind was in complete chaos, especially because of the relationship with Sakura. She tried. She didn't have the confidence to trust other people's words. She was completely confused, and Tsunade was worried. Naruto's state related to love was in simple words, a total disaster. He was denser than you could imagine, and they always have to say everything to his face. But the problem is that no one helped him understand this feeling, and it would be a problem when it came to understanding his feelings for someone, and at this moment it was demonstrated. Naruto had no idea what to do with Noelle's confession. Also, she knew how he felt about Sakura. She is the girl he is still in love with, and he remembered how he had felt when Sakura had asked him to bring Sasuke to the village. He simply saw that his heart had broken, and even more so when he tried not to make Sakura cry when he came back without Sasuke. He had a lot of trouble understanding that feeling. There was no doubt that other girls had fallen in love with the airhead idiot, but he never understood because of his feelings for Sakura. And now to be told directly that they loved him was just confusing. On the other hand, he was surprised with Noelle. She kept her feelings for Naruto very well. She thought that he hadn't realized her feelings for the blonde, but it was all false. she understood that feeling perfectly, and even more knowing that she was in love with him since they were children and that she kissed him when he was asleep. Who the hell can imagine such a thing? The girl was simply bold and brave. Those are the only words that could perfectly describe her. Even she didn't have the courage to do such actions at her age. For the love of God, she had to admit that just saying the word, "I love you," to Dan took all her courage. He definitely likes this girl. Now they had to listen to Naruto's response, which was more worried since there had been no reaction from him. For Nozo's part, he had no words. His sister had fallen in love with the boy since they were children. What other things did he not know about his own sister? Besides, she had secretly kissed him without Naruto himself noticing. His heart almost stopped. How many things he didn't know about his sister. Everyone had various thoughts, but Naruto was the most confused. What the hell was he going to answer? And Noelle? "I'm a complete idiot. What the hell did I do?" She thought, scolding herself. It was simply the biggest of all the stupid things she had ever done. Even at this moment she thought she was more of an idiot than Asta, and that was saying a lot. Finally, Yami and Charmy stared at the protagonists while they ate. Both of them had the same thought. This was getting extremely good. Several minutes of silence passed, where no one said a single word, and they waited for the response of whoever was involved in this whole spectacle. Finally, and quite nervous to speak, Naruto gave his answer. "Noelle," he began. Seeing Noelle flinch without looking at his face while those present were attentive, Yami and Charmy began to eat faster because they were so nervous about what he was going to say. "I'll be honest with you, never. Well, no one has told me anything like that, and you should know that I'm in love with a girl from my town," said Naruto, surprising Noelle, but she couldn't say anything because he continued. Those present looked at Naruto, and then looked at Tsunade, who just remained serious. It seemed she already knew. "But that girl rejected me and even tried to use that feeling against me," said Naruto to surprise those present, including Tsunade, which Sakura did. "Well, the thing is that since that day I'm not sure what love is anymore. I don't even know if I was in love with her," Naruto said, being as sincere as possible. Noelle ended up hanging her head. That girl must have hurt him a lot, but besides, I have a hard time understanding this feeling. I'm an orphan who lived on the streets, and I never really understood that emotion. In fact, lately I think it's kind of silly," he said sincerely. He never understood why one person loves another. He didn't need that. Julius, Charmy, Yami and Nozel were surprised by those words, but the last two said that love was foolish. Noelle just opened her eyes. What was he trying to tell her? And Tsunade just looked at him seriously. Were those her true thoughts, or just a small part? Maybe this engagement could reveal much more than I expect. "I was completely ignored by everyone during my childhood, Noelle," Naruto said to look at her. "At least you had your brothers. Even if they didn't love you, you have them, while I..." Naruto said, not knowing how to say it, but decided to continue in another way. Those present understood what he was trying to say, including Noelle, who bowed her head. "Grandpa, the third, took care of me, but he didn't protect me much. I lived for a long time on the streets, being totally humiliated and despised by each of the villagers, and I always thought that was the way to live. Hating everyone was normal for me. I always thought about killing them. I always thought about destroying them. I even once thought that if no one accepted me, it would be better to destroy the world that despises me." Naruto ended up confessing part of his feelings without caring who was present. I had to understand why he couldn't answer her. Noelle and everyone present, including Tsunade, opened their eyes. The cheerful boy and now a hero wanted to kill every single person in the past. Tsunade remembered Gaara and saw his face in Naruto. Perhaps they were saved from having a person similar to the current Kazekage before his change. Perhaps Naruto could have become a person full of anger and revenge, just like Gaara was. Even so, and with several questions, Naruto continued while he was totally nervous about what he was going to say next. "But that changed when I met you," I confessed, squeezing her hands. It was difficult to tell her this. He never thought he'd be in this situation, much less that his first friend was in love with him, or that they were engaged. So he had to make her understand why she couldn't be with him, and he had to tell her. If she was in love, she should know at least this much. As Noelle opened her eyes, she changed for her but wanted to continue listening to him. She wanted to understand his feelings. "When I met you, well, you were the first person who accepted me, the first person who played with me without insulting me, well, not in a bad way, and by the way, you were the first friend I had," Naruto said to lift his sleeve and look at the bracelet with affection. "That's why I took care of the bracelet. It was the only proof that I had a friend somewhere else," he told Noelle without regret. Noelle just squeezed her locket. She too was thinking the same way. "And after that," Naruto said with more strength in his voice and confidence, "I decided to keep going. I shouldn't give up since if you a royal girl played with me, you became friends with someone like me then. At that moment, I knew I could make friends with anyone else. Naruto said, looking at everyone as he squeezed the bracelet. Since that day I decided not to want to kill anyone. I didn't want to destroy the world. Naruto said as he looked back at the bracelet. It was the only thing that kept him okay during that time. I decided to keep going and keep trying to find new friends until little by little people started approaching me. Naruto said, remembering what the first people were like. Dorothy was the second friend I ever had in my entire life. Leon-san never rejected me when I went to see him, nor his sister, nor Yami or Julius-san. Said Naruto, they were the first people to accept him just as he was, although at that moment. But I also thought at that moment that if it was just because they didn't know me or it was because of something else. Naruto answered with complete sincerity. Boy, Yami muttered, looking at him. That day he only saw him with curiosity, and it bothered him, but he never thought he was someone to treat him that way. He didn't realize the boy had that kind of thinking, so much distrust just because he was treated well. While Julius knew why he said it, the burden was much greater than he thought. Then he and others turned their gaze to Tsunade, who kept her gaze down, and except for Julius, they knew that she knew the reason for that thought. But for now they should keep listening to Naruto. And after I left I decided not to give up on making friends. At first it was totally difficult, but over time there were people who accepted me. Naruto said, remembering everyone. Iruka was the first teacher who accepted me and defended me, then it was Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto said happily, they were the first in the village, leaving aside the third. Then my academy classmates, Konohamaru and his group, the perverted sage, Gaara and his brothers, Super Big Eyebrows Sensei, Asuma Sensei, Kurenai Sensei, Grandma Tsunade, Yamato Taisho, the idiot Sai, Enko, Ibiki. Well, many people approached me, they accepted me. Said Naruto with great joy. He had not taken the wrong path. And finally everyone could see me. Naruto said forcefully, in the end it was worth it. I became something I never thought I would become. Naruto said, looking at her with joy while she tried not to look away. I became a hero, the hero of my home, me the failure, the last in my class, the starving one, the scum. I finally made everyone recognize me, and it all started because you were my first friend. Naruto said, very happy without regretting his words, while Noelle looked at him with thousands of thoughts without knowing how to react. Everything she did and achieved was because she became friends with Naruto. And now you tell me that you like knowing that you kissed me when I was a child, knowing about your feelings. Naruto said as he lowered his head. I don't know what to think. I confessed without saying anything else. It was all so sudden. The room remained silent after the boy's words. Not even Yami or Charmy continued to bother. He was too serious to be making fun of them. The boy they had met had a very dark past, much darker than they could have imagined. Noelle didn't know how to respond, or rather what to think. His words were clear to her. Naruto saw her as the friend who changed him, and now that they were engaged and she herself confessed, he was totally confused. What he told her was the whole truth about his feelings. The hatred he felt before meeting her was real. Perhaps what she knew was just the suffering of a boy, and that if it weren't for her it could have been totally different. Perhaps confessing that he loved her was new to him. Besides that girl who rejected him, he didn't know what to say. While Tsunade just kept quiet, those were her thoughts that she didn't know, and it wasn't a big surprise to her. His life was not at all pretty like all the Jinchurikis. The only exception he knew was his grandmother, and the one before Naruto. They were the only two who did not suffer in the same way as a Jinchuriki, and unfortunately could not continue with Naruto. These feelings and confessions were the consequence of everything that had been done to him, and this time he was really grateful that he wasn't a bloodthirsty murderer like Gaara was in the past. Naruto wasn't like all the other Jinchuriki, he didn't become a ruthless murderer. But hearing this kind of confession from Naruto was really sad, and Sakura, when he returns he must talk to her. Nozel didn't know what to think. A boy who had desires to kill, what the hell happened to him for a 6-year-old boy to have those thoughts? Naruto had a pretty clear reason for why they hated him, but it wasn't the time to ask. What the boy said was something very strong. And finally, Julius and Marx decided to stay out of this matter, or rather, to keep quiet, which he said was very sensitive. Although they had to talk to their leader later due to the treatment Naruto received from the village, a child shouldn't have those thoughts. At least he was already grown up and didn't become that kind of person. And with various thoughts from everyone present, the room fell silent. The two young people remained without looking at each other for a long time without doing anything. Naruto because of everything he said, and Noelle thinking about what he said. For her, Naruto was her best friend and also the boy she was in love with. but hearing that he only saw her as his friend was very difficult, and even more so if she doesn't understand the concept of love. I didn't know if I wanted to continue with the engagement or not, and if, Noelle began, breaking the silence in the room and drawing everyone's attention, much to her embarrassment, but she had to continue. I don't care, he said as he looked at Naruto. You were my first friend and the only thing I know about you is what I knew, Noelle said firmly as she touched Naruto's cheek, to his surprise as he didn't expect such a response. And what I met was an insufferable and cheerful boy, nothing more, Noelle said as gently as possible while Naruto looked directly into her eyes. Because why do you still accept me? Naruto asked with a lot of distrust in his voice. He didn't understand. Noelle understood his confusion, and it was normal if everything he said was true, but she continued anyway. I think because I like you, it's simple, Noelle replied, telling her the same thing again. You should know that no one can choose who to love, just like you can with the girl you like or used to like, although if you don't want to have this commitment, we can break it off anyway, Noelle concluded with a smile. Although deep down he wanted her to continue, but if she couldn't, then he had to try to win her heart. Although that part also embarrasses her because now that she confessed her feelings to him, she didn't know how to look at him afterwards. And when she remembered her situation, she ended up feeling embarrassed and blushing, finally turning away. While Naruto ended up looking away and bowed his head upon hearing her answer. Noelle gave her answer and she wanted to continue despite having told her everything that had happened, or rather part of her feelings. Maybe he could fall in love with her. He had to admit that Noelle is cute, and even though she is literally one of the most violent girls he has ever met, not counting Sakura and Ino, she is at the same time the first girl and friend he made. I could, and if he doesn't end up falling in love with her, he could still make her happy. I had many doubts. The room spent a few minutes in absolute silence waiting for Naruto's final response, and knew that no one spoke because they were waiting for his answer. It took at least another minute until he finally decided he hopes he doesn't regret it. Noelle, Naruto began. He was determined. Yes, are you okay with me? Naruto said, not knowing how to answer. Noelle waited for his words. Perhaps. No, I have nothing against this engagement, I accept, he finally confessed. If I have to be engaged to a silver-haired guy, then I prefer you, Noelle, Naruto said without looking at her. It was already difficult to tell her this. And it will only be with you and no one else. I don't want to be engaged to the pompous nobility, but if I must be, then I'll choose you and I'll try to make you happy. That's the only thing I can promise you, he finished, while continuing to look away. Shit, saying all that was more embarrassing than he thought. After listening to his words, Noelle felt totally embarrassed. She said that she was fine with her, and that she would try to make her happy. She knew that she wasn't in love with her, and she didn't really understand what love is, but now she could have a chance with Naruto. In the end, he had to turn his face away and cover it because of the thought he had. She's now engaged. Those present just looked at them. That's their final decision. Ayaha, so that's your final answer? Tsunade began after hearing all of each one's confessions. They were quite unexpected confessions. Noelle and Naruto had feelings very well hidden from everyone else for a long time. She never thought that such a simple meeting could end in an engagement. But she also worried about Naruto. What he said was just the result of his life, and because of that it would take him a while to understand what love is, and it makes it worse because he still has feelings for Sakura. It was going to be difficult, but without a doubt the girl could end up in Naruto's heart, and that idiot would understand for now. You heard Nozel, they are not totally against it. In fact, they could be truly in love with each other, said Tsunade as she looked at Noelle's older brother, who was thinking. She had realized that he was not in the mood because of this engagement, and this is because Naruto did not get along with his family due to his past. Naruto was simply someone who could not easily fit into a family like the Silvas. He knew that this family was very arrogant and proud, the complete opposite of what Naruto was like. It was the worst possible combination, and the only one he got along with in this family was the idiot's now fiancée, Noelle. That's why she decided to help him. Noelle had a unique personality. There was no doubt that she was arrogant, but she realized that it was a mask just like Naruto was in the past, and also that she was certainly more daring and firmer in her decisions, and most importantly she could be one of the few girls who could stand someone like Naruto. She could control him a little, but as he grew up she could completely control him so that he wouldn't do stupid things, although she doubted this last part. Because Noelle also tended to have a personality similar to Naruto's. Problematic, but without a doubt in the future she would know how to control him. That's why she decided to help Naruto. Finding a girl as determined as Noelle was difficult. You can't say anything against Naruto or his family. Although it's not time to say who his mother is due to certain problems, his father was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, the previous military leader of our village, who was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, a title shared with me and another person being the title very recognized in our continent. In addition, Jiraiya was a candidate for 5th Hokage, and at the same time Jiraiya and I were disciples of the 3rd Hokage, who was the disciple of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Also, Naruto was a disciple of Jiraiya and Kakashi Hatake, the latter being one of the best Jonin in our entire village, in other words, one of the best soldiers of all, said Tsunade, explaining her entire origin. She had to tell him, and in this way she wouldn't have any reason to break the engagement. She admits that she loved the girl and would not be more than happy to have her as Naruto's wife. Also, Naruto is the friend of the 5th Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village, the military leader of that village, the hero of Konoha, and although we do not care much, he is the descendant of a princess, so that makes him directly a prince of a destroyed country. His power is on par with the Kages, the military leaders of the 5 nations, and you, the captains, and maybe even on par with Julius. Finished saying Tsunade in support of this commitment. Naruto deserved at least this help. While Nozo only listened to his words, the boy fulfilled every condition that a noble should have, even more so for his age. He was strong, there was no doubt about that. He still didn't know what his talent with magic was, but he would undoubtedly become someone strong since he obtained 2 grimoires, which is undoubtedly the strangest case there has ever been, and even without a grimoire he is extremely strong on his own. He was also a renowned hero on his continent, something that almost no noble in this kingdom is known for. What's more, in this day and age no one has a title like that, and last but not least, it seems that he came from a very renowned branch of the family on his continent. Being the son of the 4th Hokage already explained very well where he came from, and in addition to his mother being a princess, but also coming from a very well-connected line of teachers, all linked to the founders and leaders of his village, including the current leader, that certainly explained everything. There was no reason to reject him. His line of masters and family makes him the best of all candidates for any noble. The real problem is the relationship he has with his family, and the nobles in general. This boy has no respect and hates, or at least that's what he shows, those of his class. Noelle and some people are the exception, but she is certainly not someone who gets along with the nobles, and even more so with her family due to her past with them. But even with this thought he was drawn back by Tsunade's voice. And what do you think, Nozel? If you're wondering who represents him, then you shouldn't worry. When someone becomes a ninja, that is, when they graduate they automatically become an adult. In other words, Naruto is an adult since he was 12 years old, and since he doesn't have parents and he's a soldier, I direct some of his decisions and I take responsibility. The bags of bones that call themselves council, I'll take care of beating them up and they won't have any problem with this commitment, and if there's someone who has a problem, I'll make them disappear, replied Tsunade, making her hands snap and scaring those present except Naruto. Tsunade-sama, I don't think it's necessary to make someone disappear for this commitment, Julius said, a little nervous. He didn't know if he was serious or not. Just saying, beating up those who oppose us is our presentation etiquette, Tsunade replied with a shrug. He was serious, thought those present except Naruto, who knew that his calling card was simply destruction. Even he admitted it. But leaving aside what he said, Nozel didn't find anything wrong with this commitment, not counting the relationship his family has with Naruto, which will undoubtedly be a disaster if he leaves him in a room alone with his other brothers. There was no doubt that a pitched battle would start, and there would be 2 less Silvas. Finally, after thinking for a while, he sighed and put on that cold face again, looking at his sister and his future brother-in-law. Tomorrow you must come to talk about this engagement, Naruto, and in a week this engagement will be announced, she said, looking at Naruto and then moving on to look at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, if you still have time, we could talk privately later. We need to sort out some things regarding the boy and Noelle, he finished, saying seriously. He knew Naruto was hiding something and that his leader certainly knew it. Tsunade understood his gaze. No problem, just more time to avoid doing more paperwork, he said, nodding. He would have to talk about a certain flea-bitten fox. As Naruto sighed, there was no turning back now, and Noelle couldn't say anything or even look at him. She was now engaged to the most unexpected person she could have been with. And the occupants just stood there in silence as they pondered the words spoken in this place, and what it all might mean. It was the first time this had happened, an engagement to a former prince from another continent who was considered a hero in his hometown. It had never happened before, and this commitment was undoubtedly going to change this country. That's good. At least I'm going to relax. Idiot, thanks for this trouble," said Tsunade, attracting everyone's attention. "Grandma, I'm sorry," Naruto said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Don't worry, I just hope you chose well," Tsunade replied, looking at Naruto, who blushed and moved on to Noelle, who didn't even bother to raise her face. At least I'll have a little fun." But as he thought about it for a while, he realized something. "Wait, if you're engaged now, that means," she said out loud, putting all the pieces together. If Naruto was engaged, then that just means planning everything, and planning means work, and work means. He ended up approaching the person in charge out of curiosity because Tsunade had her head down, although he didn't wait long to see what he wanted because he ended up grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up to everyone's surprise. "Idiot, you have left me with more paperwork. At this rate I will die with only papers in my hands. Shit, Naruto. I never had Tio take the position of Hokage. What the hell was I thinking the day I took this damn hat? You have been the biggest problem of all my papers. Destruction of property, creation and activation of a volcano, and now an engagement, damn you," she yelled at him furiously, realizing what it meant. She wanted to kill him. Everyone was taken by surprise by this act, but Naruto recovered easily. "What a buck, stupid old woman. It's not my fault that during the missions you give me they always end with fights. Belonging to the stupid volcano was already active and I destroyed the stupid monster. Why do you think I rejected Cheyenne? And lastly, the engagement is Noelle's fault, not mine. She's the one to guilt for skipping classes those days. If she had gone, none of this would be happening." Naruto shouted in defense, only for the aforementioned to react to his words, and all the shyness and shame he felt went down the drain. He slowly stood up to start walking, and when he arrived in front of the two ninjas, "Wait, you idiot, what's my fault? You were the one who annoyed me by calling me a cowardly princess, and you dared to make a bet with me. It's not my fault that that day was so important, you damn idiot." He began to defend himself for what he said. Tsunade, hearing her, saw the girl standing near them, so in the end Tsunade grabbed Noelle as well and lifted her up to Naruto's height. "Stupid girl, you were responsible for all of this. You don't say you're royalty since you never knew about this tradition. I thought you were smarter than this idiot," Tsunade yelled at her, pointing at Naruto. "Old shit, what did you call me?" Naruto shouted as he was insulted and tried to get away. "I am smarter than this stupid guy," Noelle shouted in defense, pointing at an angry Naruto who glared at her. "Smart? I'm surprised you know that word, idiot. It seems you didn't miss that class," Naruto shouted, mocking Noelle. "What the buck did you say?" Noelle shouted, forgetting her status as a noble. "Fine, shut up you two or I'll beat you both up," Tsunade threatened. "But you started all this, you stupid old woman," the two young men shouted, infuriating Tsunade. "What the buck did they say?" Tsunade shouted. In this way, the three began to fight each other. I don't feel like this engagement is such a good idea anymore," Nozel said, covering her face. She didn't know if these two were going to survive their engagement, much less if they could even make it to their wedding day. "At least their relationship won't be so boring. Charmy, tell the others and call that idiot Finral," Yami ordered, enjoying the show. He didn't think he'd have another free show today. "Of course," Charmy said as she opened some sort of mirror and communicated. With that said, I also look at Naruto. The boy had many doubts about this in addition to having great distrust in himself and others. I end up looking at Julius, who just looked at him, and ended up sighing. It seems that he knew what had happened to the boy. With just a look he indicated that they would talk later, to which Julius just nodded. And with that settled, he returned to his previous mood. The boy didn't care, and for now it was better to leave it that way and continue making fun of the new couple. The base would have plenty of entertainment by the time they arrived. And finally, "Now let's just wait for them to stop fighting, then we'll continue with the original meeting, and over the next few days the engagement will be arranged," Julius said, quite tired and wanted to go sit down, but the table flew. He recalled that the table was thrown out the window. "Marks, please," Julius begged, only to see a tired Marks. Today already started with surprises, and the worst part was that the day had just begun. I didn't want to know what would happen the rest of the day. And in this way, Chapter 3, Training the Silva Family. And it was another day at the Black Bull's base. Not long ago the sun had risen, and you could already see the traces of birds in the morning. And very early, outside the base, Naruto was stretching after the day he had yesterday with his engagement, Noelle's secrets, and his feelings. It was definitely a day full of surprises. And now she needed something to distract herself with. And what better way to start than with a workout? "Now how do I use this stupid book?" Naruto muttered, sitting down and taking out both books that had been given to him. He had seen them and they only had blank pages. He wondered if magic could really be done with these things. Furthermore, he wondered why he now felt this strange energy. It was separated from his chakra and now he could do certain things more freely, like a light breeze or a small sphere of water. It's strange not using hand signs to control it, Naruto muttered as he began to play with different water spheres on his fingers. It was entertaining. He remembered the difficult training he had to do to control his wind chakra. He spent days trying to control it, but now he can easily summon a breeze or these entertaining water spheres. Hey, don't you have a clue for this? Naruto wondered as he took the green grimoire. This one was told to be of wind, and it was also strange, according to old Julius and the others. A book that has 4 pages is strange and rare, but not in a bad way. I finished looking at the green grimoire to move on to look at the blue grimoire. This was water, and it was the same magic that Noelle and most of her family had. Ironic, engaged to a girl who specializes in water like his family. What a strange coincidence. But leaving this aside, it was understood that it was not a problem of water magic but rather a problem of the high levels of magic that each one possessed, and because of that they could not control their magic and consequently could not create any spell, which Naruto compared to a jutsu easy. What the hell do I do? Naruto wondered, leaving the books on the floor to start looking at the sky. If you remember correctly, to control your chakra you have the exercises of walking through trees and on water, so these exercises could work to control your magic. So he started stopping and started trying to put that magic on the soles of his feet, but it didn't work. I spent a few minutes trying to put that energy in, but I failed. He finally sat down and sighed. Failure, Naruto said, seeing that the chakra control training was a total failure for magic control. It hadn't worked, and it was the only thing he knew for energy control. He didn't believe that what he learned with Asuma-sensei, before his death, would help him control his magic. I spent a while thinking about what it could be, so I move on to plan B. What would Kakashi-sensei do? He was known as the copy ninja and was one of the best in the village, as well as a true genius, not counting the perverted side because of the books he read. So he started thinking. He spent a while thinking until he had an idea. Let's see what I have. Naruto began looking at what he had. What Kakashi-sensei would do in this situation would be to observe what he has at hand, and what he had at hand was the following. First, he had his chakra and his control, which he had tried and it didn't work. Second, their clones would only be good for training, not for thinking, and knowing that they have different personalities, they would start doing other things unrelated to training. Third, his ninja skills are also useless since, as he understood and saw, magic does not require physical strength but rather control of his magical energy. Fourth, grimoires. According to others, these allow you to create spells which, by having ideas and total control over your magical energy, you begin to create them so that later they only open where the spell you want to use is and use them. The problem is that it is difficult to create spells because they are created due to the exact moment when a person needs it, and even more so if they are for fighting. This discouraged Naruto a little, but if he could create a small spell then it would be a victory for him. Leaving this thought aside, he thought of something else, and it was the ability to control senjutsu. He didn't know if it would work, but the training he had was different from chakra control, so he didn't rule it out completely. And finally, his combat experience. He's lost count of how many maniacs he's faced since he was 12. And now that you have everything, what part would be useful to you? The first 2 are of no use to him, except for the second one, since by understanding it I can use his clones to train. After thinking for a moment he made up his mind and started to get up. Good, Naruto said, stretching out to begin. According to what he understood about magic, it did not always manifest strongly in people. Some are born with talent and great power like the Pampas nobility, and Noelle's case is strange because she has no control over her power, and because of this she is rejected. While those who are lower class or common people do not have as much power and generally use their magic for everyday things such as cooking, watering plants among others, and if there is someone who has talent among these types of people can aspire to be a magic knight. So the fighting ranks of this country are generally made up of nobles, and there are not many common people within these lines, and if they do exist, there is discrimination from the Pampas. This was just nonsense, but putting this thought aside he remembered something else. Magic knights, especially commoners, must take a test to enter these ranks and are evaluated on certain things they don't remember. Finally, upon completing these tests, the captains choose those they are interested in. He was given a summary of what the 9 orders were like, and he understood very well. The Golden Dawn being the captain, the man with the half-mask called William. This order is made up of only nobles except for one who had arrived this year from the lowest part of the kingdom. This order is considered the strongest of all, and even though it was full of pompous people, I was interested because they have strong people within this order. To continue, another of the orders is Nozel's order called Silver Wing Eagle, or as he calls it, the Silver Idiots. It seems that this order was also made up of only nobles, and the Brothers of the Year were in this order. Sooner or later he would have to go see that order, but for now he would leave it as one of his last options. The next one is Leon Sands, called King Crimson Lion, which is considered one of the strongest orders in existence, after the Golden Dawn. It might have been made up of pompous people, but in this case, Leon San was fair and didn't discriminate against mages based on their origins, so this was one of the orders I wanted to join. The other order, and the one I had serious doubts about going to, was the Blue Rose, run by the woman in the helmet named Charlotte, who was told that this order only allowed women and any man who entered was treated as a servant. I didn't know what kind of women they were, but it was definitely one of the orders I didn't feel like joining anytime soon. But there was one he certainly didn't want to go to, much less than the one with the Silver Idiots, and that was the Green Praying Mantis Order, which was under the command of the sadistic-looking guy named Jack. He didn't want to go. He was scared. And if he didn't want to go to this order, then the order called Purple Orca would be the one that would try to threaten Julius into not visiting it, because this order is run by the Great Hem. They simply hated each other, much more than with the Silvers. While another order called Aquamarine Deer was handled by Rill, the boy with spiky white hair, who was said to be the youngest captain ever to reach this position. He resembled Gaara, not in the assassin part but in the age at which he had reached a position of great importance. A true genius, and as I didn't know what they were like in this order, I was curious about this. And speaking of curiosity, the order handled by her friend Dorothy called Coral Peacock is missing. This was the order he was most eager to go to. He wanted to talk to her, but he also had to wake up the lazy one. He knew that she didn't handle the order because she spends her time sleeping and leaves everything to the vice captain. She was lazier than Kakashi-sensei. How was it possible that she could choose her members while she was sleeping? Now that he thought about it, he had to ask her. But leaving that aside, there was still the last of the orders missing, and consequently the worst of all, the Black Bulls, handled by Yami. This place was undoubtedly run by a slacker worse than Dorothy and had members more disastrous than his team at graduation age. But he had no right to complain. He was a walking disaster himself. During the first night he saw some black stars and asked Noel, who explained that these were decoration stars and indicated that so many missions had been performed wonderfully. Unfortunately, the black stars meant the opposite. They represented failed missions and the disasters they had caused. For a moment he was glad he wasn't in an order or that these kinds of decorations existed in Konoha. He would surely have increased the number of black stars to 100 for any order he belonged to or for his team. He was also told that this order is made up of commoners like Asta and Magna, foreigners like Vanessa and Yami, and failed nobles like Finral and Noel, to which he was very surprised that Finral was a noble because he didn't act like Noel or another idiot of this class, but rather he acted like a womanizer and pervert. Finral ended up crying on the floor because of such words. But forgetting the previous, Naruto could conclude that this order allowed anyone to enter, and he liked that. That's why he came to this order, not counting Dorothy's. These were the orders that had been given to them, and each one had their own way of handling things. But at the same time they all obeyed Julius, who was called the Magic King, which was similar to the Hokage, that is, the military leader of the country. All these orders chose their members through these exams and always chose those they considered to have talents, and generally they were the nobles because they were the ones who had the talent to protect the country. That's why not everyone gets in, because even though everyone has magic and normal control, if you don't have talent for it then you are not chosen. And that's why Naruto had to discover a way to control his magic and all that information he had. In addition to having battle experience which was greater than that of people his age, he had decided to start by creating water spheres of different sizes to see what his level of control was and how much of his power he needed to create them. He saw that he could control small spheres of water because he was playing, but the moment he concentrated, the small sphere of water grew uncontrollably until it exploded and soaked him. Great, Naruto muttered, all wet. It seems there was another factor for this power, and that was the tranquility he had to have to create them. The good news is that he was able to remain calm due to his training on Mayaboka Mountain, where he learned to keep his mind and body in total balance to control senjutsu. So realizing this, he sat down and began to breathe calmly. And when he finished breathing to calm down, he began to create large spheres, but they ended up getting him wet. He recreated it, but the result was the same, so he began to relax again and recreated the sphere, larger than before. In this way I spent training until everyone woke up. 1 hour later, little by little, the members of the Black Bulls woke up to start doing their homework. Along the way they had heard some noises and were wondering what it was, not to alert them, but they had heard it several times since they woke up. "Aha, what's that noise?" Vanessa asked, just waking up as she joined the others on the road. "We don't know," Final replied, barely awake. "Who the hell is making so much noise and Naruto is still asleep?" Magna complained, cleaning her ears. "I always ask myself the same thing," Noelle replied as she combed her hair along the way. "Yes, and now you must wonder even more because you're going to marry him," Vanessa replied while mocking and watching Noelle blush. "You forgot yesterday's paper," Noelle said, stopping everyone in their tracks. "Please not another one, much less near my food," Charmy exclaimed in horror as she knelt before Noelle begging for mercy for her beloved food. "I don't think there can be any more of those papers," Vanessa said a little nervously. That damn paper ruined all her precious alcohol, and she didn't want to go back to that damn paper. "But it's a common occurrence in Naruto lands," Noelle replied, only to have them shut up. They didn't want to experience that explosion again. While they were talking, he even looked out the window, and when he realized who was there he stopped. "What the hell?" "Hey, I think I know where the noise is coming from," said Asta, looking out the window. It seemed as if a flood had fallen. These words attracted everyone who was passing by, and they went to see. When they arrived they opened their eyes to see what was happening. "What?" Magna muttered, taking off her glasses. "Since what time?" "Now I know where Nero is," Asta said, seeing the bird next to the person responsible for the noise. He hadn't seen it since he woke up, which seemed strange to him. "It seems he's managed to control his magic a little," Vanessa said, watching the parade of water spheres swirling around the culprit, but she saw that he had to use a great deal of magic to do so. Although it surprised her even more because the large amount of water there was enough to leave anyone tired and he could still continue. How much magical power did he have? Noelle just looked at the person in charge in amazement, who ended up running to see him. The others noticed and followed her. After a few minutes of running, the group had arrived and saw the captain underneath the base as he leaned against the wall, watching the spectacle. "Captain," Asta said, getting his attention. "Wow, they finally woke up," said Yami while smoking his cigarette. "How long has he been here?" Magna asked as she approached the others to see. "Half an hour ago I woke up because of the noise you were making and came to see," Yami replied, looking at the amount of water there was. "And I must say I'm surprised. Your people, or rather your family, must be monsters of resistance," Yami commented. "He certainly deserves the title of hero. You have a fiancé that others could covet." "Noelle," Yami said, looking at Naruto, who had his eyes closed. When he heard the noise he was going to beat up the idiot who was making it, but he realized it was Naruto, and he was training. It was easy to tell because of the stupid amount of water around him. It looked like it had rained all night. He saw how he failed time and again, just as he had always maintained his sphere, but at the moment of a slight loss of concentration he would end up wetting it. And seeing this, he decided to stay in case he got tired, but he hadn't, and he continued without stopping, as well as the accumulation of water. Not even he had the stamina to continue training like this so continuously. "It's incredible," Finral said as he watched the water spheres spectacle. He had several water spheres of different sizes around him as they moved at high speed and others moved slowly. "Yes, and although he still can't hit the trees, he was able to start controlling the size of the different spheres. I don't know what time he's been awake, but he's been training the same way without rest," Yami said, looking at him. Noelle just continued watching. Even though she had obtained her grimoire 2 days ago, she could already control the speed and size of the spheres without much trouble. "Noelle, don't worry," Yami said as he looked at her face slightly. She seemed quite frustrated. "She will most likely try to teach you how to control your magic when she knows enough to control it," said Yami to look at Naruto again. This girl must be totally depressed because Naruto has only been with the grimoire for 2 days while she has already been with the grimoire for more than a month, and even more knowing about magic. She must have been feeling depressed. Noelle just nodded and started smiling. It was true he wasn't going to leave her alone. They spent a few minutes watching until, "Hey Naruto," Asta called, ending the show with Naruto getting wet. "Damn hello." Naruto started shouting as he turned around, but he saw that he had an audience. "Hello," they all said, looking at him. Naruto started looking around. It seems he had gone too far. "I think I overdid it," Naruto said, scratching his head sheepishly. "You think so?" Everyone shouted upon hearing those words, Only going too far was an understatement. Since what time are you here? Noelle asked, already recovered from her small depression. For over an hour now, I think, since the sun came up. Naruto replied as he started to get closer. And you feel good? Finral asked, looking at him. This amount of magic would make anyone tired, but yes, why? Naruto asked, very confused. Because the amount of water we see only indicates that you used an absurd amount of magic. Vanessa said, indicating the place. Do you mean if I'm exhausted from using my power too much? No, I don't feel that tired. Naruto replied, doing some stretching exercises. How much power do you have? Finral asked. He certainly had enough power to be a captain. According to Kakashi-sensei, that is, the leader of my team at home, I believe I can possess 4 times more than any normal adult. Well, that would be for my chakra, about magic, said Naruto, looking at the mess he made. I think I could have the same amount. Naruto replied with a little embarrassment. Those present just looked at him without any emotion. It was a rhetorical question. Finral said. You're not very smart, are you? Asta asked, earning a blow to the head that buried him in the ground. Anyone else? Naruto asked, only to be denied. Okay, now someone explain to me how the hell I control stupid magic and use these stupid books. Naruto said as he took out the grimoires. I've been racking my brains trying to find a way to handle this nonsense, but it always ends in chaos the moment I lose focus. Naruto said he had been trying to use it without his eyes closed, but it was almost impossible. Every time he opened it he would get wet. You can't yet? Noelle asked, only to see him shake his head. No, I don't know what the hell is going on, but this is definitely difficult. At this rate it will take me years to control all my power, even if I use more than 1,000 clones. Naruto replied to see everyone's confusion. Clones? Asked those present, to which Naruto sighed and crossed his fingers. As he did so, a white smoke screen appeared, and when it cleared, it revealed another Naruto. This is a clone, Naruto replied, indicating his copy. Those are your powers in your home, brat? Yami asked, touching his hair. It was real. Yes, it's a technique that divides my energy, so it's considered a forbidden technique, said Naruto, making him disappear. Forbidden technique? Yami asked. He didn't know that his people had techniques that shouldn't be used. Yes, there are many techniques of this classification, and this is because any technique that falls here is considered totally dangerous because it can cause the sacrifice of a part of your own body, do totally horrible things like sacrificing people, or even cause your death. Naruto answered to see a grimace on those present. Those techniques were not pretty. And you use one of these techniques, what does it do? Yami asked. He understood perfectly why they called it a forbidden technique. I think it's because the energy splits into 2 and because you need a large amount of energy to create them. Just making one could send you into a coma or if you force a death. Naruto answered, giving the 2 options. And you? Yami asked. I have a lot of energy which I can create armies to fight. Naruto answered without much importance. I can see it now, Yami said, looking at the field. Splitting your own energy can create a clone, but if you don't have enough energy, it can lead to a coma or death. Shit, those present remained silent. No wonder they don't use their energy for everyday things. It can only be used for battles and in extreme cases, your own life. While they were thinking about this, Nero returned to Asta's head, who was unconscious. But without anyone noticing, the bird looked closely at Naruto. It seemed to be thinking by the way it looked at him. Although Naruto noticed the bird, it was certainly very intelligent. He was talking to the bird and it seemed that it could understand him because of the pecking he gave it when he tried some crazy idea. This bird was definitely not normal. But he didn't think any further because they called him. Hey Naruto, Vanessa called. He seemed lost in his thoughts. What's wrong? Naruto asked, reacting. He was thinking a lot because the bird was looking at him. Who was it? I was telling you that if you want to control your magical power, I know ways to do it. I already told Noelle, but you didn't seem to be listening, Vanessa said, having not heard her. Is there a way to control magic power? Naruto asked, only to receive a nod. I didn't know. Wait, Noelle, said Naruto, looking at the aforementioned, who understood what he meant. I didn't know, he simply replied. Who would know? And why didn't you ever find out? He asked his silly fiancée sharply, and before Noelle could start complaining, someone else answered. It's because she's a noble, Vanessa said, touching the very quiet Noelle's head. So what does that have to do with me not asking? Naruto asked, not understanding the connection. It's simple. Nobles are born with the talent to control magic, so it's not necessary for them to learn methods for control, although Vanessa replied, unsure whether she should continue or not. Although what thing? Naruto asked. He understood why Noelle didn't know anything, but there was another reason. They are vain. Nobles never ask others for help. Vanessa finished saying to see Naruto covering his face and hear him sigh. It was normal for him to get like that. Even she found the reason for not asking others for help stupid, and without a doubt, Naruto, who was raised in an environment where classification does not exist, it must be the stupidest reason she could have heard. I'm going to change, he simply replied, passing by an embarrassed Noelle. This kingdom was full of nonsense to the core. Brat, remember your meeting with the strange hairstyle, Yami said, making those involved freeze. I don't want to go, Naruto said without turning around. Nozel and his brothers, he didn't want to see them. Well, you have to go. Tsunade ordered that we take you by force if necessary, and I, for one, don't want that woman to beat me up, Yami replied very seriously. That woman was just scary. Coward, Naruto asked, turning around and looking at Yami. Let's just say it's survival, Yami replied. Well, they'll have to force me to go. I don't want to go see the silver ones even if I'm dead, Naruto replied, turning around, but he felt a hand on his shoulder that stopped him, and a feeling of fear ran through his body. You have to go, Noelle said, her eyes downcast. Noelle, Naruto said, not wanting to look at her, because he was afraid of her. I'm not going alone to fix this, Noelle said as she squeezed Naruto's shoulder, making him scream. What if I say no? Naruto asked, but got his answer when Noelle abruptly turned him around and made him face her. She wasn't happy. Then I'll tie you up and take you by force. You are responsible for all of this, Noelle shouted, quite angry, not wanting to admit that she was actually nervous because she would be returning home, now with a fiancé. What? Naruto yelled at the words said, what the buck? How is it my fault? You're the one mainly responsible for us being engaged. I came to the country to get these stupid books and train, not to be with a violent girl, Naruto shouted. Who did he think? Look who's talking. I'm engaged to a corkhead, Noelle replied, only to see him get angry. What the buck are you saying? Naruto asked, ready to start a fight. I said corkhead, stupid deaf, Noelle replied, finishing with a kick in the leg. Shit, damn dwarf, Naruto shouted, starting to squeeze her cheeks. Let go of me, you bucking brute, Noelle screamed, starting to kick him, but stop, dodge me, you idiot, I wanna hit you, Noelle complained as she saw her kicks and stomps being dodged. You're crazy, why would you let me hit you? Naruto replied. Noelle shouted, increasing the speed of her kicks, dodging everything. Damn ninja. Those present just watched the show as they slowly backed away. I think we'll leave him alone for a while, Finral said, slowly backing away. But it's a show, said Vanessa, being dragged by Yami. She loved these situations. I don't think so. I don't want to see those damn papers again for a while, Yami replied, remembering those stupid papers, and burning his entire pack of cigarettes. But Captain, Vanessa insisted. She had already overcome her fear. Now she was going for the gossip. No, they all replied. Besides, I'm hungry, and I can't watch them fight on an empty stomach, Magna said as she dragged Asta, who was still unconscious. What a blow! Come on, guys, Vanessa shouted, being completely ignored. And so they withdrew while letting the couple fight peacefully. They wanted to see, but the surprise of the paper and hunger won. Besides, it wouldn't be the only fight they would see from the couple. Later, we met on the main road of the kingdom where the newly engaged couple was walking while Noelle tried to stop Naruto from escaping. Let me go, Naruto shouted. He didn't want to see them again for a while. Don't make a scene. It looks like I'm kidnapping you, Noelle shouted, but the response she got was, help, they're kidnapping me, Naruto shouted, earning a punch in the stomach from Noelle. You better shut up, imbecile, Noelle shouted as she watched him fall while holding her stomach. I'm regretting this commitment, Naruto said as he fell and tried to catch his breath. HMP, Noelle ended up looking away. She deserved it. But to understand how I got to this point, let's go back a bit. After they finished fighting at the base, Naruto went to change his clothes and went down to eat so Noelle could tell him they would be leaving soon. Throughout breakfast, the couple shouted, to the delight of everyone who was quietly eating while watching the show. There were screams and a food fight, much to Charmy's sadness. After seeing how they were fighting over the food, she decided to put up defenses around it, which the couple ignored and continued fighting. It lasted approximately 2 hours where Noelle finally got fed up with Naruto and asked Vanessa to tie him up with thread to take him by force. But before they could catch him, he showed his clone technique and chaos broke out in the base. They discovered that the clones disappeared with a good hit. The problem was that there were thousands of clones. They spent another hour where they had to crush each of the clones, and they had not been able to capture it until Nero moved and sat on the head of a Naruto who began to fight with the bird. They realized that Naruto was the original, so they all went to capture him. It took them a while, but thanks to Nero, who somehow knew which was the original, they were able to capture it. Although they found out that he had another technique called kawarimi, that is, an escape jutsu which he used to escape from Vanessa's threads by replacing himself with Magna and tried to escape, but finally ended his escape when he was grabbed by the head by Yami and buried him in the ground, leaving him completely stunned. Yami was entertaining himself with all this, but he saw that the base was starting to be destroyed and he had no choice but to get involved. After some scolding from Yami, he sent everyone to clean up the mess made by Naruto and his pursuers, where Yami ordered Naruto to create more clones and clean the base along with everyone else. Naruto completely gave up and created them, but he had forgotten one thing: Noel. The moment he got distracted, Yami grabbed him by the head and sent him through the portal created by Finral, leaving him lying in the middle of the main road next to a Noel who was passing through the portal quite relieved. When Naruto recovered from this, he began to complain to Noel, where she defended herself, and finally, after a few minutes of fighting, Noel got bored, grabbed him by the arm, to the embarrassment of both of them, and began to drag him to the castle. At first Naruto was stunned by what he did. Noel had grabbed him and put him between her breasts. But this didn't last long, as he remembered where they were going and screamed again and tried to get free. While Noel felt embarrassed by the act she performed, it was true that they were engaged and she had kissed him several times, but it was still embarrassing to do this in public. Although it didn't last long because he started hearing Naruto's complaints, and they started fighting again. And now we are back with Naruto lying on the ground while being dragged by Noel, who just ignored everyone's stares to continue heading home. A few minutes passed where Naruto finally recovered from the blow given by Noel and finally gave up, so he just started following her home. They had finally reached the entrance of the palace, where there were two other houses, or rather palaces, around it, and he saw Noel following one of them. "Don't tell me you live here?" Naruto asked, following her. She was a rich girl, very rich. "Yeah, is this your first time entering a palace this size?" Noel asked. "As an unwanted guest, it's not the first time," Naruto replied, not really keen to enter. "You mean my brothers, right?" Noel asked, already knowing the main reason why she didn't want to come. "I'm warning you, if they start, I'm not responsible for destroying the roof," Naruto said, looking at Noel, who just kept walking. "Yes, I already know what the consequences might be for just bringing you, but I don't think they're," Noel replied, but if you looked at her more closely you could see that she was extremely nervous. Naruto was right. If he meets Nibra or Solid, then a pitched battle would begin inside his home if his older brother is not found. I just wish Nozel was inside. And with this fear I walked past Naruto. They had walked down a long hallway where there were some servants who saw Noel and bowed to her only for her to continue. For Naruto it was strange to see her this way. He had known her as an ungraceful girl, but now he saw her in a very strange way. "You know something," Naruto began, getting Noel's attention. "You don't have much of this elegance thing going for you. You look well better like someone normal," I commented as I looked at the walls. Noel blushed a little at what he said. "You're saying that because you don't like nobles?" Noel asked without looking at him. Hearing this question, Naruto didn't know whether to tell her the truth or not. "That's not why I'm saying it," he simply replied, not telling the truth, but not a lie either. "I see," Noel murmured upon hearing his response. It seems there was no need to behave so elegantly around him, and so they continued down the hall in silence due to the words said by each one. They were a little embarrassed because they weren't used to talking to each other like this, and because of this, Naruto wondered why the hell he said that. He wanted to hit himself in the head. What he thinks always has to come out of his mouth, while Noel was left alone with her own thoughts. She had never been told that she looked better as a normal person and not as a noble. It was strange, but not in a bad way. They had continued down the hallway while thinking until Noel stopped upon reaching a large door, where she stood still for a moment, as she remembered where they were, and who they were going to meet. Naruto saw how she stopped and how she was very thoughtful, so he touched her shoulder, getting her attention. "Are you nervous?" Naruto asked, seeing her nod. "Yeah, I haven't been here since the day I left for the Black Bulls, and well," Noel said nervously, the last time she had been humiliated for being in that order, and although she liked this order now, she felt intimidated by her brothers. "Don't worry," Naruto said, bringing her out of her nervousness. "If anything happens, I'll help you, you heard me." He said so she would look at him. "It's true, now I have Naruto by my side." Noel thought, much calmer, now she was not alone. "Thanks," Noel murmured, turning her gaze back to the door while blushing. "You're welcome," Naruto replied while smiling. He knew she didn't like being here, and that was another reason why she had tried to escape. But she was undoubtedly afraid of making her brother angry or something like that, so he decided to follow her and protect her. After all, now she was the one he had to protect. Protect? How strange. Naruto thought maybe he. But I quickly cleared this thought because now I had to concentrate on what was coming. Then I could think about what I was thinking. A few seconds passed where both had finished getting ready inside. "Let's go," said Noel, opening the door to start walking, being followed by Naruto. Upon entering, they saw the room empty. "That's good, there's no one there yet," Noel said, now calmer. "I support you," Naruto replied, looking around the room. It was quite large, with some long sofas and some expensive-looking armchairs with a table around them. There was also a kind of fireplace, and above it a painting that made Naruto's eyes open wide. "Who is she?" "She looks like you, Noel," Naruto asked, looking at the painting that Noel was also looking at. "She's my mother," Noel replied, looking at her mother. "He died when I was born," he said sadly. Naruto just nodded and touched his shoulder. "I know how it feels," he murmured softly, getting Noel to nod. "When I started to grow up, everyone saw that I had much more magical power than normal, something that surprised many, and they began to feel proud. But as time passed, I couldn't control it, and because of the memory of my mother, my brothers, and the Silva house, when I couldn't do it, they began to reject me until..." He couldn't finish because he didn't know if he wanted to continue. "Don't worry, someday you'll be able to control it," Naruto said, trying to cheer her up. He went through the same thing so he can understand her. "Ha ha ha, that Pat, what the hell are you doing here?" said a voice entering the room, only for Naruto to sigh. The least liked had arrived. "Hey moron, want to start the fun? Because I'm ready," said Naruto, looking at who had entered, turning out to be Noel's older brothers Nibra and Solid. "Answer me, what are you doing here?" Solid asked, looking at Naruto, not at all happy. "I'd heard Noel was back and coming to bother her, but I didn't expect her to come with the guy they'd bullied as a kid and who could now beat them both up." "You think I came willingly? I came because I was forced to by the biggest idiot," Naruto replied without any humor. "How do you talk to Nozel Naisama like that, damn commoner?" Nibra asked angrily, opening her grimoire next to Solid. "Fine, come on you two morons," said Naruto, taking out a kunai and getting into a fighting stance. Noel just looked between the two groups. She knew something like this would happen if Naruto and his brothers met. And now both groups were ready to attack each other. "Magic!" both brothers shouted, invoking their magic. But upon hearing these words, Naruto launched an attack at a high speed that surprised both brothers, who could not increase the invocation of their spells. But Naruto felt something and had to step back, only to see a metal wall separating him from the other Silvas. "You came to protect the other idiots, idiot number one," Naruto said, sensing who had arrived. "Stop," said the voice as it lowered the metal wall, revealing Nozel, who was looking seriously at Naruto. He didn't think they would immediately try to kill each other. "Naisama, what is he doing here?" Nibra asked, pointing at Naruto, who raised his middle finger. Who are you talking about, idiot?" asked Naruto, scratching his ear with his finger while making the trio of imbecile siblings angry, and Noel covered her face. "Please, for Naruto," Noel begged. It was amazing how she could infuriate people so easily. "They started it," Naruto said. "Once it starts, it's hard to stop. Your leader ordered you to come, don't you respect his decisions?" Nozel asked, looking at Naruto, who looked at him with a bored face. "Grandma, we always bet and she always loses. I bribe her with candy to let me go on escort missions or missions that are exciting, and we always fight. That answers your question," Naruto answered, making Noel look at him. "Really?" Noel asked upon hearing such things. "Noel, if we ever go to my village, I'll teach you how to bribe Grandma to do things for you," Naruto said, hugging her neck happily. "Are you serious? Bribing a military leader is so easy?" Noel asked, not believing her words. "You should know something about Grandma. She was chosen for being the best in her field, I mean, doctor, but she could be the worst example to raise a child or any minor. When I met her, she was a drunk and gambling grandmother who escaped from her debtors, and although now she doesn't have her debtors after her, she is still the same drunk and gambling woman as always. So when I want something, I always bet against her and I win. Look," said Naruto, showing his little toad full of money. "Is that money from your country?" Noel asked, looking at the amount of money she had in her pockets. It was too much. "Yes, and there's more. I even have an open account for the money he owes me. Look," he said, showing a piece of paper. "Those numbers. How much money does Grandma owe you?" Noel asked, looking at the account. It had several zeros. "You see, and because of this, When I need money, I'll charge her I love grandma and her bad luck. It's always been easy money," said Naruto, happy to have someone so easy to win over. "I might think I can try it sometime," Noelle answered, thinking about such a possibility. She would need money if she ever went to her country. While the other brothers just listened with a slight twitch in their eyes, their leader didn't even look like a leader. They didn't know if it was because he was Naruto or if he was like that normally, but he certainly didn't behave like one in front of Naruto or many of his other soldiers. Not even the Magic King behaved that way. It was true that he was known for his fanaticism in magic, but even he showed some kind of respect in front of everyone. Perhaps ninjas have no respect for social standing. That was the question the brothers had. And besides, Noelle was being influenced. Not that they could say anything either. Nozel could only sigh. He hadn't expected such a response, but he had to continue. "Forgetting the question," he began, drawing the couple's attention. "Naruto, we need to talk about your engagement to Noelle," he said as he started walking, leaving his brother speechless. "Didn't those idiots know?" Naruto asked, going to sit on a couch, followed by Noelle. "No, I thought I'd tell you today," Nozel replied, sitting down and looking at his brothers. He couldn't blame them. It was a total surprise for everyone, including those involved. Naruto just nodded as he sat next to Noelle across from Nozel. "And what do you want to talk to me about? I already accepted the engagement, and I'm not upset with Noelle. What bothers me is that I'll become part of her family, and to be honest, I'd rather be a poor, starving man than a silver. No offense, Noelle-chan," Naruto said, apologizing to Noelle with the last part. She might get offended or get the wrong idea. Noelle just nodded. She already knew his opinion about her family and only accepted this commitment because it was her. If it had been any other girl, she would have tried to run away. "Don't speak badly of our family," Solid growled as he approached to sit next to his brother. He couldn't believe that Naruto was going to be part of his own family. "I'm surprised you say that even though you yourselves treat Noelle badly," Naruto said firmly, looking at the trio of siblings. "She's pathetic," Nibra said, but stopped when she felt something brush against her face and finally touch. She saw blood, she said, looking at Naruto with her hand extended, looking at it coldly. "Now listen, you trio of idiots. Noelle is my girlfriend, and I'm not going to let you make fun of her anymore. You heard me," he said with a bit of anger in his voice, while Noelle just blushed. "Imbecile, how dare you!" Nibra shouted, summoning her grimoire, but was stopped by Nozel, who looked at her slightly. "Don't do anything, he's not," he said, but was interrupted by Naruto. "If you want to fight, come here, you trio of idiots. I'll beat each and every one of you up," Naruto said, standing up to face them. Noelle only saw between her brothers and Naruto, as if just by entering they were going to kill each other. "Well, I've wanted to do it for a while," Solid said strongly, summoning his grimoire alongside his sister. "Great, now I'll return everything you did to me, and I'll also do it for Noelle. Let's see who's the pathetic one here, you or me," said Naruto, ready for a fight. He wanted to do it since he arrived. The two brothers and Naruto glared at each other while Nozel ended up sighing. How the hell did they get to this? Behind the Silva mansion. "Someone tell me how we got here," Noelle asked no one in particular. After the fight they could barely contain, they had decided to have their own brothers and Naruto fight outside their home. They were growling at each other several times and Nozel couldn't even continue the meeting, so he had to propose the solution. Noelle wasn't worried about Naruto. There was a reason he was recognized as a hero and someone feared on his continent. But that didn't apply to his brothers, who smiled at him arrogantly, and for the first time in his life he felt happy about what was going to happen. "Are you ready, commoner? We will show you what we royalty are capable of," Solid said with a smile on his face. "Afterwards you will have no choice but to respect us and beg before us," said Nibra, taking out his grimoire. "Fine, but to give them an advantage," Naruto said, making the brothers frown. "I'll only use my physical abilities and these little books. I won't use my chakra at all. That way I can humiliate them and make them eat their words," he said seriously. "You'll regret underestimating us, commoner," Solid said, staring at him. "No, I won't regret it. It will be a good way to practice my magic," Naruto answered with a smile that made the brothers even angrier than they already were. "Okay, enough fog magic, compact fog clones," said Nibra, quite angry, and began to create fog with which clones began to be created online. "Clones, don't you have anything newer?" Naruto asked with boredom on his face. "Hey, you'll see, commoner." They all said in time to start firing water bullets at high speed, but Naruto just stood still until he saw himself take a step to the side and began to dodge his bullets elegantly. Each water bullet that came at him didn't hit him because he only dodged with slight movements without moving more than a meter from his original place. "This is very boring. 10-10 throws weapons from different directions while you can only do it in one direction, while your clones only imitate you. They are good clones, but it is very easy to dodge if they only imitate the same direction," said Naruto as he continued dodging his water bullets with slight steps to the side. "Useless, give him something else. Water creation magic. Holy water killing bullet," said Nibra, accumulating a large amount of water on top of himself and beginning to take the form of a bullet that rotated on its own axis, and then brought his arm forward and threw it towards Naruto, who continued dodging Nibra's bullets. "I said they're simple," Naruto muttered as he watched the large bullet head towards him. "I wait patiently for him, and when I get close enough," Naruto jumped, dodging all the bullets while he watched as the large bullet made a small crater in the place where he was previously. "I must admit it has great penetrating power," Naruto said, looking at the brothers, and saw a rather long and thin snake-like thing going towards him. "Water restriction magic. Sea serpent coil," Solid said, sending out his water serpent with a smile. "Okay, what do I do now?" Naruto muttered as he watched that damn snake coming, so he decided to gather wind around his hands. "I hope it doesn't get out of control," Naruto muttered, raising his hand and waving it to create a kind of wind wall that not only stopped his snake, but also freeze. Naruto muttered, very surprised by what happened, but he took advantage and took the frozen snake and broke it, then threw it at Nibra's clones, hoping to hit the original. Meanwhile, Nozel watched the fight closely. This was a good opportunity to see Naruto's capabilities, and if it was not an exaggeration about his true level. It was very difficult to find a young man of his age so powerful and already considered a hero, and they knew almost nothing about his continent, so the standards of power could be very different. But that thought went away when the fight began. He saw how he dodged Nibra's water bullets with relative ease without even using any kind of magic other than commenting on the failure of Nibra's magic. The steps he took and the movement of his body were very light but enough to dodge the barrage of bullets, and then he was surprised by his jump. He didn't feel any kind of magic. But what made me open my eyes was when he started gathering wind magic in his own hand and just waved it. I created a simple wall of wind that not only stopped Solid's water snake, but also froze it. What did that mean? He was sure his magic was water and wind, not ice. Besides, his power was brutal. Just like Noel's, he couldn't control it, but it was enough for him. She couldn't blame him either. Just 3 days ago she had obtained her grimoire and understood that it would help her control her great power, but she hadn't expected it to be so brutal. And then she turned her gaze to her sister. She was just like Naruto, but Naruto had it harder than her when he heard her confession. But her sister was worried about her fiancé. She could see her look quite worried, but at the same time surprised and sad. Decided to keep watching the battle. It seems like it will be more interesting than I expected. Back to the battle. Solid, is that your new magic? Nibra asked, watching as pieces of ice from the now destroyed snake were thrown at her clones. Stop joking, that commoner what did? He said while dodging the pieces of ice. Neither of them had expected him to freeze the water with just a wave of his wind-wrapped hand. What the hell did he do? And with Naruto, he began to wonder what had happened as he threw the ice debris he had at the annoying fog clones, still not hitting the real one. How I freeze water with just wind. Until he started to remember something. Flashback. Naruto stood in front of his teacher, Kakashi, and his replacement captain, Yamato, both explaining to him about the elements. Kakashi-sensei, what about Haku's ice or Yamato Taisha's wood? Naruto asked about these elements. Those elements are just a combination of two, but to do it you need to have the blood to perform it. That's called Kekkei Genkai bloodline techniques, and if you don't have it you will never be able to perform it, Kakashi said for Yamato to continue. In the case of ice, water and wind are needed, while my element requires water and earth. If someone else tries to use these elements at the same time, they will not create a new one, it will only repel, cancel, weaken or increase the power of the other, he said while seeing Naruto nod. I wish I could, he said as he looked at the sky. End flashback. Perhaps, Naruto said, looking at the two books he had on his side. This is magic, not chakra maybe, he muttered as he made both books float forward. I drop all the ice fragments and reach forward with my hand. I know you have will. Naruto began speaking to the grimoires. And I know I was chosen for a reason, he said as he began to see something beginning to be written on the pages. He couldn't read it, but he could feel it. Wind, I can understand that, but water no until now, he said as he saw a buildup of water on top of his books with wind swirling around it. Wind and water creates a new element, Hakuzabuza, he said, making both grimoires shine. I'm going to take your skills, he said as he watched the water take the shape of a sword and the wind began to freeze it. The others opened their eyes. No, it can't be, Nibra muttered, stepping back. A third element, Solid said, watching as both magics came together and created a kind of sword. This has never happened before. What the hell did he do? Hakuzabuza, thank you, he said loudly as he looked at his sword already formed. It was extremely large with a crescent moon on the edge and a large circle at the end of the blade. It was very wide and had a handle long enough to hold with 2 hands. But Ice Creation Magic, Redeemed Decapitator Sword Kirikiboko, he announced, grabbing it with just 1 hand and burying it in the ground, freezing the area around it. I finally understood how to use these books. If I can't use just one, then I'll use both at the same time, he said with a smile, looking at his sword. It was similar. Thanks, idiots. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to discover the secret of this. I still can't use it individually, but now, he said, so that the pages of both grimoires began to change, and he saw how another spell was written. I can use magic, Ice Creation Magic, he shouted, causing ice to sprout from his feet and spread around him, while simultaneously creating ice spikes of different sizes. Ice Field, he said to see his creation ready. But there was still one more thing missing, and the pages of the grimoire changed again, and he wrote again. Ice Creation Magic, he said, causing a stream of water to form around him and accumulate on his body while the wind settled on top of it. Little by little, a kind of cape with sleeves decorated with ice flakes began to form on his back, shoulders and edges, and his feet, more specifically on top of his sandals, began to be covered in ice until they created boots that completely covered his feet. On his hands, fingerless gloves began to be created, and his ninja headband was completely covered in frost, but not before taking the same shape as the emblem. Ice armor, he finally said, so that all the remaining water fell to the ground and a thin but elegant cape was seen fluttering in the wind. It really looked like normal clothing, but this was made of ice. Great, Naruto muttered, squeezing his hands that had the ice gloves on. They didn't bother him, and he didn't even feel cold. It was as if they were actually pure clothing. The cloak, it looks like the one from Mount Maiboku, he muttered, looking at his cloak. It was very similar. Well, never mind, I'll ask Vanessa Nason later for now, he said as he turned his gaze to the pair of idiots who helped him with this. I think I'll start. Do you think so? Naruto asked as he took his sword and placed it on his back. Both brothers began to gulp. They had never seen a wizard create a third element by uniting 2, much less a novice create 3 spells consecutively, and much less that they were higher level spells. Nibra muttered, stepping back. How did he make it so easy? Solid asked, swallowing. He's been practicing for years and still can't master that kind of magic, but the boy in front of him managed it in less than 3 days. Field armor and weapon, he's modified everything for his own convenience. That kind of magic is without a doubt, Nibra said, not believing he's already reached that level. And Nozel just got serious knowing what kind of magic he had come up with. Mana zone, he thought, looking at the ice field. It was the closest thing to that kind of mana manipulation, or even, it could be that. The ability to control your mana in a given medium. In this case, the ice field extends as part of Naruto. He could have reached this level. Not even he has managed to reach that kind of manipulation. Forgive me if I can't use this sword very well. I've never used one, much less a copy of one of the legendary swords, he said as he bowed down and looked at them. But why do I apologize to you? Naruto said as he began to smile, scaring the brothers who began to back away. You were attacking me with everything, he said, causing the ground beneath his feet to begin to crack. Now, he said as he started running while dragging his sword, leaving a large mark along the way, and his grimoires followed him at his side. My turn, he shouted, wrapping his sword in wind as he stopped and swung it sideways, sending a gust of wind straight towards both brothers. Water Creation Magic, Water Bird, Solid shouted as he created a large bird and grabbed Nibra by her waist and jumped onto the bird's back, dodging the gust of wind. Damn, Solid said, letting go of his sister who had frozen for a moment, but recovered and began to stand. Thank you, Nibra thanked. He's humiliating us, he said as he looked down at Naruto. I can see it. Shit, that commoner, he's been using grimoires for 3 days and he already has 3 spells, said Solid, looking angrily at Naruto. Can he still be considered a commoner? Nibra asked, his power far exceeding that of novice knights. Solid didn't speak, but by being so attentive below looking towards Naruto, they did not see that above them some kind of needles made of ice were being created. Nozel saw it with his eyes open. Up you, he shouted, quite worried. The brothers heard him and looked up. Shiki, Solid shouted, causing his bird to start moving. Ice creation magic, ice needles! Naruto shouted, causing the needles to fall on top of the brothers who were starting to move. I glanced at Nozel briefly, but I don't notice him, the bastard. The needles fell like rain and wounds were already visible on the brothers who could barely dodge the fine attacks. Only the bird was saved because it only pierced through. Damn Nebra! Solid shouted, controlling his bird. He had many wounds around his body and they couldn't continue like this. Fog magic! Illusory fog vortex! Nebra shouted, throwing a very dense fog over Naruto, which ended up blocking his vision. Meanwhile, great, Naruto muttered as he looked around, the fog completely blocking his vision. It began to move out of the fog, but it seemed to have no end. How the hell do I get out? He said, looking up at the sky. He was looking everywhere. It looked like the time Zabuza had blocked his vision, and they were about to kill them. The good news is that he was already experienced with these types of techniques, and already had some ideas to counter any attack thrown at him. Very well, why don't you start writing? Said Naruto, looking at his two grimoires that started writing. While in the spectator area, Noel has been watching him with a smile. He was able to control his grimoire, in a strange way, but he managed it. If he supported her, then she should do the same. Naruto, I hope I can reach that level in the future, she thought with a smile. Now she was no longer jealous of his power. He completely defended her from her brothers, and now she is fighting because of how they were treating her. He was an incredible boy, although I would never admit it to him. And Nozel could only watch. His power was on a different level his brothers had lost before they even started, and this fight only made his power increase. But such a number of spells cast in such a short time, high-level spells, how much magical power he possessed. He could still continue creating even more spells, and he doesn't know how he does it. Generally, a spell takes a lot of time just to create, and coming out naturally is simply difficult. But Naruto managed to do it in less than 3 days, or rather in less than 3 minutes, to create 4 high-level spells by combining his own grimoires, in addition to creating a third element. This had never happened before. A boy who has access to 2 grimoires and the ability to create a third element from 2. The grimoire only contains one kind of element, and those derived from the basic elements could never use the element from which it originated. If it is water, it will only be water. If it is fire, it will only be fire. If it is fog, which is an element derived from 2 others, then it can only create fog. This is how it has always been until today. His potential with magic is far greater than anyone who has ever gone through the orders. If he were a true magician, no. If he belonged to the Clover Kingdom, he would become captain of orders in less than a year. He thought he was an extremely powerful boy, and that word alone was an understatement. I could be a real genius in magic. Nozel thought, just like that commoner who passed by this year. Naruto's potential was far greater than he had imagined. Back on the battlefield. Nebra, well done. Now water creation magic. Multiple holy water killer bullets. He said, so that in the sky several water bullets identical to the previous ones were created, which rotated on their own axis. Mist magic, compact mist clones. I summon my magic again, but this time I replicate the bird and its brother, creating many more clones. Let's attack together and finish off that commoner. Solid said with a smile. No one messed with his family, and he got away with it. We'll show you, Nebra said with a rather sadistic smile. We are superior. They both shouted as they launched their attacks, bombarding the area within the fog. No one knew what was happening. All they could hear was the clash of attacks sent by the 2 brothers, who watched all of this with joy. Naruto, Noel murmured, placing her hand on the gem he had given her last night. He still doesn't know what's going on. You promised, he thought. While Nozel just looked at his brothers, they were very arrogant. After almost a minute of continuous attacks from both brothers, they finally broke up as they landed. Finally, Nebra said, quite tired. Using her magic to replicate her brother and her water bird was extremely exhausting. But at least we finished it, said Solid, looking forward as his bird disappeared and they both landed on the ground. They're out of power, said a voice from within the fog, causing both brothers to open their eyes. Like Nebra muttered, they hadn't seen him do anything. This has to be a joke. Solid said they sent all their attacks at him from different directions, and they hadn't even listened. Screams, we didn't hear any kind of scream or attempt to defend themselves. He thought there was no hatred at all. They waited a while for it to clear until they saw only a kind of ice dome with spikes around it. I think it's my turn now, said the voice inside the dome as it began to crack and eventually shatter to reveal a completely unharmed Naruto as he sat with his ice sword at his side. Ice creation magic, ultimate ice defense, he said as the sphere that was covering him completely disappeared. He should thank Gaara the next time he saw him. Look up! Naruto said with a smile. Both brothers opened their eyes and quickly looked up. What? Solid said, looking at what was there. In the sky there were some kind of mirrors, and they had there our attacks. Nibra shouted, looking at everything that had been thrown at him and looking back at Naruto. He saw that everything around him was completely covered in ice, with no craters or signs of a crash. It's a tribute to a friend of mine, ice magic, he said, raising his arm pointing towards the sky and smiling. Haku's technique was wonderful. Thank you, Haku, Naruto thought. Ice crystal mirrors, he finished saying while lowering his arm, and at the same time the mirrors will reflect and all the attacks he absorbed from the mirrors will come out. Both brothers froze. They had nowhere to escape and now, but a metal wall covered them completely as all the attacks coming towards them crashed against this wall. Naruto frowned. Hey, idiot, you don't interfere in a battle with someone else, Naruto said, looking at Nozel, throwing his liquid metal to protect both brothers. They were going to get hurt, said Nozel, looking at Naruto. Those attacks were going all out. Those are his own attacks, a little weak and almost 5% weaker than his original attacks, also, he said, pointing at both brothers who were in shock. They had thrown all that at me, I just returned it to them, but there are still some left, said Naruto, making another mirror appear around both brothers, and they also launched attacks, but they were also covered by Nozel's liquid metal. Nozel looked at him seriously. He wasn't holding back at all. Stop, he said seriously. I can't until all of their attacks are reflected. Let's see how long your walls can take, Naruto said, looking at him seriously. A minute passed from when the close bombardment of his brothers began until it finally ended. Nozel looked at Naruto with a little anger, but said nothing as he made his liquid metal disappear and revealed himself to his brothers safe and sound. What cowards, said Naruto, making all the ice disappear around him, including the mirrors. You shouldn't say it. Nozel started to speak, but was cut off by Naruto. Idiot, I put myself at a total disadvantage. I didn't know any magic and I wasn't using my ninjutsu or even water walking while that pair of idiots started attacking me with everything they had, to the point where they created thousands of attacks that went at point-blank range, Naruto indicated as he stood up and continued looking at him to pass both brothers. And now look at them, they can't even talk. If they're ready to attack indiscriminately, then they should also be ready to be attacked in the same way. If they attack to kill, then they should be ready to die, he said as he turned around and went to Noelle, who had a relieved face. It seems that she had become worried. They're dogs that bark but don't bite, or worse, they're real cowards who take advantage of people weaker than them to make fun of them, he concluded, continuing to walk. Nozel couldn't answer him as he watched him walk away with Noelle and then looked at his brothers and the ground. Those attacks were meant to kill, and Naruto diminished his power and then returned them. He was right. If they're ready to hurt or kill someone, then they should be prepared for whatever they get. He's very different from a magician. He has no compassion in combat. If you attack him to kill, then he'll do everything possible to go to your match, thought Nozel, looking at Naruto's back. Now he fully understood what these people were like. Ninjas are much crueler than dark wizards, and today he saw it with his own eyes, as well as his brothers, who were completely stunned. He's right. If they're prepared to hurt or kill, then they should be prepared to receive the same treatment, Nozel said coldly to his brothers as he turned away. If you bother him again and I'm not around, he said, thinking about the worst possible scenario, they'll be lost, he finished saying as he began walking back towards Naruto and Noelle. As both brothers stared at the ground, they were about to die. And now with Naruto and Noelle. OW, foolish, brutal, Naruto screamed in pain while being eared by Noelle. Idiot, what did I tell you about not getting involved in fights? Noelle shouted, looking him in the eyes. They started it. Let me go, I shouted as I started pulling her hair. Damn idiot, Noelle replied, letting go of Naruto's ear as he let go of her hair. Look who's saying it, Naruto said, rubbing his ear. It was burning with pain. They both stared at each other a little angrily, but then smiled at each other. And what did you think? Naruto asked, looking at her. You went too far, Noelle replied, looking at her brothers. They didn't get up. But they still went too far. I just returned it to them, Naruto said with a smile. Like, Noelle muttered, looking down. What do you mean? Naruto asked, looking at her. How could you create so many spells in a new element? Noelle asked, only to look up at him. For a friend, Naruto replied, closing his eyes. My people can use the same, but that's simply for those whose blood contains this element, he said, remembering Haku. Years ago I fought someone who could use ice and a man with a great sword, and then I learned that ice comes from water and wind maybe, he said, looking down again, but more directly at both grimoires that floated in front of him, and looked at them fondly. These books chose me because of my desire to use their power, the powers of the people who were my enemies, and help me find my way forward, you know. Naruto said with a smile. I wish you could meet them, he said, looking at her with a smile. Naruto's smile looked sad and Noelle noticed. Yes, Noelle said with the same smile. She wasn't going to ask him anymore. The atmosphere had remained silent for a few seconds until Naruto decided to speak again. So forgetting all this, he said as he turned around and looked back at the older idiot. What do we do? Do I still have to stay? Naruto asked, not wanting to stay at all. Yes, we still need to work out how your engagement announcement will be made, Nozel replied. For the love of God, Naruto shouted in frustration. Why don't you let me go? I'm already engaged to Noelle. What more do you want? Naruto asked, no longer wanting to stay in this place any longer. Also, he said, looking at the other two who started walking towards them in silence. You shouldn't try to take care of your little brothers, maybe they're traumatized, he said, mocking them. Don't make me angry, Naruto, said Nozel, looking at him angrily. Like you scare me. I've had guys after my life several times. You wouldn't be the first to threaten me, idiot, he said while raising his hand in position to summon. Nozel started to increase his magic power. He was humiliating them too much. They both stared at each other with a bit of anger on their faces, and you could already feel a pressure around Nozel. But not Naruto. I know he's building up power, but I don't feel it. Nozel thought, what the hell was he doing? Noelle started to back away due to her brother's pressure. She was getting angry and looked at her other siblings as well. They had stopped walking. This was getting out of hand. But, idiot, Naruto said as his eyes began to change slightly, causing Nozel to open her eyes and feel a strange presence. Do you want to fight? Naruto asked, not noticing the change in the color of his eyes. What is this? His eyes, his presence, what kind of power is this? Nozel thought, and for a moment, he could feel that energy take shape behind Naruto. Bloody eyes with a slit, as if they were the eyes of a predator, and before I fully saw its form, Naruto spoke again. I don't need you out, he said as the presence Nozel felt began to disappear along with his red eyes that returned to normal. What the hell was that? Naruto, what was that? Nozel asked, staring at him. That was a totally primitive power. Investigate it for yourself, idiot, Naruto replied, turning around. I won't let you, damn Kyuubi. Naruto thought that flea-bitten fox was trying to take advantage of this situation. If you want to know, you'll have to ask Grandma, Naruto said, giving her the clue. Nozel understood that he wasn't going to talk, much less if it was an order from his leader. But, that power is why, he said, but was interrupted by Naruto. Why don't you just shut up? It's not something I like to talk about, he said as he turned to Noelle. He just wanted to leave. The captain just remained silent. That was the reason for his rejection in his own town. That power was much greater. What he saw was only a small demonstration. No, it wasn't even a demonstration. Of that he was sure. But seeing Naruto speak, he saw how the presence left, disappeared. It was as if he were alive. At first he thought it was a demon, but it was impossible. A demon can only live inside a grimoire, and Naruto doesn't have any trace of a demon or anything like that. So the question was, what was that he felt? While Noelle was recovering, Naruto was really strong enough to not even be intimidated by his older brother. Are you okay? Naruto asked, seeing her a little surprised and nervous. Yes, it's just that I was surprised. I'm not used to feeling this kind of pressure, Noelle said while putting her hand on her chest. Come on, calm down, breathe calmly, okay? Naruto said, putting his hand on her shoulder and seeing her nod. He was the only one who could withstand such pressure due to his closeness to death several times in addition to being in front of the Kages. These guys were totally opposite to the magicians. While ninjas expressed their killing instinct, magicians, as seen with Nozel, expressed their magical power. For ninjas, hiding their power was important because of their job, but it seems to be different for magicians. They tried to intimidate them with their magical power by showing how strong they were. And for Noelle, who is not used to feeling such magical power, it must be quite oppressive. Then I went to see the other two. They seemed quite nervous. Finally he decided to close his eyes and sigh. Very well, Nozel, let's finish this, and I'm leaving. Noelle is already having a bad time with all of you, and it doesn't help that I provoke you myself, he said, quite tired of all this. Nozel didn't speak as he watched Naruto reassure his sister. He cared a lot about her, even though he said he still couldn't understand what his feelings were for his sister. He cares much more than himself, his own family. Mother, am I doing the right thing? Nozel wondered, remembering his mother. All he did was turn around and start walking. Let's go and finish quickly, he said as he left. Naruto just frowned, but ended up sighing, What was the point of getting angry with these guys? Come on, Noel, let's finish this and go to the base, Naruto said, looking at Noel, who had recovered. Yeah, I hope you don't start another fight, Noel said, looking at him tiredly. She knew it was going to be a disaster with her brothers, but to almost start a fight against her older brother, she couldn't even imagine that. I'll try, but I can't guarantee anything, Naruto said, putting his hand on her shoulder. I promise you I would try to make you happy, and if that means beating up your brothers, then I will. Grandma Tsunade wouldn't mind at all. Even if she beat me up, she would be fine with me defending you. She's a very strong woman, and she doesn't give a shit what anyone thinks of her, he said with a smile. Noel looked at Naruto. Damn, that's why I fell in love with this idiot, she thought as she continued looking at him. His people are very different from hers. He may have a rather bad past with his people, but he earned their respect and is now treated like a hero, admired and feared. And even though she herself is a knight who cannot use her magic, Naruto accepted her without anything in return. Even though he was forced, he told her that he would make her happy, and he is showing it to her while protecting her from her brothers. Also, try to calm her down. What more could she ask for? It's okay, Noel said, looking down so he wouldn't see her blushing. She would never admit the things she thinks about him. Naruto started blushing and ended up turning around. She's cute when she blushes. Wait, stop thinking about that right now. He scolded himself. He had to concentrate on what was in front of him, and that was Noel's brothers. So, Naruto said, recovered? Let's go and finish, he said as he started to move forward. Hearing his words, Noel calmed down to see him start walking and remember what they had to do, so she ended up sighing and started chasing him. She was also tired and wanted to end it all. She just prayed that there wouldn't be another fight as she glanced slightly at her brothers, who started walking far behind them in total silence. The pride they had was completely broken by Naruto. Now I just hoped they would learn and finish everything quickly. I was going to ask Charmy for a nice dinner. Finally, afternoon had arrived and Noel and Naruto were back at the Black Bull's base. They were sitting and totally tired of what they went through. They didn't want to go back for a long time. After they returned to the room, Nibra and Solid remained silent as they stood behind Nozel. They hadn't spoken at all during the meeting. While Nozel immediately started talking about engagement, they didn't know what he was thinking, but it seemed like he didn't want to have any more trouble with Naruto. Now about the engagement, Nozel started to explain that now that Naruto was engaged to Noel, he would now be treated as part of the Silva family, much to Naruto's complaint, but they ignored him, in favor of breaking up. After that, she was also told that this engagement would be something very important for both countries and that sooner or later, Noel would have to go to Naruto's village. This part was very clear and there were no complaints from either party. While regarding the announcement, Nozel said that they should coordinate with Naruto's leader, in this case, Tsunade, to talk about this issue. It was to be announced in both countries, and even though Naruto told them it wasn't that important, it was for the nobles. They had to announce it before another family wanted to take Naruto's hand and a fight started. They explained to him that many families must already be aware of his arrival on this continent, as well as his position and power, so at this moment many families would be coveting the great power he possessed, as well as the great influence he could have in their own country in the future. This was undoubtedly a great annoyance for Naruto, who ended up saying that he didn't give a shit about what the nobles thought and told them that he had dared to hit a princess. The statement was quite clear about the relationship he could have against the nobles, and that the only relationship he had that was quite good would be with Noel, the captain of the Coral Peacock, Fugolian, Julius, Marx and the Black Bulls. Besides them, the relationship he had with the other members of the Clover nobility was simply disastrous. The little ham still wanted revenge against Naruto and Dorothy for the days he spent suffering in the past, as if he could. This was a relief to the head of the Silva house, but he insisted that the announcement had to be made soon, so he asked Naruto to contact Tsunade to arrange this, to which Naruto sighed and had to agree there was no other way. Finally, she demanded that Noel teach Naruto the ways of the nobles, and at this point she started yelling that he wasn't going to learn anything at all. But he was stopped by Noel, who agreed with her brother, to Naruto's annoyance, who asked him why, and he only replied that it was necessary to learn something about his own kingdom, so he was going to be in charge of teaching him even how to use cutlery. Naruto flatly refused to learn, but no one took him into account until he finally got tired. He promised himself that he wasn't going to be caught for those stupid classes. He'd had enough with what happened at the academy. Thank you very much. And so they talked about other less important topics until they finally finished, and to Naruto's joy, he quickly left the Silva mansion. I wasn't going to be back for a while. Even Noel didn't want to come back. Today was more than enough. And since it had been a long day, They decided to return to the base where they were strangely calm while Asta was doing push-ups with Magna on his back and the others just watched him. At this moment they were talking about what had happened. "Shit, you almost got into a fight with the captain of the Silver Eagles," Magna said, surprised by this. "This idiot almost got himself killed," Noelle said, taking a glass of water. She was indeed tired. "Well, for me, it was worth it to hit your brothers," Naruto said with a lot of pride in his voice. "And almost came to blows with Nozomi-sama," Noelle asked. "It would be the greatest honor to fix that horrible hair of yours," Naruto replied in a voice full of grace. "Ha ha 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 ha, I would like to see that, ha 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 ha," said Yami while laughing out loud at what he said. He would pay to see it. "Please stop," said Noelle, covering her face, quite tired. She just wanted to go to sleep. "So what else did you talk about?" Asta asked while doing his exercises. "Naruto will have to learn some manners," Noelle replied, making everyone look at Naruto, who was greatly displeased to hear those horrible words. "Wow, I really want to see that," Yami commented. "It would be a very entertaining few weeks. You know, not to offend you, Naruto, but to be honest, manners and you don't make a good combination," Finro commented. That was like telling him that he liked men or that he wasn't a womanizer. "See, even Finro says so. Please, I don't want to learn," said Naruto, looking at Noelle. "You have to learn," Noelle said firmly. "She may not get along with her family, but she's still a noblewoman and royalty. She's not going to allow her fiancé to behave badly. I want to see this," Vanessa said, looking at both young men. "They are her entertainment at the moment." But upon hearing her voice, Naruto looked at her. "Hey Vanessa Nei-chan," Naruto asked. "What's up?" he replied while drinking. "Do you know any magic that combines 2 elements?" Naruto asked, curious about this. "2 elements?" Vanessa asked, seeing him nod. "Yeah, look," said Naruto, taking out both grimoires and starting to summon his ice sword until it ended up buried in the ground. Everyone looked at this in amazement. This is what he meant by 2 elements. "How did you do it?" Magna asked, getting up from Asta and heading to the buried sword. "To be honest, I found out when I froze the Year Brother's water with my wind," Naruto replied, not knowing if this was possible. "Great, may I?" asked Asta, asking for permission to grab the sword. "Yes, the truth is, I don't know if another person can take it," Naruto answered, watching Asta approach to grab his sword. "When I arrived, I managed to lift it up. It seemed that it wasn't limited to him, but it's very cold, and it's much heavier than it looks," Asta commented as he placed it on the ground. "He would have to put on gloves to hold it." "Freezing? I didn't feel it freezing at all," Naruto answered, quite curious about what she said. "That has to do with the fact that it is not your magic but Naruto's. The sword can be taken, but feeling the effects like the cold is not something that can be denied, unless you are its original user," Vanessa answered, quite curious about what happened. She had never heard of combining 2 magics to create the derivation. She knew that there was magic that derived from the main elements, but she had never seen 2 elements act in person to create a third. "But to answer your question, I've never heard of anything like this happening. Maybe you were able to do it because you have 2 grimoires that can combine because you are their owner or master," Vanessa replied. It was more of a theory than a confirmation. "So, that means I can only use it in combination?" Naruto asked. "No, I don't think so. You were able to create those water spheres in the morning, although right now your magic is acting differently," Vanessa said, analyzing everything. "Maybe different?" Naruto asked, quite confused by her words. "Yes, I mean, well, this is a theory, but it could be because using 2 grimoires at the same time, you have a lot of energy reserves, right?" Vanessa asked to see him nod. "Well, that could explain why you can easily use 2 magics to create a third. You have so much power that to use it you need stronger spells to suit your needs, while to use only one kind of magic such as wind magic, you would need to have control over your magic, a lot of control." Vanessa said that was her best chance. "You could be right. Ninjutsus, the techniques of my village, require great control over their energy, and in my case, I can use my clones because of my high energy levels, and I can't use the most basic technique of this because I've always had trouble controlling my own power," said Naruto, agreeing with him. Kakashi-sensei had told him something like that in the past. "Then I'll never be able to use a single grimoire?" Naruto asked, watching her smile. "No, it will only be more difficult for you because you need very strong spells so that they don't get out of control, and the ice that you use comes from 2 grimoires, not just one. You created it from your own grimoires, that's why you can use it. But as a consequence of using 2 grimoires at the same time, you must use large amounts of magic to do it. That's why you can do ice magic, but you can't do it separately," Vanessa replied, to see him sigh. "That's good. I don't want to have only ice spells, But the question now is, what the hell do? I can't use magic of that level, said Naruto. It's very simple, you need magical objects like Noel to control your magical power, Vanessa answered. And how do you get them? Naruto asked. On the black market, it's usually a place where illegal things are sold, but there are many quite useful objects in that place. You just have to know what you're looking for and not be fooled, Vanessa replied, seeing a grimace from Noel. Ugh, I wouldn't want to go to that place, he said, not really keen to go. Because? Naruto asked, but instead of Noel answering, it was Magna who answered him. That's simple, nobles tend not to go to those places. They don't like them and avoid them, I answered, looking at Noel. Because it always has to be stupid things like that, Naruto muttered, covering his face. Well, it's not a very popular place either, but people know it exists and turn a blind eye to these places, Vanessa said. It's quite dangerous if you don't know what to do. I understand, so when do we go? I want to learn how to control these books as soon as possible, Naruto said, indicating both floating books. First of all, do you have money? Vanessa asked, to see Naruto freeze. He remembered that he has money, but not from this place. Should I have to ask that idiot Julius for missions? Naruto said as he made his sword disappear, put his grimoires back on his waist, and finally sat down. Bad luck, said Noel. Just as she had her solution, something got in her way. And what do you think if we bet? Magna asked, getting involved in her own business. Bets? Naruto asked. He didn't like it, but if he didn't have many options he would have to do it. Yeah, how about I'll bet my money against you doing my chores for a whole month? What do you think? Magna asked. Lately she wants to go somewhere else, so it would be better to pass the chores on to Naruto. He thought about it. The Black Bull's task for a month if he lost his clones could help him if he lost. I accept, Naruto said, shaking his hand, and saw Magna smile. 30 minutes later. Vanessa, Nace, and I already have money and I have more things to sell, said Naruto, having a bag of money in his hand along with several of Magna's clothes and his black glasses, while the loser was only wearing a loincloth while banging his head against the table. I saved myself, Yami muttered. He had thought about quitting some of his jobs too, but he saw how Magna was losing very quickly, so he decided to remain silent. It was a very good decision. Please cover yourself with something, Noel said, covering her face. She didn't want to see Magna naked. So, Naruto said, ignoring the claims between Noel and Magna. When are we going? Naruto asked, looking at Vanessa. And when will I get my salary? Right now I'm broke and I have to wait for my pay. I think it will arrive the day after tomorrow, right, Captain? Vanessa asked, looking at her captain. Yes, you have to wait for your pay, Yami answered. He also wanted his money. Well, Naruto said, taking out a scroll, opening it, stretching it out and leaving it on the ground while placing the things he had won on top of the paper. A moment later, he finally disappeared and rolled up his scroll again. Curious your people's technique? Yami asked, to see him nod. It's very useful for storing things when needed, Naruto replied. I see, so what will you do while you wait for your pay? I asked, curious about what he was going to do. I'll teach him some manners, Noel replied, interrupting his answer. WHAT, Naruto shouted, watching her stand up. Yes, you must learn about manners, so tomorrow I will take the opportunity to teach you everything you need to know, said Noel, approaching Naruto as she looked at him nervous. Wait, we can talk about it calmly. Noel-sama, you should know that ninjas don't have that kind of customs, and we don't have elegance, said Naruto, trying to stop her. That doesn't matter, you'll be able to learn and then you won't embarrass me, Noel said, looking at him closely. Even if I'm dead, I won't learn again. I was in the academy for years, and to learn about your kingdom again I'd better get out of here, Naruto shouted, disappearing from the place. Don, come here, Naruto, Noel shouted, leaving the room, but she turned back and saw the group gathered. Come help me catch him, I shout, to see the group looking at each other. Come on, I want to see him try to learn some manners, said Magna, going to look for him. But put some clothes on, Noel shouted, covering her face. That's true, Magna said as she headed to her room to find some clothes. I'll go with you, Asta shouted, standing up. It will be fun, he said, running out of the room in search of Naruto. I'm not interested. I like to see my sister Marie, said Gojo, returning to carving a figure of his younger sister. You're scary, said Yami, taking care of his sword. So who else? Noel asked, looking at the others. Brew, Grace said. I'm going to eat. Maybe I'll help you when I'm done, said Charmy, eating again. Who's the idea? Gordon tried to speak. You know you should speak up, right? Noel said, looking at him. If I find him, do you think I can fight him? Luck asked, approaching Noel. I don't know, you can try. Noel replied to see him run off in search of Naruto. Because the strangest things always happen to me. Noel wondered, covering her face. At least she had help looking for him. Now the question was, where was it? And she went out to look for him without realizing that a certain bird was watching her and leaving through a window. Meanwhile, I escaped, but it won't be for long, Naruto murmured in relief as he looked up at the sky. The good news was that they wouldn't try to look for him on the roof. He would never let himself be caught learning manners. It wasn't his style. But he felt something on his head and looked up slightly. Shit, Naruto said. It was Asta's bird. They know I'm here? He asked, but felt the bird shake his head. Saved for now. Sigh. How did you find me? I asked as I watched the bird fly away. The bird just looked at him. You can't answer me, right? I asked, only to see her shake her head. Naruto just looked at her. It wasn't so strange for him to talk to animals. Pakken, Katsuyu and the toads were a good example of this. But this bird. You're not a bird, are you? I asked, only to see her shake her head. Who are you? He asked, but he didn't see any kind of sign. I understand, but you're not a real anti-bird or whatever, right? Naruto said, but saw him deny it. I see, he said, turning back to look at the sky. I don't know who you are, but you haven't done anything, so I won't try anything against you, and Grandma won't say anything either. Don't worry about us, okay? He said, looking at the bird, who nodded. He had felt their gaze several times since he arrived and seemed very worried about what they might do to him. That's why he told him. It's quite strange that an animal speaks to you and you don't respond. You know, generally, summons speak, and you being an intelligent animal, I find it strange that you don't speak, although I can't say much about Kiba and Akamaru. Those two can understand each other very well, commented Naruto, watching the bird descend. Do you want to sit down? He asked as he extended his arm and watched her land on top of him. I don't know who you are, but you're definitely someone good, Naruto said, smiling at her. Nero just looked at him calmly, and with the same face. Naruto. Noel's scream was heard, scaring him, but he made sure they didn't find him. Damn, do you think I should learn manners? Naruto asked the bird, who seemed to think about it until she completely denied it. It doesn't go with me, right? I asked and saw him lift his wing. How nice, he said, looking up at the sky. Where am I going? I murmured to feel the bird fly and see it indicate a direction. That's the direction of the capital, Naruto muttered, watching the bird as it pointed at him. Do you think I should go there? Naruto asked, seeing her get on his head. I see, Naruto muttered. It was the best option at the moment. Looks like I'll be seeing an old friend, she said as she started to smile. Do you want to go with me tomorrow to the capital? Naruto asked, but he felt like denying it. Do you want to stay with Asta? She asked and saw him slightly raise his wing. Okay, come with me whenever you want, he said, turning back to look at the sky. They spent a moment in silence as they looked at the sky and ignored the screams of those searching for Naruto, until Naruto spoke again. Hey, he said, looking at her slightly. Someday you'll tell me who you are, he asked, and saw no response. I wait a while until I sigh. You can't say it, he asked, but felt himself deny. So you don't know if you'll be able to return to your original form, right? I asked and watched him slightly lift his wing. Wow, so you're locked up because of some kind of magic or something, right? He asked to see Nero fly in front of him. I understand, Naruto said, looking at the bird. It was enough information for him. At least the bird wasn't a threat, but he wondered, who could have changed it to that form? Well, he said as he lay down on the roof. How about we watch the stars together while we talk? Well, I'll talk to you, Naruto said, and watched as she positioned herself on top of his chest. He saw her curl up, so he decided to open his jacket slightly and gently take her in his hands, putting her inside and covering her lightly. Nero did nothing to this action, so when she was carried inside the jacket, she looked at him and began to curl up, feeling the heat radiating from his body. Warm? He asked, but received no response. So, let's wait until they get bored and then go inside. What do you think? He asked, but he didn't feel any response. I'll take that as a yes, he said, turning back to look at the stars. Nero opened his eyes slightly and stared at him for a while until he closed them again and curled up. Tomorrow is going to be a pretty hectic day, Naruto thought as he continued looking at the stars and continued listening to the screams of those looking for him. He hoped they didn't find him. He'd never learn any manners. And so Naruto and Nero stood quietly on the roof as they waited for the commotion to end. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the bird looked at him curiously again. A small murmur was heard, but it wasn't heard by Naruto as the bird just curled up again, still staring at him, until he decided to close his eyes again, without anyone noticing this event. In this way, The roof fell completely silent, just listening to the noise from inside the base, while Naruto just smiled. What new ideas must he have? It's been so long since I last spoke to him, he must have changed, thought Naruto, thinking about the person he was going to visit, and so I look forward to the other day. Tomorrow will be an entertaining day. Chapter 4, Escape. Visit an old friend. And another day at the Black Bull's base, and everyone was waking up. And while this was happening, some young gentlemen approached the room of a certain blonde. These were Magna, Asta, and Noel, who, after completely giving up on last night's search, decided to wait until today. They knew that Naruto was at the base because Charmy told them, since she served him food, but he immediately left the dining room after she gave the notice. So they had decided to capture him today. That jerk, Noel muttered as she reached Naruto's door. Both companions decided to remain silent as they watched their companion enter the door without knocking or permission. She was totally pissed off and was the one responsible for them being up so early. Upon entering, Noel walked straight to the lump on the bed and smiled. "You're not getting away today, you silly blonde," Noel said as she approached and uncovered him. The only thing he found was pillows, Asta said, seeing how it had a message in the center. Noel took it and read it. "I'm sorry, silly, but I'm not going to stay here for you to torture me with manners lessons. I may be your fiancé, but I don't give a shit about nobles, so if you want to find me, you have to look for me. Tell Vanessa and Nachan that I'll come tomorrow morning so we can go buy the items that help us control our magic. So I think that's a good luck, Noel-chan." Noel began to gnash her teeth and crumple the paper. Her companions began to slowly back away as they watched her lower her head in fury. "Naruto!" Noel finished screaming, destroying the paper she had in her hand. "Let's go," said Magna, escaping from the angry girl. "We won't bother her," said Asta, running after his senpai. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Finral flinched at the scream and looked towards the entrance. "I don't think you should be here," Yami told the scared Finral. He knew what had happened. When he woke up, he saw Naruto on the way to Finral's room, which surprised Yami, since he thought Naruto would no longer be at the base. After a few minutes, Finral appeared and Naruto asked him if he could open a portal to go to the capital, to which Finral nodded and opened one. The space magic wizard was half asleep, so by the time he realized who he had opened the portal for, it was already too late. Finral immediately entered his room and then opened the door again to fall while crying, cursing himself for what happened. "Captain, will you tell him?" Finral asked fearfully. "Of course, she'll be happy to beat you up for letting our entertainment get away," Yami replied, causing Finral to stand up and open a portal. "Call me only when necessary. Goodbye," he said as he entered a portal just in time for Noel to arrive. "Where is Nar Finral?" he shouted as he watched him leave. He was the one who helped him escape. "Wait, idiot," he shouted, throwing himself at the door just as it closed and ending up falling to the ground. "Wow, so early and the brat already made someone angry. He has a great talent for this," Yami commented as he watched Noel sit down and heard her gnash her teeth as she began to curse Naruto and Finral. "Well, now we just have to wait for them both to return. Who wants to bet Naruto or Finral who will arrive first?" Yami asked, looking at the newcomers. Today they would see a massacre. The capital. Naruto was totally happy to see Julius after asking Finral to open his portals. He saw that he was completely asleep and didn't know who had asked him, so when he opened the portal he immediately entered before he was fully awake. "I dropped him off halfway down the main shopping street, but considering Finral was half asleep and running away from Noel, it wasn't a bad place to arrive." And then, seeing where she ended up, she decided to go to the castle to find Julius to ask him where her old friend's place was. "I haven't seen her for a long time." As he walked along, he saw how different the place of the Pampas was from that of the common people. While the Pampas had castles and luxurious places, the lower part only had common wooden houses and, in some cases, brick ones. It was early, but he saw that people were already opening their stalls and little by little people were arriving, although they were only merchants. There were food stalls, grocery stores, magic tool shops, etc. Even though I couldn't read their language, I was already reconsidering taking those classes, but it wouldn't be with Noelle and her stupid manners class. I was going to ask someone else. The question was, who would I ask for help? Well, I can think about it later. That's how he walked calmly until he reached the castle, where Marx was seen at the entrance. You know, right?" he asked a Marx who was staring at him. "It's very easy to know after Yami called us to let us know you came to the capital. I'm surprised you came so calmly," he replied as he turned around. So where is the old man?" Naruto asked. "He's waiting for you. I don't know why you came, but you're coming for him, aren't you?" Marx asked. "Yes, I came to ask you something," he replied, and Marx nodded. Then let's go in, he said as they both headed towards Julius's office. After a few minutes, they both finally arrived and saw Julius reviewing some documents. Wise man, I brought him, Marx called, making Julius raise his head. Oh, that's good, Naruto, how are you? Julius asked. To be honest, I ran away from Noelle, Naruto said without remorse. Yes, and you should know that she's angry. She's just waiting for you to return to Finral, Julius warned. He received Yami's message and heard Noelle's screams. I wasn't happy at all. It's not the first time I've seen an angry woman, and it won't be the last time I see one, he replied as he went to sit on a sofa, which was quite comfortable. But remember, she's your fiancée, Julius reminded himself. And it can't be worse than an old woman or a super strong friend who can break your bones and repair them whenever they want, he replied fearlessly. When you put it that way, I feel like any trace of fear towards women was completely erased, Julius concluded. No doubt he meant Lady Tsunade. Exactly, Naruto said. What would he be afraid of Noelle? He was with a really violent girl along with many others. That kind of violence would make any man no longer afraid of any girl. I was prepared for whatever came my way. So, Julius said, bringing Naruto out of his thoughts. Have you come? I asked, quite curious about his arrival. Well, first of all, you already know why I ran away, right? Naruto asked, seeing him deny. What a surprise. No, all I know is that you escaped from Noelle and right now she wants to kill you, Julius answered. This boy brought trouble. Their leader must be happy to be free of this walking chaos for a while. First of all, I'll start with the brothers of the year. Yesterday I had a fight, he said seriously, causing both wizards to look at him seriously. You fought against the Silvas? Julius asked, seeing him nod. He didn't think they would come to grip each other's necks the moment they saw each other. Yes, but it was only a fight with the two younger brothers. I didn't fight Nozel, and look, he said, summoning both grimoires and raising his hand. In his hand, a kind of sphere of water began to form, which began to be surrounded by wind until it ended. Frozen, a third element, Marx muttered, very surprised. Incredible, it's the first time I've seen something like this, Julius shouted, quickly approaching Naruto. Yes, I was surprised too. Look, he said, showing both grimoires. According to Vanessa Nei-chan, this is the first time she's seen something like this, Naruto said, showing both writings. Julius approached both books and could understand the words they had said to him. There were 6 spells, but they were all written in both books, all related to the spells I had. It's true, it's the first time something like this has happened. It could be because you have 2 grimoires and they both came together to create a derivative magic, Julius replied while reading the grimoires. Yes, but I feel like using it uses a lot of magic than using it individually, Naruto said. It's pretty normal. Using 1 grimoire is a lot, but using 2 it's just, well, it's the first time I've seen it, and these spells are high level, Julius said. Each one complements the other. Each one is to help you with the other: a weapon, an armor, a shield, a field, a long-distance attack and a counterattack. They can all be used individually, but all together they are completely powerful, and at the same time they consume large amounts of magic, Julius said. This looked a lot like Mana's own. All together, Naruto muttered. How strange. Well, this is certainly something that should be investigated. But considering that you are someone totally different from many young people your age, we could consider it a special case, said Julius as he stopped reading the grimoires and they returned to Naruto. Over time we'll discover more about your grimoires, although from what I've read, you still can't use individual spells, right? I asked, seeing him sigh. It's quite difficult. Every time I try to create a sphere of water with concentration, I end up getting wet or the wind barely wraps around my hand, Naruto said as he looked at both books. I think it's my own energy reserve, just like Noelle. We both have large energy reserves, and I think the only way to do it is if we create stupidly powerful spells. My ninja techniques work the same way. I tried to create a simple clone, but, he said while doing the handstand position, and a pretty bad clone of Naruto appeared that ended up disappearing. It just fails, but it does create a solid clone, Naruto said, crossing his hands, and a clone appeared. It comes out perfect, I understand, said Julius. So that was the real problem with Noelle's magic. She was trying to control it, but what she needs is to create spells that are in accordance with her own amount of magic. Wise man, this could help many magicians who are having problems in the future, said Marx, realizing all of this. This is a very important breakthrough in matters of magical control problems. It's true, the reasons behind the control. With what you discovered, we could help many magicians who have problems in the future, Julius said, looking at him. It's very rare for a mage to have such magical reserves, and Noel isn't the first case to appear, and there are even mage who have illnesses about magical control. Some don't have enough power to create magic, others have a lot but can't control it, and the first case of someone who has no magic, said Julius. You mean Asta, right? Naruto asked. He was different from everyone else. Unlike the others, he did not have magic, but anti-magic. His weapons nullify any magic through a sword, and due to being the first person to possess this kind of power, no order wanted him except Yami. Just like him, he saw great potential in Asta. His anti-magic serves much more than what is seen at first glance, and the others were idiots. Although he wondered why Dorothy didn't choose him, she must have a reason. That boy, I've heard something about him. He has anti-magic. Something totally strange that has never been seen. Most likely the other captains were afraid of him, said Julius, knowing very well about his opinion on these things. Fear? Naruto asked. A 5-leaf grimoire. There's a strange story related to that kind of grimoire, Julius said as he turned around. History? Naruto asked. Perhaps this was the reason why he wasn't chosen. Yes, remember that each of the leaves represents something. The 3 leaves represent love, hope, and sincerity. The 4th is luck, but the 5th, he said while looking at the sky. What does the 5th leaf mean? Naruto said, watching him look out the window. A demon, he replied, making Naruto open his eyes. You don't mean it? He asked, touching his stomach. No, it's different, Julius replied, knowing what she meant. Idiot, I'm different from those pathetic ones, said a voice inside his head, making Naruto stand up. Kyubi, he said, drawing the attention of those present. What's going on? Julius asked, quite alarmed. The Kyubi is talking to me, Naruto said as he closed his eyes. Inside Naruto's mind, right now he was standing on top of water in front of a large gate with a paper in the middle that said seal, and inside these bars he could see his own demon looking at him, the Kyubi. Do you know anything about them? Naruto asked, looking at him. And why should I tell you? Replied the Kyubi, looking at him with one eye. Naruto just looked at him, and then sighed. He wasn't going to tell him anything, so he decided to return to the real world. Meanwhile, Julius and Marx looked at him worriedly. That great beast was talking to them. They knew very well about his condition and what happened last time. They waited for a while looking at him with their eyes closed, wondering why he was talking to them at the moment he was talking about the 5th leaf. Maybe the fox knows something about anti-magic or Asta that no one else noticed. Because now, they waited a minute until Naruto sighed and began to open his eyes. That flea-bitten fox, he wouldn't talk, Naruto said as he sat back down. Did he say anything to you? Julius asked, more relaxed. It was just a comment, but every word he says always causes something, and this time he commented that I was different from the demons, and he told me to buck off, Naruto replied with a sigh. So Asta is related to a demon, Julius said, confirming his suspicions. It seems so, Naruto said, but so far he hasn't shown any signs of a demon, so there shouldn't be any problems, Marx said, commenting on his condition. That's the good thing, considering I have experience with a certain angry, flea-ridden fox who sleeps all the time, Naruto said as he heard a growl. I haven't seen any kind of possession from those kinds of creatures, and let me tell you something, if something possesses you, it's very easy to notice, she said, recalling the times the fox tried to take over her body. I see you're not afraid of that kind of creatures, Julius said. Me being possessed by the fox so many times teaches you to notice the signs that someone is possessing you, he simply replied, quite used to it. So what are the signs in case something happens? Julius asked seriously. Who has more experience with possessions than a person who has survived the possession of another creature? The first thing would be some physical change. Generally that part is a kind of manifestation. It doesn't alter his personality. But if it starts to take the form of that creature that tries to manipulate him, it's very easy to notice, said Naruto. It doesn't alter personality? Marx asked, listening attentively to his words. Any information about possessions should be taken into account. Yes, it generally doesn't alter it and gives you great power. They do it so that its host survives and doesn't die with it, Naruto answered. How many times the Kyubi saved his skin to save himself. For convenience, Julius said, seeing him nod. It was obvious if they are united, the other will be harmed if something happens to the one they are trying to manipulate. The second one, and the one you should pay close attention to and start worrying about, is a personality alteration. In this case, it will depend on the creature, Naruto said, remembering very well what he did to Sakura. In my case, the fox wants to kill everyone, it's that simple, he said. I understand, Julius said, He must warn Yami if something like this happens. And last but not least, complete possession. Well, that's easy and I don't have to explain it. But remember, my state is different from Asta's. His form of manifestation may be different. Naruto warned. We understand, Julius replied. Of course it was different. What Naruto had was something that could only be sealed, nothing more. If that's all, there's another question, Mark said, realizing a point. What's wrong? Naruto asked, looking at Marx. What causes the transformation? I asked, seeing him sigh. Well, that would be strong emotions, in my case anger, sadness and despair. In Asta's case, I have no idea. Naruto answered. The last time he almost released the Kyuubi because he saw Hinata being impaled by pain and assumed she was killed. As a result, he almost freed the Kyuubi. I see, then we should be on the lookout if he starts showing any of those signs, Mark said, watching Julius nod. Until then, don't judge him, Naruto said, getting both of their attention. He's not the devil, he muttered with his head bowed. Those present looked at him and understood why he was being told this. He had already been judged for something beyond his control and ended up being rejected. Don't worry, we won't do anything, but we'll keep an eye on him if anything starts to happen, Julius said, calming the poor boy down. Thanks, and before I forget something, Naruto said, recovering from his slight sadness. There might be a chance I could temporarily manipulate a creature's power, he said, remembering how many tales he can stay sane for before losing control completely. Temporary? Both wizards asked. Can it be controlled? Yes, it's really difficult, but it's possible, and I've even heard of a man who fully controlled the power of another of the beasts I have. Naruto answered. He had heard of a man who controlled the power of a Biju in the Cloud Village. Maybe he could control it someday. So the power of a demon can be controlled? Marx asked, quite surprised. To be honest, I have no idea, but there are techniques that can stop him now. To know which techniques work to stop him, you'll have to investigate for yourselves. Our techniques may not work on Asta in case the possession begins, Naruto replied. We understand, but in your case, can you? Julius asked with a bit of doubt in his voice. No, I barely arrived. I can only stay sane with 1 tail. 2, I'm already violent. 3, I'm about to lose control. And 4, well, everything went to hell, Naruto answered. That has been his experience. Wow, I really didn't expect there to be so much information about possessions, Julius said, sitting down. They obtained a lot of unknown information. It's normal. I heard that pompous people aren't good at working hard except in some cases, said Naruto. That's true. No one takes the time to research things like this, and if something out of the ordinary happens, they dismiss it or simply ignore it and leave it to chance. Marx replied without taking offense because he was right. Almost no noble works hard to get to the position they are in. This place is really bad, Naruto muttered, looking at the ceiling. This place was totally different. And so they remained silent, thinking about what he said. Discrimination in this kingdom was very great, and they did not deny it. They spent a while in silence until Naruto sighed. Let's leave those stupid thoughts and move on to another topic. You already know what can happen to Asta, so you shouldn't worry right now and let time pass. Besides, said Naruto, looking at both of them, it's not our powers that decide what we are, but what we do, he said, beginning to smile. Both men looked at him with a satisfied face. He was right. Now they shouldn't worry. When the time came, they would worry, and until then. You're right, Julius said, returning to normal. He shouldn't think about those things. So, she said to start changing the subject. This was quite painful for Naruto, so they shouldn't keep talking about this. Why did you come here? Julius asked, changing to the real reason for his visit. Naruto stood up and smiled as he quickly walked over to Julius and banged on the table. It's true, I came to ask you about a friend, Naruto said, quite happy. Friend? Julius asked, still a little confused. What other friend did he have until he opened his eyes? You don't mean, he said, swallowing nervously. Dorothy, where is she? He asked, making both men gulp. The day has come for these two to reunite, but they never thought it would come so soon. Change of scene. On a castle-like base next to a beautiful courtyard, some knights were seen dressed as nobles, and on top of this they wore a pink cape next to the emblem that looked like a pink peacock with golden colors. And at this moment each of the knights saw a certain blond man smiling before them. Who are you? Asked a gentleman, frowning. I'm just a friend who came to see an old friend, Naruto replied, looking at everyone. These idiots were definitely looking down on him. Why don't you go somewhere else to bother me, commoner? Said another knight, only to see Naruto sigh. And that's why I don't like nobles, I murmur, looking at them. Listen, moron, I came to see a friend, nothing more, Naruto said, but they started taking out their grimoires seriously. We won't let you go now, another member said with an arrogant voice. Incredible, Naruto muttered, covering his face. What the hell did they think? Do they treat every commoner or whatever they are called in this way? Stop joking and go, insisted another. Well, idiots, but, he said, starting to smile. What will they tell my friend? Naruto said back. The knights looked at each other and decided to turn around to see who this commoner's friend was. They ended up freezing. The woman who had arrived had short lilac hair. She wore a pink pointed hat and was covered by two capes. One was long that completely covered her body, and the other was a short cape that bore the emblem of the order. They were the same color as the hat. She also wore dark purple pointed shoes. And although the woman was walking, she was still asleep. Captain, said a knight, making way for his sleeping captain. Everyone present gave way to the captain of order, Dorothy, who despite being in a rather tense situation was still asleep. Ha, Dorothy, said Naruto looking at her. She was still sleeping. You haven't changed much, he said as he approached his old friend, while everyone watched him. It seems they had too much respect for him to stop him from doing whatever stupid thing they were going to do to him. But at this moment he was not interested in their looks, but only turned to Dorothy, and when he arrived he whispered something in her ear. The moment I finished, I walked away and waited. All the knights were attentive to what she did because she was their captain, but she did nothing to him. But they began to open their eyes and freeze when a voice began to be heard and movement was seen in their body. Aya, Dorothy began, stretching her hands upwards as she slowly opened her eyes. How did they find out? Dorothy muttered, rubbing her eyes. It's because I did it, Naruto said, making the captain look at him while rubbing her sleepy face. Who are? I asked as I tried to see him. He was still blurry. Ha, wake up, lazy captain, said Naruto, hitting her lightly on the forehead, causing her to rub her forehead and start pouting. Mu, tell me who you are, he said, waking up with that little knock. Look at me then, Naruto replied, making the captain look at him. Dorothy looked at him closely, because, wait for those whiskers and blue eyes, it's not, he thought, remembering who he was. Naruto-kun, I asked, looking at him in surprise. Finally, how did you? He didn't finish because he was completely tackled by the captain, which made him fall next to her. Naruto-kun, she shouted as she hugged him tightly. Do Dorothy-su, let go of me, said Naruto, trying to get her off of him. How much have you grown, Naruto-kun? And Dorothy just continued to suffocate him. Please let go. And Naruto couldn't finish because he ran out of air. And Naruto-kun, Dorothy said as she let go of him and looked at him completely unconscious. Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you? Wake up, she shouted, quite worried while shaking him strongly. And those present just watched the interaction. Their captain had woken up. Minutes later, after several minutes where Dorothy was desperate to wake him up until she finally calmed down and left him there after realizing what had happened to him, I put him on the floor, his head on my lap, while I waited for him to wake up. For her, he was a great friend she met 10 years ago, and she knew that when he grew up he would become someone beautiful. But she didn't know how much. He had grown so much that she wouldn't have recognized him by his blue eyes, which she liked so much, and the whiskers she loved to stroke. It looked like a cat. Meanwhile, the members of her order watched their captain holding the boy they were about to attack on her lap while she stroked his hair. They didn't expect their friend to be the captain of their order, but thinking about this made them swallow. There was no doubt he was the captain's friend, so if he spoke they didn't want to think about the worst option. But there was one who was not scared and looked at the couple. This was a young man with fairly long light brown hair that was tied in a ponytail with a band around his forehead. He wore noble clothing and dark hanging earrings and the cloak of the order over it. This was the vice-captain of the Kirsch Vermilion Order. At this moment, he looked at the young man who arrived on this continent 3 days ago and hadn't expected to actually meet his captain. So you really know her? He murmured just enough for his captain to look at him. Yes, Kirsch-kun, I met him 10 years ago when he was a child. We spent a lot of time bothering Geldred during that time, he replied while petting him. I didn't think that, Kirsch said, looking at this young man. What a thing that he wasn't my friend, she asked with a frown, looking at everyone who didn't even dare to look at her. He was one of my first friends and I didn't think they would try to attack him. Hiya, at this rate he'll try to leave again, said Dorothy, looking at Naruto. When he left she felt sad. He was a boy, but a boy who loved to play with her, and now he wasn't treated very well in the kingdom, especially by the Silvas because they saw him as a commoner. But he never complained and remained happy. I didn't think that even my own order would try to attack him, Dorothy said with a disappointed voice. This made those who were going to attack Naruto feel bad, very bad. And the worst part is that they could have attacked someone extremely important, Kirsch warned seriously, making everyone look at him. including his captain. Because you say so? Dorothy asked, feeling like she was forgetting something very important. That's because, Kirsch said, but was interrupted. Because I came to train, Naruto replied, waking up and making everyone look at him. Naru-kun, you woke up, Dorothy said happily. Hello, and a question, because I feel like I'm in something soft and I see your face above me. Naruto asked, trying not to think about that option. But he didn't like Dorothy's smile. It's because you're on my legs, he replied, making Naruto open his eyes. Wa Dorothy, he shouted as he sat down, looking at her to move to her legs. Did you turn red? Dorothy asked, approaching a red-faced Naruto. No, I didn't blush, he replied, looking away. Oh, how nice, said Dorothy as she went over to hug him. Dorothy, let me go, Naruto said. At least this time he wasn't leaving him breathless. No, he replied without letting go. Ha, Naruto sighed, already knowing that it was a lost cause. So, he said, moving on to the morons who tried to attack him. What the hell were you talking about? I asked curiously. No one answered as they watched their captain hug the boy like he was her teddy bear. What the hell were they going to tell him? I was saying, Kirsch began, getting everyone's attention, that you are the hero who came from another continent, a hero who defeated a person of captain level or higher, a so-called ninja, he said, making everyone freeze and Dorothy look at him closely. Hero? I asked, looking at him a little nervously. I think so. I saved my village a few months ago, Naruto replied, shyly scratching his head, but he realized something. Hey, didn't you hear the conversation? Naruto asked, looking at Dorothy, who opened her eyes and ended up hitting her head slightly. Oops, he finished saying while laughing shyly. As the knights gulped at what their vice-captain said, they were about to attack someone who could only be stopped by a captain. What the buck were we going to do? They all screamed in their own minds as they realized they were about to screw up big time. That's why he hadn't moved. He had enough confidence to beat each of them up. Dorothy, you haven't changed much, have you? Naruto asked, pouting at her. If I've changed, look at me, don't you think I'm in the prime of my life? I asked while striking a pose. No, you're still the same, Naruto replied, not much changed. Naru-kun, don't say that, said Dorothy, pouting. No, it's true, you changed something, Naruto said, making Dorothy stop pouting. You see, she said, but she saw Naruto move, putting his hand on top of her head and comparing it with hers. Perhaps you got smaller, Naruto said, making Dorothy pout again. Naru-kun, she shouted, quite offended. It wasn't her fault that Naruto had surpassed her height. Ha, calm down now, look, said Naruto, taking something out from his back and showing her a scroll. What is that? I asked curiously as I tilted my head. You'll see, Naruto said as he unfolded the scroll and placed it on the ground. Everyone looked at him curiously as to what he was going to do with the scroll until Naruto slightly raised his hand and hit the ground, causing a bit of white smoke to appear. When he cleared his head, he revealed something that made Dorothy love him. Sweets, he said loudly, looking at the food she had brought him. He loved sweets. I thought I'd bring them to you. I hope you like them. I cooked it last night, Naruto said a little shyly. You cooked them? Dorothy asked, looking at him. Of course, I don't ask anyone to cook for me, Naruto replied. Wow, these look delicious, he said as he started grabbing them. Looks like you still like them, Naruto commented, looking at her with a smile. Of course I still like them. A girl will always like sweets, Dorothy replied with a smile. He had grown a lot and was now extremely handsome, strong, and knew how to cook. What other boy could do this? Maybe, she thought of a possibility. Maybe she was in her youth, but it wouldn't last forever and she needed someone to take care of her. Hey Naru-kun, what do you think if we go in and eat together? Said Dorothy, watching him nod. Okay, he replied as he stood up and offered his hand to lift Dorothy, who took it with a smile. I'll try, he thought as he stood up. Maybe he could do it. Bring the candy while we go inside, Dorothy ordered those present, who nodded as she turned around next to Naruto. I was going to try. 1 hour later. Now Naruto and Dorothy were sitting outside the base, in a beautiful garden that had some trees, while they were served by stewards. At first, they had decided to eat inside, but Dorothy decided that eating the sweets Naruto had prepared for her was not for that type of place, so she suggested eating outside, in the open air. Naruto just nodded without any complaint. He loved eating out, so he decided to accept her proposal. After that, they began to eat, and Dorothy ordered some stewards who were at the base to bring them some tea to accompany the sweets that she had loved. Dorothy gladly admitted that the sweets Naruto made were delicious, and she wished they would never run out. And after a moment, his wish was heard. According to Naruto, He had prepared a lot of sweets for her because he remembered how many times she had taken him to sweet stands in the capital. What he said made Dorothy totally happy as she enjoyed the sweets, still remembering the days she spent with her. They had passed so many stores that he no longer knew how many times they had passed by the same place. And the best thing was that Naruto remembered what he liked, a delicious apple pie. She loved to eat it. While enjoying their cake, they started talking about what had happened in the last 10 years. Dorothy learned that Naruto's life was quite complicated after he returned to his country. I couldn't believe that at the age of 12, I was already on an escort mission, and the worst part was that this mission had gone up in rank and they ended up fighting guys at the vice captain and captain level. It was certainly a very violent place where his friend came from, and it only got worse when he learned that these kinds of missions were constant. It was ironic, he had a 4-leaf grimoire, but he had very bad luck when it came to quests. Not everything always turns out the way you want it to. But putting aside his sorrows, which included the death of his teacher, which he deeply regretted, he also knew how he had become a hero. A real one, for her. What he told her was like something out of a story. When there was no hope, he comes and saves everyone. He loved those stories, but knowing that his friend did something similar fascinated him. While Naruto just listened happily as Dorothy spoke. She had told him that 4 years ago she had become a captain of order, and even though she was always asleep, she somehow managed to take charge. Although this part did not believe him one bit and insisted on the truth. Dorothy only told him that he could do it while she was asleep and was very attentive to his surroundings until she was asked how she didn't know about his hero status. And at this point, he could no longer lie. Dorothy told him that she left all the work to her vice captain, who turned out to be the guy with the earrings. He was told that his name was Kirsch Vermilion and that he was Fugolian's cousin. This surprised Naruto. He didn't know he had other relatives in other orders. But forgetting about this, Naruto just continued listening to his friend who was enjoying her sweets. He had prepared the sweets after all the members of the Black Bulls had given up the chase and ended up falling into the world of dreams. I made her job easier, and before midnight she had it ready. Being an orphan teaches you many things. And so they spent their time eating and talking, enjoying their friends' company. And before they knew it, it was already evening. While we've been talking for a long time, Naruto commented, looking at the sun. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been awake for more than an hour. Dorothy said, usually waking up for 30 minutes and when necessary. I'm still surprised you're a captain. Naruto said, his voice sharp. Hey, I'm a good captain. Dorothy responded, quite offended. A captain who leaves everything to her vice captain and just sleeps. Naruto replied, looking at her without a trace of emotion. You see, I'm a good captain. I don't neglect who to leave the responsibility to. She replied while sipping her tea. Hiya, Naruto finished sighing. Nothing changed. Come on, don't worry. Dorothy immediately dismissed as she saw Naruto sigh. She wasn't such a bad captain, true. I'm worried, you're not very careful, and when I was a kid I always had to remind you to pay the bills. Naruto said, remembering the times he had to remind her of certain things, like paying her blanket, hat, etc. There were so many things he forgot that he wondered if he himself was the oldest. Hey, I'm not that bad, Dorothy claimed, pouting, which made Naruto laugh and then herself. They felt comfortable with each other. They hadn't seen each other for years, and with this they remembered the past. You know, Dorothy said, controlling herself and going back to eating her candy. This tastes good. Any girl who marries you will be lucky to have you, he commented, causing Naruto to spit, and he pulled you aside. Oh, what's wrong? Dorothy asked, not having expected that reaction. Oh no, it's nothing, Naruto responded nervously. Perhaps he didn't know about her engagement. Hey, Dorothy began, putting her tea aside to stare at him. I could tell you. What's wrong? Naruto asked as he cleaned himself up. He couldn't finish because suddenly a black portal opened in the middle of the courtyard, and Naruto ended up opening his eyes in fear. Perhaps, he murmured, standing up and walking slowly closer to Dorothy. What's going on? I asked seriously. Was it an attack? I'll just tell you that they're not bad, well, in part, Naruto said, watching someone appear through the portal, and the way he appeared was anything but elegant. And this was because the person who appeared looked like a bullet that hit the ground. Naruto gulped as he realized who it was. Finral, that means, he muttered, hiding behind Dorothy, to her curiosity. Naruto, a voice shouted through the portal as it appeared. It was no one else but Noelle, and she didn't look happy. The Black Bulls? Dorothy asked, looking at the girl's cloak and slightly recognizing her. She was the youngest daughter of the Silva house. Yes, but don't say I'm here. I'm running away from the girl, he whispered in Dorothy's ear as he looked for a way to escape. Noelle-chan, I asked curiously. You know her? Naruto asked. Not personally, she's the youngest of all the Silva siblings. Dorothy replied. I see, tell him I went somewhere else, he said as he transformed into a squirrel, much to Dorothy's curiosity and tenderness. How nice you can transform, said Dorothy, but all she received was silence from her friend as he climbed onto her shoulder. She could understand that they didn't want her to find out, and while she was thinking, Noelle started to approach Dorothy's table, who had a squirrel on her shoulder. How cute! But it wasn't worth admiring him at this moment. The important thing was that she had to find her stupid fiancé who ran away. Upon arriving, he saw the captain of the Peacock Coral, who surprised him by showing her awake. Captain, good afternoon and excuse me for my sudden arrival, Noelle began while apologizing sincerely. She should never offend a captain. Good afternoon, Noelle-chan, Dorothy replied while smiling. How did you know? Noelle asked, very surprised at who it was. You're the younger sister of the Silva house. It's very obvious that I know you if I know Nozel-kun, I answered with a smile and went back to drinking tea. It's true, Noelle murmured. So why are you here? Dorothy asked, watching as her fallen companion got back up and walked towards them. I came looking for a fool who ran away, he replied, not sparing his words. I escaped, she asked curiously, but now she understood why Naruto came here, not only to visit her, but also to escape from her. Yes, I have to give him some lessons and he ends up escaping all the way here. Vera is my fiancé, Noelle said, explaining her situation, but she didn't finish because the captain choked on the cake she was eating. Dorothy was trying to get her cake down her throat, so she picked up the cup of tea and drank it down with a long sigh, almost choking. Your fiancé, ha? He said with difficulty. He didn't expect this. Yes, it's okay, Noelle asked, seeing her regain her breath. What happened to her? Yes, I'm fine, but I didn't think you were engaged. What's her name? He asked with a bit of fear in his voice, hoping it wasn't a certain squirrel who was sweating. Naruto Uzumaki, Noelle replied and saw the captain frown. Naruto-kun, he said with a voice that made Naruto tremble. It was not a good sign. You really do know him, right? Noelle asked, seeing her nod. Yes, I know him very well. It's not true, Naruto-kun, he said, making the squirrel jump off his shoulder. But he was caught by Dorothy, who brought him closer to her face. Because you never told me, he asked with a smile that made the squirrel sweat. Noelle opened her eyes as she saw the captain say the name and grab the squirrel. Perhaps it was. Answer me, Dorothy shouted, throwing the squirrel away, causing its transformation to disappear and reveal a totally nervous Naruto. Wait, Dorothy-sama, I screamed in panic and I didn't know why. And I was thinking about, Dorothy murmured, her face falling, quite sad, but she immediately forgot about it when she heard another scream. Ichigo, you idiot, Noelle shouted, running to catch her boyfriend. Shit, Naruto shouted and couldn't react in time when he saw Noelle kick him in the face. This girl was strong when she wanted to be. Finally I caught you, ha! Noelle sighed. She did it. Meanwhile, Dorothy didn't know what to do at this moment. She didn't know that he had gotten engaged to Noelle even though Naruto was constantly fighting with that family. Wait, how did they get to this? Dorothy thought as she realized this detail. Except for Noelle, the Silvas did not get along with Naruto and vice versa. How could he get engaged to a royal girl? May I ask a question? Dorothy began, drawing Noelle's attention. What's wrong, Captain? Noelle asked, quite satisfied with the blow she gave Naruto, who was trying to recover. Since you were engaged, you're supposed to be royalty and Naruto is a commoner. No offense, Naruto-kun, Dorothy said with the last glance at Naruto, who could barely nod. That blow had to hurt. Oh, that? Well, I think it was a tradition about gift exchanges and how they let me get engaged to Naruto as well. It turns out he's a former prince, she replied with a blushing face. Hey, was all Dorothy could say. He was a former prince. No wonder they allowed the engagement. But this made Dorothy think a little more clearly. If it was something like a prince or something, then good, he said, drawing Noelle's attention as she watched Finra walk over, and he was surprised that she was heading towards him. Open a portal to the castle. Let's go see Julius, Dorothy ordered, making everyone look at him. What was I thinking? Back at Julius's office. After Naruto's visit, the day went by normally, that is, Marx watching Julius and preventing him from escaping from the mountain of papers he had to sign. This always happened and today was no exception. In the afternoon, Yami had called asking for Naruto's location because Finral, or as he called him, his means of transportation, was about to be killed by Noelle, who was demanding where Naruto was. Julius didn't want to get into trouble, so he told him he had gone to the Peacock Coral base. That said, something was heard in the background and Yami just cut the call. Why did he feel that something bad would happen? Marx felt it too, and unfortunately minutes later a black portal appeared in the middle of his office. I'm already regretting telling you where he is, Julius muttered. Noel came out of the portal with a Naruto with a face full of pain and Dorothy, both wizards said, surprised that she was awake. Hello Julius-kun, Marx-kun. Dorothy greeted with a smile as she left the portal with Finral, who was the last to leave and ended up sighing. How well you're awake, Julius said, very surprised. She was almost never awake. Yes, Naruto-kun woke me up and also baked me some delicious cakes. Don't you think it's worth waking up for a visit of that magnitude? He replied, approaching his desk. Well, that's certainly a surprise, hee. Julius answered nervously. He didn't know a boy like Naruto could cook. But I'm surprised you came. What's the reason for your visit? Julius asked, seeing her smile. It's simple, said Dorothy, banging on the table. I want to be engaged to Naruto-kun, she announced, causing everyone to open their eyes and the room to fall silent. No one said anything until Marx spoke again. Could you repeat that? I think we didn't hear correctly, he said with a lot of doubt in his voice. Of course, I said I want to be engaged to Naruto-kun, she replied again. Everyone froze again. They hadn't heard wrong. After a few minutes of silence, everyone shouted in surprise. The scream was heard throughout the castle. In the village of Konoha, Tsunade was sitting in her temporary office reviewing some papers, being watched by Shizen so she wouldn't escape, and Tantan, who just looked at her. When she came back, she told everyone what happened with Naruto and the engagement. To say they were surprised was an understatement. None of his classmates or teachers had expected it. Who would have thought that the most dense of all ninjas and men who ever existed would have compromised himself? And even more so by accident. Hinata ended up fainting, poor girl. Since that day, only 2 days had passed, and until now there has been no news about Naruto. I was already expecting some nonsense at this point. That kid was always getting into big trouble, and leaving him was like telling the world, we've left him a walking wreck. It is indeed problematic. Furthermore, news of Naruto's engagement quickly spread throughout the village. Gossip Ino couldn't keep quiet about Sakura, who seemed strange since this news came out, so she stayed away from her for now. He learned what had happened between Sakura and Naruto through Kakashi. He had not expected that Sakura would try to stop Naruto in his search for Sasuke using the feelings he had for her. Even for her it was quite cruel, but she understood the reason, and that's why she decided to keep quiet. Now he understood why Naruto was confused by the girl's confession. Poor thing. Furthermore, he learned that after the confession, Madara appeared and revealed the truth about the Uchiha massacre. Those old bastards wanted to kill them when she found out, and she was glad Danzo was dead, because if he had still been alive, she would have taken care of killing him. And she was even more surprised to learn that the third one had accepted. What the hell did he do? If I hadn't accepted, all the current problems would have been avoided. And it only got worse when Kakashi told him that upon hearing this news, Naruto ended up hyperventilating. That just capped it off. A few days in a coma, and the village almost went to shit. But for now, he enjoyed the peace that was there. Naruto was in another country. Akatsuki remained calm and motionless. The village was rebuilding, and best of all, there were no problems. Well, aside from its natural enemy, paperwork, everything was quiet, until he felt a chill run through his body, because he felt like something was going to make him want to get drunk until he threw up. Shizen, Tsunade called. What's wrong, Lady Tsunade? Asked Shizen, approaching her. Bring me sake. Tsunade ordered. Something told her she was going to need it. No, Lady Tsunade, you must finish your work, Shizen said to Tsunade's Sai, who just went back to her work. Shizen had taken it upon herself to lock her in her office, without sake, so that she could continue uninterrupted, and whenever there was any, she took care of it. Her mistress would try to escape at any opportunity. After a few minutes where Tsunade could only follow her paperwork, something appeared in front of them, a kind of white light, alerting both women. Tsunade was reassured to know whose energy this was. Don't worry, Tsunade said, reassuring Shizen. They waited a while until the light appeared and revealed a rather nervous Julius. Julius, because I feel like this isn't a call to say hello, Tsunade greeted, looking at the magician, who started to laugh nervously. We have a little problem right now, Pa. He couldn't finish answering because he had to duck to dodge a kunai that flew over his head, along with ice that ended up colliding with something that looked like liquid metal. Because something tells me it's Naruto, asked Tsunade, looking back at Julius, who seemed totally nervous. A kind of tiger roar was heard. What the hell was going on? Please, if you could come, I would appreciate it. We need to talk, Julius said, so Tsunade ended up sighing. It was good while it lasted, he said as he began to stand. Wait 10 minutes, I have to get ready, he said, making the magic disappear. Shizen, get Kakashi and Shikaku now, ordered Tsunade, making Shizen leave. And also bring me 4 bottles of sake, something tells me I'll need them, Tsunade asked, and this time Shizen nodded. Why the hell wasn't Naruto staying calm for once in his life? Back to the Clover Kingdom. Noel, Finral, Marx and Julius stood completely frozen at the sight, and it wasn't because of the ice that had spread across the battlefield. At this moment, Naruto and Dorothy were fighting against Nozel, who was throwing everything he had at both of them, who were not holding back at all. After Dorothy announced such words in Julius's office, Julius demanded an immediate explanation from both of them. In Naruto's case, he had no idea what was going on, as Dorothy explained that she wanted to become his wife because he was the only boy she liked. He could cook, he was strong and very handsome, everything I could have wanted. Furthermore, even though she was about to turn 30, she didn't want to be alone, so she decided to take this path and proposed to Naruto that he marry her. But he hadn't expected that she was engaged to Noel, so when he found out he had given up on the idea. But something came to mind. Being his concubine, his lover, and this was because Naruto was a kind of prince, and it was not strange for the royal family to have lovers. This simply froze those in the room. They finally recovered and started talking again. The idea was simply idiotic, but Dorothy didn't seem to care as she insisted. So she looked at Naruto, who asked her if she wanted him to be her lover or not. At this point, Naruto didn't know what to say. He told her she was pretty and he didn't deny it, but that he was now engaged to Noel, to Noel's embarrassment, and that he could never cheat on her. Hearing these words, Dorothy became depressed, thinking that there was no way someone as honest as Naruto could cheat on his fiancée. Upon seeing her, Naruto decided to comfort her by saying that it wasn't her, but that she might be having problems with Noel's family and that he already had enough, and he still didn't know what his feelings were for her, but he assured her that it could be more than just a friendship. These words made Noel blush deeply, but for Dorothy, hearing these words had another meaning. So he stood up again and grabbed Finral to order him to open the portal to the Silva house. He said the real problem was Noel's family, and if she convinced her brother to let Naruto have a mistress, then she would be more than satisfied with that. And this idea made everyone take Finral out of their hands. It was the stupidest idea anyone could have come up with, and Naruto, who was known for his great stupidity, accepted it. Dorothy began to complain because they wouldn't let her, and the group insisted that that wasn't the problem, and also told her that she was older than Naruto 10 years, to which Dorothy simply responded that she had no age for love. They spent 35 minutes trying to convince her to abandon her idea, but she insisted on going to talk to Nozel. But to make matters worse, the aforementioned arrived at the room right in the middle of the fight. At this point, everything went to shit. Seeing Nozel, Dorothy jumped towards him and asked if she could let Naruto have lovers, and this caused Nozel to attack Naruto, who had to dodge her liquid metal. He wasn't holding back, and seeing how Naruto was attacked, Dorothy jumped into battle with her sleep magic and defended Naruto, who also took out his grimoire and his clones and fought alongside Dorothy. Julius no longer knew what was happening, but what he was sure of was that the fight could not take place inside the castle. So before they launched an attack, he used his time magic and froze them, then took them out of the castle, to a training area with everyone else. He couldn't resist for long due to the brutal power of the 3 captain-level people. So the moment he got to the area, he had to cast his spell and the 3 of them jumped into combat. Dorothy and Naruto supported each other very well, as if it hadn't been the first time they fought together, while Nozel threw all his liquid metal at them without mercy, trying to harm Naruto. No one knew what to do anymore, so Noel asked for Tsunade to be called to fix this mess, making Julius tremble. But she was right, this was out of control. But first he tried to call Yami to help him stop the battle, so he asked Marx to use his communication magic. He knew luck was not on his side, as Yami sat there laughing at what was happening. Now he hated her attitude and ended up giving in to this, so he had to call Tsunade. That woman was the only one who could stop all the chaos. His luck improved when he called her. He had agreed so she would arrive in 10 minutes, so he decided to go somewhere else to greet them, leaving Marx, Yami, Noel and Finral there. While the spectators were no longer sure whether this place could be called a training ground, Naruto's ice attacks and that strange sphere in his hand that created craters upon impact, Dorothy's dream magic who helped Naruto create weapons and animals that helped him fight and move, as well as defend each other, and Nozel's mercury magic who took different forms to counter and attack both idiots. The attacks by the 3 involved were distorting the field. Ha 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 ha, I've never seen her so awake. She really wants to be engaged to Naruto, ha 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 ha. Laughed Yami, seeing Dorothy awake. It was strange that she woke up. Captain, stop them! Finral demanded. Who would have thought he would be witnessing a battle of such magnitude? Not even dead, look at the silver one with the strange hairstyle. He wants to kill Naruto. Yami indicated while he watched Naruto dodge spears and throw ice needles while riding some dolphins that Dorothy created, who was on a small boat floating in the sky, also dodging some kind of metal bullets. How does he get into fights? Noelle said, watching the show. She had been bothered by what the captain said, but it quickly went away when she understood that it was Dorothy's wish to marry Naruto, and even more so when he rejected her for being engaged to her. But her insistence was something she hadn't expected, much less than when Nozel arrived explosively and the captain told him she wanted to be Naruto's lover. Her brother launched an attack. He didn't know why he did it, but that didn't matter, because right now they were trying to kill each other in battle. Nozel, can you calm down, man? Naruto shouted, trying to stop him, but he didn't listen to him and dodged his metal spikes. While Nozel didn't respond and instead threw his liquid metal upwards and transformed it into a rain of liquid metal. Shit, Naruto shouted, dodging the metal. Dorothy dodged and imagined a large wall above them that prevented the metal rain from falling and hitting them. Naru-kun, attack him! Shouted Dorothy, throwing some tigers made of fire. Okay, ice creation magic, ice needles! He shouted as he created thousands of needles that surrounded the tigers. The ice resisted the fire and combined into a new attack. Seeing this, Nozel created a large metal wall in front of him, defending himself from both of their attacks. The impact created a crater in the field, but they didn't have time to admire it because Naruto launched himself at Nozel with a Rasengan in hand. Let's see you calm down, idiot! He growled as he went full speed to hit Nozel's shield. I don't think so, said a voice appearing next to Naruto and grabbing him by the wrist, diverting him in another direction. He couldn't finish because his Rasengan ended up hitting the ground and sending him to the other side. Neru. Dorothy also couldn't finish because she felt someone behind her aiming some kind of projectiles which were at her arm. Please stop, Captain, said a woman's voice, causing Dorothy to raise her hands. Now you're going to calm down, asked the same man behind Nozel, who looked at him slightly. A ninja, I muttered, looking at the man. We're just in time, said another voice, drawing everyone's attention. Finally, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched her approach, along with a pig that was walking beside her. Grandma Tsunade, Noelle said, very relieved, stopping the battle just in time. And another brat who got used to telling me the same thing, Tsunade muttered, looking at the girl. Fine, now everyone calm down this instant, he ordered, making Naruto sit down, Dorothy slowly get off her floating boat, and Nozel withdraw his liquid metal. I arrived on time, but that ice, it comes from Naruto. How did he do it? Thank goodness I left Shikaku in charge of everything. I have to investigate this, but it will be after I fix all this, Tsunade thought, looking at the battlefield. She came quickly, leaving Shikaku in charge of the village. Thank goodness that lazy guy was unemployed, but what he didn't expect when he arrived was the ice element being used by Naruto. What happened? For now it wasn't important. Kakashi-sensei, Shizen-chan, what are you doing here with Grandma? Naruto asked, surprised by their arrival. We were also surprised to get here and see you fighting. What trouble have you gotten into now, Naruto? Kakashi asked, looking at him with a bored face. For the first time in my life, I'm telling you that this time I didn't do anything, and I swear on my life, Naruto replied, denying any thoughts they might have had. So what did he do to make them fight? I asked, only to see Naruto point to the girl who made his floating boat disappear and the weird-haired guy. Ask them, not me. Nozel attacked me because of something Dorothy said, and let me tell you, what you're about to hear will definitely leave you speechless, Naruto replied while sighing. So we already have the explanation from Naruto. Now tell us, why did you start fighting? Asked Tsunade, approaching her two ninjas in the middle of the battlefield. Well, Dorothy spoke timidly. She didn't think her leader would come all the way here. Aren't you a captain? Tsunade asked, to see her stick out her tongue and close one eye. She was a fool. And why did you attack Naruto? Asked Tsunade, directing her gaze to Nozel, who didn't respond to her question. Tsunade sighed as she touched her nose. Naruto was the reason, there was no doubt about it. But he wasn't the one who caused all of this, and for some reason she felt that the captain was responsible for all of this. Lady Tsunade and her companions, excuse me for calling you, but we must talk about what happened, and if it is not too much trouble, we could go to our office to talk much better, said Julius, making all the ninjas nod. You too, he indicated to all the magicians present at this disaster, including Yami, who was hit by Tsunade when she saw him laughing at what was happening and was now rubbing his head. Shizen, heal Naruto and the girl, ordered Tsunade, making the woman go with Naruto first. And so the little battle ends. But Tsunade's headache was only about to begin. Thank goodness he brought his sake. 1 hour later, Tsunade did not regret her decision to bring 4 bottles of sake. He found out the reason, and let's just say that listening to it was a real pain. They calmed Nozel, who understood that it was not some nonsense done by Naruto but by Dorothy, who explained that she wanted to be Naruto's fiancé, lover or something like that. Those who knew her knew what her attitude was like. She was very childish and playful, but when she wanted something, she always tried to get it by any means, and this time she wasn't going to give up on Naruto being her boyfriend or lover. Tsunade just rubbed her head as she looked at a rather tired Naruto. How do you get into so much trouble? Asked Tsunade, seeing Naruto deny. I wonder if I'll have bad luck with everything. Seriously, this stupid book brings me luck, he asked while showing the 4-page grimoire. Given your case, we have no idea, Marx replied, quite tired. I didn't expect any of this. Well, leaving all that aside, may or may not I be Naruto's fiancé or lover? Dorothy asked as she sat next to Naruto playing with Naruto's cheeks, who seemed totally surrendered to her. He was extremely tired and had no strength to continue fighting. Girl, you're not very patient like the idiot next to you, right? Tsunade asked, seeing her just smile. She was much better when she was completely asleep. Well, you can't do it, girl, Tsunade said seriously. Naruto is already engaged to the Silver girl, she told the girl who looked at her. Why do they always call us Silver? I ask, only to see everyone just shrug. Back to the topic, Tsunade said, looking at the captain. It's almost impossible that you're Naruto's lover, he declared firmly. But he is something like a prince or something like that, so what problems are there? Dorothy said strongly, quite sad. Little girl, understand, he's already engaged, said Tsunade, looking at her. She was very insistent. But, said Dorothy, bowing her head and ending with a sigh. Well, unless, Kakashi muttered softly as he read his book, but his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Unless, Dorothy asked, approaching Kakashi, who opened his eyes and dodged her. Kakashi, damn idiot! Tsunade shouted, throwing a kunai at him that Kakashi ended up grabbing, who started laughing nervously. The damn pervert spoke. It came out, he said shyly, making everyone look at him. What did Grandma mean? Naruto asked, staring at her while Julius, Marx, and Shizen gulped. There's something you haven't told us, right? Nozel asked, noticing the attitude of everyone who looked away. And now what happens? Noelle muttered while covering her face. What did they say this time? Tsunade looked at Kakashi, who just went back to reading his book. But if you looked closely, he was totally nervous and trying to divert his gaze towards the book. Everyone looked at Tsunade and then at those who swallowed, who were hiding this time. Lady Tsunade, Shizen murmured beside her. I know, what do we do? I asked, trying to think of a plan. Grandpa, Naruto shouted, standing up from the couch and approaching Tsunade, who jumped in surprise and looked away. What the hell is happening now? He asked loudly to Tsunade, who continued to look away. And as he continued to look away, he moved on to the next one. Shizen Nichin didn't even look at him. She immediately looked away. I think I'll go out, he said as he started to escape, leaving Tsunade behind. Wait, Shizen, he shouted just as he had left with Taunton. I'll go too. If you need me, I'll be on the roof, Kakashi said as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Kakashi, damn bastard, Tsunade shouted, unable to stop him in time. I'm leaving, besides it's none of my business, said Marx, walking out the door, leaving Tsunade and Julius alone in this situation. Wait, Marx, Julius shouted, leaving him abandoned. Wow, what a way to escape! Even the mushroom is gone. What the hell is this important information that they don't want to reveal? Yami asked, only to be looked at by Tsunade, who was angry. I'd better shut up, he muttered as he sat down next to Finral, who didn't say anything. Grandpa, Naruto asked again, because they had escaped. Tsunade looked at him nervously, and then looked at Julius, who had. Oh, you're not leaving, he said, tightly grabbing Julius by the neck before he could use his magic. He was trying to escape. You are as responsible as I am for everything that is happening, he said strongly, without letting go of Julius, who could only swallow. Everyone looked at her without looking away, especially Naruto, Noelle and Dorothy, the latter hoping that there was something that could be done. Meanwhile, Nozel watched Julius and Tsunade sweat bullets. What the hell were they hiding so that all the ninjas and the Wizard King's assistant could escape immediately? Grandma, Naruto asked again, reminding both leaders what situation they were in and looking at him. But they only saw more eyes on them. What were they going to do? They stared at each other, not knowing what to say, while the others present looked at the leaders in search of an explanation for the attitude of all those who escaped from the room. A few seconds passed, but for the leaders it was minutes of being watched, and unable to bear it any longer, Tsunade began to speak. "Fine, I'll talk, but first Naruto, Yami and your boy, get out of here," he indicated while those mentioned opened their eyes, especially the first named. "Old, I can't." He couldn't even finish because he was grabbed by the neck and sent out into the hallway along with the door. "Finral, open a portal now," Yami ordered, standing up. "I'm one step ahead of you, Captain. See you," said Finral, crossing the portal with Yami. They weren't going to find out his strength. And Dorothy was going to check on Naruto, but she was grabbed by Tsunade and dragged towards a couch. "You're not going anywhere. You're the one causing all this, so you're staying here. You've heard me, brat," Tsunade said as she looked at her slightly and made Dorothy nod quickly. "This lady is scary," thought Dorothy as she was thrown onto the couch next to Noelle, who remained silent. She wouldn't have spoken seeing her so angry. Lady Tsunade," Julius said, but he was glared at. "What's going on now?" Tsunade asked without any humor. Fix the door," he asked, and received a kunai to the side of his face. It was a very clear answer. Nozel remained completely silent, because he had to start the fight. After several minutes where everyone settled, Naruto was picked up by Shizen and Kakashi, who took him to the roof to rest, and the main person involved in this disaster remained completely silent next to Noelle. Finally Tsunade sat down and sighed. "Okay, I'll start by saying that Naruto and no one else out here should know, you understand?" Tsunade began, looking at everyone who nodded. "Very well then, the first thing I will say is that this involves certain families on our continent in a general way, so in special cases, the law I am going to mention can only be applied in a single situation. Have you understood?" He said to receive another nod, and this time he opened a bottle of sake with his mouth. He was going to need it. "With all this clear, I'll begin. On our continent, there are certain families with unique abilities that are passed down from generation to generation. These families are clans," he said, beginning with a brief explanation so they could understand where he was going with what he was going to say. "Clans?" Nozel asked curiously. "It looks like the nobles, but very different," Tsunade answered seriously. "How different?" Nozel asked. "Families are treated the same as all other ninjas. There is no favoritism or connections, and their techniques are only passed down within the family, so they can never be used by other people," Tsunade replied, nodding at Nozel. "And what does this have to do with Naruto and what I'm asking for?" Dorothy asked, understanding this part. "Yes, and it's because Naruto is part of an almost extinct clan, being almost the only survivor," Tsunade replied, leaving everyone surprised, except Julius, who already knew where the conversation was going. "So, the techniques Naruto has demonstrated are part of his family?" Noelle asked, but saw a denial from Tsunade. "No, those techniques are common in our village, and even if they are new, they can still be learned over time, such as the Rasengan, the sphere that Kakashi deflected and made a crater upon impact," he replied, giving an example. Everyone remembered such a technique. It was stupidly powerful. It had left several craters in the battle area every time it hit the ground. That technique was created by his father, being a classification A technique, that is, a technique that can hardly be learned. Currently there are only 5 known users of the Rasengan in the world, and only 3 of them are still alive. The first was his father, the 4th Hokage, who created it and unfortunately died before completing it, but even so it became an extremely dangerous and powerful jutsu. The second is the teacher of the 4th, and Naruto, Jiraiya, learned it after Minato. The third was the one you saw, Kakashi, who ended up copying it but never uses it due to its complexity. The 4th person is obviously the idiot Naruto, and finally, Naruto's disciple and grandson of the 3rd Hokage, Konohamaru. All of them learned the technique, but so far, only Naruto has completed it, he said, revealing everything he knew about that technique. "Only 5 people," Nozel muttered. "What kind of technique must it be for only that many people to master it?" "I understand, but if they aren't the techniques that Naruto masters, what are they?" Dorothy asked, curious and surprised by what he said. "Good question, and those are sealing techniques," Tsunade replied. "Sealed?" Noelle asked. She had heard of that kind of magic, but it only served to restrict, and nothing more. "Yes, and not any kind of sealing. They are extremely dangerous techniques, and in some cases, Naruto's family can summon death itself to seal their enemy in exchange for sacrificing their life and suffer inside the stomach of death for all eternity alongside their enemy," said Tsunade with a serious voice. Everyone swallowed. Speak seriously, Noel asked fearfully. What kind of family was it? Yes, very seriously, the third Hokage died by summoning death to swallow his own soul along with a damn bastard. He replied, remembering how he died. That's how he died. Julius murmured. He didn't know this part. He only knew that he had died. Yes, the sealing jutsus of Naruto's clan are terrifying. They can seal objects, souls, or monsters, and that is the reason Naruto's family was extinguished, he said sadly. They were so afraid that they would destroy them for that reason, Dorothy said to get a nod of approval. What kind of family were they? And Naruto can use this kind of techniques? Noel asked, afraid of what could happen to her. No, unfortunately not. Maybe one day he will, but currently he doesn't know anything about sealing techniques. Although he has a lot of talent for that kind of techniques, he quickly learned the ability to store things in scrolls with that. You should understand that it is something natural in Naruto, he said, making everyone nod. That's a relief, Noel murmured more calmly. At least she won't die from that kind of technique. Yes, but those aren't the only qualities this clan has, he said, drawing everyone's attention. What other qualities does he have? Nozel asked. This boy was extremely strong, and it was not only his thing, but it was family. You shouldn't tell Naruto yet, but I will tell him. The Uzumaki clan is well known for being a clan specialized in seals, but they are also great monsters of resistance capable of fighting non-stop for days, abnormally high energy reserves, and in Naruto's case, extremely high regeneration and recovery capacity in record times, difficult to kill, battle geniuses. The personality of all is extremely explosive and violent. They have red hair, as red as blood, among other qualities, answered Tsunade. She had part of the blood of that clan because of her grandmother, but she would never reveal it to Naruto. What would he think if he knew? And she didn't dare tell him. When he finds out, will he tell him, or will they be so stubborn that none of them do it? Well, it doesn't matter. So, the desperate part is part of his family, Nozel muttered. Now he understood everything. That boy was simply irritating. Yes, but now you must understand perfectly what a clan is, right? Asked Tsunade. Yes, we can understand that. But why isn't Naruto a redhead? Dorothy asked curiously. It's simple. It's because of her father. She inherited his hair, Tsunade replied, making the captain nod. Nozel thought about everything he said. This family had much more power in their blood than his. Noel and Naruto's engagement was far more beneficial to them than they imagined. Fine, but I still don't understand what Naruto's family or clan has to do with what's happening right now, said Noel, making everyone look at Tsunade and Julius, the latter knowing what was happening by the way he was trying to escape a while ago. That's where I'm going. You see, on our continent, clans are really important, and generally, renowned clans are difficult to destroy, but if there's a case where the clan needs to be rebuilt, a certain ancient law that involves these cases begins to come into play, he said, beginning to reveal that law. That law is called the Clan Reconstruction Law, and it's a law that the ninja place or village is allowed to activate when they see that it's necessary to rebuild the clan, he said, getting everyone to nod. But we still don't understand, Noel asked. What does this law have to do with all of this? Okay, then, to make it easier, if there is a clan that is about to become extinct, what would you do to rebuild it? Tsunade asked, causing everyone to open their eyes. You don't mean, Noel said, a little blushing. Exactly, children. To rebuild a clan you need children, but the question here is one woman enough? He said, and this time everyone could understand. So that means, Noel said, looking at Dorothy, who also opened her eyes. Yes, the law of reconstruction allows a man or woman who is about to become extinct to have more than one partner. In this case, Naruto can marry many other women if he wants, he revealed, making everyone, except Julius, remain silent. Nozel didn't even know that such a law could exist, but because he never told anyone about it, or rather, Naruto doesn't know, right? Nozel asked, realizing this detail. Of course not. Before coming here, a guy named Danzo had activated that law so that Naruto was forced to marry other women in the village, but the idiot died and that law was deactivated. Tsunade replied seriously. Thank goodness that sick idiot died. What? Noel asked, surprised by this information. Do you think Dorothy was the first to try it? Tsunade asked, clapping her hands and revealing a mountain of papers. What you see here are marriage proposals from different clans that have asked for this law to be reactivated, including foreign countries, he said, tapping the pile of papers. What the buck? Noel shouted, standing up and running to see all the papers. Lady Tsunade, it's a joke, right? Nozel asked, very surprised seeing the mountain of papers. which has so many proposals. No, it's not a joke. Noelle was the lucky one of all of them to become Naruto's official fiancée, she replied, looking at the girl who was reading all the papers. I can't read it, I mumbled. It was true a language was different. But you can see the images, right? Tsunade asked, making her nod. Each of the proposals came with an image, and to say they were beautiful was an understatement. So Dorothy began to speak, attracting everyone's attention. There is a possibility only if this law is activated, Tsunade replied. Wait a moment, Nozel said, looking seriously at Tsunade. Do you think we'll accept this law easily? He asked, seeing Tsunade stand up and look at him seriously. You force Naruto to get engaged without any kind of option, and although he is fine now and there are no problems with his relationship, you come to tell me that you are not going to comply with this law when we accept yours, said Tsunade without fear at his words. Nozel could only remain silent because he was right. They were forced to accept their customs, so if this law is activated, they shouldn't complain. So he decided to sit down and continue listening. Now, listen to me carefully, he said to explain something since they were at it. Noelle and Nozel, let me tell you something very important about the engagement, and what happened in our village, she said, making both siblings look at her. When I arrived, an immediate meeting was held due to this commitment, and the village council was spoken with. The majority was satisfied with this commitment because they knew Naruto and knew about his past, so they wanted him to be happy. But there were two who were not, and immediately demanded to break this agreement, he said, making both brothers open their eyes. But why didn't they understand what happened? Nozel asked, surprised by this. Didn't they care that they were influential in this country? They understood, but they didn't like it because Naruto started to build a family far from his village, and as a consequence, his power could be lost forever from our continent. Because of this, they demanded that the engagement be broken, all because of his abilities, he answered, making Nozel nod. What happened? Noelle asked with a little fear. Tsunade looked at her and saw her touching that gem. So he did the same thing as me, Tsunade thought. Looking at the gem she gave to Naruto, she hoped that this time history wouldn't repeat itself. Calm down. Due to their recent actions, they were completely silent and could not do anything more. But I must warn you something, and it is about this law. If the council decides to activate the law, or rather if it is activated at this moment, those old men will try to use their influence to make Naruto marry someone from his own village, so you must be careful, warned Tsunade. Noelle nodded at his words. She didn't think their engagement would be seen that way. But there is good news, and that is that since you are his official fiancé, unless you want to get into trouble with another country, the girls who can be sent must go through your permission and Naruto's. He will never be forced to marry others unless you two agree, he said to continue reassuring her. Noelle just nodded. They wanted her power so much. There's something else, and it's something that happened before Naruto got here, and this could also affect their relationship, Tsunade said with quite a bit of concern in her voice. What's going on? Nozel asked. This engagement had many problems. Before arriving here, Naruto captured a girl who belonged to a certain organization, and after analyzing her hair and attitude, it was confirmed that the captured girl is an Uzumaki, he said as he remembered that crazy girl who was in love with Sasuke. And because of her appearance, the elders will try to get this girl to marry Naruto to rebuild the clan to its full splendor. Maybe in a few weeks this girl will be sent here as a prisoner or some excuse to try to unite Naruto and her in marriage or lover, said Tsunade, making everyone open their eyes. But that, Noelle said, not believing her words. Now you understand how important your family is. Unlike you who seek status and power, we do whatever it takes to keep special abilities tied to us, and considering that Naruto and you are going to get married in the future, then these abilities are going to pass to this kingdom, so many will try to invoke the law so that he can marry other girls, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were girls interested in Naruto for a long time. Like I told you, you were the lucky one among all of them, and the best of all is that you didn't even ask for it. Besides, the girl I talked about is in love with someone else, so the possibility of a relationship is quite slim. But it exists. The girl was saved by Naruto from death, finished saying Tsunade while she drank sake again. Yes, she talked a lot. Those present were surprised by this information. His country will try anything to get Naruto to marry even into his own family to keep his blood as pure as possible. His skills must be highly coveted. So where does that put me? Dorothy asked, causing everyone to stop thinking. Well, in your case, you are a captain, someone who could be on par with the Kages or Jonin of our village. Your status affects Naruto a lot because you are extremely strong. Many countries will see you as someone who wants to obtain Naruto's power, or even if you get engaged, it could start the race for the many kunoichis to try to come and try to conquer Naruto, he answered without any humor. Other girls, so if she gets engaged to Naruto there could be other girls from her own village who could be sent to this place. Noelle asked. Not only ours but others. Look at that paper. Tsunade pointed at a paper that fell to the floor. Noelle saw the paper and picked it up. She saw a girl with a serious face and long blonde hair. She is or was a marriage candidate for Naruto. She is a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, a woman who is under the direct command or has connections with the Raikage, said Tsunade. A few days ago she received that paper, but she didn't see it until a few days ago. Raikage, isn't he a? Julius asked fearfully. Yes, he is one of the military leaders of the 5 great ninja villages and the supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance. This guy is not to be taken lightly. He fought on par with Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, in equal power and conditions in the 3rd Great Ninja War, and due to Minato's death, he is known as the fastest ninja in the world. He said, making everyone swallow. This guy was bad news. So Naruto is highly coveted by others, and if the law is activated then this man. Noelle muttered with her head down. Yes, the Raikage will send his kunoichi to conquer Naruto, confirmed Tsunade. But why? Noelle asked, not understanding why even a military leader from another country would want that. It's because of the respect he has for him. He stopped the enemy from continuing the war and left everyone in check. Thanks to that, our continent can prepare for war or even stop it before it starts. In addition, the Raikage respects his parents and Naruto's power a lot. That man is not someone easy to impress or even earn respect. Because of this, he decided to make a kind of alliance stronger between villages and a bond stronger than marriage, replied Tsunade, going back to drink sake. The Raikage admitted that Naruto's plea for mercy for a criminal was disrespectful, but after seeing his actions he gained enough respect for the stubborn man to propose such a thing. And what about the girl? Nozel asked seriously. The girl is a pretty strong kunoichi. From what I heard, she offered herself for this marriage due to an incident involving Naruto being attacked by cloud ninjas who were looking for information about a criminal, and because of this, she decided that it was the best way to apologize on behalf of everyone. She answered quite seriously. She knew what happened about that little incident, and what caused Naruto to go to the Land of Iron. After he finished speaking, the room remained silent. No one present spoke. This was news they had never expected. A few minutes passed before someone broke the silence again. Then I can't do it, Dorothy murmured, giving up on her idea. Because you say so, I thought you were going to try it, asked Tsunade, curious about what he said. I couldn't do it. If they activate the law then Naruto will have a lot of problems, Dorothy answered with her head down. You really love Naruto, right? Noelle asked, looking at her. Yes, he's a great and quite funny guy. He knows how to cook something that no noble can, and he, being someone of high status, does know how to do it. The boys here never interested me, and the only one that interested me was Naruto. Even though he was younger than me, he is a totally different boy from everyone else here. So I thought he would be the best boy I could marry because of my age, but that, now is how. Dorothy finished sighing. Then try to conquer him, said Tsunade, making him look at her. But Dorothy said, surprised by his words, but was interrupted by Tsunade. One of Naruto's dreams is to be Hokage, but there is another, and it is something he will never say, she said, thinking about Naruto's strongest wish. Another dream? Asked Dorothy. Yes, her longing to have a family, she replied, making both girls look at her. His dream is something he's wanted since he was a child, so deep down in his heart he might have feelings for you, girl, Tsunade said, causing both of them to open their eyes. For me, but how, when? Dorothy asked, surprised by this. I don't know. But the way he acts with you and Noelle is different from how he acts with those of his own village. Naruto is an idiot when it comes to love, and even more so after what happened to him during my coma. Now he must be feeling confused, she said sadly. That Sakura? What happened to him? Noelle asked in a worried voice. It's something that Naruto and that girl must overcome. It's best not to interfere in their relationship. But don't worry, it's nothing bad, although this could affect their decision, said Tsunade. She wouldn't get between Naruto and Sakura. It's something that they must fix for themselves. But now you understand, right? I asked, looking at Noelle, who nodded. So I have nothing more to say. Now it's Noelle's turn. You are his fiancé and you must decide. That is a wife's job, to always support her husband when necessary. So the decision that this girl, he indicated to Dorothy, whether or not she's his fiancé, she falls into your and Naruto's hands. If you both accept, then the law will be invoked, and that could attract others. But if not, he said to see her nod. Now it was his decision. Noelle didn't know she had so much baggage, but now she understands that a commitment, or even marriage, is much harder than she thought. Now the decision is in her hands, share Naruto or keep him for herself. For her, it wasn't that important to share it because she was raised within royalty, and it wasn't unusual to hear many nobles say they had lovers or concubines. Although this case is different, she would know who she could be with Naruto, and it was up to both of them if they accepted. But if I accepted, others could come. He thought for a few minutes, leaving everyone waiting to see what he was going to decide, until he finally sighed and decided. Captain, she began, looking at Dorothy. No, I don't mind sharing it, but… He gave his answer to Dorothy's delight and Tsunade's sigh, although it seemed not to end yet. You should know that if Naruto accepts you, I will be the first, you understand, said Noelle, marking her territory. She accepted because the captain truly loved Naruto, but she was not going to let him keep the position that belongs to her. No problem, as long as I'm with Naruto it's enough, Dorothy replied quite happily. I'm surprised you decided quickly, Tsunade commented, thinking it might take much longer. In our country, those kinds of relationships also exist, but they are just lovers, not fiancés that you can see at first glance, Noelle replied, looking at her brother, who also nodded. Nobles can usually hide that kind of relationship, but it's still quite well known. The strange thing is that the second wife is also recognized as an official wife, Nozo replied, nodding at Tsunade. I see, in other words, womanizers and unfaithful, right? I asked, receiving a nod from the wizards. I understand, so now all that's left is Naruto's decision for all this to end, although I must warn you something, girl, said Tsunade, looking at Dorothy, who also looked at her. Naruto is totally confused and I learned something quite worrying about him, so I don't feel discouraged if he rejects you, she warned, nodding at her. Sakura did a great job leaving Naruto totally confused with his feelings, especially with love. And you, this time Tsunade spoke, looking at Nozel. What will you do if he decides to marry this girl and Noelle at the same time? And even if he gets others, what will happen? I seriously asked this brother of the year. I won't do anything as long as he keeps his word to marry Noelle. I'm satisfied. As I said, it's not strange to have lovers, but this will certainly attract the attention of other nobles, although, Nozel replied, looking at Dorothy, they won't approach her easily because of her. She's a captain of orders, so Naruto being engaged to someone from the Silva house who are part of the royal family and a captain, the others will have to think it over very carefully before making any move, but that won't stop other nobles from trying to introduce their daughters to her because of the great influence they could gain with Naruto. Connections with our family, connections with the captain, or Naruto's status and power, any of the three, are good reasons for the nobles to take the risk. He finished saying, this boy was really bringing problems. The good news is that Naruto doesn't care about appearances, so conquering him will be difficult, although for our part, we will be in a similar situation if he accepts this much older girl, said Tsunade, looking at Dorothy. Are you seriously 10 years older than Naruto? I asked, not really believing him. He looked very young. Of course I'm 27 years old and I still look like this, Dorothy replied, puffing out her chest with pride. I still wonder how you can want to marry someone so younger than you, Tsunade muttered, drinking her sake again. She wanted it all to be over. They say love has no age, Dorothy replied, making Tsunade laugh. Ha 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 ha, you're so right about that, ha ha ha, said Tsunade while laughing. So it's decided, right? Julius asked, drawing everyone's attention. He had remained silent because it wasn't his responsibility to talk about these matters. I think so, right? Tsunade asked both girls, who nodded. Okay, Genma, he called, causing someone to appear next to him, scaring the captain and Noelle, who squealed and made Genma laugh. Nozel was also surprised, but he remembered that this man was one of those who accompanied Tsunade and Naruto the first time they came. He must get used to this. Hello, young lady, see you again, Genma greeted Noelle, who nodded, still seeming surprised by his arrival. Please try to stop appearing that way, Noelle asked, trying to calm down. These ninjas are really silent. I don't promise anything, Genma replied. She reminded him so much of her. But it was not the time for memories. Lady Tsunade, she sent for me, Genma asked, looking at her. Yes, call Naruto. You understand what happened, right? Asked Tsunade. Of course, we heard the whole conversation, and to be honest, I never thought Naruto had another girl after him. Well, besides the Hirda girl, but that doesn't matter, he said while remembering the girl. What bad luck, although with this he still has a chance. These words attracted the other magicians, but they left it for the moment, not wanting to have any more news for today. Yeah, bad luck, Tsunade replied. That girl took too long. Well, at least I made some money, Genma said, getting everyone's attention. Money, Julius asked, curious about this. Yes, the news that Naruto has gotten engaged to a foreign girl has already spread throughout our village, and it won't be long before other nations find out. Gemma replied, making Noel look at him. What did you say? I shouted in surprise, when it hasn't even been a week. Don't be so surprised. When it's news like this, the most gossipy in the village are very attentive to this kind of information, and since it's about Naruto, well, the news about him and his nonsense is legendary and it doesn't take long to spread. Gemma replied, cleaning her ear. Do your people not know the word shut up? Nozel asked, equally surprised by this. Having a sadistic brute who loves snakes and a girl who is a lover of gossip, it is very difficult for the information not to get out. Well, it does not matter. It is about Naruto. So many have already gotten used to his nonsense. Although the engagement was something that they did not expect, and because of this, a bet began between those who knew Naruto. He said, making Tsunade stand up and grab him. Wait, because I never find out. I asked quite angrily. Shizen simply replied to let him go. That brat. He muttered, sitting back down. So what was the bet? Tsunade asked, curious about this. How many days would it take for you to come here to fix some nonsense about Naruto, directly or indirectly? Gemma replied with a smile. By your words, you won right. Asked Tsunade, seeing Gemma show her some bills. Of course, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rado, Anko, Kakashi, Yamato, the ramen stand people and others won. It's not too hard to guess how many days I would do something stupid. Gemma replied happily about this. Who started the bet? Tsunade asked, quite frustrated at not having participated. Anko and Ino. He replied, making Tsunade sigh. Because they don't surprise me. I murmur. And thanks to that, Captain, we've made a lot of money. Gemma added, thanking Dorothy, who seemed surprised by everything she said. The other wizards covered their faces. Were these ninjas always like this? A question. Did Shizen participate? Tsunade asked, curious if she had participated. After all, she had prevented the information from being passed on to her. I'm going to look for Naruto. Gemma simply replied, disappearing from the place. There was no way she was going to answer that suicidal question. Shizen. Tsunade muttered as she gritted her teeth, and the sofa began to creak. Damn brat, he said, already thinking about what he would do to her. As the other wizards looked at each other, these people are certainly very strange. Several minutes later, Naruto had returned to the room with Kakashi and Shizen. The latter, upon arriving, was grabbed by Tsunade asking for an explanation about a bet. He found out that the village already knew about his engagement, and grabbed Kakashi in search of an explanation, even more so after learning that the bet was about him, and many bet on that kind of stupidity. How many days would it take to do such a stupid thing? Who the hell proposed that? The answer he got was two women he knew perfectly. I was going to kill Ino and Anko when I got back. Those gossips don't keep their mouths shut. After a few minutes of Naruto asking Kakashi for various explanations and Shizen getting scolded, they finally calmed down and returned to the original matter, only for Naruto to freeze. Except for the law and everything that involved, they told him that they had arranged everything and that now, Dorothy had permission to decide whether or not she wanted to be his fiancée. Of course, I looked to Noelle for an explanation and confirmed that she wasn't bothered by the captain getting engaged to Naruto, as long as she came first. For Naruto this was certainly a surprise, but it made him feel confused. What the hell was he supposed to do? He still doesn't quite understand what he feels for Noelle, and now Dorothy comes and says she wants to marry him. He didn't even understand how it got to this point. Naruto-kun, Dorothy called, seeing him quite thoughtful. She didn't expect it to affect him so much. Normally, a man would be very happy to have two very beautiful women, but in this case, it turned out that was not the case. Dorothy, are you my friend because? Naruto asked with his head down. Well, that doesn't have an explanation, Naruto-kun. You don't decide who you want to be. Dorothy replied, sitting next to him, looking at him. I never had a boyfriend or anything like that because none of them attracted me, even though they had already proposed to me. I rejected them all, but you, she said, looking at him without Naruto looking at her. You're different. You're not someone ambitious. You're kind and strong. And you know how to cook. You're someone any girl would want. So many men do what you do. Dorothy asked with a smile. But I am younger than you. Noelle is only a year younger than me, but you, Naruto indicated, raising his face to look at her. Love has no age. Do you decide who to fall in love with? Dorothy asked, seeing him shake his head. No, he murmured, remembering Sakura. He didn't decide to fall in love with her. But I don't know anything about this. Naruto said, trying to make her not want this commitment. You should know that I don't really understand what love is. I don't even know if I'm in love with Noel, he said while the aforementioned lowered her head, but he still understood why she said it. And now you say you want to be with me. I don't understand anything, said Naruto, lowering his head. I don't understand, he finally mumbled, quite exhausted. This was all difficult for him. Then let's find out, Dorothy replied, making Naruto look at her. I don't care if you don't understand, as long as you tell me what I want to hear, just like Noel. I looked at Noel and then looked back at Naruto. Then I'll be happy, I can wait, but I won't leave you, and that's why, she said, standing up and looking at him. I'll commit to you, I declared with a smile. Naruto just looked at her and then lowered his head. What the hell was he going to do? While the others present looked at Naruto, especially the ninjas who knew of his situation. This boy was in much bigger trouble than they thought, all because of the treatment he received from the village. Any man would have accepted such a proposal, but Naruto didn't. He was a boy who had very high morals, and even so high as to not kill his enemy who destroyed the village and forgive him. Who would do such a thing? But thanks to that, there were no deaths, except for one village that had treated him like the worst scum of all and asked for nothing in return. But thanks to that village, the boy had problems like these. What could they say to him other than supporting him to be happy? Naruto had already suffered a lot, and now they were just giving him the opportunity to be happy. They had no right to advise him. What about that bastard Nozel? Naruto asked, looking at the aforementioned. It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't affect Noel's and yours commitment, it doesn't matter. Besides, being engaged to a captain will make it known that you are someone much more important than what meets the eye. Nozel responded, a little offended by how I called him. So why did you attack me? Naruto asked, and this time he didn't get any response from the silver idiot. Something was hidden, but that didn't matter at the moment. What mattered was what he was going to do with Dorothy, and what she was asking for. I didn't know whether to say yes or no, because if he says he accepts her and doesn't fall in love, then he could be taking advantage of her. What would I do? The room fell silent, waiting for Naruto's response, until Naruto ended up sighing and raising his head. Dorothy, Naruto began, attracting the attention of the aforementioned woman who was nervously waiting for his answer. To be honest, just like I told Noel, I don't know the truth about love, and I don't even know if I can fall in love with you, he confessed, making both of them look at him sadly. Dorothy for getting that kind of answer, and Noel for remembering what he said. But if you want to continue with this and wait for my definitive answer, then, he said, looking her in the eye. I accept, she replied, making Dorothy throw herself on top of Naruto, who was completely hugged by the girl. Naruto-kun, Dorothy said very happily. She agreed to marry her, but she was grabbed by the shoulders by Naruto, who made her move away and look at him. Listen to me, he said seriously, making Dorothy calm down. If you fall in love with someone else, I won't stop you from breaking the engagement. You heard me. Even if I fall in love with you, if you want to break it, I'll accept it without excuse. You heard me, he said, making her nod. I won't regret having you as my fiancé, she replied as she approached Naruto and gave him a small kiss that surprised him. That was my first kiss, he said, Dorothy sitting next to him quite happy, leaving Naruto stunned, while the others finally sighed quietly. Everything is finally settled, said Tsunade, sipping her sake. I can't believe it, falling in love with a captain. Noelle murmured, looking at Dorothy. She never thought of sharing her fiancé with one of the captains. You shouldn't be so surprised. He has rejected several girls, that includes princesses, so if there is something to be surprised about, it is how he accepted his engagement. That is what is surprising, said Tsunade, hearing his murmur. I see, ha. Noelle sighed. Are you upset? Asked Tsunade, seeing her deny. No, just surprised. I didn't think he'd end up with another woman, just that. Noelle replied. She was royalty, so these situations weren't very unusual. Well, girl, then you should get used to having a captain around Naruto. It's normal for you to feel that way, but give it time and you'll see that you'll get used to it, said Kakashi, reading the book. Noelle looked at the white-haired man and just nodded. This man was Naruto's master, there was no doubt. At least I don't have to be so worried that he cheated on me anymore, Noelle said, making the ninjas laugh. Then the only thing we can tell you is to take care of Naruto and not let another girl try anything with him, Shizen said at her side. Yes, I'll try, but, Noelle said as she recalled the previous conversation, it will depend on you two. If you both accept others, then it will be that way. But if not, no, it's that simple, so don't worry, said Tsunade, calming her down. But remember, you mustn't say a word to Naruto until he starts something that leads to revealing it, okay? He said softly, making her nod. Of course not, he replied as he started walking towards Naruto. Tsunade and the other ninjas just looked at her. She was quite strong and firm. She reminds me of her, Kakashi said, looking at Noel's back. Yes, that woman would be very happy that Naruto had found a girl like her, Tsunade replied with a smile. Then Lady Tsunade, since Naruto is engaged to a second girl, it will be done. Shizen asked to see her nod. Yes, so when we return, we must keep an eye on those old people and that girl, Tsunade replied seriously. Understood, all the ninjas replied. They would not allow the elders to manipulate Naruto against his will. While Nozel had remained silent for most of the meeting, he didn't have much right to say anything after forcing Naruto to accept his ways and treating Noel the way he had for years. If he said anything that hurt Noel in any way, they would start a fight, and he knew they wouldn't stop easily this time. From the looks of Noel, the ninjas seemed to like her too much that offending her could lead to their anger. They saw something in her that her own family didn't see, and that worried her. That I had neglected her so much. And while I watched the ninjas, I passed by Naruto, who was trying to get the captain out of his strong hug, being helped by Noel. The boy was extremely strong and full of surprises, but he also had many emotional issues. That strange power I felt, that was maybe, he thought as he looked at Tsunade. It was the best moment. Lady Tsunade, Nozel called. What's wrong? Asked Tsunade, drinking her sake. I'd like to talk about something, Nozel replied. About the engagement announcement and all that, I asked curiously, but he denied it. No, it's about some red eyes, he replied, making the ninjas freeze, Julius, and look at Naruto, who stopped all action trying to get Dorothy out. Naruto, asked Tsunade, standing up and heading towards him. I'm sorry, but I had a fight yesterday with your brothers because of how they were treating Noel, and for a moment, I got angry and it showed, Naruto answered honestly. A fight, it's true, now that I realize, she said, looking at him closely. She saw. Ice, where did you get the ice? He asked, and all he got was a gesture toward the books. It's a combination of both books, wind and water form ice, Naruto replied. I understand, Julius, Tsunade said, looking at him again. You really have to explain it to me. Understood, he said, making him nod and then turn around and look at Nozel. And you, he said as he started moving towards the door with Julius and the ninjas. Show me a place where there are no people. You've already seen it, so we must tell you what that demonstration you saw is, he said, to stop and see Naruto and the girls. While you, he said, indicating Naruto, you should tell them in due time. They should know if they are going to marry you, she said, to see him nod. The girls looked at each other, and then turned their gaze to Naruto, who hid his gaze to make the atmosphere tense. I will, but when I'm ready, Naruto replied, making Tsunade nod. Girls, he said, now looking at both girls. Don't force him to tell you unless he wants to. You understand, sooner or later he'll do it, don't worry, he finished saying as he walked back to everyone else. Both girls nodded at his words, but they were curious which he was hiding. So I think that's all with you now. You can go and see what you'll do. Until then, see you at the Black Bull's base. You understand, Naruto, said Tsunade. Okay, Grandma, Naruto replied, standing next to his two fiancées. See you, and thanks for everything. I'll take care of Naruto, said Dorothy quite happily. I hope, girl, that you don't cause any more chaos, please, Tsunade asked, receiving a nervous laugh from the captain. She was just like Naruto. See you, Grandma Tsunade. Noel said goodbye, making the ninjas laugh. Bucking Bradha, I give up, he finished saying as everyone else started to leave the room. There was no going back on how he called her. Alright, Naruto, see you later, said Kakashi following Tsunade. See you, Naruto-kun, and take care of Tonton, please, Shizen asked as Tonton went towards Naruto. Of course, Shizen-ne-chan, Naruto replied, bending down to pick it up and put it on his shoulder. Don't you dare cook it, Shizen warned. Of course not, it's emergency food. Why would I eat it now? Naruto replied, ducking and dodging 3 kunais. It was a joke, I would never eat that, Naruto shouted in panic. Very well, Shizen said, satisfied with her answer, and left the room. Okay, see you later, Naruto, Gemma said goodbye. See you, said Noel and Naruto, and so everyone left the room, leaving the trio alone with Tonton. So what do we do, Naruto-kun? Asked Dorothy, grabbing one of his arms and putting it on her chest. Hey, let it go, Noel said, watching Naruto turn red. But you have the other arm, Dorothy replied, making her blush. Well, it's just that Noel said quite shyly. Oh, you got shy, how cute, said Dorothy, letting go of Naruto and going to hug Noel, who started to drown in her hug. Let go of me, Captain, Noel said, trying to breathe. No, you're very cute and sweet, replied the captain, who was unaware of Noel's drowning. Ha, I saved myself, right, Tonton? Naruto asked the pig on his shoulder, who only gave an oink as confirmation. I don't think I'll regret having her, Naruto murmured, looking at his two friends and now fiancés. Life was strange and never what you expect, but it wasn't that bad, just unexpected. Back at the Black Bull's base, it was already night, and a barbecue was being held after they found out about Naruto's new engagement. Everyone was completely speechless at what happened. He had become engaged to the captain of Peacock Coral, and this was not funny to Finral, who begged him to tell him how he could get such beautiful girls. What he received in response was a hard blow to the head from Naruto. While the ninjas who had not come were surprised by the place and the kind of people who were there. They were equal to or worse than Naruto. There was no doubt if it did not indicate that their captain fixed everything with blows. But it wasn't necessarily bad. They loved the place because of how cheerful it was and enjoyed the company of everyone around them. In addition, the boy named Asta caught their attention. He looked a lot like Guy and his desire to continue training, but they understood well why he did it and didn't say anything. But the one they had trouble with was a boy named Luck, who always asked for a fight with lightning wrapped around his body. They reminded the Reikage. But besides that, they enjoyed themselves peacefully. They had told him that they would not be returning for a while because Tsunade had to take care of some business with Nozel and that they would not be able to return until tomorrow. So for now they would stay in this place. It didn't bother them, and up until that point, they were free, so it was a nice break for them. Also, Naruto was quite calm, not that much, but calm, something that seemed strange to everyone, but they left it for the moment. Reacting to love-related topics was very difficult for him. Dorothy returned to her base with Naruto and Noel because she had work to do now that she was awake. But everyone who knew her knew she would go back to sleep and asked Naruto how he woke her up. He replied that they were not going to tell her unless Dorothy wanted it that way. After these words, they left the base, although moments later screams were heard from the base that stopped Naruto and Noel's walk. They assumed that Dorothy had told everyone at her base about her engagement, so they ignored it and continued on their way, but not before calling Finral to open a portal and head to the base. When he arrived, Naruto told them and chaos had broken out, but moments later they stopped due to the arrival of the ninjas. They finally decided to have a barbecue, welcoming the new ninjas who came, and so they spent time enjoying the food while Naruto explained how he got the ice element. They were very surprised by how I combined both elements and understood that it was a special case, so they couldn't get much information. In addition, he showed them his spells, most of which Kakashi recognized, and commented that they were from Haku and Zabuza. It seems that the memory of them was still very fixed in Naruto's mind. But they also saw a technique from Gaara, the absolute defense. It was very similar, except in this case it was ice instead of sand. And to demonstrate his resistance, Naruto asked Magna to throw several fireballs at his ice sphere, to which he accepted and threw them. The ice was extremely strong. It had no cracks. This impressed the ninjas, but they also saw that Naruto had a problem. He couldn't control his books separately. He was a total disaster, as he was in the past with his flaccid clones. But he told them that tomorrow he would go with Noel and Vanessa, the magician who was half naked, to the black market to buy certain objects that would help him and Noel to better control their magic. This made the ninjas' curiosity take over, so Kakashi decided to accompany them tomorrow, while Shizen could not go because she would go with Tsunade to talk to Nozel. The other three ninjas who arrived, Gemma, Rado and Iwashi, decided to follow Tsunade because they were interested in what might happen. Furthermore, they learned that Tsunade told Nozel the secret of the Kyuubi. But he just nodded without saying a word, as if he already knew something like that or was related. When asked, he simply replied that they were cursed and saying a word could cause something horrible. With that they stopped, but both groups calmed down, and now they had to talk about Naruto and Dorothy's engagement. It will take time, but they have to start somewhere. Who knows, maybe another girl might come for Naruto before they get married. Who knows? Having said all this, they decided to continue with the barbecue, and now everyone was quietly enjoying the food prepared by Charmy and her magical lambs. Ha! Naruto sighed as he watched everyone eat while a certain bird flew into his head. Hey Nero, how are you? Naruto asked while eating his meat. The bird didn't answer him. Hey Naruto, who is the bird? Rado asked, seeing the bird looking at him. His name is Nero, he's Asta's pet. Naruto replied, only to receive a peck on the head. Ouch, or something like that, he said again, rubbing his head. Do you understand human language? I asked, seeing such a reaction. It seems so, he answered without revealing the truth, although from the way the other ninjas looked at him, they had already realized that he was not a normal bird. I'm curious, I've never seen that kind of bird. said Rado, looking at the bird that was looking at him attentively. It wasn't normal at all. They're called anti-bird, Naruto replied. Anti-bird? Rado asked curiously. It's a bird that detects the amount of magic a person has, and if they have little, they approach, Naruto replied. But if that's the case, why is he still here? Rado asked, only to see Naruto shrug. He was hiding something, but he let it go. His decisions have never been wrong. I see. Well, I'm going back to eat, said Rado, returning to the roast. Naruto was not going to reveal the truth, so he decided not to insist and leave. Hiya, Naruto sighed in relief. He promised Nero that he wouldn't tell anyone about her being a human trapped inside a bird or something like that. You want to talk, right? Naruto asked, and the bird lifted its wing. Then let's go. I'll pick up some food for you and bring it to you, he said as he headed over to the table to pick up some seeds and a plate. After picking it up, he jumped onto the roof with Nero chasing him, flying while the others watched. He must be overwhelmed by what happened, right? Yami asked, watching Naruto jump onto the roof. He's not very good at controlling strong feelings. It's better to leave him alone, Tsunade replied, looking at Naruto and drinking sake. Will it be okay? Noel asked, looking up at the ceiling. Don't worry, he'll get better. He's just overwhelmed and shocked by what happened, Tsunade replied. I hope you're okay, Noel murmured as she sighed. You really care about him, Kakashi said, sitting down next to her. Yes, I've liked him since we were kids, and well, Noel replied, a little blushed, but at the same time sad about what happened. And he cares about you. You shouldn't worry about this or you'll make him worry a lot, said Kakashi, indicating the necklace. He would never have given you that necklace if you didn't care about him. So don't do anything stupid and smile. In time he'll tell you everything, I assure you, said Kakashi, nodding as he grabbed the green necklace. Thank you, Kakashi-san, Noel said, a little more relaxed. Don't worry, Kakashi replied. He liked the girl. Well, leaving aside the sad atmosphere, said Tsunade, getting both of their attention. What happened today that made everything end in complete chaos? He asked, and saw Noel open her eyes and get angry. I forgot, he said in an angry voice. Did you forget? Kakashi asked. The girl was angry. Teach Naruto, he replied, making both ninjas surprised, but they ended up sighing. You should give up if you want to do something like that, said Tsunade, drinking sake again. Because? Noel asked. It's impossible for you to make him take a class if he doesn't want to, Kakashi replied. That was the kind of person Naruto was. But I have to, Noel replied, thinking about how she would catch him. Well, if you're so determined, we wish you luck, Kakashi replied. It was going to be a challenge. The only one who managed to control it was Iruka, and with a lot of luck, in addition to being the only one I completely respected during his time at the academy. If Noel was trying to teach him something, then it would be a big challenge. So how did you get into the situation of a new fiancé? Tsunade asked, returning to the original question. Well, where do I start? And so he began to tell them how he got into this whole situation. Meanwhile, on the roof, Naruto was sitting next to Nero, who was eating the seeds that had been left on his plate next to him. You like them? Naruto asked, curious about this. Nero raised a wing in confirmation. I see, you like being a bird, Naruto asked, but only got a look from Nero. I can't understand you if you just look at me, Naruto said, watching Nero go back to eating. I hope you talk to me someday, Naruto said, making Nero stop eating for a moment, but he went back to eating. Today has been difficult, said Naruto, making Nero look at him. Do you want to hear me? He asked, noticing me looking at him. Really? Naruto asked to see him raise a wing, but Nero flew over and pecked him to sit back down next to him and look at him. You're a little rough. Alright, maybe it'll help me sort out all my thoughts, Naruto said, looking ahead. But you know, he said as he looked up at the sky, I never thought of telling another person or bird about my business, he said very honestly before turning to look at the bird. I don't know, but I feel like I can trust you, Naruto said, looking at the bird that just looked at him. When you become a human again, I will listen to you like you do right now, and I hope you tell me what happened to you, okay? He said while smiling, and the bird just stared at him. So, Naruto said, stretching back and starting to look at the stars as Nero flew to his chest. Naruto noticed how she was flying, so he looked at her. Do you want to cover up? I asked, receiving a lift of the wing from Nero. Naruto just nodded, unzipped his jacket, and allowed her to enter. Nero was quick to enter her jacket and snuggle up while Naruto gently covered her. Are you okay? Naruto asked, and just saw her curled up. I'll take that as a yes, he said as he put his arms behind his head and used them as a pillow. So, I'll start with this rather chaotic day. It all started when I escaped from the base. Naruto began to tell the story to Nero, who opened one eye and looked at him closely. Someday I might talk to him. Chapter 5. Shopping, a normal day, and news. Kika, one of the closest cities to the castle and the noble areas, had paved streets, stone houses, and a very large trade where food and weapons could be sold, making it one of the largest markets in the kingdom. And in one of its streets a black portal appeared where certain people began to cross. These were Naruto, Noel, Asta, Vanessa and Nero, who was coming on top of Asta's head. The group came to shop after lunch, and it was already late afternoon. After the welcoming party for the new visiting ninjas, Naruto talked with Nero for a long time until they fell asleep, but were woken up by Kakashi when he realized they were missing. Nero returned to Asta while Naruto came down from the roof and went to the others and told them that they were fine. It seems that he had worried them because of the way they looked at him. He told them that he was just surprised by what happened during the day and that he had never expected what Dorothy had done, so the others could nod in agreement. It was a big surprise and they couldn't blame him. But then he got better and was back to his old self. And since he was back to his old self, Noel started yelling at him for running away, causing Naruto to start fighting her. They fought for almost 30 minutes until they finally tired out while the others had gone to get ready for bed. Their fights were already becoming a habit, and they knew they would see much more. As the saying goes, those who fight love each other, and these two are a clear reference to that saying. The next day, upon waking up, the ninjas were surprised by the change in the base. The corridors had changed direction, and because they got lost, they left through the windows and entered through the main door. When they entered, they saw Gojo and Yami already awake, and they were curious about their entrance. The ninjas explained what happened and the magicians nodded. They explained that the base has the ability to change the positions of rooms and hallways whenever it wants. This surprised the ninjas, but they understood why they were lost. What a strange continent, but they had no right to speak. Theirs had many mysterious things. After this happened, the other wizards arrived and started eating while Charmy served the food with her lambs. The ninjas were curious about this technique, and even more so about the food. But they left it. They knew it was magic and there wasn't much explanation. During breakfast they explained what they were going to do. Tsunade, Shizen, and their guards would head to that idiot Nozel to talk about the engagement, causing both engaged couples to choke on their food and not speak throughout breakfast. Everyone laughed at them, but they continued telling what they would do. In the case of the magicians, today was payday, so everyone went out shopping. Magna went to a casino to gamble. Ghost Siskan went to buy gifts for his sister named Marie. Gray and Gordon stayed at the base, while Naruto, who had money from the bet with Magna, Asta, who decided to send part of his money to his hometown while shouting that in this way he could conquer Lily's mother by attracting attention. Everyone told him that it was impossible to conquer a nun, even ninjas, but he insisted. Noel and the others said not to pay attention to his stupidity, and that he was just like Naruto, offending the aforementioned. They agreed and walked away from it while ignoring the screams of both idiots. While Noel, who received her first paycheck, said she's already had money and it was much more than her current paycheck. These words led to a fight between Naruto, Asta and Noel, the first two saying that it was a lot of money while the girls said that it was quite little, and the trio began to give their reasons. They spent a few minutes arguing until the three of them got bored and moved on. Yami decided to stay in the bathroom, Finral decided to use his allowance to go and pick up girls, Charmy decided to go buy ingredients for the meal, and finally Vanessa said that she would accompany Noel, Asta, Naruto and Kakashi, who had decided to go for a walk with Naruto, to buy some things for herself and would help Naruto and Noel buy the items they needed for magic control. Furthermore, Tsunade told the magicians and Naruto that after leaving the meeting with the pompous Nozel, they were going to return to their village, so she asked Kakashi to return to the castle after the purchase, to which he simply nodded. The village had been left alone for a day and could not stay much longer, or else the bone bags would start to complain. Finally, and with all this said, everyone left, but not before grabbing Finral and asking him to drop him off wherever they wanted to go. And so we come to the moment where Naruto's group arrived at Kika's main street. "This technique still surprises me," Kakashi commented, looking around. It was a space magic that looked a lot like the fourth Hokage's technique. "Me too. I would love this kind of magic. It would have saved me from so many punishments if I had had this spell," said Naruto, looking at the businesses. It was different from how he had arrived yesterday. He was much more animated. "And the problems you would have caused, I'm afraid of what you would have done, and happy because you don't have it," Kakashi replied without remorse. "The whole village would be very grateful if I never acquired a technique like this." "Wow, you guys are so impressed with simple spells," Vanessa said, starting to walk alongside the group. Well, more than impressed. We find this technique or spell, as they call it, very useful. Kakashi replied. They seem to take advantage of any technique and find utility in anything, very different from the nobles. Vanessa said, comparing them to the nobles. Yes, we use everything we have to complete our mission, even a simple needle helps us complete the mission, when necessary, said Naruto. That includes when you swallowed a giant snake and made it explode from the inside. Noel asked, making him shudder. Don't remind me, Naruto said, making everyone laugh. It wasn't a good memory, and the worst part was that he had been eaten twice. Well, forgetting about that unpleasant thing, Vanessa said, showing her surroundings. Here we can find whatever we need, from food to magic items. Asta, don't go away, he said while many watched them, and Asta ran ahead in a happy and curious manner. Look, they're members of the Black Bulls, said a random citizen. There are also people with strange clothes, they must be foreigners, said another, drawing the ninja's attention. Wow, we're famous now, Kakashi said with sarcasm in his voice. Well, in our case, we are known for being disastrous and being the worst knight order in the kingdom, while you guys are foreigners, which is quite strange to see, Vanessa replied. I see, Kakashi replied. It seems it was strange that there were foreigners in this country. Yes, but at the same time having magic knights roaming around the place keeps criminals from leaving, no matter what order they are from, Vanessa said, nodding at both ninjas. And, he said, showing some bottles of liquor, it might attract men, hee. She laughed, making the trio look at her strangely. Where did she carry those bottles? But forgetting this, they saw different fruits that the ninjas and Asta had never seen in their lives, wands, daggers, etc. So, Vanessa Nachan, where are we going to shop? Naruto asked curiously, looking at the stalls. Well, we should go down another alley to find what you need, Vanessa said, leading the group. The three nodded and followed her. The group looked around and curious about the fruits. Naruto bought some fruits for the group, which they accepted and ate. For the ninjas, the appearance of the fruit was strange. It looked like a pear and had watermelon in it, strange, but it was delicious. They also passed by a natural medicine shop, where Vanessa, Naruto, and Kakashi, who borrowed money from Naruto, bought some medicinal herbs and ointments. For both ninjas these plants were strange, and in Kakashi's case, he wanted to take them to the village to analyze them, and if necessary, asked Naruto to look for medicinal plants. Medical teams would love these new medicinal plants. They finally left the store and started heading to the place where Naruto and Noel had to go, while calling out to Asta, who was curious about the place. Upon arrival, Vanessa entered a dead end, but continued on her way until she went through the wall. A hidden street, Kakashi muttered, now understanding why he didn't stop. The entrance was hidden from the naked eye. So the group walked in and saw Vanessa waiting for them. Welcome to the black market, Vanessa said, introducing the street, which looked almost empty if it weren't for the stalls and the men hiding behind hoods. The black market, this is where they buy their items, Kakashi asked, looking at the place. Yeah, although, Vanessa said, looking at Noel, who looked nervous. You don't like him, do you? She asked, making Noel look at her. Well, I speak timidly. It's normal, like I said, the nobles and royalty ignore this place, he replied as he started walking. This place is quite dangerous, but you can find some very interesting magical items, Vanessa said as a man called her name, and she shook her head for now. I can see it, Naruto said, looking at the area. He screamed in danger. So what do we need? He asked, causing the group to stop. Well, in your case, you need items that can contain your magical power and modulate it. You may be able to control your magic, but you must find the exact magical items, he said, making the couple nod. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping, Naruto said excitedly as he made the group laugh and they started moving again. What a place! There are many things here that I've never seen before, said Kakashi, looking at different knives or some kind of scales. It's normal, if what I understand is that you don't use your energy to do everyday things like we do, right? Vanessa asked. Yes, we only use it for battle, Kakashi replied. Then I think you might be interested in some items. You don't need to use magic to activate them, he said, drawing the attention of both ninjas. Seriously, Naruto said. He didn't know about this. Of course, Vanessa said. And are there daggers that have strong paralyzing agents or something like that? Kakashi asked. That would make it easier to capture people alive. Yes, there are many kinds, including poisonous ones, Vanessa replied, and it seems that this attracted the ninjas. Naruto, Kakashi asked, watching Naruto take out money. After we bought our stuff, bought those knives, we've had a lot of trouble not being able to stop stupid bandits who always get away from us, he said, recalling the number of times they've had to go after that kind of people. They're very annoying. You know these items are a little illegal, Noel said, causing both ninjas to shrug. Not on our continent, Kakashi said, and if I ask old Julius for permission then it won't be illegal, Naruto said, making Noel sigh. Hey, Asta called, drawing everyone in. What? Oh, you better not go to that area. You're still beginners and they might take all your money, Vanessa said. Then that idiot is going to lose all his money, Naruto said, pointing to the front. They saw Magna crossing through that area. His luck has to be the same as Lady Tsunade's, said Kakashi. Last night he had bet and lost again against Naruto. Now he owes you money. Seeing this, they decided to continue on their way. They spent minutes walking around looking for magical items they needed. Look, that might contain magic power. Vanessa pointed to some necklaces. They're not my style, Naruto said. They were horrible. Ugly, Noel supported. The ones here have no style, right? Kakashi added. Even he admitted they were horrible. Well, leaving that aside, try it on, Vanessa said, causing them both to look at each other and shrug. They both chose different necklaces and put them on. Noel began to create a sphere of water with Naruto. Seems to work, Naruto muttered, so they really could do it. When they finished, they both threw the water spheres and it was going well until it went off course and they accidentally hit a man. Ah, Naruto and Noel said at the same time. It happened again. That's their problem, Kakashi muttered. They just couldn't control their energy levels. Well, knowing Naruto, sooner or later he'll get it, and the girl seems to be stubborn. Because you crossed our path, they both said, making them look at each other. Again, they both said. They returned. Aha. In the end they ended up sighing. It was better to finish now than to continue and start shouting. They always ended that way. Blonde commoner, go and stay away from these beauties with that man, the man said as he looked at the girls. Naruto looked at him and saw what his cloak was. He was a magic knight of old Jack. Why don't you come with me? Beauties ladies like you shouldn't be with weaklings, he said, angering the aforementioned weaklings, who disappeared and appeared behind the idiot, grabbing them by the shoulders. Who are you calling weaklings? Kakashi asked while having an unfriendly smile behind his mask. And why should I stay away from my fiancé, stupid? Naruto asked, making Noel blush slightly and Vanessa laugh slightly. The man gulped. They were very fast and they weren't weaklings if the pain he felt in his shoulders wasn't his own imagination. Hey, look what I bought, Asta called, attracting the group's attention, and they saw him with a strange doll. Don't tell me you bought that horrible doll, Noel asked, watching Asta arrive. Yeah, she said, stopping mid-sentence when she saw the man. You're not Fuja, he asked loudly, making everyone look at him. My name is Sek, shouted the man called Sek, quite offended by what he was called. You know this idiot? Naruto asked, making Asta nod. We took the entrance exam together, Asta replied as Nero sat on the shoulder of the man called Sek and then flew towards Naruto's head. It's one of the praying mantises, Vanessa commented, making everyone nod. A rookie, said Kakashi, separating himself from the guy. He was just a braggart. You shouldn't speak arrogantly, idiot. Next time you won't find people as kind as us, and much less a guy who will forgive you for trying to take his fiancée, you heard? Naruto said with a smile, making Sek nod. I wasn't going to find out. So what are you doing here, being a commoner coming to gamble? Sek asked, looking at Asta. This idiot is a noble, right? Naruto asked, covering his face. Another one. Hey, do you have something against nobles, commoner? Sek asked, very offended. You shouldn't talk to the Koro Peacock's captain's fiancé like that, kid, Vanessa said, freezing Sek, who started aiming. You forgive me, she screamed as she knelt before Naruto, banging her head against the ground. This guy had to be an extremely influential or very powerful noble to be the fiancé of a captain. Because you did it, Vanessa Nei-chan, Naruto asked, looking at her, who had a smile on her face. I wanted to know what reaction another noble would have upon learning that you are the fiancé of a captain, and I was not disappointed, ha ha ha. Vanessa laughed. This is funny. Please don't do it again. I don't want to be recognized only by Dorothy or Noel's brother of the year, Naruto begged. Okay, Vanessa replied as she continued to laugh. And stop, idiot, Naruto said, looking at Sek, who flinched at his voice, but got up. I didn't think talking would get me in trouble, Sek muttered as he stood up. Then watch what you say, boy, said Kakashi, having heard him. Sek said nothing. These men were foreigners, but very different. They had a much more dangerous air than simple magic knights. So what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working instead of being here? Sek asked, being careful with his words. About that, you should know that the wise king gave us a star on our first mission, Asta said excitedly. I see in my case I got 2 stars. Sek replied with a drop of sweat. Both ninjas looked at him with bored faces. Liar, they both thought. What an idiot. Thief, he shouted, attracting everyone's attention to see someone flying in front of him with a kind of cloud. Hey, help me and don't stay still! Asta shouted, running away. What are you saying, Naruto? Asked Kakashi. He was a simple thief. He's a thief, we must stop him, said Naruto, watching Asta follow him at a good speed. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, said Sek, showing a horrible means of transportation. It looked like a deformed mount with a steering wheel and had a poorly made Sek as an ornament, as if a child had played with that ornament, all made of bronze. Horrible, said the 3 present as they watched him ride off on that horrible thing. Shall we follow him? Kakashi asked. Well, run, he asked, and Kakashi ran off, leaving a frustrated Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, girls, follow us! Naruto shouted, chasing Kakashi and leaving both girls behind. Let's follow him, Vanessa said, wanting to see what they would do if they made it in time. Wait, Noelle shouted, following her, while the pursuers. I'm surprised by this magic, it's very useful for everything, said Kakashi, being reached by Naruto. Right, I wonder if I can unite it with the Rasengan. He wondered as he watched Asta and Sek chase after the thief. There's only one way to find out, but for now, Kakashi said, increasing his speed alongside Naruto, who saw Asta throw his sword, making his cloud disappear and causing him to begin to fall. The ninjas rushed forward, and just before he crashed into whatever Sek was riding, Kakashi knocked him off his feet and Naruto jumped high up to finish with a kick that left him buried in the ground. Ready, said Naruto, falling next to Kakashi and Asta. Good throw, Asta. Kakashi congratulated, he had great strength. Thank you, Kakashi-san. Asta answered excitedly as he went for his sword. They shouldn't have come, I already had it, said Sek, making his horrible spell disappear. What awesome magic! Asta shouted. His spell had impressed him. These words made Sek smile, but before he could say anything, Kakashi spoke to him. Yeah, and you were about to crash and bury yourself with this, kid, Kakashi said, grabbing the blade the thief had. What is that? Naruto asked. It was a rather strange blade. It's a paralyzing blade, a magical object, Vanessa replied, arriving just in time to answer his question and very tired. Sek froze, but quickly recovered and was saved. How do they run HAA so fast? Asked Noelle, equally tired. Ninjas. Both of the aforementioned ninjas responded. I train, Asta replied. Magic Fuja, Sek replied. Forget the question, the 2 girls said. Well then, I'll keep this, Kakashi replied, putting it in his pocket. Lucky you, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto, while he would try to buy some more. Wait, can they be created? I asked, curious about this. Magic objects like that, yes, they can be done, but it takes time, Vanessa replied, already rested from her run. You can also create everyday objects, but these aren't common because no one wants them, or rather, they're only made so the nobles can have them, Noelle added, because it's always the pompous ones. Naruto muttered, damn, these guys always get what they want. But putting this aside, he seriously thought about creating magic items, not just for battles, but something that could be used for everyday life, like something to keep his ramen warm or cool it down. I wonder, Naruto murmured, thinking. Naruto, Kakashi asked. That look and the smile he put on were not pretty at all. Fine, I'll create my own articles, he declared, drawing everyone's attention. Hey, are you serious? Vanessa asked, surprised by his words. Yes, because, Naruto asked, curious about her question. Well, creating magic items isn't easy, Vanessa replied. Well, I won't know until I try it or not, said Naruto. When he wanted to do something, he would do it. Then you should learn to read our language first, Noelle said, smiling. This was convenient for her to try to teach him. Well, I'll learn. I want to see if I can create some magical items, although, he said as he approached Noelle and tapped her nose with his finger as he began to smile. I'll find someone else to teach me. Don't even think I'll learn from you if you're going to take advantage of teaching me manners, Naruto declared while smiling. What did you say, idiot? Noelle shouted. I told you I'll find someone else. I don't think you're the only one who can teach me, Naruto repeated, only to dodge a sphere of water. What a bucking idiot, Naruto complained. Now he could aim at him perfectly. Come here, you damn idiot, Noelle shouted, throwing several water spheres at him, which her fiancé dodged. Stop, Naruto shouted. Kakashi was watching this scene with amusement, but he had to end it. Okay, both of you stop, he said as his hand filled with lightning bolts that went straight to the problematic pair, causing them to end up electrocuted and fall to the ground. What the hell? Naruto said as smoke came out of his head. Kakashi-san, said Noel in the same state as Naruto. It's the only way to stop their fighting, said Kakashi as he went to Naruto, grabbed him by the neck and dragged him to Noel. Now stay still and quiet or else, he said as more lightning bolts shot out of his free hand. Yes, Kakashi-sensei/San. They both shouted while sitting on the floor. Great way to shut them up, Vanessa said, looking at the electrocuted people who were standing quite still. It's how I made Naruto's team shut up when they were fighting, Kakashi replied, remembering those days. Yeah, and we always got roasted, Naruto growled looking at Kakashi. They earned it, he simply said as he turned back to the thief and ignored the couple's complaints. So what do we do with this guy? Kakashi asked. This wasn't his job. I'll take it, Sek said, stretching out his hand to a confused Kakashi who looked at him. What do you need? I asked, quite confused. You must hand over the magic item to me, Sek ordered. No, Kakashi denied. It's a test, or else I'll have to take him back to the castle, Sek said. Then I'll tell Julius-san about this, don't worry, Kakashi replied, making Sek freeze. The magician king, who are you? He asked, quite stunned. I am an escort for a military leader of a foreign country and one of the top brass, Kakashi replied, making Sek squeal. And you? Asked Sek, pointing at Naruto. I am his disciple and Noel and Dorothy's fiancé. I'm like a guest of the kingdom besides being the hero of my country or something like that, Naruto answered with his head tilted, because he was asking. Sek swallowed these words before. He had heard of some foreigners who arrived in the kingdom a few days ago, and one of them was a boy at the captain level, or even at the wizard king level. He never imagined he would meet that hero on the black market. Oh well, if that's the case I don't have much to do, he said as he turned around and grabbed the thief. I'll take it, he said, summoning his hideous magic. If there's nothing else I'm leaving, goodbye, he simply said, quickly leaving the place. He didn't want to have problems with guys who hold such high positions. Everyone was confused by what happened. It went away very quickly. See you fly away, said Asta, making everyone laugh. Well then, said Asta, holding the bag of money in his hands. Let's give it to Grandma, he said, causing everyone to nod and head back to the black market. But without them realizing it, Nero, who was flying in the sky, looked closely at Naruto the moment he said he wanted to create magical objects, but he only moved his head and returned to Asta's head. But she hadn't stopped looking at Naruto, all while none of her companions noticed. Upon returning, the group saw the old woman and headed towards her. But Kakashi noticed something strange about the old woman, and it seemed that Naruto had noticed too by the way she looked at him with a bored face. Grandma, here you go, Asta said, handing the bag of money to the old woman. Thank you, young magic knight, the old woman replied with a small smile. Be careful for the other grandmother, Vanessa said, making the old woman nod. Well, I think we're done. Let's go back and look for the items, Naruto said, starting to walk. See you, Grandma, Naruto said, saying goodbye. That guy. See you, young man, said the old woman. Goodbye, Kakashi-san, Vanessa said, looking at Kakashi, who didn't start walking. I'll take her home and then I'll have to go, so here we say goodbye, said Kakashi, making the group nod. Well, here we say goodbye. It was a pleasure meeting you, Vanessa said, handing him a bottle of liquor, which Kakashi accepted. Thanks, and mine too, he thanked. He shouldn't be rude. Besides, he could have some more later. Noel-san, take care of him and don't fight so much, said Kakashi, saying goodbye to the girl. Well, I'll try. I hope to see him again soon, Noel replied. She liked this man and respected him. See you later, said Kakashi. He looked a lot like her. Kid, don't do anything silly, he said, looking at Asta. As Kakashi-san says, he answered strongly, making Kakashi sweat. He looked a lot like Guy and Lee. Well, Naruto, he spoke as he addressed his troublesome disciple. Don't get into trouble, you understand, he said, making Naruto laugh nervously. I don't promise anything, I answered, making Kakashi sigh. There was no way out. This boy will definitely bring problems. Well, if everything, we say goodbye here, said Naruto, turning around. See you, he said loudly as the others said their last goodbyes and chased after him. See you, said Kakashi as he watched Grandma wave goodbye. After Naruto's group left, he saw Grandma glow. I'm surprised Naruto didn't speak, Kakashi said, looking at the grandmother who transformed into a man. It's true, and I'm surprised they discovered me, said the man, revealing himself as Julius, who had a smile on his face. The first technique we're taught is transformation, so learning it isn't that difficult if you're already an expert, Kakashi replied. I see, he said, looking at the young men disappearing into an alley. So that's the anti-magic guy that Yami and Naruto kept telling me about. Very interesting, no doubt. But what he uses, can it still be considered magic? Julius wondered. And his powers, they are also very interesting, he said while looking at Kakashi. We can control the 5 basic elements, but each one has a higher affinity to a class of element. We can control all the elements, but it takes years to learn, so almost no ninja has mastery over all 5. Kakashi replied, looking ahead. Julius nodded. What a big world it was, and before continuing a light appeared as it enlarged to show an angry Marks. I finally found him, and he's also with Kakashi-san, I said, looking at both of them smiling. I found it by chance, Kakashi said, making Marks nod. He'll come to the castle, right? Marks asked, receiving a nod from Kakashi. That's great, then bring that magic fanatic along, he should keep up his work. Marks asked. Calm down, Marks-kun, Julius asked while smiling calmly. Understand your position. Marks exclaimed, making Kakashi laugh, as did Tsunade. Ma, don't be like that, magical encounters are once in a lifetime, he said, looking at the castle. But Marks spoke, but stopped when he saw Julius curious about something in the sky. It couldn't be. Kakashi-san, stop him, he desperately asked. He was going to escape. I can use anything, Kakashi asked. Whatever it is, stop it, shouted Marks. Wait, Kakashi-san, here goes another person, it's a new member of another order. Julius spoke loudly as he stepped back. Kakashi already had lightning in his hands. I'm sorry, but they asked me first, he said with a smile. Wait, he shouted as screams of pain began to be heard. Seconds later, a fainted and badly charred Julius was seen. Okay, it's ready, said Kakashi, grabbing Julius and putting him on his shoulder. Is he still alive? Marks asked with some doubt. Of course, he's just passed out. He'll wake up with a little water or a punch from Lady Tsunade, he replied with a smile. That answer made Julius question the ninja's sanity. They all beat each other up. But I'll put that aside. At least Julius won't be running away again. Okay, then we'll wait for you at the castle, Marks said as his magic disappeared. Well, my walk is over. I'll come back another day, Kakashi muttered as he jumped onto the roof and started heading towards the castle. It was an entertaining visit, and he already knew that Naruto was safe and sound. You can return to the village in peace, back with Naruto's group. After leaving Kakashi with the strange old woman, Naruto being the only one who knew who she really was, they returned to the market and were looking for the items they needed. At every stand they went to, they found only horrible items. Neither Noel nor Naruto liked them, and they were already giving up on finding one they liked until, at a stand, there were objects that caught their attention. Hey Vanessa Nei-chan, Naruto called. Yo, what's going on? Vanessa asked, seeing that the couple had stopped at a stall. Those are items we need, Naruto asked and saw Vanessa nod. What do you think? Naruto asked Noel. Let's see it, Noel replied, and so they headed to the stall. What was there were some brooches, wands, gloves, daggers, among other items. They looked pretty good, so they decided to go see. Upon arrival, they only saw another hooded vendor. Welcome, young people, who are you looking for? Asked the hooded man who had a feminine voice. We are looking for items that will hold back our magic. We are having a lot of trouble controlling it, Naruto replied, and he doesn't know how much trouble. Both, the woman asked. Yes, they both answered. That's unexpected, but I have what you need, he said as he grabbed a few visible items and showed them to both of them. First, this wand, he said as he showed 2 wands. Both were like dark-colored rods with a round tip. It was twisted in the center area and had ornaments on the top and at the base of the handle. It also had a crystal sphere, but of a different color. One was pink and the other was white. This will do, Naruto asked, taking the wand that had the white crystal sphere while Noel grabbed the pink one. Of course, but you should complement it with some of these objects, she said while showing some brooches and rings. These have different properties, and I recommend this brooch for the lady. Not only does it support magical control, but it has a magical life form called Bruce who offers words of encouragement to its user, he said while handing her a brooch that had a pink and blue jewel with an oval cut. Noel looked at it curiously, so she grabbed it and placed it on the base of the wand. Not bad, he said, looking at his wand. And for you, this ring, he said as he showed a gold-colored ring with strange writing on it. It has the same function as the brooch, but this one has a magical life called Orion who will give you light when you feel darkness, he said as he handed him the ring and Naruto put it on him. But as he put it on, a certain fox growled and made Naruto smile. It looks pretty cool on me, he said happily as he looked at the ring. It seems the fox was bothered by this ring. A ring that drives away darkness. Maybe it will help him with the fox and prevent him from taking advantage of him every time he gets angry. What do you think? Asked the hooded woman. The couple looked at each other and then turned around to gather a sphere of water on the tip of the wand and throw it until it hit the wall. They both smiled. It worked. We'll take it. They both replied as they took out their money and handed it to the woman, who happily received it. Thank you for your purchase. Anything else? The woman asked in a rather happy voice. Naruto looked around and found the gloves and daggers curious. Hey, what do these gloves do? Naruto asked, pointing to a pair of black gloves with a dragon design printed on their front. Oh, they're special gloves that are resistant to different attacks, although they're not widely used because almost no one uses their hands to fight. They also have the ability to increase the attribute of any element, said the woman. Naruto thought about it as he put on his gloves and summoned both grimoires, creating a small snowball in his hand. It's much easier next to the ring. Naruto muttered and started to smile. I'll take it and some of those knives, he said loudly, making the woman smile. With pleasure, I answer, quite happy and amazed because she has two grimoires that she uses at the same time. But thanks to this guy I earn money. Everyone won. After a while, Naruto bought what he wanted and they said goodbye to the woman as they returned to the base, not before calling Finral to open a portal. I had bought quite a few daggers, including a stun gun and some that had elements that were summoned by introducing magic. He had bought them to see how magical items could be created, and he had made up his mind that he would not give up until he created one. And since it was very late, there wasn't much to do, so now they were waiting for dinner, while everyone was gathered in the break room. Asta was training doing sit-ups while being helped by Magna having Nero on top of his head. Noel was sitting on a couch watching Asta doing his sit-ups with boredom. Ghosh was making a sculpture of his sister after arriving, saying that he had bought her many gifts for her. Vanessa drinking liquor while already drunk, Gray being Gray. Charmy was in the kitchen cooking. Gordon was creating a rather strange doll. Yami was cleaning his sword and Naruto and Luck were making a tower of knives and kunai while Finral watched them. Today has been a very quiet day, Naruto said as he tried to keep the tower of knives from falling. Yeah, you want to fight? Luck asked as he placed another of the kunai on the tower. No, not now, Naruto answered. Maybe he would fight him someday. He is curious about his battle style. Well, it's not better, Noel said, having heard what he said. Yes, although it is very strange, said Naruto. He was usually always in trouble. How about we study? Noel asked. No thanks, Naruto denied flatly. There was no way he would learn from her. Ha, Noel sighed. It was going to be difficult to catch him. Naruto-san, Asta spoke, drawing the attention of this. What's wrong? Naruto asked as he began to place another kunai. What will happen to the captain? He asked, making Naruto throw the tower. But he reacted in time and grabbed all the knives between his fingers and feet, being applauded by Luck and Finral. Because you ask and you guys help me, Naruto said as Luck and Finral took the knives out of his feet so he could get back into a good position. Because he didn't say anything, Asta replied as he went back to doing his sit-ups. Don't worry, I'll go see her later. That lazy girl must be sleeping and she has to be worse than Kakashi-sensei in terms of work and punctuality, Naruto replied. She was very free and showed it with that sudden marriage proposal. I'm surprised the princess accepted, Magna said, looking at Noel, who looked away. We're royalty, it's not something strange, Noel replied without looking at him. You but not him, Magna indicated to Naruto, who agreed. But he remembered something. Hey, now that I remember, you talked to Grandma, the #1 idiot, and the magic fanatic? Naruto asked curiously. Noel opened her eyes, but didn't act immediately, and it was good because Naruto didn't notice. Nothing important, just how it would affect the commitment of a captain and me in both countries, Noel replied, looking at him, hoping he would swallow that excuse. Sure, Naruto asked, staring at her. Of course, she also told me about a mission you had where you captured a girl or something like that, said Noel, trying to divert the conversation towards the girl that Grandma Tsunade mentioned. She would take advantage of this moment to get information about her in case she comes to this place. Girl? Asked Yami, already curious about this. Which girl? Naruto asked, not understanding who she was referring to. A red-haired one or something, Noel said, making Naruto react. Oh, her, yes, I remember, Naruto answered, remembering who she was. If I remember correctly, her name is Karen and she was one of the invaders at the meeting of the 5 Kages, where the 4th Ninja War almost started, Naruto answered, making everyone pay attention to him. You are invading a meeting of your continent's military leaders? Magna asked, understanding the ninja's situation a little. Yes, but not the main one. She was in charge of giving the location and was the medical ninja of the invasion team. Naruto replied. A sensor, Yami asked. Yes, she has the ability to sense everyone's chakra and determine their personality due to their glow. In the case of magicians, I have no idea. Naruto replied. She was strange. Now she's a prisoner of war, and although she was part of a criminal organization, she didn't know much about why they left her imprisoned. The last time I saw her, she wanted to kill the bastard who pierced her chest with a lightning sword. Naruto said. He was in quite a bad way. Sasuke did a good job of making me hate him. How did you survive something like that? Asta asked, surprised by this. Sakura-chan cured her. She's fantastic as a doctor. She replied happily, but then a slight change was seen in her gaze, although she smiled again. This did not go unnoticed by Yami or Noel. They had already heard that name. It was the girl who tried to manipulate his feelings and with whom he is in love. That girl is part of your team, right? Luck asked curiously. Yes, Naruto replied with a bit of difficulty in his voice. So the red-haired girl? Yami asked, changing the subject. It was better that he didn't remember her. Karen, well, I don't know much. I just know that she was in love with the bastard who ran her through with the sword, besides being quite honest and brutal in her words as well as quite violent. The short time I knew her, I liked her quite a lot. Naruto answered, making Noel stare at him. What's wrong? Naruto asked as he felt his fiancée's gaze. Nothing. Noel replied. It seems she was attracted to violent girls. Do you like violent girls? Vanessa asked, coming up behind him and hugging him by the neck. More than violent, the weird ones, and stay away, you smell like alcohol, said Naruto, taking his arms off Vanessa, who fell into a seat and her head fell on the table. Weird, that explains everything. Magna muttered, only to receive a water ball from Noel. What are you trying to say? Noel asked loudly, listening to his words. What I said, princess. Magna shouted, standing up and facing her. I'm not weird. Noel shouted, throwing another water sphere at him, which he dodged, but the sphere followed him and ended up hitting him. Because your shots always reach me, Magna claimed. HMP. Noel finished as she sat back down and crossed her arms while looking away. I wonder if you'll survive a marriage with her, kid, Yami commented, watching Naruto shake his head. I survived being eaten by a snake, who knows? Naruto said, only to end up getting hit in the face by a shoe thrown by an enraged Noel. Repeat it, you idiot! Noel yelled. What did you hear, little princess? Naruto said, making her angry. But she did nothing and sat back down. She was hungry to continue. You've got balls, boy, Yami declared. He was either too brave or too stupid to face a woman's wrath. You get used to having violent girls around you all the time, Naruto replied, looking at Noel. And they're all brave idiots like you, or what? Magna asked, drying herself with her own fire magic. You mean because of the girls' violence? Naruto asked, receiving a nod. Yes, something like that. We must be used to it in my home. The girls from my continent are anything but gentle and affectionate, Naruto replied fearfully. Anko has used me as an experimental dummy for poisons. Sakura has hit me hard for any reason, and that doesn't help my super strength. Grandma Tsunade has sent me to the hospital for spying on the hot springs in the women's area because of the perverted Seijug. Just remembering it scares me, he said quite fearfully. Have you spied on women? Asta asked. Yes, but the old man cheated on me. He took me to brothels. He took my money despite being a millionaire. He left me on the street to go off with women, and because of all that, when he was drunk, I would go look for him at the brothel, take him out, put him in a garbage bag while I took out his wallet and ended up tying the bag, throwing him into a dark alley. Such good times. I stayed in pretty good hotels and ordered all the food I wanted, and the best thing was that it wasn't my money, said Naruto as he remembered his 3 years of training. I don't know whether to tell you if what you did was something you should have done or not, Magna said, surprised by this. The others agreed. The relationship they had was nothing like what they had expected. If you had met him, you would know what I'm talking about, Naruto said in defense of everything he said. Acquaintance? Asta asked. Well, he died a month ago before I got here. I don't like to talk about it, Naruto replied with a nervous smile, causing the group to fall silent. Oh shit, sorry, Asta said. He didn't know. Don't worry, it's normal in our line of work, Naruto replied, but it was still hard to overcome. I see, Asta said, but this didn't make him feel any better. The room fell silent with a rather sad air because of what was asked. The Naruto continent was much more dangerous if what he said was something quite common. Okay, forgetting about that, Naruto said, making everyone come out of their thoughts. Noel, I asked, looking at the aforementioned. Because you knew about Karen. He asked, curious about this, making Noel nervous. Oh well, he said, not knowing how to avoid this question. What the hell would he say? Let's eat! Charmy shouted from the kitchen, causing everyone to get distracted, including Naruto. Oh, it's ready, well let's eat, said Asta, running to the dining room. What's on today? Luck asked curiously. I hope he made me ramen, Naruto asked as he began to rub his stomach, forgetting the question. Everyone went except Yami and Noel, who walked together, with the latter totally happy about what happened. Sooner or later I would buy Charmy any food she wanted. You're saved, princess, Yami said, noticing her relief. Ugh! Noel gulped, catching on. That girl, she has something to do with your and the sleepyhead's engagement, right? Yami asked, but received no response. Well, I won't get involved, but I recommend you don't ask about the girls Naruto knows if you don't want him to find out the real reason for the engagement, whatever that reason may be, Yami warned. Thank you, Captain, Noel replied, very relieved. Although Yami said, drawing Noel's attention, if you asked about that girl, then she must be someone who is closely related to Naruto, and sooner or later she will arrive, so I recommend you prepare if you are afraid that she will arrive, said Yami, walking to the kitchen, leaving a frozen Noel. It's true, if what Grandma said is true, then she will arrive to the kingdom sooner or later, and she could, Noel thought, she could come to become Naruto's girlfriend somehow or another. And it didn't help what Naruto said about how he liked girls. And this day I would know that talking about the devil would attract him, because at the moment I was about to walk, a small portal appeared next to a bird that came with a note in its leg, being taken by Noel, and the bird crossed back into the portal and disappeared. When he opened the note, his eyes widened at what it said. Wah! What's wrong, Noel? Asked Vanessa, woken up by her scream. Oh, nothing, I just got a message that surprised me, hee 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 hee. She laughed nervously as she hid the letter in her cleavage. Whose was it? Naruto asked. Oh, it's from Nozomi-sama. It said something about what I should teach, Noel replied, but was interrupted by Naruto. Good, why don't we go back to the table? He said as he walked away, making the group that followed him laugh. Noel sighed in relief, grateful for her hatred of teaching. It has its advantages, she thought as she pulled the note out of her cleavage and reread it. Noel, I'm sorry, but the girl we were talking about will arrive tomorrow. I'll send her before the council realizes she's a true blood, and you'll have to make sure they both don't notice. If anything happens, it will be up to you to decide whether or not to accept their relationship. Until then, either of them knows they are related and they are not obligated to get engaged. Tell Dorothy about it too. Good luck, Tsunade, 5th Hokage. That's what she said, and Noel put it back in her cleavage. Ha, at least they don't know, Noel muttered, but she didn't think it would come so soon. Well, the only thing I can do is keep them from finding out about your relationship, he said as he entered the dining room and saw Yami and Naruto with notes in their hands. It seems that tomorrow a mission will arrive for one of you, said Yami, saving the message. They summoned me for the day after tomorrow. I wonder what the old man wants, Naruto asked, passing the note to Magna, who was curious. What a mission, I wonder who it's for, said Asta, starting to eat. Well, if that's the case, then tomorrow you'll rest so that the orders reach you and you're ready, Yami said, giving each of them time. At your command, Captain, they all said in unison. It's strange to see them talk like that, Naruto commented, making the group laugh. While Noel just sighed, the mission was something unexpected, but she understood what Naruto said. I hoped there would be no problems. Chapter 6. An unexpected mission and dungeon. It was a new day and Naruto was heading towards the castle because Julius had called him about 2 days ago. It wasn't written down why he wanted it, but he was told he had to arrive early, and so he did. Although he was more than happy to go to the castle after the day he had yesterday. It was a real nightmare, and this is because Noel managed to trap him to study, and it was a big laugh for all the Black Bulls. It had all started with Naruto quietly having breakfast with the others, and as always Luck had asked for a fight, and since he didn't have much to do, Naruto ended up accepting to Luck's joy. Although the joy went down the drain when Noel said they would use the day to study and not fight, much to the chagrin of both. There was a fight between Noel and Naruto, until finally chaos broke out. Naruto decided to escape from Noel again, and everyone started chasing him. It was another search that lasted almost the entire morning until finally, Yami got fed up with the destruction of the base that everyone was causing and entered his search to stop it. It didn't take me even 2 minutes to find it, and I ended up burying it in the ground, stopping all its escape, so that Noel could finally arrive and drag it to study. Noel began teaching him the history of the kingdom, and it took him no more than 2 minutes to fall asleep and start receiving blows from his fiancée. Then he started with manners classes where he was a great laugh for the black bulls because he couldn't keep his books on his head, or he kept making mistakes about which cutlery to use for each food. Noelle took it upon herself to hit him on the hand, and the others continued laughing. They even bet on how many hits he would get before he finished, much to Naruto's annoyance. Finally it was time for dinner, and there was a totally exhausted Naruto while cursing Noelle, who was totally satisfied with what she did during the day. He knew it would be difficult to make him learn something, but he tried. Grandma Tsunade warned him that it would be a real challenge just to catch him, so if he was able to catch him and was able to try to teach him, then it was an achievement. It was one of the most horrible days of his life, but at least he wouldn't have to see her or fall for Yami again. He learned that if that brute comes in, his escape is over. Furthermore, despite getting along well with Nero, that bird ruined his escape with the clones. How he knew how to recognize the original among thousands of clones, I would never know, or someday. Who knows? And so his day went until today, where after breakfast he came directly to the castle thanks to Finral. Seriously, how useful was his magic? He wondered why his family considered him a failure. He had such a great spell. What wouldn't I do with that spell? Forgetting this detail, I walked calmly to the castle, seeing the noble area. It was very different from Kika. And as he walked, he wondered why Julius called him. Well, he would know when he got there. He walked calmly through the door, being recognized by the guards who already knew who he was and why he was in this place, so they let him pass without any problems. Naruto just continued on his way, although he got lost along the way due to how big the castle was, but he managed to find the right path and continued on his way. He walked until he reached the door he was looking for, Julius's office, and without waiting, he took the knob, turned it, and opened the door, where he saw the same people as always, Julius and Marx, who only saw him. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Julius began greeting him. "Good morning," said Marx as he handed another paper to Julius. "Hello, they're already working," said Naruto, entering the office calmly. "Yes, Marx has me locked up here," Julius replied with a bit of sadness in his voice. "That's what you get for running away again. Now stop complaining and keep going," said Marx, nodding at a sad Julius. "Ha ha ha ha," Naruto laughed, looking at the poor man. "What bad luck." Julius just looked at him, enjoying his joy for now. "So," Naruto said, calming down from his laughter, "why did you call me, old man?" he asked, approaching their table, causing them both to look at each other and nod. "It's for two reasons. One of them is a mission I have for you along with other members," Julius replied, starting to get nervous. "Finally a mission. I thought you would leave me here without doing anything," Naruto said quite happily. And what's the second one?" Naruto asked, and before Julius or Marx could answer, someone appeared behind him. "For us," said the voice behind him, making Naruto freeze and swallow. It couldn't be. "Please tell me there isn't a giant with a bandit face behind me," Naruto begged, looking at Julius, who just smiled nervously. The answer was pretty clear and he started to sweat. Anyone else but that guy. Gathering all his courage, he began to turn around slowly until he found himself facing a rather large guy with his head covered by a black scarf with the Konoha badge. He was also wearing a black uniform and a black coat. But the giant was not alone. But there was also a girl with long red hair, with one side disheveled and the other tidy. She was wearing a white shirt tied with a bag, with a black skirt above her knee with tights on her legs, and long black socks that reached below the knee with black high-heeled sandals. She also wore glasses and looked at him quite calmly. Those who were there were none other than the leader of Konoha's interrogation and torture force, Ibiki Marino, and the girl at his side was none other than Sasuke's former partner, and now Konoha's prisoner, Karen. What the hell were they doing here? Especially Karen. "Oh, hello, Ibiki-san, Karen," I greeted nervously to both of them, or rather to my worst nightmare in the Chunin exams. "How have you been, Uzumaki?" Ibiki asked in the same intimidating voice. "Fine," he simply replied. This guy scared the hell out of him. Karen didn't say anything because she barely knew him, or rather, she was intimidated by the man at her side. "You must be wondering why we're here, right?" Ibiki asked, knowing Naruto was afraid of him. Naruto nodded. "It's very simple," he said as he took a scroll out of his back pocket and handed it to Naruto. "You have been given the mission to watch over and care for our prisoner, Karen, in this kingdom for an indefinite period of time. The Wizard King has also accepted, so you should not worry," he said as Naruto opened his eyes and quickly opened the scroll and looked through it. "What the buck? Why?" Naruto asked, asking for an explanation. Why was this mission so sudden? "It's because of the probability that the enemy will recover it, and what better place than to have it far from them, on another continent," Ibiki replied, hiding the real reason. "I understand," Naruto replied as he reread the scroll. Those who knew the truth were relieved that the excuse was swallowed, for now. Naruto could be much smarter than many other ninjas, and this time he didn't ask because Ibiki was there. You have a question? Ibiki asked. Yes, what should I do with her? Naruto asked quite calmly. She must listen to you in everything, and if you have problems or does something you don't want, you have the mission to report it, and she will immediately be transferred to a jail in our town. In case she tries to escape, you have permission to use force, but you are not allowed to kill her. Also, because it is a mission where you will have to take care of her, you will be given money so that you can give it to her, and she can buy what she needs, obviously. It will be money from this kingdom. Everything is arranged with the Wizard King, so you shouldn't worry. And finally, because you will be under the temporary command of the Wizard King, she will have to work with you under his command. Ibiki finished explaining, receiving a nod from Naruto. I understand. I should ask the old man, right? He asked and received a nod from Ibiki. He'll give you all the details, so if you don't have any more questions, I'll leave, she said as she looked at Naruto to see if he had any more questions. Okay, good luck on your return. Naruto began to say goodbye. You must have it, Ibiki replied as he walked over to Karen and took a key out of his pocket. Little girl, he said, looking at the girl as he removed the handcuffs from her wrists. You understand what's going to happen, right? He asked, receiving a nod from Karen as she rubbed her wrists. Then there's nothing else. I'm off, and good luck in this kingdom, and even more with the engagement boy, Ibiki said, starting to smile. Ugh, how many more? No, Naruto asked. Everyone remember who we have in the village? Ibiki replied. I'm going to kill them, Naruto muttered as he clenched his hands. Ino and Anko will pay. Good luck with that, then I'll be off. It was nice seeing you again, Uzumaki, Ibiki said as he disappeared. Me too, Naruto replied, watching him disappear. When he disappeared, they waited a few seconds in silence until finally the redhead and the blonde sighed in relief. Halia, they both sighed, finally breathing calmly. That guy is scary, Karen began, happy to be able to speak calmly. Don't even tell me, Naruto replied, much more relaxed. They both looked at each other and smiled. So I think we're partners, right? Naruto asked, looking at her. I think so, Karen replied with a hand on her hip. At least he wasn't annoying like Suigetsu. How did you get into this situation? Naruto asked curiously. The Hokage summoned me and gave me two options: go to jail to rot or remain under your care. Layman of the continent, the answer was obvious, Karen replied, smiling. And what about? Naruto asked without completing his sentence. Karen understood what he meant and bowed her head. I don't want to remember it, she replied, quite sad for what Sasuke did. They both remained silent. Sasuke hurt them both quite a bit. The others just kept quiet. It was none of their business. The room was silent for a minute until both ninjas sighed and raised their heads again. For now, don't remind me of that bastard and I'll be happy, okay? Karen said, looking at him. Deal, Naruto replied, both of them not wanting to talk about it too much. Now that this is settled, what about what I heard from the guards, about an engagement or something? Karen asked with a smile, making Naruto cover his face. Please, not now, I've had enough these days, he answered quite angrily. Seriously, he was going to kill Ino and Anko the first time he saw them. Ha 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 ha, Karen laughed. Even in that state her chakra is so bright and warm, very different from that bastard. I spent a while laughing at Naruto while telling him to shut up until little by little he began to control himself. Okay, stop, Naruto said as he watched her stop laughing. HAA, what a good laugh. Then what do you think, comrades? Asked Karen. Are you sure? Naruto asked with doubt in his voice. He knew what happened to his last team. I don't have much of a choice. I'll listen to you or I'll go to jail, Karen responded simply. She preferred this guy to jail 1,000 times over. Well, you're right then, until I'm done, Naruto said, stretching out his hand, causing Karen to look at him and shake it. We'll be partners, Karen concluded. The wizards in the room looked at each other. They had started well. So, Naruto said, taking the thoughts out of both mages. What mission do I have, or rather do we have? Naruto asked, now much calmer. First day of semi-freedom and I'm already on a mission, shit, Karen complained, simply brilliant. Don't complain, I've been bored here and I'm telling you there isn't much to do, Naruto said, looking at her. You've been here for a week, Karen said. One hell of a week, Naruto replied humorlessly. I don't want to know the details yet, Karen stated, knowing it was quite funny from the stories told by the people of her village. Like still, Naruto asked, looking at her. Nothing, Karen replied with a smile. Ha, Naruto sighed. He didn't want to fight. You're quite calm. What happened to you? Julius asked, curious about his strange calmness. Yesterday I was forced to study, Naruto replied. Aha, both wizards said. That explained everything. Then I think this mission will help you recover, Julius said as he left a paper on the table, which Naruto took and Karen approached. You wrote it in our language, Naruto said. I know you can't read it, so I tried to write it in your language. I hope I did well, Julius replied. He had to study their language to make connections with his own continent. Yeah, you did well, Naruto replied. He really needs to learn their language. And what does it say? Karen asked, approaching Naruto's side as she looked at the paper. Dungeon, Naruto asked. It said something about gathering and searching in a dungeon. Yes, Julius replied. What the hell is that? Karen asked, taking the paper from Naruto's hands. I'll explain it to you, Marks began, stepping forward. They are ancient ruins where ancient civilizations once existed, and they appear from time to time in random places, he said, briefly explaining what they are. We understand, but what do you want us to do here? Naruto asked, curious about what they wanted. It's simple, your mission is to collect everything in that dungeon, Julius replied, making both ninjas look at him. Don't tell us this is a treasure hunt, Naruto asked, seeing this as a boring mission. Exactly, Julius replied. Then we go. Naruto couldn't finish speaking because his mouth was covered and the person responsible, a certain smiling redhead. We accept, Karen shouted, happy about this. MMGMMGGMM. Naruto tried to speak, but he couldn't take his hand away, it was strong. They'll pay, right? Karen asked, looking at both wizards who nodded. Naruto, come on, I need money to buy my things and this is one of the few times I won't use it to try to escape, Karen said while continuing to hold him. Naruto finally took his hand out of his mouth and was able to breathe. Brute, you almost drowned me, Naruto said, breathing only to see Karen approaching him. Let's accept it, Karen repeated, approaching his face and looking at him seriously. It's okay, Naruto answered, making the girl smile and move away from his face. Karen was happy, at least he was a good teammate. Naruto didn't know why, but this girl was definitely tough, so the only thing he could do was, Hiya, you heard her, said Naruto, looking at both magicians who sweated. They wondered if she was really a prisoner. But leaving aside the treasure, why do you want us to go? You could send other knights, Naruto said. All of this seemed strange to him. Well, there might be a battle for the treasure, Julius replied, cheering Naruto up but causing Karen to change her face. Let's not accept, said Karen, making Naruto look at her. Come on, it'll be entertaining, Naruto said, putting his arm around her neck. For you, not for me, Karen said, adjusting her glasses. Hey old man, we can take some treasures, right? Naruto asked, making Karen change her face again and look at both magicians. Julius and Marks looked at each other and nodded. There is a limit, but you can take some items, as long as you bring us all the others, Julius replied, making both ninjas smile. When are we leaving? They both asked quite happily. Hee mama, calm down, they'll be leaving soon, but you should know what awaits you, said Julius, calming both ninjas. Okay, they both said as they separated and shook hands. Finally, money. Well, now you should know that there is a chance of battle in that place because it is not an ordinary treasure, but there are certain artifacts that can empower a kingdom, and because this dungeon appeared on the border with the Diamond Kingdom, then there is a possibility that they will still go in search of it, Julius said seriously. So it's not the treasure you're after, but these artifacts, right? Naruto asked seriously. Now he understood everything. Yes, and besides, they won't be the only ones sent, said Marks, handing the documents to both ninjas, who took them and looked at them. You asked Asta and the Black Bulls for this plus some members of the Golden Dawn, Naruto said, frowning. Yes, and as you can see, except for Asta, we don't know who they'll send, but it's the Golden Dawn, Marks said. You know, Klaus Lunettes and Mimosa Vermilion, Karen said, looking through the papers. Vermilion, Naruto asked. Yes, do you know her? Karen asked, only to see him deny it. No, but some members of this family, old man, Naruto asked, looking at Julius. That girl is Fugolian's cousin and the younger sister of the Coral Peacock's vice captain, Julius replied. Leon San's relatives, and what about the other two? Naruto asked curiously. Klaus is an experienced knight, while Yuno is a rookie knight this year who has done a good job. He is from the same village as Asta, Julius replied, making both ninjas nod. In other words, you send rookies to get some treasure, right? Naruto asked, looking at the girl's paper. She was 15 years old, so she must be new. Actually, your captain, I only asked for Asta because his anti-magic can be useful, Julius answered, making both ninjas look at him with doubt, but for different reasons. Magic, Karen asked. Perhaps. I'll explain on the way, Naruto said, looking back at Julius while Karen just nodded. So why Asta and his anti-magic? I asked curiously about this request. It's because that area is made of very dense mana and its anti-magic is perfect for those situations, Julius replied. I see, said Naruto. It was very obvious why they would send him. So, in summary, Karen said, drawing everyone's attention, we have to find these treasures before other idiots do. In addition to helping this rookie team, and if the enemies appear, Naruto is the deterrent, right? I asked, summarizing the entire mission. Exactly, Naruto is the only one at captain level who is completely free and the only one who could fight if people equal or superior to him appear if the team they sent couldn't, Julius replied. I see, you better protect me, Karen said, looking at him. Don't worry, we always come out on top, Naruto replied. The poison that almost killed you? Karen asked, remembering how she almost died from that scratch. Well, almost always, Naruto said, because I feel like I had to stay in jail, huh? Sighed Karen. At least you won't try to kill me, she muttered, making Naruto look at her and sigh. Forget about him, he said softly as he placed a hand on her shoulder. I know, Karen murmured, it was going to be difficult. Look, Naruto said, making Karen look at him. I promise I won't hurt you as long as you do what I say, you heard, he said with confidence in his voice. Karen looked at him. He was so different from Sasuke. He was darkness while the boy in front of her was light. They were so different. Ha, don't worry, a girl must be strong too, she said with a flirtatious smile and slightly taking off her glasses. I don't think your girlfriend or whatever is happy if I get too close to you, right? She asked, approaching Naruto, who stepped back. Hey, what are you doing? Naruto asked as he stepped back, but saw him stop and smile. Ugh, ha ha ha. And so he started laughing to Naruto's anger. Hey, Four Eyes, why are you mocking? Naruto shouted, stopping Karen from laughing and looking at him angrily. What did you say, stupid blonde? Asked Karen, approaching Naruto. I said Four Eyes, what did I bother you, tomato head? Naruto asked, smiling as Karen bumped her forehead against his, while Naruto didn't back down from her gaze. Idiot, don't call me a tomato, he said as they pushed their heads against each other. Hot tomato, Naruto said again, making Karen hit him in the stomach and he started to shrink. At least you don't turn into water like that idiot soy bug. He couldn't finish because he received a blow to the stomach from Naruto that ended in the same state as him. Now we're even, said Naruto, falling to the ground next to Karen. Damn it, Karen said, trying to recover. She didn't expect that hit. It was certainly very different from her previous team, and so they both lay on the floor clutching their stomachs trying to come to. As the magicians watched the scene with sweat, they wondered if they were going to make it out of this mission alive. Dungeon. The dungeon, a place that appears randomly anywhere in the world. Treasures and artifacts from ancient civilizations are found in these places, so the countries where these sites appear fight to obtain them. And now a group of magic knights from the Clover Kingdom have arrived at the dungeon in search of these treasures. But unfortunately 2 of them have fallen into traps and the third has gone somewhere else. Those who had been sent were Asta, Noel and Luck, who were given the mission to search for the treasures. The only problem is that the group got separated and now Asta and Noel were about to be eaten by a magical plant that was part of a magical trap while Luck left, leaving the 2 alone. Until other knights appeared, being those of Golden Dawn, and among them came Yuno, Asta's childhood friend, Mimosa Vermilion, Fugolian's cousin and Kirsch's younger sister, and finally, Klaus Lunetz, a noble of the kingdom. They arrived in time to rescue the members of the Black Bulls, who were about to be eaten. And now they were talking or something like that. How can you insult our honorable captain? William Vangesh, your captain is the weirdest, Klaus claimed, pointing at Asta. Because he has so many muscles. What are they for? Klaus shouted. He looks much more manly, uncultural. Asta replied, only to be grabbed by Klaus. How dare you talk to him about that man? They had to stop because screams began to be heard from one of the hallways that caught everyone's attention, and they had to take out their grimoires. Idiot, you didn't say you could detect. A male voice shouted. I can't do it here. This magic interrupts my detection, replied a girl as both voices got closer. Damn it, when we get back I'm going to kill the old man, shouted the male voice that seemed to be escaping from something. I'm getting in line, the girl replied as the aisle was glowing and 2 people appeared jumping out of the aisle, and one of the people turned around in the air and took out 2 grimoires to look at the hallway. Ice creation magic, mirror ice crystals, shouted the man who had come out as some mirrors came out and surrounded the exit of the corridor, absorbing a large amount of fire colliding with the mirrors. But it was absorbed and a few seconds later it was redirected through the same place. We are saved, they both said as they clung to the walls. While the spectators watched this intently, a group of them recognized one of them and began to smile. Naruto san over here! Asta shouted as the people were revealed to be none other than Naruto and a red-haired girl, which made Noel frown. It was Karen. Hey, do you know them? Karen asked to see him smile and nod. Let's go down, he said as he jumped to the ground and was followed by Karen, who began to run lightly until they reached the front of the group. We finally caught up with them, Naruto said, waving to the group. Naruto-san, what are you doing here? Asked Asta. The old man sent us, as insurance, Naruto replied. Has sending you means we're going to be in trouble, right? Noelle asked, looking at her boyfriend. They could. I didn't think they would send you, Naruto said, quite surprised. How do you think they would send me? I'm royalty, Noelle replied, making both ninjas look at him without emotion. She's vain, right? Karen said, looking at Noelle, who listened to her and looked at her. You'll get used to it, give it time, Naruto replied. Hey, isn't she? Noelle asked, but was interrupted by the other group. Who are you? You don't belong to any order, state your names, Klaus said, getting the attention of both ninjas. Who does this bastard think he is? Karen asked, looking at Klaus, who frowned. He's one of the pompous shits I told you about, Naruto replied. Listen, how dare the nobles talk to them like that? Klaus claimed angrily with both ninjas. See, just ignore them, Naruto replied, indicating his attitude. If you say so. Karen replied she had to listen to him not only because she was threatened, but also because she didn't know how to be in this kingdom. Tell them who you are, Klaus repeated, already quite annoyed with both of them. Finally, we are sent by old Julius to look for the treasure, Naruto replied. He didn't like dealing with nobles. Old man, how dare you call the Wizard King old? Klaus complained, making both ninjas sigh. Seriously, now I understand why you said nobles are annoying. Now I'm thinking that jail was more entertaining, said Karen, quite annoyed. What she said caught everyone's attention, except Asta and Noelle, who were able to recognize her. Jail, who are they? Klaus asked, taking out his grimoire. Oh, stop, really? Naruto asked, looking at him. They may be lying and just thieves, Klaus replied, ready to attack. But, stop, both of you, listen to me. Naruto is my fiancé and the fiancé of the captain of the Coral Peacocks, announced Noelle as she stood between both men and blushed. They were going to fight. But these words made the Golden Dawn people freeze, and they looked at Naruto seriously. The fiancé of one of the captains and of the Silva House. You are a noble? Klaus asked, a little calmer but nervous about what could happen. He must be someone very important to be engaged to two women of great influence. You know, you're boring me. Listen, idiot, said Naruto, looking at him seriously. I'm a ninja, someone from another continent, and now here under the orders of old Julius, Naruto answered, and this made the eyes of those from the Golden Dawn open. Another continent, I see. It must be you, the person the rumors speak of, a young man who came here after defeating a man of the caliber of the Wizard King and saved his entire city. A hero, said Klaus, having heard the rumors. It was the shit you already know, Naruto said, quite annoyed. Now he would have nobles behind him. Klaus's words made his companions look at Naruto with different expressions. Yuno just looked at him with a blank face, while Mimosa looked at Naruto and then at Noelle. When do you have an average? Mimosa asked, very surprised by this. Noelle started blushing at the question and didn't know how to answer. Well, Noelle said. What the hell was she going to say? That she was accidentally engaged? She would be the laughingstock of her. So this is the girl, Karen asked as she approached Noelle, who looked at her. Out of all of them, you were the one who took the hero of Konoha. I wonder how you did it, Karen said, looking at her. She had heard many rumors about Naruto, and they said that he had rejected many girls. But here there was one who achieved it. You're Karen, right? Noelle asked, looking at her seriously. Oh, you know me, Karen said, surprised. Yes, one of the invaders and instigators of almost breaking out the fourth war on the Naruto continent, she answered seriously, making Karen look at her without humor. You said it, almost, but you have to be careful what you say, little girl, Karen said, getting closer to her face. I just followed the man who ended up piercing my chest with a sword. I don't give a shit what happens to him anymore, you heard? Karen said without any humor. Naruto should have told her what happened, at least a little. They both looked at each other seriously until Naruto stood between them and separated the two girls. Okay, stop here, Noelle, Naruto said, looking at her. What? Noelle asked, not in the slightest sense of the word. Listen, she is under my care. She is a prisoner of war that I was asked to take care of away from the continent because the enemy might come for her, Naruto said seriously. Noelle didn't know whether to believe her or not, Tsunade had sent her another letter saying that she would come with an excuse, but that excuse was true. But it was still a danger. And what does she know so much that they come looking for her? Noelle asked. Princess, for example. I know your boyfriend is a gene. Karen said, only for Naruto to grab her from behind and cover her mouth. Don't say it, they don't know. Naruto whispered in Karen's ear, who nodded and breathed again. Seriously, they don't know? Karen asked, watching him deny. You should know what would happen, right? Naruto asked seriously and with a sad voice. Karen understood. The Jinchuriki are not wanted, and if it was true, and here they only discriminate based on where they come from, then one of these containers would be totally expelled. While Noelle looked at both ninjas, what information was so important about Naruto that he himself had to cover the girl's mouth? Hiya, okay, please let's continue and you guys stop fighting, Naruto said, looking at Noelle and Karen, who were still looking at each other angrily. Fine, they both replied. Something told them they weren't going to get along. So everything is settled now, said Naruto, looking at everyone. Can someone tell me why the hell there are so many traps? Naruto asked, quite annoyed. It's true, there are too many. What the hell is this place hiding? Karen asked. When they finished recovering from Julius's office, they agreed not to fight during the mission until it was over. After that they would talk as much as they wanted, because everything was very sudden. Upon reaching this agreement, both were directed to a fat man with a strange hairstyle who used his magic to open a kind of door and left them on a path in the middle of a forest. For Karen, this was something strange, and she asked Naruto, who told her that in this place chakra was not used, but magic, which surprised her a lot. I didn't know this continent didn't use chakra. What else didn't they tell me? He also told her about the kingdom and how they were treated, to which Karen nodded. It bothered him. These guys really discriminated against everyone. But he forgot when Naruto continued about how they used this strange energy for the ninjas. They could use it for everyday life. This undoubtedly caught Karen's attention, who now wanted one of the books. But Naruto told her that she was a prisoner, and if she wanted it, she had to ask Julius and the Hokage. And this part made Karen remember where she was standing. She was a prisoner being guarded. If something happened to her, they might get suspicious and have her taken back to the village to be jailed. So she just nodded. It was already good enough that Naruto didn't treat her like a prisoner, and that she was also paid. She couldn't take any more advantage. And so they spent time talking until they reached the entrance of the dungeon, and without thinking much, they entered. How bad could it be? Seconds later, they regretted not having a plan. There were too many traps and they had to escape because Naruto could only use devastating attacks, and although his magic was useful, it was useless for so many different kinds of traps. While Karen, she was not an expert in combat but in medicine and a censor, so her skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu were scarce. But his detection only got worse in this place. Something was interrupting his detection ability, and he could only see the traps moments before they were activated. He said this could be due to the high amounts of energy at the site that made him see everything bright, and because of this, he had to adjust his ability for these types of areas, so it would take him a few minutes. Understanding this situation, both ninjas had no choice but to escape from the traps. They spent several minutes escaping until they saw the light, and went out to meet those Julius told them about. They had both agreed to kill him when they returned, but for now they wanted to know why there were so many traps in this place. That's normal in dungeons, you can always find traps in places like this, and they only appear randomly, Klaus replied. So the stupid old man forgot to give us that detail, Karen said, quite frustrated. When we get back we'll beat him up, Naruto declared, and Karen nodded. Both of them almost died from lack of information. Are you okay? Asta asked, looking at both ninjas with dark looks. He. They just laughed. They were going to kill him. Okay, stop both of you, now we can concentrate, Noelle said, getting the attention of both ninjas. Okay, princess, don't bother yourself, Karen replied, making Noelle get annoyed, but she didn't say anything. Well then, now that we're all together, has someone found the treasure? Naruto asked, watching everyone shake their heads. No, they all replied. Great, and do you have a way? Naruto asked. And why should we say it? Klaus asked, looking at Naruto, who frowned. Are we a team or not? Naruto answered with a question. No, we are from different orders. We would taint our order just by working with them, Klaus replied as he pointed at Noelle and Asta. Naruto frowned. This guy. You know you're getting punched in the face, right? Naruto asked, approaching Klaus. What are you saying? Klaus replied. Here we are all on the same side. We all come to look for treasure for the kingdom, not for the glory of the squadron's imbecile, said Naruto with his fist ready to hit him. That's true, but And he couldn't finish because Naruto ran and punched him in the face, sending him into the water. Everyone opened their eyes at his action, and his companions were going to act. But they were stopped by Karen, who was behind Mimosa with a knife to her throat, and Yuno, who had a Naruto clone behind her with a knife pointing at the back of her neck. "Don't move," they both said. The black bulls swallowed at his action. This time they have angered him greatly. While Klaus was standing up from the water and saw Naruto approaching while snapping his hands. "Listen, moron, if you say again that you don't want to work as a team because of stupid things like that, then you'll stay here, frozen and doing nothing while the rest of us go looking for the treasure, you understand?" declared Naruto, looking at Klaus, who only nodded. He didn't know why, but he couldn't answer her. "Karen," Naruto said, making her sigh and nod as the clone disappeared. "Anyone else want to go alone?" Naruto asked, looking at everyone who denied. "Well, I've heard you're not very serious, but now you're different," Karen commented. She had heard stories that he always acted like an idiot, but that wasn't the case. When it's necessary I have to do it, otherwise everything can go to shit," Naruto replied, approaching the group while being followed by Klaus, who was totally silent. "That's true," Karen said. "How many times have teams died because they didn't work together?" Asta and Noel just looked at him nervously. They had never seen him angry. He always acted so stupid or happy, but this side of him, they had never seen. So, is there something we don't know?" Naruto asked, returning to the original topic. Asta and Noel looked at each other, not knowing if it was a good idea to tell her. But Naruto and Karen noticed this action and sighed. "I'm afraid to ask, but seriously, was it just you two who came?" Naruto asked, looking at the two who slowly shook their heads. "Please tell me someone else didn't come," Naruto asked, fearing the worst. Luck," Asta replied, making Naruto facepalm. "Luck the Delirious, that's the third member who came with you," Klaus said, making both black bulls nod. "It had to be the right. Of all the members they had to send the most fanatico of shit," Naruto shouted, looking around. He was just looking for a fight, and if he ran away then… "What's wrong, Naruto-san?" Asta asked, watching him look everywhere. "I think we're not alone," Naruto replied. "Alone?" Mimosa asked, until she opened her eyes, realizing what he meant. "Don't say that," Mimosa asked nervously. "Luck is just looking for a fight, right?" Naruto asked everyone, who nodded, except Yuno and Karen, who didn't know him. "So why do you think he left?" Naruto asked, sitting down, and with these words they finally realized. "The diamond guys came," Klaus said, because he never noticed. Luck only looks for fights, and if he came and left his companions, then it is because he found someone really strong, and the only ones who could come apart from them would be only those from the Diamond Kingdom. "Mimosa," Klaus said, making her nod and take out her grimoire. "Karen," Naruto asked, but saw her shake her head. "It's very difficult. It will take me at least 5 more minutes to get used to it," he replied as he tried to locate the people. Shit. He couldn't finish when he felt something behind him and saw Mimosa take out her grimoire. "Plant creation magic. Magical floral guidance," he said as a large flower emerged from the ground and opened, creating an illusion of the dungeon in the center. "How useful," said Karen, looking at the illusion. "Thanks, but it only briefly shows our locations and the dungeon," I replied, looking at the illusion. Naruto saw her and thought, "Guys, wait a moment," Naruto said, closing his eyes and placing his hands in a meditation position. "Naruto-san," said Asta, looking at Naruto, who began to stay still. "What are you doing?" Noel asked, as he remained seated. "No will be," Karen murmured as she looked at him and started to take off her glasses. "This is how I beat him," Karen said, looking at the energy. "That was it." "What, are you dead?" Noel asked, but fell to the ground along with everyone else, except for Karen. "What the hell?" Asta muttered. What was this pressure? "It's like Yugo, no, it's Orochimaru-sama," Karen said, looking at the energy surrounding him and entering his system. "What the fuck is he doing?" Klaus asked, looking at Naruto. His blood pressure was suddenly increasing. "Senjutsu," Karen answered seriously. "Sen what thing?" Asta asked, starting to breathe heavily. "Senjutsu gathers the energy around you into your body," Karen replied. "That kind of power." "Are you saying that he is gathering the energy of the dungeon?" Noel asked. What the hell was she doing? "Yes, I can see all that energy around her, and it's starting to affect her surroundings," Karen said, looking around. The others looked briefly and saw all the traps deactivate. The water began to decrease and the dungeon began to crack. Naruto said, starting to smile. The pressure they felt began to disappear and they began to breathe calmly. As the energy gathered around Naruto, It entered and formed a tint around his eyes. Gathering energy in this place is much easier than outside, Naruto said as everything returned to normal. Why didn't you tell me you could use it? Karen asked. She was scared. Didn't you know? Naruto asked, slowly opening his eyes. Of course not. I only knew Yugo and he scared me when he gathered his energy inside him. He went crazy when he gathered it. Seriously, you scared me, Karen replied while putting her glasses back on. Sorry, but since Mimosa can only display a map and you can't detect people for a few more minutes, I had no choice but to enter this state, he replied as he stood with his eyes wide open. The others saw him and noticed that his eyes changed. What happened to you? Mimosa asked, pointing to her eyes, the green eye with a horizontal line and an orange tint around her eyes. It's normal. Don't worry, when the time is up, they will return to normal, Naruto replied, making his grimoires come out of his pockets. 2 grimoires? Yuno muttered, and one of them was a 4-leaf one. Well, let's see if I can do it, Naruto said, smiling as both grimoires began to write. He's creating a new spell, Noel said. Can he control when he creates them? Let's see, I got this idea when I saw Mimosa's spell and my senjutsu. If I unite both ideas then, he said while between both grimoires the water gathered and formed a pillar along with the wind that surrounded it, freezing it. Then this same pillar began to grow while at its tip it began to widen in the shape of a large snowflake until it stopped, and on top of that snowflake an imitation of the dungeon began to form along with some snowflakes at certain points. Ice creation magic, guide of the wise ice, said Naruto, having his magic ready while his senjutsu ended. Should I use all the senjutsu? Naruto muttered, feeling his body. It ran out quickly, but he saw that the effect of the spell continued. What the hell did you do? Karen asked, because she invoked the senjutsu. My idea came when I saw Mimosa's spell, he said as he gestured to the girl who was starting to stand up. Create a replica of the place, but having the ability to sense presences. That's why I invoked the senjutsu. My power allows me to sense presences, so if I created the spell while sensing people, then my spell would record the feeling I feel in this state, and here you see the result, Naruto indicated while showing some lights. That's us, Karen said, putting her finger in the light, and it just went through it. Exactly, but look! Naruto pointed to the other lights. Damn! Karen muttered. They had already arrived. The others began to stand after recovering and listen to his explanation. His magic is based on what he saw and immediately created something, not only to guide him but so that it reaches people. It's a superior spell, Mimosa murmured as she arrived at the map. It was much more advanced than hers. So, Noel said, approaching the map, what do we have to see? I asked, watching the lights move. Let's see, he said, snapping his fingers, and the lights changed slightly, showing black and white dots. The whites are us, the blacks are strangers, so, consequently, they are enemies, Naruto replied, indicating the points. There's a white dot and a black dot in the same place. That must be luck, right? Asta asked, looking at the dots. Yes, and I don't know what state he's in. The only thing I can say is that he's still alive. If some of the dots disappear, it means he's dead, Naruto explained. We understand, that means this dot, Klaus said, pointing at the black dot that was moving on its own. You're searching the dungeon, aren't you? I asked, getting a nod. Mimosa, Naruto asked, looking at her. You could see where the damn treasure chamber is. I'm not from here and I don't know how to identify it, Naruto said to get her to nod, and he approached. Let's see, he muttered, looking at the map until he found it. Here, this is the camera, he indicated as a snowflake formed in the indicated spot. Well, at least the idiot is still far away, but that doesn't mean he's not getting closer, Naruto said. So what do we do? Karen asked, looking at the map. Who here is fighting? Naruto asked, and Asta, and Klaus raised their hands. Well, besides Karen, who heals? He asked, and only saw Mimosa raise her hand. And lastly, besides Mimosa, Karen, and I, who can guide us through the dungeon? I asked, but received no response. Naruto had sighed until Nero came to his head. You're here, Naruto said, looking at the bird on his head. Where have you been, Nero? Asta asked, but received no answer. Can you guide? Naruto asked, and saw the bird lift its wing. Good, and Noel can only use defense magic, Naruto said, looking at Noel, who nodded. With that nod, he now began to think. Except for him, I had 3 fighters, 2 healers, 3 guides, and 1 defense. Now he has to figure out how to separate us. She stood there silently watching them separate. Seriously, she misses Shikamaru. The others just stared at him, especially Noel. He seemed totally different from the idiot who doesn't like to study. He still had to meet him. It took at least a minute until Naruto spoke again. "Well, that's the only thing I can think of," he said as he pulled something out from behind his pocket. He searched for it until he found it, and took it out, revealing a black box. "Karen, please, we're going to separate," Naruto said, receiving a nod from her and opening the box, revealing a pair of headphones. "Who do I pass it to?" Karen asked. "Noelle," she replied as the aforementioned indicated herself. "Why and what are those?" Noelle asked, quite confused as she watched Karen do something to her. "They are communication objects. You go with Asta and Nero in search of luck. I don't know who he's fighting with, but there are many of them and you could defend him thanks to your magic," Naruto replied, looking at her, and went to the Golden Dawn group. "We're going to get the treasure before that guy gets here." He indicated the black light as he was approaching the room. "Because we?" Klaus asked, looking at him. "Easy for those two," Naruto replied, indicating Mimosa and Karen. "A certain person recorded me hitting that healers and support are the last to fall, so we must always take care of them," he said while remembering Sakura, giving those strong blows. "Noelle is going with Asta because he is a defender and a fighter along with Luck, who is also a fighter, so they can defend each other. But we," Naruto said, looking at Karen and Mimosa, "we have fighters, but none of them can fight back, so they are the most defenseless, and considering that we came looking for a treasure with artifacts, we could run into someone really strong, even more so if the one we faced is a monster if he went all alone," he finished saying. Sakura's beatings and all the missions that ended in fights were of some use to him. Everyone could understand his logic, and Noelle was surprised by his way of planning. He was very intelligent. "Wow, I'm surprised you can plan," Karen said, mocking Naruto. "I'm also surprised. I usually leave it to Sakura or Shikamaru, but sometimes I have to have a quick plan. I'm not one for plans, I just adapt quickly," Naruto replied. He didn't deny that. "And where did you get these communicators?" Karen asked, curious about this. "Kakashi-sensei gave us each a pair when he came back to the village," Naruto replied. "They did work for him." Karen looked at him quite surprised. According to Sasuke, he never planned a plan, but rather he adapted. She hadn't understood it until now. Princess," Karen said, getting Noelle's attention and the first one threw the communicator to Noelle, who grabbed it and looked at it. "What do I do with this?" Noelle asked as she looked at the communicator. "Put it around your neck, like a necklace, and this little thing," Karen instructed into the earpiece. "Put it in your ear," he said as he watched her put it in. "I waited a while until it was ready. It feels weird," I mumbled. It was the first time I'd seen something like that. "So what do I do?" Noelle asked, watching Karen put it on and press something around her neck. "Can you hear me?" I asked, scaring Noelle. "What?" he muttered as he took out his hearing aid. "You don't know these things, right?" Karen asked, looking at Naruto. "No, they don't have things like that," he replied. "They may use magic in their everyday lives, but their technology was hardly advanced at all." Karen nodded. When she got back, she had to see what they had here. "So," I muttered as I looked back at Noelle. "Princess, if you move this button it will lower or raise the volume, and if you press it you will be able to talk," Karen indicated, watching Noelle nod and move it. He waited a while until she tried it herself, and saw Karen nod. "How strange," Noelle said. "Don't ask questions for now, this will help us communicate between both groups," Karen said, looking at her. Seriously, they had to learn what the hell was going on this continent. "Okay," Noelle replied. Then Naruto said, snapping his fingers, and the ice map began to crack until it broke, ending in only snowflakes that disappeared. "Nero, you can take them, right?" Naruto asked, making the bird fly to a hallway high above and lift its wing. "It seems you already have your guide. Go over there and you will find luck," said Naruto, looking at Asta and Noelle. "And we," Naruto said. He could feel a gust of wind behind him. "Looks like we have a very big cloud to take us away," he said, looking at the wind cloud. "Wow, I must admit that the cloud is pretty, and I thought we should run again," said Karen, jumping onto the cloud where Mimosa, Klaus, and Yuno were already on it. "Looks like we're separated," Naruto said, looking at Noelle, who became nervous. How do I say it?" he said, scratching his head nervously. "What's wrong?" Asta asked, looking between Noelle and Naruto. Nothing, it's just that we'll take care," Naruto said as he turned around and jumped into the wind cloud. Noelle understood his words and blushed slightly. "Naruto sancu!" Asta shouted without understanding what he said. Naruto just greeted him, while looking at Noelle, who just looked at him and smiled at him before starting to look forward. "Mimosa, use your magic to guide," Naruto said as she nodded and took out her grimoire. "Let's go, Yuno." said Klaus, and he just made the wind cloud fly away and leave the place, leaving the other group in search of luck. After separating, several minutes passed where Naruto's group headed towards the room where the treasure is supposed to be. Both ninjas spoke with Noel, who was following Nero, but it seems the search wasn't going well. They told him that they had found a chest with legs that was escaping from them. They didn't want to imagine it, but they couldn't help it and started laughing. After a while, they remained silent among themselves while Naruto and Karen sat in the back, curiously watching this magic. It's quite useful, Karen said, feeling the wind on her face. Yes, and the best thing is that he doesn't try to kill us, Naruto replied, receiving a nod from Karen. This was the best part. A question, Mimosa began, drawing the attention of both ninjas as she guided Yuno through the dungeon. How did they know our names? I asked, curious about this. They had never introduced themselves. The old man gave us some basic information, and because I've spent the last week with the Black Bulls, I know who they are, Naruto replied. And she? Klaus asked, pointing at Karen, who looked at him unimportantly. You didn't say she's a prisoner. What's she doing here? I asked, looking suspiciously at the red-haired girl. Yes, and my village has entrusted me with taking care of her, so if you don't want to go back to jail, you should listen to me, Naruto said. It's much better to be with him than in jail, Karen said, not caring much about her condition. You don't seem too concerned about your position, Yuno said, looking at her slightly. You talk, I was surprised, Karen said mockingly. Yuno ignored him. You shouldn't talk to us so much, commoner, Klaus said, making Naruto frown. Another pompous piece of shit, he said, making Klaus look at him. And you're supposed to be engaged to the youngest daughter of the Silva House and a captain, aren't you also a noble? Klaus asked. Both ninjas looked at each other and started laughing. This bothered Klaus. Perhaps they considered it a joke. After a while, both ninjas finally calmed down and answered him. Ha, that was a good laugh, Naruto said, taking a deep breath. What were you laughing at? Klaus asked. Look, shit, Karen said, frowning and looking at Klaus. We are ninjas, political positions don't matter to us, we are only interested in the strength of the one who leads us, he responded seriously. And because of the bad treatment I received as a child, I'm not at all friendly with pompous people like you. I have a small grudge and I don't give a shit what they think, Naruto added. Klaus frowned. You were already in the kingdom in the past, Klaus asked Naruto, who nodded. Yes, and most of the noble families mocked me, kicked me out, or simply didn't allow me to go anywhere, just because I dressed differently, he replied as he remembered the treatment he received in the past, only a few of which he liked. Everyone heard it, especially those who were noble, who could not say anything. It was certainly a good reason to resent them. The only ones I respect are Leon-san, Mirleonanissima, old Julius, Marx, Dorothy and the Black Bulls, the rest can go to hell, said Naruto, cleaning his ear. The two nobles opened their eyes at the names. Most of them were nobles and magic knights of the highest rank. You know Fugolian-san and Miliona-sama? Mimosa asked, seeing him nod. I met them when I was a kid. I'm not going to visit Leon-san and Mirleonanissima yet. Well, I don't want to see her yet, he said shyly to the last person. Mimosa nodded. She was just scary. As Klaus looked back ahead, he had no words to say to her, and Yuno just listened. So, changing the subject, Mimosa said, not wanting to continue asking him about how he was treated. Since when are you Noel's fiancé? He asked, making Naruto look away. Because you ask, he replied, making Karen come closer and smile at him. Naruto, are you nervous? He asked while smiling playfully. And no, he replied, but his small stutter made Karen's smile even bigger. Oh wow, the hero of Konoha is ashamed of a girl, or in this case too, she said mockingly, making Naruto look at her. Do you still remember that I have your money? He said, making the smile disappear completely. I'll shut up, right? Karen asked, seeing Naruto nod at her. It had happened. So when did you meet her? Mimosa asked again. Why do you ask so much? Naruto asked, looking at her. It's because I'm his cousin, I answered, freezing Naruto. Pre-cousin? I asked, pointing at her. Mimosa bowed her head. Perhaps. You didn't know? She asked and saw him deny it. Oh, I don't think it tells much about family, right? She said, seeing him nod. Considering the Silverheads tried to attack me, I'm not surprised he doesn't talk about others, Naruto replied. They attacked you? Mimosa said, very surprised. Yes, and I hope not to see them for a while. Of all the nobles, they are the ones I dislike the most, Naruto replied. Mimosa and Klaus, who was listening, gulped in unison. This guy literally hates nobles. And if you don't like them, why did you get engaged to that girl? asked Yuno, who had heard him. I said that her brothers are the ones I dislike, not Noel. Naruto replied to everyone's agreement. So your experience in the kingdom hasn't been good? Yuno said. It was pretty bad, and you should know that I came here for these books, not because of a commitment. Naruto replied. So that's why the guards were laughing. Karen muttered, getting Naruto's attention. What happened? I asked, looking at her. Well, the guards watching over me were talking about how you always did such unexpected things, but that your engagement was the most unexpected thing you'd ever done. Karen replied. Are your guards that talkative? Klaus asked. Not usually, but they didn't see me as a threat. I told them everything for a good deal win anyway. He said, bowing his head. The bastard who used me can die if he wants. He said with quite a bit of anger and sadness in his voice. Naruto looked at her sadly. He knew what it felt like. If it makes you feel better, Naruto said, catching her eye. Sasuke put his hand through the center of my chest, so you're not the first he's done that to, he said as he watched her nod. Well, somehow, it makes him feel better. Karen murmured she didn't think she would be comforted by him. I had heard something about him, but I never thought of meeting him, much less getting to know him. He was totally different from Sasuke. While he had his cold and dark chakra, Naruto had his chakra full of light and warmth. Although he remembered that moment and looked at it, he possessed a darkness far greater than Sasuke's, something he seemed unaware of. But looking at him, I couldn't believe he possessed such darkness. Something so evil, and it wasn't the Kyuubi, but something deeper. That, Naruto, Karen asked, looking at him. What's wrong? Naruto asked, because she looked more serious. Have you ever felt like... He couldn't finish because Yuno spoke. We're here, he said as the group saw the light. It was the end of the tunnel. Finally, said Naruto, standing up, being looked at by Karen. I didn't want to believe that this boy so full of light and warmth had such darkness deep in his heart. Unlike Sasuke, who felt attracted to her for her calmness and coldness in situations, with Naruto she feels happier and more confident. They were polar opposites, she was sure of that, but the darkness that Naruto possesses could easily surpass Sasuke's, and he could become someone totally different. He's only been kept strong by his will. But what if someone managed to break that will? At this point, the question wasn't when it might become that darkness. The question was what would bring about that change, what would be the key factor that would break it. And with that thought I look at Naruto. Such a happy and silly boy could become someone full of evil and destruction. He shook his head at this thought, but he couldn't shake what he was thinking. Naruto Uzumaki, I wonder if we'll be safe if you ever succumb to that darkness. I only pray that it never happens. I wouldn't want to see that warmth being changed by the cold I can feel deep in your heart. You are someone worth trusting. Karen thought as she stood up. She never thought of having these kinds of thoughts for others. But his warm chakra attracted her, and it seemed she wasn't the only one. When he traveled with Sasuke, he told him many stories about Naruto and how he was able to turn enemies into allies. A ninja with this kind of warmth he had never seen before, and he had to admit that he wouldn't want that light to be exchanged for darkness. And with this thought, she stopped to look at the room with a really big door, but her gaze returned to the back of her guardian, and for a moment she felt him again. But this time she felt someone looking at her, a silhouette with black and red eyes. Because I feel so much darkness in such a cheerful boy. Maybe he's just waiting for the right moment to leave, or is it for another reason? She thought as she watched him disappear. But now he wouldn't think about that. He would just stay with his guardian and watch him. He just hoped the same thing wouldn't happen again. While I was thinking these thoughts, the others started looking around and saw no one. At least no one has arrived, Naruto said quite happily. But we mustn't let our guard down, said Klaus, jumping off the cloud. Yeah, I know, Four Eyes, Naruto said, annoying Klaus. I'm not Four Eyes, my name is Klaus, he said, looking at her as the red-headed girl jumped. Then I'll call you Pompous Glasses, do you like it? Naruto asked, looking down at him. Klaus didn't answer. The first nickname was better. You know, Naruto asked when he saw that Mimosa didn't jump. Get down, he replied, knowing what she meant. Very well, and since you're not jumping, said Naruto, grabbing Mimosa by her waist. To the surprise of the latter, who blushed, they both jumped, and when they hit the ground, they both separated. Mimosa blushed slightly as she looked at him. Aside from the fact that he was engaged, he was very cute and very strong. How lucky Noel was to get engaged to someone like that. You know, Naruto said, watching him descend gently while the aforementioned looked at him. Your wind cloud is great. I wonder how the hell I'll be able to create anything with these stupid books, he said while taking out the green grimoire. You can't create ice magic, Yuno asked. I can actually use 3 elements, water and wind, while ice is a combination of both. And don't ask me why I have 2 books, because if you don't know it, I know even less," said Naruto looking at him. "That's right, you have 2 grimoires," said Klaus looking at both grimoires. He had never heard that a wizard could have 2 grimoires. "That's what everyone tells me, but to be honest, it's much harder to control, and because of that," Naruto said, taking the wand he bought out of his pocket. "I have to use this wand. My power is uncontrollable just like Noel's, and because of that I can't use the books separately, and using both at the same time uses a lot of energy," he replied as he felt someone approaching. "You can't control your power?" Klaus asked, surprised by this. "No," Naruto replied, putting on his gloves. "That's normal. He's well known for being extremely destructive and not holding back. It could be due to his high chakra levels," Karen commented. "Apart from his darkness, the chakra he had was monstrous." "Ugh, thanks for that part," Naruto said sarcastically. "You're welcome," Karen replied, but she could feel it. "Nah," and he couldn't finish because he quickly approached and together with Mimosa, he threw them to the ground to see crystals arrive just in time to their place. "Who is it?" Klaus shouted looking ahead. Not even Mimosa noticed, and only Naruto and Karen just in time realized. "They're in the way," said the man who was walking on a path made of glass. He was a young man with a defined body and purple hair with gems embedded in his forehead and no eyebrows. His clothing consisted of a tight suit consisting of a short-sleeved black jumpsuit that does not cover his chest, a tight vest with brown ornaments that cover his chest, and shorts with the same design. He uses a pair of high boots with color palettes similar to white with ornaments similar to that of his suit. He also wore a black fur coat over his outfit the same length as his height and crystals embedded in the outside of the cape. He was known as Mars and is a magical warrior belonging to the Diamond Kingdom. Naruto looked at him. He showed no emotion. "Naruto-san," Mimosa spoke, drawing his attention and realizing how he was and ended up swallowing. "Are you going to stop or are you enjoying yourself?" Karen asked, looking at him with a small smile on her face. Naruto was touching each of their breasts. Mimosa's had a bigger breast than Noel's and Karen's had a smaller breast, but definitely bigger than Sakura's. He stared at them and started to sweat. "Shit," he yelled as he let go of them and stood up. But he didn't have time to apologize because he had to grab them again, this time by the waist, and pull them away from the attack. "I'm sorry for what I did," she said as they both stood on her shoulder. "It doesn't matter," they both said as they lowered them, but Mimosa fell to the ground. Naruto looked down and saw that he was bleeding. "You got hurt," said Naruto, but this time they were defended by a steel wall. "Are they hurt?" asked Klaus, being the one responsible for defending them. "Just Mimosa," Naruto replied as he watched Karen crouch down and use her mystic palm. "I'll take care of it," Karen said, starting to heal her legs. "Excuse me," Mimosa said, looking at her. "You better get better," Karen replied, concentrating. Naruto looked at her and nodded. "Four eyes protect them," said Naruto, coming out from behind the wall with his wand in his hand. "I'm going to take care of this jerk," he said as he moved in front of the wall, while crossing his fingers and creating 4 clones. Klaus was surprised by this technique, but he wasn't going to ask now. "Okay," Klaus said, dismissing any complaints about his nickname. "You know," Naruto said without looking at him. "Support me," he said as both grimoires came out of his waist. "We'll defeat him and we'll all go," he said as he summoned blades and a bird made of wind. Klaus's eyes widened at her display of power. 2 spells at the same time? How much magical power does it have?" he said, completely surprised by what he was seeing. While Naruto just smiled, he was like Asta. "All right, idiot, why don't you come for me?" Naruto said and didn't wait for her answer. Glass blades were sent towards him, who had to end up dodging as he started running with one of his hands behind him and was followed by a clone who put his hands on top of the outstretched hand and scratched the air to create the Rasengan. Upon creating it, the original jumped and went straight towards the enemy, but the enemy put up a glass wall and the Rasengan ended up impacting against it. The original Naruto had to retreat, but that was not for his clones who went in different directions and threw several kunais and shuriken that were also repelled by crystal walls, and at the same time a crystal path was created that ended up destroying the 3 of the 4 clones. "Well, this idiot can go any direction," he said as he jumped to avoid its crystal path, not realizing it was going for Yuno. But this one didn't stay still and flew away. "Wind creation magic, rain of wind blades," he said as he threw his wind blades along with a bird at the incoming attack and destroyed its path with ease. Naruto looked at him and saw his wand. "I wouldn't try it for now." "Ice creation magic, decapitating sword of the redeemed Kurikiboko," he said as such a sword was created from his wand, using it as a handle. Look what a surprise! He muttered and started dodging again and saw more crystal knives coming towards him, but this time he swung his sword and destroyed them. Ha idiot, if you want to break it you should try harder, he said as he fell to the ground and dodged more crystal paths and started running to the side. Meanwhile, he copied that stupid sword, Karen muttered watching the imitation of Suigetsu's sword. Do you know her? Mimosa asked. Of course, the Decapitator's sword is one of the most famous swords on our continent, Karen replied, returning to her work. Mimosa just listened to her and looked at her leg. It was healing. Perhaps these were the powers of your continent. While Karen just continued her work until she remembered something and took out one of her hands and put it on the neck of her communicator. Princess, are you there? I asked while waiting for an answer. Not now, was heard as the communication was cut off. I don't think they're available, Karen said, rubbing her ear. It seems that this is not the only fort that was in this place, said Mimosa, referring to the enemy in front of them. Damn, these treasures must be really important for these guys to come here, Karen said, returning to her work. She shouldn't delay. Depending on what it is, it can change the level of power a country can have, Mimosa said, having heard her. Shit, Karen simply said, but he stopped when he saw what the enemy was creating in the sky. Everyone saw it and opened their eyes. Magic is just absurd, Karen said, looking at the large crystal sword. Only a giant could have that. Back to the battle. Oh shit, Naruto muttered to dodge the giant sword that came vertically. And I thought Zabuza had the biggest sword, he shouted as he watched the sword rise and swing horizontally, having to jump. I take advantage of this movement to fall on top of the sword and start running on top of it. But he didn't get very far because more glass knives were sent at him, and he had to jump while retreating. But without realizing it, the knives that had been dodged were redirected towards Yuno, who was barely able to escape, coming away with several scratches during her escape. Shit, Naruto muttered watching Yuno continue dodging, and he started dodging again. It won't work, he said as the leaves of his grimoires changed and began to spread ice around him. Ice creation magic, ice field, he said as the field transformed into an ice field and began to slide. He can't keep using ice magic, it's running out quickly, Naruto thought. The amount of magic he was using was too much, and although he had a lot, the problem was that he was using it without control in the amount of magic he was adding to it. Good, he murmured as he smiled and raised his free hand to signal. Elsewhere, there was the last Naruto hiding, sitting as he gathered natural energy until he disappeared. As it disappeared, the energy went directly to the original, who had to stop halfway and close his eyes. Yuno saw him stop and also saw several knives heading towards him. What was he doing? But that didn't matter, so waving his hand, he sent several gusts of wind that destroyed the blades. And without realizing it, there were others heading towards the one who grazed him and began to escape without being able to stop the next attack that was going towards Naruto. The giant crystal sword was coming towards him to cut him. He was about to scream, but stopped when he saw his sword in hand move and put it above his head. Thank you, Yuno, Naruto said, looking open his eyes, and just as he did, the sword stopped upon contact, causing the floor to creak. Die, said Mars, getting Naruto's attention. You talk and I thought I was mute, he said while still holding back his attack. The weak must die, the strong are the ones who survive, he said as he created more knives and they headed towards Naruto, who waited for them. But the knives changed direction and went straight for the girls. Shit, Naruto shouted when he realized what his objective was. The weak must die, Mars said as he watched their attacks head towards the girls, but they were stopped by a wall of steel. I won't let it, Klaus shouted. I will teach you the power of the Golden Dawn, he shouted as he sent a steel drill towards Mars. But, a damn clone, Naruto shouted. It was a crystal clone, and it only got worse when a second giant sword was created and went straight for Yuno, who started flying and dodging it. Shit, Naruto said watching him dodge, and he turned his gaze towards his own giant sword. It was much harder to stop than he thought. The ground creaked loudly and the ice began to disappear due to the pressure being exerted. I'm bored, Naruto shouted, already fed up with this, so he used his strength and in a single movement, managed to lift him for a moment to dodge him, and the sword fell hard on the ground. Now you really asked for it, piece of crap, Naruto shouted as he released his own spell, quickly putting his wand back in his pocket to cross his hands and create another clone, who immediately began to scratch the air above the original's outstretched hand to create a Rasengan. But it didn't stop there, it continued to grow until it was bigger than his body. I won't be able to hold this form for long, he shouted as he launched himself at Mars, who opened his eyes and raised a large shield that defended him from the attack. Upon collision, the attack sent gusts of wind swirling around them, while Yuno continued flying, dodging the giant sword's attacks until she saw an opportunity, and swung her arms sending a blast at Mars, who also saw the attack coming and defended against her own sword. Defending himself, Mars immediately swung his sword and sent it at Yuno, who could barely react and was hit, falling to the ground, while Naruto was making it difficult for him to break his shield. Shit, something's up. Its Sage mode, its power isn't the same, he thought as he felt his attack start to move. Something happened to his Sage mode. It was running out quickly, just like it did with the new spell he created. But after he could think about what was happening, now he had to concentrate and use all his power to get through it. Urama, he shouted, using all his strength to finally break through the shield. Rasengan, he finally shouted when he saw that his attack was going directly towards Mars. But he defended himself with the second sword he had and stopped his attack. Shit, Naruto shouted in frustration as his attack was stopped, and he had no choice but to retreat, while Yuno saw the giant sword above her. Surrender and die, said Mars, waving his sword at Yuno. I will never do it, Yuno shouted, waving her arm and sending several slashes against the sword that just continued its course. Shit, I won't make it in time, Naruto said, running to his place, but he was stopped by a crystal clone, and could see how Klaus also fought with another one. The sword was going straight for Yuno, and he was about to be hit until, "Don't give up!" shouted someone who managed to intercept the giant sword and break it. Naruto smiled and jumped to avoid the clone that was destroyed by a rather familiar person. They finally arrived, Naruto shouted, quite happy to see them. Asta, Luck, and Noel are back. Ha ha ha, Naruto, let's fight later, Luck shouted as he went for the crystal clone that was fighting Klaus. When we get out of here and rest, you will have your battle, Naruto answered, more than happy to give him his beloved battle, while he went for Mars, who was totally distracted and ended up hitting him on the cheek. The blows still had the power of Senjutsu, so he was sent flying against the dungeon wall. It's over, Naruto muttered as he felt his Senjutsu end. Then I would have to summon Pa and Ma to find out what was going on. While with the girls. You're here, little princess, Karen said mockingly. Shut up and heal her, he said as he summoned a large dome of water. Noel, Mimosa murmured, managing to use a spell. Water creation magic, sea dragon's nest, Noel said, standing in front of the dome. Hey, little princess, what a trick you have, said Karen, amazed by this dome. It looks like the water sphere jutsu, but this does not drown them, but rather protects them. I'll take care of them until the battle is over, Noel said, ignoring his mockery and looking towards the battle. Take care, thought Noel, squeezing the green collar. Back to the battle. I hope that guy stays still with that hit, Naruto said, looking towards the place where Mars was sent flying until he had to start dodging several pieces of rocks that were falling on top of him. He saw Asta and Yuno talking to each other. They seemed to be laughing, and he remembered how he was when he was with Sasuke and Sakura. He wondered how they were. Forgetting this thought, he looked around and the walls were starting to crack. I hope this area holds, Naruto muttered, heading straight for Asta. But he didn't make it because a large crystal ball was thrown at him. Shit, Naruto shouted, jumping, and watched as it headed towards Asta, who used his sword to knock the ball back to Mars. Well done, Naruto shouted, quite happy, and saw another of his giant swords coming. Asta, I shouted to see him run. It's my turn, Asta shouted, breaking the giant crystal sword again and running on top of it. Naruto didn't want to be left behind, so he ran and climbed onto the giant sword, catching up with Asta. As Mars began to move away from both of them and through large crystal balls, he also began to create several crystal clones that went directly towards the others. Naruto could only watch as the clones turned to the others, who began to defend themselves. Shit, for now I can't help you, Naruto muttered, deciding to keep running. The best way to cancel the spell was to defeat the guy who used it. After using Senjutsu, I exhausted him to create clones. For some reason it had to do with magic. Seriously, I must summon Pa and Ma when I return to the kingdom. Something is up with the Senjutsu, Naruto thought. This was very strange. While thinking, he noticed a large crystal ball that was thrown at them, so both Asta and Naruto jumped. Asta, Naruto shouted, looking at the aforementioned, who understood and put his great sword in front of him and saw Naruto arrive to use his sword as a springboard, being propelled by Asta, who after throwing him towards the ceiling, went directly to Mars, who was again hit by Asta's sword and sent flying against the ceiling. And as Naruto was stuck to the ceiling, he jumped towards it and punched Mars, who, upon receiving the blow, was sent downwards, crashing into the water. Naruto ended up falling into the water and moving away from the impact site while he waited for that bastard to finally be defeated. While with the girls, Karen watched his fight closely. Something was happening with Naruto's power. It wasn't all his potential. What's going on? He thought as he began to use his detection technique and saw different energies. I can finally see again, but what am I seeing? I don't just see the Kyuubi and Naruto's chakra, but also other energies. Is that extra energy interrupting their power? Karen thought, turning off her detection again. It was strange, but it seems to have to do with Senjutsu and this magic, the latter being, apparently, the one that was causing problems with Naruto's power. Seriously, you have to talk to him afterward, since anything bad happens to Naruto, and he would be assigned another guardian if he couldn't fulfill his mission. And he knew his next guard wasn't going to be as friendly as the. While Mimosa had a different thought. She's very strong, much stronger than anyone our age. He thought as he moved his gaze to Noelle, who was throwing water spheres and destroying the crystal clones. She's lucky now. I wish I was her. She thought, a little jealous of Noelle. She had an extremely strong and handsome fiancé. The latter, not even Noelle could deny it. Plus, he's Captain Dorothy's fiancé. They were both lucky. Back to the battle. Naruto waited patiently to see what Mars would do. That guy is still conscious because the crystal clones keep appearing. So now all that was left was to wait. At least a minute passed since the last hit. His grimoire was seen shining and crystals began to appear from the water, and a large piece of crystal was thrown towards Asta, who swung his sword cutting it, but seconds later the crystal grew from the sides and completely surrounded him. While Naruto had to step back from this action and completely dodge several crystal knives, but unfortunately, one of those knives was redirected and went straight towards his arm. Shit, I did it! He thought as he felt his damn knife bury itself in his arm. He had to take it out and broke it immediately. Shit, not being able to use my arm for a while. He thought as he felt the wound heal. In a way he thanked the Kyuubi, but the wound was deep, and it didn't help that Asta was beaten. But everything got worse when he saw what he thought might be impossible. This guy never tires, Naruto said, quickly going towards Asta, who had completely fallen, because Mars appeared riding a crystal giant. ASDA, Naruto shouted, running, until he saw him get up. Who are you? Mars asked, watching Asta get up and Naruto arriving in front of him, standing in front of Asta. I am someone who was born without magic, Asta answered, being looked at slightly by Naruto, who smiled at him. But even so, I will become a wise man, he said, standing up with difficulty. I'll prove I can, that's what I live for, he finally said loudly as he stood up, and part of his body was seen fully developed with muscles. Ha 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 ha, well said. Naruto laughed, looking forward again. Look, idiot, if he wants to be the Magic King, then you have before you the next Hokage, the next military leader of the ninjas, said Naruto, looking at Mars, who frowned at his answers. And just like Asta, I will prove that I am not trash. I will be recognized by the world, he said as his eyes unconsciously turned red. I will prove that even a rejected can be recognized, Naruto shouted, moving his injured arm while slightly changing his hands. And without realizing it, the Kyuubi opened his eyes slightly upon hearing these words again. Naruto, she thought as she gave him some of her chakra, she shouldn't let him die. Meanwhile the others. Naruto, Asta, Noelle murmured, looking at the backs of both of them. Naruto still wants to be recognized, but not only by his people but by the whole world. He still hasn't given up, and Asta wanted to prove that someone without magic could still become the Wizard King. Karen also heard it and smiled. Hokage. Mimosa asked for what he said. He's the supreme leader of Naruto's village, the leader of his country's ninjas similar to their Wizard King, Karen replied, standing next to Mimosa. She had already finished healing her. According to what I heard from the guards in prison, Karen continued, remembering the guard's words, Naruto is one of the next candidates for that position, only surpassed by his teacher, she said as everyone turned their gaze towards her. The next, Klaus said, completely surprised. Leader of the ninjas, Mimosa finished saying. Noelle was shocked by this information. The next one for that position. The only reason he hasn't become Hokage is not because of his power, but because he is still low-ranking and has little experience in leading. Those are the only reasons, because if he had those qualities, Karen said, adjusting her glasses and looking at them seriously. Right now, he would be the 6th Hokage of Konoha, he said, looking at Naruto. No one could say anything before his words as they looked at the backs of both young men. The leader he hid doesn't surprise me much, said Klaus, adjusting his glasses while talking about Naruto, and then moving his gaze to Asta. He was undoubtedly surprised to learn that he had no magical power, and even more so to learn that he had anti-magic. But what surprised him most was that body that was full of muscles. It was totally unbelievable, even he admitted it. But the boy without magic really wants to become a wizard king. It must be a joke, he said, making several people frown. Then you should tell Naruto the same thing, Karen said, looking at him. Because you say so, he has a lot of power at such a young age. Klaus replied, not understanding why he said that. It's simple, because he was the loser of all the countries on our continent, Karen replied, making everyone open their eyes. If you have the nerve to say those things behind their backs, he said, indicating Naruto and Asta, then you should tell Naruto. I bet he'll beat you up. Karen finished, smiling sadistically at him. During his time in prison, he heard many conversations about Naruto from the guards, and they told stories like these. He was very different from Sasuke. While the magicians turned around and saw the backs of both young men who continued fighting, without anyone being able to say a word. Back to the battle. I exist to destroy everything, said Mars. Having heard them, he remembered something. What the buck are you saying? Naruto shouted, ready to jump. We are here to protect him, Asta shouted, putting his sword in front of him. Disappear, pebbles, Mars said loudly, raising the hand of the crystal giant. We don't care about being a pebble, Naruto shouted, launching an attack with a fist wrapped in wind magic. Why are these pebbles? Asta shouted, jumping behind Naruto to watch him jump up. We are able to break the diamond. They both shouted at the same time as Asta pierced the crystal structure with his sword, hitting Mars directly, who was thrown back by the impact of the sword, only to be followed by a punch from Naruto, who launched himself towards him, burying his wind fist in his abdomen, leaving him completely buried in the ground. The blow was enough to create a crater, causing the dungeon to shake. Everyone else watched them land their final blows and see the crystal clones disappear. They have, Klaus muttered, completely surprised by Asta. And the others smiled as Noelle lowered the water dome and smiled as she watched Naruto land on the ground next to Asta. While Naruto finally sighed as he smiled and looked at the diamond guy. Asta shouted, giving the announcement of victory. Naruto could only continue smiling as, without realizing it, the slight manifestation of the QB disappeared. Finally, the battle against one of the diamond men was over. Chapter 7, Treasure, Companion, and Revelations. The battle against the Diamond Wizard was over, and now the group was resting peacefully after the fight. Are you sure that will keep him still in case he wakes up? Asta completely seated Naruto, being healed by Karen, who was making sure he didn't have any injuries. Sure, and even more so if we have his grimoire, Klaus replied as he placed a steel straitjacket on Mars, who was completely unconscious and saw his grimoire so strange. Although he couldn't say anything compared to his companions, a ninja who has 2 grimoires, including a 4-leaf one, a commoner who also had a 4-leaf grimoire, and a boy without magic who possessed a grimoire with anti-magic. They were as weird as the guy who was passed out. Well, Naruto simply answered as he looked at his grimoire. It looked sewn together, as if he had 2 grimoires or pieces of them. But he didn't care. It was none of his business. Meanwhile, Karen continued checking his condition. She had already checked the muscled idiot, and now it was the turn of this walking disaster, although it seemed like he didn't need help. Idiot, how do you heal so fast? Karen whispered in his ear. Fox, Naruto answered in the same way. Karen nodded and stood back up. The QB was healing him. You're okay. I'm still surprised by your level of regeneration, Karen said as she watched Naruto get up. And I'm surprised you haven't hit me yet, Naruto replied. I must admit you're better than my previous team. I had that idiot Suigetsu as a partner, and now that I'm talking about that idiot, do you know what happened to him? Karen asked curiously. Worried, Naruto asked with a joking look, which he erased when he dodged a kick from Karen. Moron! I'm not worried about him, Karen shouted loudly, standing up properly again. She remembered she was wearing a skirt, but that didn't matter. Even though he couldn't hit her, he hated that she could dodge it. Okay, calm down, Naruto said, raising his hands and seeing Karen sigh while crossing her arms. And Karen asked, looking at Naruto. He's in a prison in the samurai country, Naruto replied. So they were the ones who captured him, Karen murmured with a smile. You're sadistic, Naruto commented, looking at her rather sadistic smile. I don't like his chakra, Karen replied upon seeing his comment. These words caught Naruto's attention, who looked at her curiously. You can tell what a person looks like by their chakra or something, right? Naruto asked. Oh, yes, Karen replied. She had forgotten to tell him that detail. And how is mine? Naruto asked curiously, approaching his face. This approach from Naruto made Karen step back slightly, who looked at him as he approached as if he were a child. "What's wrong with me?" she thought as she looked at him. She got nervous. "So are you going to tell me?" Naruto asked curiously. Well, your chakra is." Karen stammered as she watched him approach and was about to tell him. But, "Naruto, get away from that hitch," Noelle said, grabbing his arm to pull him away from her. Noelle had kept talking to Mimosa, who was fully recovered, but seeing how Naruto approached Karen, she had to act. "I couldn't allow the two of them to get close." "Hey, but Noelle!" Naruto exclaimed as he was pulled away from Karen, not realizing how she breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, what's wrong?" Karen thought when she noticed that sigh, because she felt nervous when she saw him so close to her. And realizing a possibility, he slapped his cheeks. "Don't think that way, Karen, don't think." Karen denied completely in her mind as she looked at Naruto. He was too far away for her. While Karen was thinking about this possibility, Naruto was still being dragged by Noelle. "What's wrong? I was just asking about my chakra," Naruto said as he was released by Noelle and looked at him. "I don't like it," Noelle replied without telling him the truth, and glanced slightly at Karen, who had hit her cheeks and was now shaking her head. Something was wrong with Karen and the way she was acting now. It was as if she was starting to have feelings for Naruto. I already knew that the two of them had met before Naruto came back to the kingdom. He went to visit her a few times in prison, and because of that, they didn't have many problems cooperating with each other. And although their relationship was that of acquaintances or colleagues, the way Karen was acting was very different from how she behaves with just acquaintances. "Because you don't like him?" Naruto asked without understanding. "I just don't like him very much," Noelle replied, looking away. Could it be that the princess is jealous?" Karen asked, approaching the couple who looked at her. "Jealous me?" Noelle asked, indicating herself. "Because I would be," he said as he looked at her. But this answer made Karen start to smile. "Seriously, little princess, it's not that you don't like me being around Naruto?" asked Karen, putting her head on Naruto's shoulder. This action earned her a look from Noelle, who looked at her quite angry. "What are you doing?" I asked, watching her smile. I'm just tired," and I put my head on his arm. She couldn't finish because Naruto moved away from her while hitting her forehead with a finger. Stop making fun of Noelle," Naruto said as he turned around. "How boring," Karen replied with a smile. She seemed to have found a victim to annoy. While Noelle clenched her hands upon hearing what they said, she wasn't going to get along with this girl. And seeing that they were both looking at each other, Naruto did the smartest thing a man could have done. He slowly backed away without getting involved in these matters. He has learned very well with Sakura, Ino, and their blows. "Are you okay?" Mimosa asked, approaching with the others, and they saw both girls looking at each other, one wanting to hit her, the other with a mocking smile. "I've learned one thing," Naruto said as he stood next to Mimosa. "Never get involved in a fight between two hot girls in them," he said, pointing at his fiancée and captive. "They are time bombs about to explode," he declared, not caring if the aforementioned people heard them. Everyone listened to her words and went to see the aforementioned. They decided to follow his advice. Meanwhile, Nero returned to Asta's head, to Asta's surprise. "Where did you go?" Asta asked, but I didn't answer. "You were hiding, right?" Naruto asked, being looked at by the bird. "I see," said Naruto, turning around. "Can you understand him?" Asta asked, surprised by this. "Asta, my friend," Naruto said as he ran his hand over his shoulder. "I'll have to show you some of my friends so you can understand how I can understand Nero, so for now," she said as she let go of him and started walking again. "You'll have to stay with the doubt," he finished saying, leaving Asta with questions in his head. This wasn't a joke, their battle was terrible. I really had to ask Pa and Ma about what's going on with their senjutsu. While thinking, Nero flew away and landed on top of Naruto's head, who realized this. "What?" Naruto asked, looking up slightly. "Do you want to know how I can understand you?" I asked, seeing the raised wing. "I won't tell you," he said with a smile, earning himself pecks from Nero. "Stop it, you damn bird!" he yelled as he tried to get her off him. Nero continued for a while until he finished and returned to Asta's head to continue looking at Naruto, who raised his middle finger, but ignored him completely, making Naruto growl. "Idiot bird," Naruto muttered as he started walking again. One day he would find out who he was and make him pay for every peck he had given him. "Now I wonder if you really fight with everyone," Yuno said, watching him approach. "No, I just know that idiot bird a little," he said, and was pecked again by Nero, who flew into his eyes. "Damn! My eyes!" he screamed as he covered his eyes. Nero sat on Naruto's head as he watched him rub his eyes. "You'll pay me when we finish the mission," Naruto said, still rubbing his eyes. Nero just stood still. Meanwhile, Klaus just started touching his nose quite tiredly. They didn't know how they got to this point without anyone killing each other, as they watched Noelle and Karen trying to win a battle of wills and Mimosa trying to stop them, ignoring Asta, Luck laughing at everyone, and lastly Naruto fighting an anti-bird. But he had to keep his mind on the goal, for the sake of the mission. "Alright, everyone stop and let's get together," said Klaus, getting everyone's attention so they would remember why they were in this place. "It's true, we were forgetting," Naruto muttered, stopping fighting with Nero, who remained calm in his head. The group was gathering until they were in front of the door, all while Asta ate some herbs that no one wanted to accept, except Naruto, who felt how bitter it was. But he couldn't waste food offered by others. "They're horrible. How can you eat them?" Naruto asked, wanting water at this moment. "I'm used to it," Asta replied as he ate. "That's what you get for accepting them. Those herbs are very bitter," Noelle scolded. "I understand, little princess," said Naruto, dodging a blow from her. "Damn ninja," Noelle muttered, quite frustrated because she had dodged his blow. "Stop, both of you," Klaus said, seeing them sigh and look back at the entrance. "So does anyone know how to open this door?" Naruto asked, causing everyone to shake their heads. "That door has condensed energy, but I can't see well. I hate this place," said Karen, trying to concentrate and see the door. It was completely blocking her. "Every so often, the detection capability I had would go down the drain. I hated this place." As Luck approached the door and nodded. "I understand this door is made of magic," he replied as he turned to look at the group. "That's why I can't see her," Karen muttered. "She really needs to learn to control her detection skills in places like this." "Magic, Naruto said, looking at Asta. "Would you do us the honor?" Naruto asked, making Asta smile. "Of course, Naruto-san," Asta replied forcefully, walking towards the door and pulling out the sword from his grimoire. "I don't think," Klaus said, but fell silent when the door was cut open by Asta, making an entrance. "You were saying," Naruto said as he walked forward with the group and left a sighing Klaus, who ended up walking forward with the others and leaving their enemy behind. The group advanced to the entrance that was too bright, and when they arrived, everyone opened their mouths, especially Naruto, Karen, and Asta. "What the shit?" Naruto muttered, wiping his eyes. "That is the treasure?" Karen asked, not believing what she saw. "Ugh!" Asta shouted, completely amazed by what he saw. There was gold, chests, really luxurious fabrics, golden swords, jewels, etc., everything you would expect from a treasure. "We got the treasure," said Klaus, looking at the place. Asta started running around the place, leaving everyone behind along with Luck, who also left the group and went to explore. "Don't run and don't touch anything. Everything belongs to the kingdom," Klaus shouted, being completely ignored. Seeing him running, Nero left Naruto's head and went straight towards Asta. Naruto just looked at her. She wasn't always with him, so he looked back at Klaus, who looked quite frustrated. "Don't worry, man," Naruto said, looking at him, and he ended up sighing when he saw that it was no use. But he looked slightly behind him, where the diamond guy was. "Are you sure he won't escape?" Naruto asked, referring to Mars. "No, as long as we have his grimoire," Klaus replied, showing the grimoire on a chain. "Okay then," Naruto said as he moved his hands and made a cross to create 4 clones. "Guys, go find and seal all the treasure you can," Naruto ordered his clones, who went to different places. "You can use the storage," Karen asked, curious about this. "Yeah, something," Naruto replied. Karen said, looking ahead. "They sent you because you can save everything?" Klaus asked, watching all the clones spread scrolls and slowly leave the treasures disappearing into the scrolls. "Yeah, I think so," Naruto replied. "It seems that old man sent him for this too. Because they won't see, it won't hurt to entertain ourselves just by watching besides," Naruto said, starting to smile and putting an arm behind Karen, who smiled too. "We must go and get our reward," they both said, looking at each other very happy. "Reward, Mimosa?" Noelle and Klaus asked. "Yes, in exchange for coming, we can take a small part of the treasure," Karen replied happily. "What? Don't be surprised," said Naruto, wiping away his hatred. They shouted loudly. "We are ninjas, we don't do jobs unless we are paid," said Karen, getting out of Naruto's hug. "Seriously?" These guys were screaming loud. "It's seriously?" Noelle asked, indicating both ninjas, forgetting about the hug Naruto gave Karen. "Of course, we came because there was a fight and treasure. We don't always get this kind of mission," Naruto replied while Karen nodded. "Generally, ninjas are sent to provide protection and, in rare cases, searches," Karen said, adjusting her glasses. And every mission we're asked to complete, we demand a reward. We get a salary, but we're also given the rewards of the mission, whether the reward is a sword, gold, money, or whatever, we accept it. Naruto said, explaining the missions. In this case, the mission is about searching for and collecting treasure with a chance of high-level battles in close quarters. If we were on our continent, this mission would become a Class B2 mission, those being missions that demand large rewards. Karen said, giving them an overview of the mission. If we fail, we return the rewards. That's how our system works, so we ask that, in exchange for completing this mission, we be given a small portion of the treasure. Naruto concluded. Except for Yuno, everyone else was left with their eyes wide open. And how do we explain? Said Karen, advancing with Naruto. We're off to collect our reward, see you. Naruto said, turning the corner next to Karen, leaving the mages in place. After a while, Yuno started walking and looking around, while Mimosa, Noel, and Klaus just stood still until they finally moved again and sighed. You didn't know this? Klaus asked Noel, who completely denied it. I don't know much about your continent, I just know that the system is different. She responded, quite surprised. I see. If they have permission from the Magic King, then we can't do anything, said Klaus, adjusting his glasses. Your boyfriend has a lot of surprises, Mimosa commented, quite surprised and barely recovering from this. You don't have to tell me, huh? Noel sighed, quite tired. Seriously, she still doesn't know how she fell in love with Naruto. And leaving these thoughts behind, the group went to see the treasures. They had nothing else to do with Naruto and Karen. As they walked away with big smiles on their faces, they were talking calmly. I didn't think being a prisoner would be so good, Karen commented mockingly, looking around. What would she take? Don't get used to it, remember, Naruto said, reminding him of his condition. I know, but that doesn't mean I won't take advantage of it, right? Karen said, looking at him. Okay, then what do we take? The old man said not to take anything that is some kind of weapon or artifact. Everything else, we can take, said Naruto, standing next to Karen. Can I take some fabrics? Karen asked curiously as she pointed to some red fabrics. Well, let's go, said Naruto, going next to Karen. You know, Karen said, looking at him slightly. In some ways, you're much better than my previous team, Karen said in a sad voice. You mean Sasuke, right? Naruto asked as he watched Karen bend down and pick up the cloth. Yes, Karen said, clutching the fabric tightly. Don't remember it now. When we get out, you'll tell me. It's okay, Naruto said, bending down to Karen and putting his hand on her shoulder. Karen didn't look at him, but nodded not now. Although, Naruto said, taking some coins out of curiosity. They tried to use me for those feelings too, so I can understand what you feel, he said, remembering. Sakura, right, you mean her? Karen asked, raising her head and seeing him nod. Neither of them spoke. They were people who loved each other so much and were used. Hiya, they both sighed. We don't have much luck in love, Naruto began, looking at the treasure. What about the princess? Karen asked. Well, I still don't understand what I feel for her after what happened with Sakura. Naruto said, unable to say anything else. I understand, confused, said Karen, picking up the fabric again. We're shit when it comes to love, Karen said, laughing at her luck. It's true, hee. Naruto laughed. They both laughed quietly until they calmed down. They sighed again. Let's forget about them. Now let's concentrate on the treasure, Naruto said, standing up and going to look for some jewels. That's true, Karen said, standing up and following him. They couldn't keep thinking about those idiots. What they had to do was save all their reward, and so they both went to look for more things. A few minutes passed where Karen and Naruto returned to their normal happiness. Karen had asked Naruto to put away the things he collected, to which the latter nodded and put his and Karen's things in separate scrolls. Karen had collected enough money to live quite well, some jewelry, fabrics, among other objects. Naruto did the same, especially the jewelry. He already knew who he was going to give it to. I just hoped you like them. While they were meeting, Karen glanced at Naruto a few times and felt strange. I had only met him a couple of times, especially when I would visit her in prison to ask her something about Sasuke. He was such a cheerful and warm boy. He was definitely very different from the boy she liked. But with this thought, something else had grown. She had always been attracted to the chakra of others, and that was why she had fallen in love with Sasuke. In addition to saving her in the Chunin exams when she participated, he had forgotten about her, but she hadn't, and when he came looking for her, she immediately followed him. From that day on, she had fallen in love with Sasuke until he stabbed her, and her love for him broke. He only used her for his own purposes and never cared about her. It was always an act, and ever since she was captured, she cursed it. But her heart was opening again to the boy who was her guard, a boy so strong and kind in his own way. He knew he had the Kyuubi, but he understood that he was not that demon. And even if she had, it didn't bother her. It was true that she could feel darkness, but she had already felt it in Sasuke, and yet she was with him, so why not be with Naruto, who is truly a kind boy? She could have been sent to anyone, and most likely, if she hadn't been assigned to Naruto, they wouldn't even have her without handcuffs. But he trusted her, and even gave her part of the reward. He didn't judge her like everyone else and understood why she did it. If only I had known him before, Karen thought, looking at Naruto again. But she shook her head and went back to her work. It didn't matter anymore. Naruto was already engaged, and even if she fell in love with him, she would no longer have a chance to win him over, because she always chose the wrong guys. Haya, until she finally sighed, catching Naruto's attention. What's wrong? I asked, looking at her. Nothing, just silly thoughts that came to my head, he replied while waving his hand. Okay, Naruto said as he resealed it. Yeah, just silly thoughts, I murmured softly as I looked at him. Maybe it had already been. I immediately dismissed this thought to go back to collecting the jewels. I had to stop thinking about that. While Naruto was sitting, saving all the things that were coming to him from Karen, his clones and himself. This technique was very useful. Everything was going well until he felt a small breeze above his head, drawing his attention, and he looked to his sides. But he saw nothing, so he continued with his work. A minute had passed until, I heard a laugh that alerted Naruto. Looking around. I heard again, and this time he stopped, catching Karen's attention. What's wrong? I asked, seeing him quite serious. I heard something, Naruto replied, looking around. Find me, I hear this time. Karen, we're not alone, Naruto said, alerting Karen. What are you saying? He asked, coming closer while looking around. Listen, he couldn't finish. Can you hear me? The voice said again. Who are you? Naruto shouted this time, getting everyone's attention. What's going on? Klaus exclaimed, arriving first. I don't know, can you hear it? Naruto asked, looking around. Listen to who? Noel asked, coming up to him with mimosa. Come find me. I hear the same voice again. Get out! Naruto shouted. He never liked those kinds of voices. The Kyuubi has given him the worst experiences in these situations. Everyone else started to take out their grimoires, preparing for what was coming. It was not good news to hear voices. Are you sure it's not? Karen asked, leaving her question unfinished. No, it's not him. I know him perfectly well, he answered seriously. It wasn't the Kyuubi. The voice I heard was a girl's. Follow my voice, I hear again. What do I do? Naruto muttered, looking around. It wasn't good news. I waited a few seconds until he finally nodded. Get ready if necessary, Naruto said, starting to move. What are you doing? Noel asked, watching him walk. I've never been one to wait, Naruto replied, trying to follow the voice. The others followed him, but without putting away their grimoires, because they didn't think better. And so Naruto just followed the voice wherever the hell it came from. I didn't think you would listen to me. Go on. He listened again, so he continued on his way until he saw Yuno standing in front of a pedestal. You've arrived, said the voice, making Naruto head to the pedestal, followed by the group. Yuno, Naruto called, making Yuno look at him. What's wrong? He replied as he placed the scroll on the pedestal. Someone called me here, get ready, Naruto said, approaching the pedestal as he saw Yuno nod and take out her grimoire. Well, now where the hell is? Naruto muttered, looking around, but he didn't see anything. In front of you, the voice answered, making Naruto open his eyes and turn around. The pedestal scroll. Who the hell are you? Naruto said, looking at the scroll. Find out, the voice replied happily. Naruto just looked at the scroll with suspicion. Are you still hearing the voice? Noel asked, seeing him nod. It comes from the scroll, Naruto replied, bringing his hand closer. Wait! What are you doing? Noel exclaimed, stopping his arm. I'll open it, Naruto replied so his arm could follow its path. Are you an idiot? They all shouted in unison, except Yuno, who looked at him seriously. I've never liked waiting, he replied with a smile, grabbing the scroll and opening it. The others had prepared for a trap, but nothing had happened. I wrote that, Naruto said, stopping mid-sentence as the scroll began to glow along with the 4-leaf grimoire. Everyone had to close their eyes for a moment until the glow disappeared. Are you okay? Noel asked, trying to open her eyes again. Yeah, nothing happened, and you guys? Naruto asked, wiping his eyes. We're fine, they all replied. Ha, I'm waking up, an unknown voice replied. That's great, Naruto replied only to stop in his tracks upon hearing the last voice. Hey! He said, looking around and seeing. Whoa! Naruto shouted in surprise as he fell to the ground. What's going on? Karen asked, already recovered, and saw him fall. Don't you see her? Naruto asked, pointing to where he was looking. What thing? Klaus asked, putting on his glasses and looking where he was pointing. Hey look, it's a little person. Naruto replied, pointing to a very small girl with insect wings and dressed in a simple sleeveless dress that was green, the same color as her hair. Little person, they all asked, but they saw nothing. Yes. Look. Are you blind? He exclaimed, pointing at the little person who was rubbing his eyes. They all looked at each other, and then shook their heads. Naruto, realizing that no one was looking at him, rubbed his eyes and opened them again. You're still here. Who are you? Naruto asked loudly. You're funny, but I never expected to see one of you again, said the little girl. Again, Naruto asked without understanding what was happening. Forget it, but, he said, approaching her face and starting to fly around her with joy. Your magic power is amazing. I'm recovering quickly, he said loudly as he flew with joy. My magic power, who are you? Naruto asked, now calmer. She didn't seem dangerous yet. The little girl stopped in her joy and looked at him while puffing out her non-existent chest. I am the spirit of the wind Sylph. He introduced himself with all his pride. Spirit Sylph, what is that? Naruto asked, causing the fairy to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the magicians who knew about these words opened their eyes. What did you say? Klaus asked, looking at Naruto. What thing, Spirit Sylph? She asked and saw him nod. Yeah, well, that's what the little girl says. Naruto indicated to the ground where he saw the fairy stand up and fly again. Don't you know who I am? The spirit asked, looking closely at his face. No, Naruto replied. And she, hello, do you know who I am? Sylph asked, turning to Karen, but she didn't even notice her. Karen, this is your call, Naruto said, getting her attention. What the thing you're talking about on air? He asked, looking around. He couldn't see anything. The spirit fell again. I think she's surprised, Naruto said, watching her fall again. What happened? Sylph murmured, looking at both of them. Perhaps. Do you know who you are? He asked, looking at Naruto, who looked at him curiously. I am Naruto Uzumaki, that's me, Naruto replied, but saw her deny. No, I'm not referring to that, but to their families, Sylph replied, causing Naruto to open his eyes. Our families? Naruto asked, drawing everyone's attention, especially Karen and Noel, the latter worried about what they were talking about. They don't know anything, Sylph asked again to see him deny. My parents died when I was born and because of that I am an orphan, Naruto answered sadly. Oh, and what about her? Sylph asked sadly. It couldn't have happened. Naruto heard her question and looked at Karen. Karen asked, what happened to your parents? Naruto said, making Karen lower her head. My father died when I was born and my mother was killed, he replied somberly, not liking to remember that part of his life. Sylph just looked at them with pity. Now she understands. I see, he said, flying back up and looking at Naruto. Follow me, he said, beginning to fly slowly. Naruto heard her and started to stand up, then started walking. She might as well come, said Sylph, making Naruto nod. Karen, come, he said as he chased the little spirit. Karen looked at him very calmly and started walking with him. While the others watched them leave, they decided to chase him. They spent at least a minute in silence, following Naruto until he stopped in front of a mountain of gold. What's going on? Noel asked, worried by Naruto and Karen's gaze. They were totally calm. I don't know, she just told me to follow her and Karen, Naruto replied, watching Sylph searching for something. Because I'm asking about our families, Karen said, looking at him. I don't know, he just said he hoped to see us or something, Naruto replied without understanding what was happening. Karen just nodded. What was going on? The group remained silent for a few seconds until Naruto saw Sylph pointing him to a place. Come and take what is in this place, said Sylph, pointing to an area where there was gold. Karen, come and help me, said Naruto, starting to walk next to Karen, who just followed him. Upon reaching the indicated area, Naruto looked at Sylph and she nodded. So he began to take out what was on top of the gold with Karen, who imitated him. It didn't take long until she saw a wooden chest. A chest, Naruto muttered, taking the chest out of the place. Karen was helping him clear the place until Naruto finally managed to get the chest to the surface. What are you doing? Mimosa asked, seeing them so quiet. She had only met them today, but they were very noisy. They weren't like that. We don't know, they both replied. Open it, and you'll see something only you can use it, said Sylph, flying to Naruto's shoulder, who looked at her and then directed his gaze to the chest. I hesitated a bit until I decided to do it. He took a kunai out of his pockets and began to pick the lock. He struggled with the lock for at least a minute before finally hearing it open. "What's here?" Naruto muttered, putting aside the kunai and opening the chest. Karen and he were completely aware of what would happen next because they also thought it was a trap. Naruto slowly opened it until it was completely open and revealed books, they both said, looking at what was inside. They were 2 red books with an orange center that had a kind of swirl and the edges were decorated with points. But what they didn't expect was for both books to float. "They're grimoires," Naruto said, walking away with Karen, who was surprised. Everyone present was surprised, because there were grimoires in this place. "Yes, and they will choose their owners," Sylph said with a smile. "They finally have owners." Saying these words, both grimoires turned to both ninjas, who opened their eyes, especially Karen, who didn't expect it. They both said. "Grab them, they're yours now," Sylph said with a smile as he flew between the 2 grimoires. "But she," said Naruto, indicating Karen, who seemed frozen. "Grimoires choose their owner, no matter who it is," Sylph replied, looking at Karen, hoping she would see her this time. Naruto just listened to her and looked at Karen. "Grab it, I'll explain what happened later, don't worry," Naruto said, getting Karen's attention. "Are you sure?" Karen asked fearfully. If she got one of these books, she could be sent back to Konoha. "Yes, I'll explain everything," Naruto replied as he looked back at the spirit and his new grimoire. Karen looked back at the front and swallowed. She still didn't understand what was happening, but the book just floated in front of her. She stared at him for several seconds, hoping it would be someone else, but he couldn't seem to pick anyone else out. "We have no choice, he already chose us," said Naruto, looking at her with great doubt. He didn't want to take it either. A third grimoire, because, hearing these words, Karen just nodded and breathed. She was dead if Naruto didn't explain to them. And so, both ninjas brought their hands closer to the grimoires until they grabbed it, and something began to happen in their own arms. From that spot, green chains began to emerge, surprising everyone, but they disappeared seconds later. "What the hell?" Naruto muttered, totally surprised and scared. "What did you do to us?" Naruto asked the spirit loudly. "I didn't do anything. It's her blood," responded to those grimoires. Sylph replied, but this time she made Karen open her eyes and look at her. "I see her," Karen murmured. "It was a spirit." A red-haired girl. "It's been so long since I've seen one," he responded nostalgically upon seeing her. What do you mean?" Karen asked, not understanding what she was saying. "You don't understand your family. Those grimoires belong to your family," Sylph replied, indicating both books. Both ninjas opened their eyes and looked at each other. "Family," they both said, looking at each other. "Yes, you belong to the same family group, or as you call it, clan. Both are from the same clan, the Uzumaki clan," revealed Sylph, approaching both, who had frozen and dropped the books. Both ninjas looked at each other in total surprise. He said. "Clan," they both said. "You," they both said, touching each other's cheeks. "We are," they said, not understanding what was happening. "Family," they ended up saying, not believing what they were hearing. These words made Noelle open her eyes. How did they know? Wait, the spirit, he thought as he realized it had to be her. Everyone else remained completely silent at this shocking revelation, and even more so for those involved, who pulled their fingers away from each other and continued staring at each other. No one said anything. They weren't even sure they had heard correctly. "You didn't know, right?" Sylph asked, drawing the attention of both of them, who automatically denied it. "Then they shouldn't know that, since they are from the same clan, and seeing that no one told them, they have to get married," he said, causing both ninjas to faint before his words. "Oh, I think I said too much," said Sylph, approaching Naruto and sitting on his chest. Nobody heard it, but they would surely see it. Meanwhile, the others. "What the hell is going on?" said Klaus, being the only one able to speak. No one responded, and they began to silently address the two fainted people. They had to explain. Several minutes later, now everyone was gathered around Naruto, Karen, and the spirit, who could finally see her. When both ninjas fainted, Noelle took care of him, while Mimosa watched over his condition. At least they were both just passed out, and nothing more. At least 5 minutes passed until the little person, or rather spirit, that Naruto was talking about began to appear. It seemed like they couldn't see her because she was recovering with Naruto's power, and thanks to this, no one could see her until she was partially improved. Obviously, there were problems. When Sylph recovered, she immediately pulled Noelle away from Naruto, and started a fight between them. Sylph didn't want anyone to get close to Naruto, much less Karen, because they liked him and already had history with this family. While Noelle started yelling at him that she was his girlfriend and that no one could order her around, besides being part of royalty. But like Naruto and Karen, the spirit didn't give a damn about what he said and created a wind barrier to keep everyone away from them. At this point, Noelle threw several water spheres that were totally useless, so she decided to use her plan B. Asta. The poor guy was grabbed by Noelle and forced to use her anti-magic to break the barrier, while Asta didn't know what was happening, because Nero had guided him to a wall with a strange decoration, so he couldn't understand what he was referring to. But it didn't take long for him to understand when he was thrown against the wall of wind, and this made Asta, by instinct, draw his sword and destroy the barrier to the anger of the spirit that sent him flying against the wall. And just as she sent Asta away, Noelle grabbed her, and they started yelling at each other until Naruto woke up and looked at them with no humor. Karen followed her, who was confused at first, but began to remember what had happened and saw the book on her legs. He then turned his gaze to the spirit, and finally turned his gaze to Naruto, who looked away. Karen was quick to do the same, and they remained silent. At this, everyone looked at each other, and said nothing. What the hell was going on? Okay, what's going on? Noelle asked, breaking the silence between the two ninjas who didn't even pay attention to her. It's simple, said Sylph, being the one who was going to answer for them, to their surprise. They are family and now they must get married, she replied, indicating to those mentioned who looked at her, and Naruto ended up grabbing her to look directly into her face. It wasn't a joke, he asked, his voice lacking any humor. No, her people always did it to keep their abilities within them, although I see that you are not a pure one, but she is. Sylph indicated to Karen, who wanted to grab her and shut her up. Like pure? Naruto asked, not understanding anything she was saying. Her family always has blood-red hair. That's why I knew Karen-chan is part of your family, and even if she didn't have red hair, Sylph said, to indicate the red grimoires. Those grimoires can only be used by your family or descendants, so if you were chosen, then you are family, you are Uzumakis. He finished explaining while crossing his arms and nodding in confirmation. This left them frozen, and they looked at each other to look away again. While Noelle felt frozen, they already knew the truth, and this cursed spirit also knows about Naruto's family. Now what do I do? I screamed mentally. I had to ask Grandma Tsunade for help. I'm not going to do that, Naruto said without looking at the spirit. What thing? Sylph asked, only to see Naruto's look. I won't marry someone I don't want to, Naruto replied firmly. He had already made his decision. But if what I think is true, then you are the last living Uzumakis left in the world, said Sylph, looking at both of them. I don't mind besides, Naruto said as he looked at Noelle and then back at Sylph. I'm engaged to Noelle and Dorothy. In fact, I don't even know if I like them, Naruto said sadly. Noelle just sighed. She already knew what he thought of her. And Karen, he said, looking at her while she just looked at him slightly. He said, turning back to Sylph. We haven't had much luck when it comes to love, he said with sadness in his voice. Sylph looked at them and felt sad. She thought they would be happy, but it seemed that they weren't. Until he felt it now. He understands why he feels this confusion. The truth? Sylph asked seriously. Then Naruto asked to see Sylph approach his ear. Kyubi, he whispered, making Naruto open his eyes. Like, he said as he watched Sylph back away. I've lived a lot and I never thought I'd have one of the guardians as a partner, said Sylph, looking at Naruto in confusion. Guardians? Asked Naruto. They had never called him that way. Yes, do they call you something else? Sylph asked, seeing him nod. Jinchuriki, Naruto replied, causing Sylph to open her eyes. How could humans give them that name? He said, extremely sadly. It signified the power of human sacrifice. Why are you surprised? They've always called us that, Naruto said, looking at her as if he was about to cry. No, they weren't always called that, Sylph answered, making both ninjas look at them. What? They both said. Jinchuriki had another name. Long ago, humans like you were called guardians, because you are the people who keep those creatures at bay, Sylph replied, referring to the Bijus. Who called us that? Naruto asked, completely surprised by this. They had another name. His people, the spirits and the he, she answered, but couldn't finish because she was interrupted by Noelle. Can someone explain to us what's going on? What's this Jinchuriki and guardian thing about? And I don't understand the part about getting married. What's going on? I asked, not understanding anything they were saying. At first they said they were family and should get married. That can be fixed later. But the Jinchuriki and guardian part, I couldn't understand anything. Noelle, no, I can't say it, Naruto said with fear in his voice. He didn't want to tell her. What does Jinchuriki mean? Noelle asked, looking at him seriously. But he looked away. I can't say, Naruto replied. Because? Noelle asked sadly. That's because it's a painful thing to tell, little princess. Karen replied. You know what that means? Noel asked, looking at Karen. Yes, but it was by accident. Karen replied, looking away. She couldn't tell him that her group tried to hunt one of the people they called Jinchuriki. Is it so private that you won't tell me? Noel asked, ducking her head and tightening her necklaces. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but… Naruto said with doubt in his voice, lowering his head. Noel squeezed her hands tightly and both necklaces even tighter. The others remained silent. Because of the way they were talking, the subject was extremely delicate for them to interfere. Not even Klaus dared to speak. I didn't know why, but it was definitely a topic that would get him beaten up. The whole room had gone silent until Noel looked up and looked at Naruto. Idiot, he said, starting to tighten his grip on her collars. Idiot, he repeated again, squeezing the necklaces tighter until he finally ripped them off his neck and threw them at Naruto with all his strength. Idiot! He yelled in frustration as he turned and ran. Naruto picked up the necklaces and looked at her. Shit! He exclaimed loudly as he stood up and went in search of her. What the hell was I doing? The others continued watching the scene to look again at the spirit who did not follow them. Because you did it? Karen asked, looking at the spirit. Because they must know their origins. Those grimoires have been waiting for many years for users like you, and the only way to explain them was to reveal their origins. Explained Sylph, turning around and looking at Karen. Damn, you know I won't marry Naruto, right? He said, looking at her seriously. Are you sure? Sylph asked, causing Karen to give a small look of surprise, but it wasn't noticed. Because he couldn't finish because he started to feel a magical power. Impossible, Klaus said, looking at the entrance and seeing Noel and Naruto stop. Then he took out the confiscated grimoire and saw how it shone until it escaped from his hands, and ended up seeing how crystals grew until they reached Noel, who was injured in the chest area. Noelle! They all shouted when they saw her lying on the ground and Naruto heading towards her, while Naruto, addressing her, took it and looked at it. Hey, wake up! Naruto said hastily. No, not again. Wake up, he said, but she seemed unresponsive and her eyes were turning red. Wake up, I'll tell you everything, he said, but she didn't respond and his whiskers began to twitch. But without realizing it, the ring he had bought began to shine, while inside his mind, as he got angry, he realized that he had reached his mind and had the flea-bitten fox in front of him again. But this time he realized what he wanted to do. Ha 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 ha, again you couldn't protect what you loved, ha 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 ha, you're weak, said the QB happily. What a great opportunity. Shut up, Naruto said, looking at him with his gaze lowered. I could feel something in his heart that kept him from getting angry. Ha 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 ha, come on, get angry, give me that sadness, finish. He couldn't finish because Naruto looked at him and saw no trace of anger or sadness. What was wrong with him? I'll never fall for you again, he said as he disappeared. He wouldn't do it again. I would not fall for his provocations again. I'll protect her my way, he said before disappearing. Naruto, damn you! The QB shouted in anger. He had failed. I didn't expect this. His will has grown stronger. I see that damn ring, thought the QB, sensing another presence. The ring was relaxing or reflecting any influence from him. But he was very surprised. Even if he had help, he shouldn't be able to achieve that. Naruto's will was growing stronger. I think Naruto is able to resist you, flea-bitten fox, said another voice, making Kurama look at it with wide eyes. You, he said, looking at the woman he hadn't seen in a while. She was still here. Back to reality. I won't fall again, Naruto murmured, holding Noel in his hands. But what do I do? He said as he looked at the blood on her. He has no powers to cure her. Naruto-san! Mimosa said loudly as she arrived before him along with Karen and Sylph, who was flying. Let me do it, she said as Naruto nodded and watched Mimosa take out her grimoire as she placed her hands on Noel's chest. Just like Karen and Sylph returned to Naruto's shoulder. Princess, wake up, Karen said using her chakra. She couldn't make him bite her because she was unconscious. Shit. The weak must die, said Mars, getting Naruto's attention. He came back with his damn crystal giant, besides being covered in fire. Damn! I exclaimed loudly, looking at Mars. I wanted to finish him off, but I'll need a stronger spell, plant creation magic, floral recovery garment, said Mimosa, being wrapped in plants, giving her a wing-like shape on her back. Shit, the wound is deeper than I thought, said Karen, increasing her power. It was difficult. Everyone must die, said Mars, sending his crystals to everyone, managing to capture Klaus, Yuno, and Luck while Asta dodged him, but was sent against a wall due to the giant sword he had created. Nero flew alongside Asta. while Naruto looked at them and then saw that the same attack was heading towards them. "I'll take care of it," said Sylph, creating a wall of wind in front of Naruto, causing the attack to hit the wall and cancel each other out. "Thank you," Naruto said as he looked at Noel. What could he do? But he remembered something and looked back at Sylph. "You can use any spell I create," Naruto asked, looking at Sylph. "I'm your partner. Whatever you do, I'll do as long as the wind is involved." Sylph replied, seeing Naruto nod and see the 4-leaf grimoire fly in front of him. "If so," he said as he thought about what happened in the past. "Grandma Chio," he thought as the wind grimoire began to write and a new spell appeared. "Grandma Chio, you did it," he said as he placed his hands in front of Noel, to the surprise of both girls who looked at him. "What are you doing?" Karen asked. She knew he wasn't a doctor, so she wondered what he was doing, putting his hands in front of Noel's wound. "I'm going to use something similar to Grandma Chio, something that won't put my life at risk," Naruto replied, making his hands glow green in a small breeze. "Can I trust you?" Naruto asked the spirit, who came down to his hand and placed his own hands on top of his partner. "I chose you and I will always be with you, until you die," Sylph replied, looking at Naruto, who smiled at her. "I just hope you don't regret it, Sylph," Naruto said as the spell ended. "Call me Bell Narukuin," said Bell, now more than happy. "Then Bell-chan, let's do it. Wind spirit magic," said Naruto, summoning his magic power. "Spirit life," he said, creating wings of wind on his back while the wind from his hands expanded around Noel. Both girls were surprised by this. He just created a healing spell. "Girls, don't stop. I'm giving my own magic to heal him, as well as increasing his healing powers. We just have to keep going without stopping," said Naruto, concentrating next to Bell. The girls understood and nodded. "Then you can talk, Narukuin," Bell said, getting his attention. "You're the first to use my power to create a healing spell," she said quite cheerfully. "Is it bad?" Naruto asked, continuing to stop his healing. "No, I only said that because I could sense your grimoire and you don't have any wind spells. I was surprised, and now I'm even more surprised to know that this spell is the first wind-based spell, and even more so that my power is the first spell," Bell replied while smiling. "Does it bother you?" Naruto asked without looking at her. "No, I'm happy," he replied, increasing his power. He was a kind boy. The Kyuubi won't be able to beat him. "Thanks, to be honest, I never thought about having any spells or anything that heals, but," Naruto said, smiling as he felt his power increase, "it's much better than having only destructive attacks. What's the point of so much power if it only destroys and you can't do anything to save others, especially?" Naruto said, murmuring the last words and looking at Noel. "I'm not finishing speaking. I was going to tell him when they got out of here." The girls looked at him as he finished speaking, then turned to look at Noel. They could understand her words. "I created a healing spell just for her." Karen looked down but just continued. She was very kind. While Mimosa felt jealous, but at the same time happy for her cousin, she finally found someone who truly saw her for who she really was. "Although, why don't you fight?" said Mars, getting everyone's attention. They had forgotten about that bastard, but the girls looked at Naruto and just saw him smile. "Who says I'm not fighting?" asked Naruto, only for a clone to appear behind Mars and hit him in the face, only for the man to respond with crystal spikes, making the clone disappear. "Damn you," Mars said, but couldn't finish because Asta came back and had a second sword in his hand, a smaller and thinner one, who was charging at Mars, who created another round of knives, throwing them at him, only to see Asta wave his new sword and quickly cut them. Finally I arrive in front of where Naruto and the others were. "I will protect them," said Asta, putting his sword in front of the. Naruto smiled at her words. "Give us time," he said as he continued with his healing. "Of course, with this sword," Asta said as he started running against Mars. "I'll be your opponent," he shouted as he destroyed Mars's knives and arrived in front of him, slashing him. "What do you think?" Asta said, only to see Mars angry and healing again. "Disappear!" he shouted as his crystal giant struck Asta, who ended up defending himself with his sword, and due to the impact he was pushed back. Asta stopped in time, inches away from Naruto. "Shit, what do? I can't finish while using recovery magic," said Asta, being heard by everyone. "What are you doing?" Noel said, making everyone look at her and Naruto start to smile at her. "You're someone I recognized you as Naruto," he said, standing up as he looked at Naruto, and then looked at Asta. Naruto was healing her and smiled at her. He was taking care of her. "I, who am royalty, recognize you. What are you waiting for? Defeat him already," she said as she was helped to her feet by Naruto. "Come on, Asta, what are you waiting for?" said Naruto next to Noel, looking at Asta. And with those words, Asta's sword flashed and began to freeze, much to Asta's surprise, and he smiled. "Leave it to me, I'll give him a good one for you, Noel," Asta replied, putting his sword in front of him while looking at Mars, who wasn't happy. Naruto was the only one who noticed the slight change. Perhaps his sword, he thought as he began to smile. What kind of swords exist in this world? Get away, Mars said, glaring at him. I'll eliminate them, I'll eliminate the weak, he finally shouted, advancing with his crystal giant towards Asta. You think I'll allow it? Asta shouted, positioning his sword to attack. I may not have magic, but I have companions, Asta shouted, waving his sword and sending a blast of ice flying straight towards Mars. You won't hurt me, Mars shouted, crossing the giant's arms in defense. When the blast of ice arrived, they impacted with the arms which could not stop Asta's attack and ended up hitting Mars, extinguishing his fire. That sword absorbed our magic, Naruto thought, looking at Noel, who seemed surprised and looked around. Except for Karen, everyone else was surprised. And no wonder. It was known that Asta could not use spells or magic, so the cut was undoubtedly a surprise to everyone. I don't know what happened, but I made it ugh, Asta said, but he felt something in his stomach and saw a piece of glass buried in the shit, he said as he began to fall to the ground while dropping his sword and spitting out blood. Everyone opened their eyes at this. Asta! Noel and Naruto shouted as Asta fell to the ground. Damn, Naruto said without letting go of Noel, but she looked at him. Go away, he said, nodding to both girls and Naruto, but the latter felt something strange in his body. What the shit? Naruto said, falling tiredly to the ground. Perhaps. Naruto, your power is different, said Bell, falling to the ground. If you use a spell on a person without experience with magic or spirits, you will tire completely. Remember, your power is different. It comes from your life, unlike magic, and especially this spell you used magic with part of your own life. It will recover, but it will be slowly, she said while being grabbed by Naruto slowly. Shit, Naruto said, now he understands, magic and his chakra must complement each other. What are you saying? Said Noel, looking at Naruto without stopping and keeping Bell in one of her pockets. Perhaps he cast his spell with his own life, he went so far for her. And as they watched each other, they felt Mars rise again. No, that guy doesn't die, he looks like Orochimaru, Naruto growled as he saw Mars get back up with his stupid crystal giant. The others just opened their eyes. That guy, Klaus said, trying to get out. It's still moving, Luck said, trying his best to get out. Yuno was also in the same state. I don't need anyone, I have enough magic power, Mars said, looking at Asta being healed by both girls. Those without magic power are weak, and those who are weak must die, he said as he approached them. A fool like you won't be able to defeat me, he exclaimed loudly as he created a giant sword and his giant grabbed it. Damn, Naruto said, trying to move. Asta's attack disabled the recovery magic, but I can't move, Klaus thought, trying to get out with all his strength. I'm almost free, but at this rate, Luck thought, looking at Asta and forcing his way out. Mars was raising his sword, ready to cut. Come on, think, Naruto thought. That guy was about to hit him with everything. That damn giant! That! Naruto thought, moving his thumb to his mouth and drawing blood. He didn't have enough to make a big attack, he couldn't even move, but he didn't need to. I hope it works, Naruto muttered, running his bloody finger over his palm and quickly making the signs. What are you doing? Noel said, looking at Naruto, but she immediately forgot about that and looked at Asta, Mimosa and Karen. Die, said Mars, bringing his sword down with all his might. Now, Naruto said loudly, hitting the ground hard and his palms spreading out around him. A ball of smoke appeared. WH, said the voice of the smoke, but it didn't finish speaking. Afterwards, stop that bastard, Naruto said loudly, indicating Mars. The voice just came out quickly from the smoke with a gust giving its departure, quickly reaching Mars, who opened his eyes and directed his sword to defend himself from his attacker. What the hell? Noel muttered, seeing what appeared. It was a large orange toad with a thin blue jacket and a large sword that collided with the crystal sword. Hey Naruto, where the hell have you been? Said the toad, surprising everyone. Gamakichi will talk later, Naruto said, smiling. It worked. Okay, let's see if this guy is good for my sword practice, he said to attack quickly. He was out of time and he had to defeat or delay this crystal guy. Everyone opened their eyes wide at this talking animal. Now I understand how you can understand the anti-bird, Klaus muttered, surprised by what he was seeing. It's strong, haha, Luck said, happy with whatever it was, but that didn't matter now, he had to free himself. Something tells him it won't last long. While Yuno sighed in relief in time to free himself, he couldn't do anything. What do I do? he thought as he looked around until his grimoire shone brightly and a light came out from somewhere. What? He muttered only for something to come towards him, more specifically towards his grimoire, and disappear. When he saw it, he saw a strange writing. What is this? Yuno said, taking her grimoire. Naruto realized. He's waking up now, Bell said, coming out of his pocket. Who? Naruto asked, looking at Bell. You think I'm the only spirit? She asked, causing Naruto to open his eyes and look at Yuno. While Gamakichi was fighting, Yuno felt something strange. The world began to stop, and around him he saw a small, long-haired creature with the same wings as Sylph and a dress longer than Naruto's spirit. I was yawning, and then I looked at him to start blowing towards the glass giant, and a small breeze was seen. Upon awakening from this illusion, the wind that was created was a large ball of wind that hit Mars without being able to dodge, while Gamakishi retreated in surprise from this powerful attack. A spirit, Naruto thought as he saw the attack and everyone break free. That guy finally fell. What was that? Klaus muttered as he left his prison. The spell is broken. Did it defeat him? He asked, starting to run alongside Luck. Meanwhile, Naruto just looked at Yuno and then looked at Bell. Who is it? Naruto asked, taking it in his hand and placing it on his shoulder. My little sister. Bell replied, kicking in the air. Your sister, Naruto muttered to see Yuno totally surprised. It seemed like she didn't even know what happened. Naruto, Gamakichi said, making everyone look at him. Oh, how have you been? Naruto asked, raising his hand. Better than you. What the? I'd better get out of here, said Gamakishi, disappearing quickly. Hey, Naruto said, only to find out moments later why he disappeared. The dungeon was shaking. Oh shit, Naruto said, standing back up. Just now? Well, it doesn't matter, Naruto said, helping Noelle stand up while taking her arm and putting it behind his own neck. Are you okay? I asked, and she just nodded, still feeling quite ashamed of what she had done. Naruto understood her reaction and started jumping, grabbing her by the waist until he reached Yuno's side. Alright, let's get out of here, Naruto said as Yuno created the wind cloud below them. Wind creation magic, arc of heavenly winds, he said as the three stood on top. Get in, Yuno said, causing everyone to run, making Luck go find Asta and pick him up while the girls got in with Klaus. After settling in, everyone was ready to flee. Let's go, Yuno, Klaus said, making Yuno nod and look back. Take care of him, Yuno said, to the agreement of both girls. Wait, Asta said, opening his eyes slightly, drawing everyone's attention. Don't talk, idiot, Karen said, looking at him. Don't try hard, Mimosa said, trying to stop him from talking. He save him, said Asta, making Naruto open his eyes and look at the diamond guy. He was still unconscious. He saw the necklaces in her hands and smiled. But what are you saying? He was trying to kill us, remember? Klaus said, refusing to save him. But we didn't come to save the dungeon, not to kill any enemies, he said as he closed his eyes. Well, you're right, Naruto said, drawing everyone's attention as he stood there. What are you doing, idiot? Karen asked. She wouldn't dare. Whether he said it or not, we didn't come to kill, Naruto replied, giving the necklaces back to Noelle, who grabbed him tightly. I'll be back, he said as he turned around. This dungeon was completely falling apart. Yuno, get them out of here, go away, he said as he jumped off the cloud. Naruto! Shit, said Karen. What the hell was she doing? Noelle just looked at him and started squeezing the necklaces. What are you doing? Noelle shouted, trying to jump, but was stopped by the wind. Yuno! I shouted to see him deny. Trust, he said as he started to leave. He's seen what she can do, she won't die. Noelle just looked at him, and then looked back. He just ran, without looking back. Come back, idiot, Noelle thought as she grabbed tightly, while Karen slightly shifted her gaze towards Naruto and clicked her tongue. Imbecile, he thought as he returned to his work, that idiot must return. Meanwhile, well, what are you doing? Bell asked, hiding in his pocket. Let's save him, he replied, seeing the diamond guy right on the ground. But don't you see, the dungeon is literally collapsing on us, he shouted as he watched the ceiling collapse on top of them. I know this is the dumbest idea I've ever had, he shouted as he kicked and broke off pieces of the ceiling. Naruto-kun, he shouted as he hit again. Naruto kept running, dodging and breaking whatever stood in his way, but he looked around him. I can't leave all this, Naruto said, smiling. He would take it. So I crossed my fingers and create 20 clones who ran off to start saving everything they could. Naruto-kun, what did you do? Bell asked, coming out of his pocket again. Well, I can't stop losing all that, right? Naruto replied. But, Bell shouted, but was stopped by what she said next. You know that part of the treasure is mine, Naruto said, making Bell open his eyes. Grab everything you can, Bell shouted, supporting the clones and making Naruto laugh. It took a few seconds until he got in front of Mars and grabbed them, but he saw something starting to fall on top of him. Shit! Naruto shouted, jumping next to Mars, but when he felt something soft, like cotton, and when he opened his eyes he saw that he was on top of a black cloud. Young man, I'm surprised you stay for your enemy, said a voice, making Naruto open his eyes and look at who it was. A man with a short hairstyle, but with long locks and a beard with a black mustache, wore a light-colored band-like ribbon with 3 diamonds embedded on one side, and also wore a V-neck t-shirt with a light-colored vest with a dark collar that has fur with 3 diamonds on each side, light-colored pants and dark boots. The guy was not doing well, apart from his henchmen who had red hooded cloaks that covered him completely, all of them on top and leaning on part of the treasure. Their diamond, he said, standing up, but saw the man raise his palm. Not now, I don't like fighting anyway, he said, pointing to the sky. I don't think it's a good time for a truce, he said with a smile. So what are you waiting for? Bell shouted, coming out of Naruto's pocket in fear. They were being buried. A spirit, looks like you've already taken the greatest treasure in this place, said the man, making his cloud start to move. Are you going to take it? Naruto asked, putting his hands on Bell's as she hid. No, I don't mind. Like I said, truce, you seem young, I asked with a smile. Naruto looked at him, and he didn't seem to be lying, so he started smiling. So what are you waiting for, old man? Let's go out, said Naruto while smiling at the old man. The man with the diamond looked at him and nodded. He was different. Before, Naruto said, getting the man's attention. You can send your cloud for my clones, Naruto asked, indicating all the clones that were storing things. That's a trick, but it's okay, the man replied as he sent his smoke towards them, who disappeared inside. Upon arriving, the man was surprised because they did not appear. Instead, they only left. Scrolls, the man muttered as he watched Naruto grab them. Let's get out of here, Naruto said, smiling. The man nodded. He wasn't going to ask. In this way, the group began to leave. Minutes later, Naruto along with the diamond group finally left the dungeon in a different direction. In this case, they forced their way up, and now they were all quietly watching the sunset. Finally, Bell said, stretching while sitting on top of Naruto's head. I support you. Thanks, old man, said Naruto, stretching out on top of the treasure. You're welcome, young man, he replied with a relaxed smile. I was going to force my way out with that guy, Naruto said, pointing to a completely unconscious Mars who was on top of the treasure. Ha ha, you're just weird, but since we're already outside, he said, making Naruto sigh. Our truce is over, Naruto finished, looking at the sky. The sides remained still in silence until Naruto sighed and sat down. Let's not fight and go our own way, do you think so? Naruto asked, looking at him lightly. I don't mind, said the man, quite happy to avoid a battle. So, Naruto said as he unrolled one of the scrolls he obtained and placed it on top of the treasure for the curiosity of the diamond people. Upon touching the paper, a smoke screen appeared to the wizard's surprise, but they stopped from doing anything when they saw large bags of dungeon treasure. Here you go, thanks for helping me, Naruto said as he stood up. Young man, aren't you saying that? The man asked, surprised by this. That's what was in the scrolls, part of the treasure. I'll give them to you too, she said as she turned around and looked at him with a smile. I don't dislike you, old man, he said as the man opened his eyes, but began to smile. Young man, what's your name? The old man asked. Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja, Naruto replied, indicating his headband. The old man looked at his symbol. It wasn't a magic knight. Aren't you from Clover? I asked curiously, only to see him shake his head. No, I'm just like a mercenary, but I'm affiliated by commitment to the kingdom, Naruto replied. Commitment? The old man asked, only to see him nod. Yeah, I got caught with a violent girl, he replied, to make the man laugh. Ha ha ha, young man, you have a lot of courage to speak like that, ha ha ha. The man laughed. He liked the boy. So, the man said as he stopped laughing and looked at him again. Nice to meet you, Naruto Dano. My name is Lotus Humalt. The man introduced himself. You don't seem very suspicious. Naruto laughed lightly. After you gave away some of the treasure, he said, indicating the bags that appeared. Because I should be suspicious, Lotus replied. Ha 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 ha, Naruto laughed. He liked the old man. Naru-kun, I'm hungry, said Bell, getting everyone's attention. Okay, calm down, Naruto said as he took her off his head and placed her on his shoulder. To think that you would have the spirit of the wind, it doesn't give me the desire to fight against someone like you, Lotus commented. Just having the spirit already considered you strong, but they only chose those who were worthy and strong. So if he chose him, he must be really strong, not to mention the giant toad he summoned. Better not to fight. So Lotus-san, what will you do? Naruto asked curiously. We're getting out of here. It's been a really long day. Lotus replied with a relaxed smile. And you? Lotus asked curiously. I'm going to meet up with my group, he replied, looking up at the sky. In the sky, Nero appeared and began to descend to Naruto's head, looking at those with the diamond. An anti-bird is chasing you? I asked, but saw him shake his head. It's chasing someone else, but it understands human language, right? I asked, and the bird lifted its wing. What a surprise! Lotus said. It was the first time she had seen an anti-bird that could understand human language. I thought the same thing. Naruto nodded. He wasn't going to reveal that he was a human trapped inside a bird. Lotus looked at him curiously. He was very different. Young man, he said, getting Naruto's attention. If we meet again, try not to fight me, I ask you. I don't like doing it, I'm too lazy, he said, making Naruto laugh. It will depend, Naruto replied, making Lotus smile. You're right, I'd love to introduce you to one of my daughters, but, he said as he moved his smoke-filled car. You're already engaged, what a shame, he said as he floated. No offense, I don't want to have any more problems, Naruto replied, making Lotus laugh. After I stopped laughing, I look at him. So this is where we part ways, Lotus said as she said goodbye. It was nice meeting you, he said as Naruto raised his hand. Mine too, old, Naruto replied. Ha, I hope to see you again under different circumstances and not when we're about to kill each other, said Lotus. What a nice boy. Me too, take care, said Naruto, saying goodbye. Lotus nodded. Good thing she found someone like him. See you later, Lotus said as she left the place while her smoke-filled car flew away. The world is big, how yum, Lotus murmured, looking at the treasure. She gave him a good amount just to save him, and then turned her gaze to Mars, who was still unconscious. An enemy who saves another, how strange, but it doesn't mean he's bad, he thought as he looked at the sky. Ha, I really am becoming an old man, he murmured, completely relaxed. The world was really big. Finding a young man with that kind of mindset, so peaceful. We'll meet again, Naruto Dano, I muttered, looking slightly back and seeing Naruto still saying goodbye. Don't change, he thought as he looked back ahead. He would have liked one of his daughters to marry him. He was a good man. Back to Naruto. He was still saying goodbye. This was better than having an enemy. Are you going to tell them? Naruto asked, looking slightly at Nero as he stopped waving his arm. Nero shook his head. Bell, Naruto asked, looking at the spirit on his shoulder. No, it's much better to stay this way besides, Bell said, rubbing his stomach. I'm hungry, let's go, he said, making Naruto laugh slightly. Okay, let's go back to the group, Naruto said as he started walking alongside Bell and Nero. Now where will they be? Naruto thought as he started looking for them. Minutes later, Naruto searched for them for at least 2 or 3 minutes, and it wasn't that difficult to find them because Nero guided them. It seemed that Asta had recovered. Hey! Naruto shouted, getting the group's attention. How are you? I asked as I ran towards them. While the group, who were already completely safe, looked at him, he finally came out. Naruto-san! Asta shouted, raising his arm, and Nero turned his head looking at Naruto. Noelle sighed in total relief as she held her necklaces in her hands. She was back. While Karen smiled at him. Mimosa also sighed, but, because I did it. She wondered why she felt relieved. They waited for a while watching Naruto run until he arrived in front of the group. Ha, I finally caught up with them, Naruto said as he put his arms on his knees. Naruto-san, are you okay? Asta asked to see him sit down. Yes, Naruto replied, quite exhausted. What about Klaus? Asked, approaching him. I left it far, far away, Naruto replied, hiding the truth. Klaus nodded reluctantly. He hadn't liked being saved, but they were right. They hadn't come to defeat enemies but to look for treasure, nothing more. He looked at Naruto and then at Asta, before finally sighing. Meanwhile, Naruto. Damn, I used a lot of power today, seriously, he said, taking out the 4-leaf grimoire. I must start training, he said, leaving the book at his side, taking Bell in his hands and lying on the ground, placing the spirit on his chest. Leave me here for a while, Naruto said, resting. When he got to the base, he would take a good shower. But his rest was interrupted when he felt someone grab him by the neck and lift him up. What, Noelle? Said Naruto, looking into her eyes that seemed about to cry. Idiot, she said as she hugged him. Naruto was surprised, but smiled and hugged her back. The others just watched calmly, and in Karen's case she just sighed. Idiot, she thought as she just looked at him. Excuse me, Naruto said, breaking the hug. Because? Noelle asked, confused by his words. About what happened in the dungeon, Naruto replied, making Noelle lower her head. She had forgotten. If you want to, he said, but was stopped by a kiss from Noelle who surprised everyone. The kiss didn't last long and Noelle pulled away to duck her head, completely red. It doesn't matter, you'll tell me one day, right? I asked without looking at him, which he did again. Naruto was still stunned, but he recovered and smiled as he started searching for something in his pockets and found it. Noelle, Naruto called, taking her head and putting something on her. Noelle felt it and opened her eyes. It's a brooch shaped like a drop of water. I found it in the dungeon, Naruto said, looking away. Noelle just blushed as she touched the brooch. Thank you, Noelle murmured, completely blushing. Gus, Naruto said with his head down. What did you say? Noelle asked, looking at him. She didn't hear him. I like you, Naruto said louder, making Noelle open her eyes. Naruto, Noelle asked, perhaps. I won't do it again, Naruto said, looking at her, making Noelle smile. I had to be close to dying to hear that, Noelle said, hugging him. Idiot, he finished saying with a smile, finally listening to him. Naruto said nothing as he hugged her. The group didn't listen much, but it wasn't their place to pry. It was a very private matter. The silence lasted for a while until the couple finally separated, looking at each other with a blush. While Bell just watched them silently for a while, they deserved it, until his kindness ran out. If you're done, Bell said, drawing Noelle's attention, who didn't have time to answer because the wind wrapped around her and took her away from Naruto. Then go and stay away from Naruto, he said, standing in front of him. Noelle fell to the ground, staring at the spirit, gritting her teeth. What are you saying? He asked, standing up to grab her. Naruto is my boyfriend. How dare you? She yelled, not caring who heard her. Belle stuck out her tongue as she flew, dodging Noelle, who was trying to catch her. Pervert! Belle shouted, stopping Noelle from the way she said it. Like you told me? I asked, totally angry. You heard it, pervert! Belle shouted, moving again due to the water sphere that was thrown at him. Stop telling me that! Noelle shouted as she continued to throw her water spheres. Then why are you showing everything? Belle indicated, making Noelle stop and look down. He saw the area of his chest where his clothes were torn and most of his skin was visible. Seeing him, she blushed and bent down, covering her breasts. Kaya! Damn it! Noelle shouted, throwing one last sphere of water at her. I won! Ha 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 ha! Belle laughed out loud, looking at Noelle, who was cursing her. Hearing this, Klaus looked at her and ended up fainting while blood came out of his nose. Yuna looked away and Asta just looked curious. Noelle noticed his gaze and threw a sphere of water at him that sent him flying backwards. Asta-san, said Mimosa, going back to heal him, while Naruto just blushed and looked away. Ha ha ha, wouldn't you like to see what the little princess has? Karen asked, sitting next to her while mocking her with a big smile. Shut up, Karen, said Naruto, completely red. Ha 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 ha. She continued laughing for a while, making Naruto blush even more, and Noelle, who heard her, looked at Naruto and blushed too. I was honoring Belle and Karen's ancestors. After a while, Karen stopped laughing and sighed. Now I had to ask him a question. Naruto, Karen asked, looking up at the sky. What she said? Karen pointed out to Belle, who was still fighting with Noelle. Do you think it's true well about family? I asked, not sure if it was right to ask. Naruto remembered and sighed. I don't know, but so far he doesn't seem to be lying, Naruto replied, looking at Belle. Just now he knows that he might have a living relative. Cool, and you know how we can find out? Karen asked curiously. If she was family, then at least she wasn't alone. Grandma Tsunade, Naruto replied. The Hokage, why does it always have to be the big shots? Said Karen, totally tired. But there was still one more question. What about what he said next? Karen asked, making Naruto look at her curiously. What thing? I asked. I didn't understand what he was referring to. About getting married, Karen replied, completely red-faced, as she whispered the last word. Naruto opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. I don't know, he replied embarrassedly. Karen just nodded while looking at the sky. Why did she ask? What if it's true? Karen asked, making Naruto look at her slightly. Because you ask? He asked what was wrong with him. Karen just kept looking at the sky. It took a few seconds until he spoke again. I asked just for that, Karen replied. Naruto just looked at her and looked back at the sky. Well, whether it's true or not, we should decide that and not others, replied Naruto, who continued looking at the sky. Karen just listened to him and moved her hands to her chest. No doubt, he thought without looking at him. She fell in love with this idiot. Neither of them spoke for a while, and then Naruto sighed and ended up staring straight ahead. Well, I said, getting Karen's attention, let's not think about it and let time pass. Besides, Naruto said, looking at her, I don't think anything's going on between us, right? he said, smiling. These words made Karen feel a kind of pain. I admit it, that hurt, he thought, trying to smile. Why, yeah, I don't think anything will happen, Karen replied with a forced smile. I admit it, this really hurt, damn, why do I have such bad luck? He thought as he watched Naruto stand up. Just now she meets a nice guy and it turns out he's engaged to someone else. But, what if I try it another way? He thought as he looked at him. I may not be able to be with Naruto, but that doesn't mean I can't be with him. She thought as she smiled. I failed with stupid Sasuke, but this time I wouldn't do it. While Naruto was looking at the group, he didn't notice Karen's smile, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How cold, he thought, unaware of the reality. He spent a while thinking about why he was cold until he touched his side and remembered something. Now that I realize it, Naruto said, looking at the grimoires. 1. He indicated the one at his waist, the one with 3 blades. 2. Indicated the 4-leafed one that was on the ground. And, he said, searching for what was missing, and began to sweat. Not Karen! Naruto said loudly, bringing Karen out of her thoughts and making her jump. What's going on? I asked nervously. He hasn't discovered her, right? The grimoire? Naruto asked, confusing Karen. Grimoire? Oh, the books, you wait, Karen said, realizing what he meant and looking for it. Oh shit! He yelled as Naruto fell to the ground. We lost them! They both shouted, drawing everyone's attention. What's wrong? Asta asked, approaching. They were literally pulling each other's hair out. The books we found in the dungeon, we lost them! They replied loudly, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Idiots! Everyone shouted, including Yuno, who said it softly, as if they had lost their grimoires and were able to follow them, while Belle, who had stopped fighting with Noelle upon hearing these words, walked in front of them in a nonchalant manner. Don't worry, he said, making both ninjas look at him. What do you mean, Belle-chan? Naruto asked humorlessly, as if he had lost one of those stupid books. Just call him, he replied as he watched both ninjas look at each other, and then return their gaze to Belle. How? Both ninjas asked hopefully. Imagine and use your will, Belle replied, causing both ninjas to nod and close their eyes. The group just looked at them while they waited until 2 glowing red pillars appeared from the remains of the dungeon and left the place to address both ninjas who felt it, and stepped back slightly with great surprise at the floating books that were now in front of them. Grimoires can't be lost, you just need to call them, and when you die, the grimoire dies with you, Belle said as he flew to Naruto's shoulder. I didn't know that, Naruto said, grabbing his 3rd grimoire. I didn't think about having a 3rd, he murmured, looking at the grimoire. It was part of his family. Neither do I. What the hell am I going to do now? Karen muttered, grabbing hers and opening it. Only blank pages. Don't worry, I'll tell you what happened, Naruto replied, touching her head as she nodded and sighed. She was a prisoner, so getting one of these books could get her sent back to jail. After Karen felt more relieved, she smiled again. Okay, now tell me how to use these stupid books, I asked, pointing at the grimoire. To be honest, I have no idea. You didn't see me. Something happened to me and my chakra, Naruto said, remembering the experience he had. It's true, Karen said. Even they felt it. Her potential was far less than what she had heard or seen. That's true, Luck said, looking at Naruto. Something was wrong with your power. It was strong, but it ran out quickly. What happened to you? I asked curiously. I had never felt so much power and have it run out quickly. I don't know, but I think we could investigate it with a fight, Naruto said, making Luck smile. Let's fight now, Luck replied happily, punching the air. Not now, Klaus said, stepping between them. Now we must return to the capital and finish the mission, he said seriously. HAA 4 eyes are right too, Naruto said as he pulled back and ignored the look Klaus sent, and Belle flew back up. I want to rest and eat, he said, making Belle's stomach remember that part. It's true, said the little fairy as she fell into Naruto's chest, rubbing her stomach. When you rest? Asked Luck, understanding the situation. Even he admitted he was hungry. Let's rest and fight, Naruto replied. I'll be waiting for him, said Luck, punching the air quite cheerfully. To think you're going to fight, Luck, Noelle said, still covering her chest. Are you sure? I asked. Of course, I need to know what the hell is going on with my energy, and the only way is to fight someone, and they, Naruto told Asta, who was sitting looking at him curiously, and Luck punching the air. They're the only magna freaks I know who want to try my fists, Naruto replied, going back to rest. Noelle just sighed. What a way to find out. And speaking of the mission, Naruto said, sitting back down next to Belle, who returned to his shoulder. I got a lot more of the treasure, he revealed as he pulled out many scrolls from his arm where a paper with this storage symbol was located. What? They all shouted. Yeah, after I stayed in the dungeon, I sent several clones to search for more of the treasure, and this is what we were able to get, he said as he revealed at least 50 normal-sized scrolls, including the scroll Belle was on. Amazing, Noel said, grabbing one of the scrolls. Yahoo! Belle shouted, quickly going for the scrolls. He had a completely cool partner. What are mine? Karen asked immediately upon seeing them. Relax, they all have names and there's still more, said Naruto, showing his other arm. This is definitely a successful mission, Klaus said, grabbing a scroll and looking at it with curiosity. No doubt very interesting. Don't damage them. If you do, it might not work again and everything in the scroll could be lost, Naruto warned, making everyone nod. But I must admit, they are really useful, Klaus said, looking at all the scrolls. Right, 4 eyes, Asta said with a smile. Don't call me that, Klaus said, smiling. This caught Naruto's attention. Hey, what happened while I was in the dungeon? I asked curiously. Oh, you're asking about him? Yuno asked, indicating Klaus. He congratulated us, he answered, making Naruto look at him, and he just adjusted his glasses. It's not normal, they're magic knights, Klaus replied, not admitting what happened. Naruto just looked at him and smiled. Even a pompous person can admit it, said Naruto, making the group laugh and Klaus get slightly angry. He wasn't as pompous as he thought. They spent a while laughing until they finally stopped, and Naruto stood up next to Karen. So, Naruto said, looking at everyone, let's go back to the capital, he said while grabbing Noelle's hand, making her blush and a certain red-headed girl feel jealous who ended up sighing. Although, get ready, little princess, Karen thought, looking at Noelle with a smile. She wasn't going to leave her alone. Although she didn't realize that this look didn't go unnoticed by a certain anti-bird who was watching her intently from the sky. As Belle got angry, he flew in front of Noelle. Stay back, she demanded, looking at Noelle, sticking her tongue out at her, causing the two of them to start fighting. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed while watching the scene, where Naruto just covered his face in frustration as he watched his fiancée and his new partner fight. For the first time, he feels what Kakashi-sensei went through when he stopped any fight Sasuke and him had. Because I feel like I'll have more problems in the future, Naruto thought as he finished sighing. Well, I'd have to wait. And with that thought, the dungeon quest ended. Chapter 8, Mission Results, Night and Memories of the Past. A new day after the dungeon mission, and in the dining room there were 2 people and a certain spirit who were eating hastily while being watched by everyone present. Both Naruto, Karen and Belle were eating so much food that they would be competing with Charmy. After they returned from the mission, Naruto, Karen and Belle collapsed at the entrance of the base to everyone's concern and were then followed by Asta. The good news was that, according to Vanessa, they were just exhausted, and according to her, they would be able to wake up no sooner than 4 days later. They had wondered who the red-haired girl and the little person were, but what Noelle said was that she would tell them tomorrow because they were extremely tired. Although Luck was the one who spoke and told them that the red-haired girl was Karen, who was under Naruto's care, and the little person is Belle, the spirit of the wind. To say they had their mouths open was an understatement. The redhead was the criminal who accompanied the group that attacked the ninja leaders' meeting, and the little girl was one of the spirits who chose Naruto as her partner. And although many had questions, Noelle told them that Naruto would explain Karen's situation and that Belle was Naruto's companion, so the latter would always be with him, and without anything else to say, everyone understood the situation, or at least enough so that they wouldn't tie Karen up. In this way, they helped carry the 4 exhausted people to different rooms, 2 of them in the same room. They hadn't woken up all night, and Noelle and Luck, who stayed to eat, hadn't said much about the mission, only that they were exhausted and that tomorrow they would tell what happened. Yami agreed, because it seemed like there were a lot of problems, and it didn't matter much as long as they had arrived safe and alive. After this, everyone went to sleep until the next day, where the diagnosis that Vanessa gave had only been applied to Asta, because when they woke up, they saw the 2 ninjas next to the spirit asking Charmy for food, who cooked them quickly. Everyone was surprised moments later by the amount of food the 2 ninjas ate. In less than 5 minutes they already had 5 empty plates of food, and the spirit had 2. They had wondered where they put so much food, and even more so the little one. The minutes passed, and they saw that the dishes were increasing. They were already thinking they would have to buy supplies today. 31, 32, 33, he has 33 plates, said Finro, counting Naruto's plates. 24, 25, she's got 25 plates, Vanessa said, counting Karen's plates. This little one couldn't take it anymore, she ate 10 plates, said Yami, seeing the gluttonous spirit stretched out on the table. Are you okay eating so much food? Noelle asked, looking at the 3 gluttons. I've been on the scroll for a long time, and the food is delicious, Bell said with a satisfied smile. Mug and Geo Projima. Naruto said with food in his mouth. You're talking without food in your mouth, you rude bastard. Noelle scolded. What little princess said is that there's no problem. Ha, how delicious, said Karen while sighing at the delicious food. Are you done? Yami asked, seeing her nod with great satisfaction. Jail food isn't delicious at all, Karen replied, rubbing her stomach. She loved Naruto and his good heart. There's a reason they're called prisons, Karen. Ha, finally, I'm completely satisfied, thanks Charmy-chan, said Naruto as he placed his last plate on top of the mountain of plates next to him. You're welcome, Naruto-kun, Charmy said as she ate. She loved cooking, and finding two people who could keep up with her, even if it was just because they were really hungry, was amazing. And now that you've eaten, Vanessa spoke, making the three gluttons look at her. Can I ask you, how did you get better so quickly? He asked curiously, making everyone look at him. Both ninjas blinked and then looked at each other before turning to the group and shrugging. We have no idea, they both replied. I'll explain that, said Bell, already recovered and flying to Naruto's head. The Uzumaki clan is known for being families of great resistance and having a healing factor much higher than the average of normal human beings. That is why they recovered so quickly, in addition to being people who can be injured, but with just 1 or 2 nights of sleep they can get up again. He explained so that everyone nodded. So that's why we survived. Both ninjas spoke at the same time. Everyone sweated at the words ninja. They had never heard such words in a conversation. Seriously, you don't know anything about his family? Bell asked, who immediately denied it. My mother died when I was young and I never knew anything. Plus I'm an original kunoichi from the grass village, so I don't know anything about my family, Karen said while drinking water. In my case, my parents died in an incident the day I was born, and because I wasn't popular in my home as a child, no one told me anything about my family, Naruto said, crossing his arms. And haven't you heard of others with the same last name? Bell asked. No, we didn't even know she was related to him/her. Both ninjas replied, pointing at each other. Hiya, so the world has changed a lot, said Bell, sitting down. Everyone was shocked by this new information. A criminal and a hero are from the same family. How often do you see something like this? But forgetting about this, they wanted to ask something, although someone spoke first. Hey Bell-chan, Naruto called, making Bell float in front of him. What's up? I asked curiously. You know a lot about our family. What relationship do you have with us and our so-called family? Naruto asked, looking at her along with everyone else. He was wondering what kind of connection he had with the Uzumakis or his family. He didn't even know they were from a clan or something like that. Karen felt the same curiosity. She had never heard of that clan, nor that she herself belonged to one. That's simple. The Uzumakis made contracts with us, the spirits, in the past, and the grimoires they have. Bell indicated to the 2 clan grimoires. They are linked to you. Not all Uzumakis can use the grimoire, or rather not many ninjas, so you are strange cases, said Bell, looking at both ninjas. So our people have already had contact with magic in the past? Naruto asked. Now he could try to find out why he has 3 grimoires of demons. Yes, but they have disappeared over time, and apparently, their clan, the only one that could use magic with almost no difficulty, no longer exists. Well, for the most part, said Bell, looking at the last 2 he knows for now. Everyone nodded at his words. Now they understood. But, hey, what if we use magic, because it's unknown on our continent? Asked Karen. She hadn't even heard that magic existed until she got here. I don't know, my last partner died a long time ago, he replied, not knowing anything. Great, then who knows? Karen wondered curiously. And how long ago did it happen? Naruto asked. I think it was 100 years ago, give or take a bit, Bell replied, putting his finger to his chin. That was a long time ago, ha, Naruto said while sighing. Well, that doesn't matter now, Bell said, flying in front of the 2 ninjas and smiling at them. Now that you 2 are still here, you can get married and rebuild the clan, he said, causing everyone to open their eyes and the aforementioned to blush, eventually separating, while Noelle had a twitch in her eye until she came to and grabbed Bell to look her straight in the eyes. What do you mean, get married? I'm her girlfriend, not her, Noelle shouted, pointing at Karen, who seemed to be very interested in the ceiling. No! I'll never accept a girl like you, idiot, Bell replied, looking at her seriously. Idiot! Damn it! She growled as they both stared into each other's eyes, trying to win in a war of wills. Wow, show so early in the morning and breakfast, what more could I ask for? Commented Yami, eating a bread, quite happy from what he saw. I loved that the boy had arrived, who would entertain him the most. while Naruto looked back at Noelle and Belle, because he felt that Noelle was the one causing all the fights. First it was Karen and then it was Belle, although the little fairy wasn't spared from the blame either. And while everyone watched the fairy and the princess fight, Karen just looked at Naruto with a smile and went back to watching the fight while she went back to drinking some tea. This movement did not go unnoticed by Nero, who was eating quietly at the table. I watched Karen intently for a while until she went back to eating her seeds. The fight between both women lasted a while and the group got bored, as did the person involved who was now drinking tea until they stopped. But unfortunately, the fight had lasted for more than 5 minutes and Yami had had enough, so he took it upon himself to stop the fight by throwing water at the aforementioned women, who began to yell at the person responsible until they stopped completely when they saw the captain with a black aura. At this moment, Noelle was sitting next to Naruto being helped dry off with Belle's wind while the aforementioned spirit did the same on Noelle's shoulder. So, Yami spoke looking at Naruto who looked at him. "What are you going to do?" I asked curiously. "The first thing would be to deliver the treasure to the magic fanatic and fix Karen's situation," Naruto replied as he continued his work of drying off his girlfriend and partner. "It was good practice to control his magic." "Fix?" Magna asked, looking at the aforementioned woman who had her head resting on her hand. "Yes, for this," Karen answered, showing the grimoire. "I'm supposed to be a prisoner and I shouldn't be given a tool that can help me escape," she explained, making the criminal nod. "And I," Naruto said, showing his to everyone's surprise. "A third grimoire?" They all shouted because a third. "Yes, that's the same question I asked myself," Naruto said, not knowing how to use a third party. He can't even use the first two correctly. "So the fairy wasn't talking about the grimoires you had, but about that one," Yami said, taking Naruto's grimoire. "It was different though, because this emblem looks so familiar to me," he commented, causing Finral and Vanessa to come closer to look at it. Seeing him, they also began to see where he came from until they looked at the aforementioned and looked at his clothes to look at the owner of the grimoire who looked at them curiously by how they looked at him. What's wrong?" Naruto asked. "No, it's nothing, it's just," Vanessa said, handing him the grimoire. "It's about the symbol on it, it looks a lot like the one on your clothes," Finral said, pointing to his shoulders. Naruto blinked at this and looked down at his clothes lightly. How strange, I've never noticed," said Naruto looking at his shoulder. This caught Belle's attention, and he flew to his head. "Oh, that emblem, or rather, is a clan symbol. That is your clan symbol, a red swirl. Noelle has it too," he said, pointing to the necklace around his neck, to which the aforementioned looked at him. He was right. "Uzumaki means whirlpool. I think they're called that because of their country," he finished by saying. I didn't know these clothes were given to me by the Turk," Naruto said, but he started to stop when he remembered who gave him the clothes. "They knew," Naruto muttered, realizing. "Who?" Belle asked. "The third Hokage and the perverted sage, Jiraiya-sensei. They knew which clan he belonged to," Naruto answered. "One of the 3 legendary Sannin. Karen said that meant. "Do the higher-ups know more than you think?" I asked, making him nod. "They know much more. When I arrived, Grandma Tsunade told me that she wouldn't tell me anything about my mother, that it was still too early to learn about my family. I only know that my father was the 4th Hokage," said Naruto, ending with a sigh. "You're the 4th son!" Karen shouted, falling out of her seat with her eyes wide open. "Oh yeah, you didn't know?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "No!" I screamed. He, and Naruto just laughed nervously while scratching his head. "Who is the 4th? Finral asked curiously. He had heard that title many times. "Well," Karen said, standing back up, "he's one of Konoha's military leaders, or rather, he was the one before the 5th Hokage, Tsunade," he replied, looking at Naruto. "It is said that the 4th, in the 3rd Ninja War, fought against an army from the Rock Village 500 against 1 and defeated them in a matter of minutes. That's why he is known." He said to sit back down and look at the others. "He has many titles: the Yellow Flash, the fastest man in the world, hero of the 3rd Ninja War, and it is even said that he fought against the 4th Raikage and defeated him," said Karen to look at Naruto. "Now I understand why you are forbidden to know about your family," Karen said, making him nod. He seemed quite calm when talking about his family. "So the previous leader, damn," Finral said, looking at Naruto. "He was the son of really strong people. But I still don't understand why they don't talk about their family," Charmy asked, having heard everything. "It's simple," Naruto said, looking at everyone. "Because everyone would try to kill me," he replied seriously, silencing everyone. "What do you mean?" Noelle asked, a little scared. "Well, Princess," Karen said, looking at her, The problem with being the son of someone famous is that they'll always try to kill you as revenge, prevent you from becoming as strong as your father or mother, continue their lineage. Many reasons, he said, making everyone grimace. Well, putting it that way, they have a reason to hide it, Vanessa said. Not even she wanted to have a killer after her if she were the daughter of someone famous. Yes, and even more so when you have an enemy village that wants to kill every last thing that remains of the Yellow Flash. Those from the Rock Village deeply hate the Fourth, so much so that I learned that they celebrated his death and that he never managed to give birth to a son well until now, said Karen, watching Naruto swallow. Your old man must have been loved by others, boy, Yami said with great sarcasm. Thanks for the words, ha, Naruto said, ending with a sigh. You're welcome, Yami replied, smoking again. His family must be monstrous for them to become known and hated by others. Noel was finally dry and looked at Naruto. His family was amazing, although. Hey, he said, getting the attention of both ninjas. If I'm going to marry Naruto. Noel indicated with red cheeks, still not used to it. Where do you put me in your country? I asked curiously. Well, about that, Karen said, thinking. Since no one knows that Naruto is the son of the Fourth, then they should be safe from the wrath of many countries, he replied, making Noel sigh. Who would have thought being engaged to this idiot would bring so many problems? Noel said, stretching across the table. You don't have much right to complain. At least I don't have such bastard brothers, Naruto said, making her nod. Looking at it from that point of view, I don't think I can complain, Noel said, getting back up. Princess, aren't you catching some of Naruto? Magna asked while eating. Noel froze as she realized what she said. Well, forgetting about that, said Yami, looking at Naruto again. Besides visiting Julius, where are you going? I asked curiously. Well, I think I'll go visit Dorothy. I should give her something like Noel, Naruto said, remembering what he had for her. Did you buy him something? Noel asked, seeing him deny it. No, it's just a dungeon item, Naruto replied. Aha, Noel said, touching her brooch. It was cute. You can take the treasure, Yami asked, seeing him nod. Yes, it's part of our reward. As long as they're not artifacts, we can take some of the treasure, Naruto replied. Lucky you, Finral said, going back to eating. If he had that kind of reward, he could treat several girls. And how much did you drink? Vanessa asked, curious about this. I have no idea. I'll have to see it with the old man, Naruto replied, still undecided. I see, Vanessa said, going back to eating. Also, Naruto said, pointing at Karen, who looked at him curiously. I have to buy belts to store the books, Naruto said, thinking about where he would place the third grimoire. Well, how cute, Karen said, approaching while smiling mockingly. For Karen, Naruto said, grabbing her hand. TCH, how boring. Well, I can bother you later, said Karen, going back to drinking tea. Ha, because they sent you with me, Naruto muttered. She wasn't a babysitter. And what do I know? The creepy guy brought me these clothes and then they brought me here, Karen replied without knowing the reason. But Noel froze for a moment before going back to drinking tea, although this expression didn't go unnoticed by Yami, who just left her. I think there will be problems in the future. Noble area, near the castle. Now Karen, Naruto, Bell, who was on Naruto's shoulder, and Nero, who was on his head, were walking down the street heading to the castle to talk to Julius. After breakfast, Luck immediately asked for a fight with Naruto, the latter having already wondered why it had taken him so long to ask for it. But the answer he gave her was that not for now, but they would soon, because he had to go to Julius and stuff like that. Luck nodded firmly and then went off to bother Magna. It seems he was satisfied that he would be able to fight Naruto sooner or later, so he didn't ask for anything else. In addition, they were told that they could stay somewhere else, because they were now 2 people and couldn't stay forever. The members told him it wasn't that important, but Naruto told them that Julius would send him to other orders sooner or later, and since there was nothing this week, he would go visit some orders. Hearing these words, everyone nodded. Noel asked him if he could go with them, but he said no because she belongs here and can't always be with him. This made the couple blush, but Noel understood and just wished them luck. Although after hearing these words, Belle became happy and began to make fun of Noel, who quickly tried to hit him. At this point, Karen also joined in and started teasing her that she would be with Naruto the whole way. And at this point, chaos broke out, resulting in Yami intervening and Naruto, Karen and Belle having to escape from the captain through one of the portals that Finral opened just in time. The last thing they heard was Noelle scream as she cursed them. Something told Naruto that he shouldn't come back anytime soon. After that, they arrived at the outskirts of the noble zone, and although they wanted to go for a walk, they had to go to Julius to give him the mission report. Although they hadn't realized that a certain bird chased them, and just as they entered the noble zone, it landed on Naruto's head to the latter's surprise. It seems he had chased him because Asta was sleeping and had nothing else to do. Karen was also surprised and looked at the bird that seemed very attentive to her. Something told him he was going to be a problem when he tried something against Naruto. She had thought it would be a good opportunity to win him over and already had some ideas. This led to a fight between Karen and Nero, who pecked her when he saw her face. Naruto, seeing this, stopped Nero, who obeyed him and returned to his head, but without stopping looking at Karen, who raised her middle finger at him. The latter was thinking of eating that bird. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the castle and were surprised by those who were present at the gate. "Old man, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked, seeing Julius and Marx, who started to approach. "Good morning, Bua," said Julius, approaching the small creature that was on Naruto's shoulder, who immediately moved away and hid behind his back. "Who is this creepy guy?" Bell asked, looking slightly at Julius. "Stop scaring her, idiot!" Naruto shouted, hitting Julius on the head, who started rubbing his head. This made Karen start laughing out loud and Marx ended up covering his face. When a few minutes passed, everything had finally calmed down, and now the group was walking, being guided by Marx, to a room beneath the castle. Bell made sure to stay away from Julius, who apologized for scaring her. It didn't help that Naruto grabbed him and threatened to hit him if he scared Bell again. It's not like Karen would end up falling from laughing so much. So where are we going?" Naruto asked, looking at Marx's back. "Let's go drop off what you've collected from the treasure," he replied as he continued to guide the group. Well, it's better, I collected a lot," said Naruto. "Yes, and apparently you also took the most valuable thing from the dungeon," Julius said, indicating Bell, who was hiding again, but this time behind Nero's wings, who wasn't bothered. "Yes, to be honest, I didn't even know spirits existed," Naruto commented. "Besides that," he said, showing the new grimoire he had inside his jacket, "I got a third grimoire, just like Karen," he said, making both men stop and both Naruto and Karen crash into them. "Hey, let me know when you stop," Karen complained, rubbing her nose. Excuse me, but," said Marx, moving forward again with Julius, who is surprised and took Naruto's grimoire. "It's the first time it's happened," he said as he continued walking. "Yeah, I can already imagine it, plus finding out we're family," Naruto said, not noticing the small tick both wizards had. When how?" Julius asked, not knowing what to say. "Bell, it seems our family used grimoires," Karen replied, looking at the little spirit. Both wizards opened their eyes as they continued forward. "What does all this mean?" Julius muttered, looking at the grimoires. The cover was different, and there was only a swirl. "I don't know, but it seems there's a lot more hidden in all of this," Naruto replied, having heard him. "Well, we can talk later, but to know that, somehow, magic came to your continent, well, it's just incredible," Julius said, along with a nod from Marx. "Yes, but that doesn't matter now, the important thing here is what to do with Karen," said Naruto, looking at the aforementioned whose side. "This stupid book chose me and now I'm in trouble," Karen said, looking at hers, and Julius nodded again. "I'll explain the situation," Julius said to calm her down as he returned the grimoire to Naruto. "Thanks, I don't want to go back to jail, not after spending time with Naruto," Karen said, grabbing Naruto's arm, who just looked at her with a blank stare. "You know Noel isn't here, right?" Naruto said, nodding at her. "But it's not a bad thing for a guy to have a girl on his arm, even if he's engaged," she replied with a smile. Naruto just sighed. It wasn't the first time someone had done something like this to him. Julius looked slightly at Karen. What she was doing was not normal. She looked at him affectionately, as if, "Looks like I'll have to inform Lady Tsunade of this situation as well," Julius thought as he looked ahead again. Karen is either starting or already has feelings for Naruto. If the indication that he put his arm between her breasts and smiled flirtatiously at her wasn't a clear indication of his crush. I had heard how Naruto had the talent to make girls fall in love with him without realizing it, and this was a good proof of that talent. Aside from Noelle and Dorothy, who had known him for many years, Karen had a different situation. She had only known him before he came to the kingdom, and he only visited her a few times in prison. Besides being abandoned by the man she loved, he helped her find great comfort in Naruto, and the consequences were these. Karen fell in love with Naruto. The good news is that Naruto was a very well-known dense idiot on his continent who had rejected several princesses before arriving here, and thanks to that, he is not so easy to conquer. The only reason Noelle and Dorothy got him to be their boyfriend was by accident, and nothing more. So the chances of Naruto realizing Karen's feelings are very slim. I just hoped nothing else would happen. What's wrong, Nero? Belle asked, resting his head on her body. It was warm. The question I asked was why Nero was looking at Karen so intently and his calm, emotionless gaze was gone. She looked as if she were angry. Well, if you don't want to tell, I'd better stay here, you're warm, said Belle, closing his eyes while hugging Nero. At this, Nero just sighed and turned his gaze forward, his face the same as always. They spent a few minutes walking calmly while Naruto tried to get Karen off him. What was wrong with him? Aside from this, they also talked about the magic that the new grimoires might contain, and the only thing Julius said was that it wasn't elemental magic. That was the only thing he was sure of because the grimoires were specifically for them. They had asked Belle, but she had fallen asleep on Naruto's head, using Nero's body as a pillow. Something was wrong with this silly fairy. She was talking about wanting to be with Naruto in a bed and stuff, all while still asleep. Naruto was going to throw her to the ground. He had enough with perverts. And it didn't help that Karen made fun of Naruto. Although Belle's sleep was interrupted by Nero, who pushed her off Naruto's head with one of her wings, causing the fairy to fall to the ground and wake up in the worst possible way. He had wondered what happened and returned to Naruto's head, so that the latter said that he didn't like perverts. Belle didn't understand, so he went back to his nice pillow and lay down, this time using Nero's wing as a blanket, and so he returned to the world of dreams. Finally, Naruto and Nero sighed. There was no use with this perverted fairy. Time passed until they reached a rather elegant room and entered. Upon entering, they saw that it was a fairly large room and there were different artifacts. We're here, Julius said, turning around. This is a room where treasures collected for the kingdom are left, he said to Naruto's nod. I see Karen. Naruto said to her nod and began to take out some scrolls from his back pocket. The wizards looked curious at this as they watched the scrolls being opened and unfolded. As both ninjas hit the strange markings on the scrolls, a burst of smoke was heard, causing Belle to jump and fall to the ground again. After seeing where she was, she flew back and this time she stayed in Naruto's head, fully awake. I wouldn't fall again. While the magicians waited for a while for the smoke to clear until they finally saw what had happened. It was the treasure, and to say it was a lot was an understatement. Incredible, said Marx, approaching the treasure. Yes, even we were surprised by the amount of objects there were in the dungeon, said Naruto, looking at the mountain of gold, fabrics, artifacts, among other objects. This is way more than what you normally get. Good job, Julius said, looking at some kind of floating bubble. You're welcome, they both replied. And they were able to take theirs? Julius asked and watched both ninjas smile as they took out a scroll. Here we have it. As promised, we didn't take any artifact that could be of use to you, Naruto replied. Okay, Julius said quite happily. It was something he had to do because they were ninjas, and after learning about the battle they had against the Diamond Ones, the reward should be part of the treasure, no claims. Although, Naruto said, moving towards a part of the treasure and looking for something. I'd like to keep some things, Naruto said, looking for the object he was looking for. What things? Julius asked, curious about this. Naruto searched for it until he found it, and showed it. It was a bag that he had kept in this scroll because they were objects that he could not take without Julius's permission. Wait, he said as he sat down and untied the bag. The others looked at him curiously until he finally showed it. It was a box with ornaments, some jewelry boxes, and some objects that looked like hand mirrors. I want to keep these, Naruto said, showing everything. What are they? Julius asked curiously. Well, this, Naruto said, grabbing two mirrors in his hands and opening them, showing an illusion in both mirrors. They're communication devices. I'd like to have some to distribute among those who want to talk again, Naruto said, pointing with his hand toward another bag that was on top of the treasure. Keep more devices in that bag if you want them. I don't know if there are more inside this mountain of treasure, he said as Julius nodded. Okay, no problem, but what about the rest? Julius asked and saw Naruto blush. Well, therefore, he said, looking away. The girls, Naruto muttered, and this made Julius smile. Looks like you've already made up your mind, right? I asked, seeing him nod. Something happened inside the dungeon that made Naruto finally decide on his feelings for both girls, while Karen listened to him and sighed. It seems like it will be harder than I thought. Now which way should I go? Karen thought, putting her hand under her chin. She had to be careful if she wanted Naruto to take her as a lover, having Noel and one of the captains of orders being the same position as the brute Yami. As girlfriends, then with more reason she had to be careful if she wanted to be with him. Having one of them as an enemy would be suicidal, even more so if you were in a prisoner position. Maybe I should buy some clothes, but it's hard to get them if the nobles wear that kind of clothes, he thought, looking at Julius. He admitted that Noelle looked pretty good in her clothes, but some didn't. He passed through the noble area and saw many of these nobles passing by on the road. The clothes were awful and very unstylish, so I should look in the slum. The clothes Asta, and Vanessa had on fit him better. Maybe the poor had better taste in clothes. Strange. Well, it doesn't matter, I just hope she has some nice lingerie. Maybe I can win him over if I show him some of my body, Karen thought while smiling mischievously, unaware that Nero looked at her closely to look back at Naruto, who was looking at Julius. Well, no problem, you can keep it, Julius replied, watching him nod. Then you can give this to Grandma Tsunade, Naruto asked, handing him one of the communicators, to which Julius received it and nodded. Of course, I'll deliver it to you as soon as possible, Julius replied as he put the communicator in his robes. And so Naruto put his things back in the same bag and then sealed it inside the scroll. So I think there's nothing else to do, right? Naruto asked, and saw Julius shake his head. Your mission ends here, so you can go and rest until the next one, Julius replied to see Naruto stand up and stretch. Great, I have a few days to train seriously. I should practice with these stupid books, he said, looking at the stupid books he had on his waist. And also, I speak to slightly see Bell, who was on his head next to a calm Nero. We should practice ourselves, he said, seeing Bell float in front of him. Of course, Nerakun, it will be fun to see what kind of spells we can create, Bell replied cheerfully. Oh lucky, said Julius, approaching the little fairy, who heard him and hid behind Naruto again. Stop it! Bell shouted, very scared. It was extremely strange. Will you stop or? Naruto said, leaving his threat in the air, but with a very clear warning as he snapped his hands. Julius stopped and stepped back. Excuse me, he said as he closed his eyes. Stay back and I'll watch him, Bell replied as he sat on Naruto's shoulder. Julius fell with a cloud of depression, making both ninjas laugh and a tired Mark sigh. Because the strongest can't be more normal. Coral Peacock Base. After leaving Julius and Marx with the treasures, as well as asking them for some things, Naruto, Bell, Karen and Nero began to head towards Dorothy's base. They told Julius that they were going to go to Dorothy's and he would stay with her for a few days, to which the Magic King nodded, and Julius also told Naruto that he would explain to Tsunade everything that had happened on the mission, including Karen's grimoire and her family relationship. This calmed both ninjas, who thanked her. Even more so Karen, she didn't want to go back to that prison. Another thing Julius said was that they would have to talk about the grimoires later, as he was curious about what had happened in the dungeon, and that they couldn't talk now because they had to examine all the treasure. Both ninjas just nodded in confirmation and finally left the room to start heading towards the Coral Peacock's base. As they walked, Karen was curious about who Naruto's second girlfriend was because it depended on her how she would act with Naruto. Additionally, they had both stopped by the common area and bought a belt to hold their grimoires. After this, nothing else happened because they had to head towards the base. They spent at least 30 minutes walking and observing the place until they finally reached their destination. We're finally here, said Naruto, walking next to Karen. It's a nice place your girlfriend has. It's very different from that brute Yami's, Karen said, walking next to him. Yes, but, Naruto said, looking ahead again. What are you doing here, commoners? Said a gentleman standing in front of the entrance. Pompous pieces of shit, right? Karen asked. Yes, Naruto replied as he sighed again. What are you saying? Do you dare insult a noble like me, commoners? He shouted, causing many more knights to approach. Seriously, instead of having the title of Magic Knights, they should have the title of Magic Imbeciles, right, Dorothy? Asked Naruto, making the knight who insulted him stop. Imbecile! Shouted all the knights who came forward to see who was causing all this, and what they saw made them all sweat. He's the captain's fiancé! They all shouted, making the knights sweat and turn white. Wow, great show! I should have brought some popcorn, Karen commented, watching as the sleeping captain approached Naruto. She had been told that this captain spent her time sleeping. As he approached, Naruto sighed and leaned closer to her ear, only for the captain to start waking up. Ha, what a nice dream, HAA! Dorothy began stretching. Because I feel like this is déjà vu, Naruto asked, making Dorothy stop and look at him. Naruto-kun! Dorothy shouted quite happily as she threw herself down, and then kissed Naruto and threw him to the ground, causing Nero and Bell to fly up to watch him fall. This surprised everyone, and even more Naruto, who felt Dorothy's lips. They were softer and sweeter than Noelle's. While Karen, well, this proves it, she's much bolder than Noelle, he thought, looking at Dorothy, who separated from Naruto and hugged him. Unlike Noelle, who repressed her feelings and only occasionally showed her love for her fiancé, the captain showed it openly, regardless of whether there was an audience. It would be much more difficult than I thought. Karen thought now she really had to be careful. How are you, Naruto-kun? Dorothy asked, sitting on Naruto's legs. I'm fine, but… Naruto said, looking at her nervously. Try not to kiss me when we're in front of an audience, and even more so when it's the pompous shits, he said, indicating to the audience that he was totally nervous about what was happening. I don't care, you're my boyfriend, right? Dorothy said as she hugged him again. Ha, and Naruto just sighed. He wasn't going to do anything. Ahem, someone said, drawing the couple's attention. Seeing who it was, they realized it was Karen, who had her arms crossed looking at the couple. Would you like to introduce us? I asked, looking at the couple. I have to admit I'm feeling jealous, Karen thought as she watched the couple stand up. Oh, excuse me, Dorothy, this is Karen Dorothy, said Naruto, introducing both girls who looked at each other. Dorothy looked at her attentively while Karen looked at her seriously. Both girls looked at each other seriously, and there was a kind of tension in the air. Naruto-san, said Kush, arriving at Naruto's side, who was looking at his girlfriend and his protege. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Something seemed strange between the girls. Who is she? Kush asked, looking at the redhead, who seemed to have a look of defiance towards her captain. She's Karen, a ninja who is under my protection indefinitely and is also under the orders of that stupid Julius, Naruto replied, hiding the fact that she was a prisoner under his care. I see, said Kush, another ninja, and this one seemed more violent. All members remained alert due to the tension between the two girls. So you're Naruto's other fiancé? Karen said, looking at her. Something told her she should be very careful with her. She's not a captain for nothing, although, he thought, looking at her body, it was very childish. Yes, I got engaged to him right after Noel-chan, Dorothy replied with a not-so-friendly smile. Something tells me that Naruto-kun should be careful when he's alone with her, Dorothy thought, looking at Karen. This girl looked very daring. The men present already knew what this meant and began to slowly back away. For our part, Kush said, slowly backing away. We'll leave. Good luck, Naruto-san, he said before leaving the other way. Yes, I remembered I have to do something. See you, Captain, said a gentleman leaving the place. I have to go on a mission. Good luck, he said as he left the base. One by one the knights left the place until they left Naruto completely alone to take care of both women. Pompous pieces of shit, they are cowards, Naruto muttered, realizing how he was left to take care of his fiancée and protégé. Both girls had ignored the others until… Dorothy, I have some sweets. What do you think if we eat them? Naruto said, drawing the attention of the aforementioned woman and quickly going towards him. Let's go! Dorothy exclaimed loudly, grabbing one of Naruto's arms and putting it between her small breasts. While Karen watched Naruto being carried by the captain, and without Naruto noticing, the captain looked at her slightly and smiled mockingly. This who does she think she is? Karen thought, squeezing his hand. Well, she was his girlfriend and she had the right to do so, but they were both women, and as women, if there is a man they are interested in, they must compete for him, regardless of whether he is engaged to another girl. That was a woman's pride. He thinks I'm going to give up, hee. Karen thought as she started walking behind them. It wasn't going to be so easy for them to decide on her. Meanwhile, Belle and Nero watched from the sky what was happening. So she's the second fiancée, Belle said as he started chasing them. Something told him he would really like this captain, while Nero was with a small twitch in his eye and an angrier face than usual, until he finally decided to follow the spirit into the base. Hours later, now the group was sitting at a large table inside Dorothy's office eating the sweets that Naruto made. Karen didn't know she was cooking, but she didn't mind. She cooked delicious food. After they entered, Dorothy asked Naruto to explain who the red-haired girl was, and he explained. Her situation was a little complex, but he understood very well and left her alone. It wasn't a danger to the kingdom, but it was different when it came to Naruto. The girl was undoubtedly in love with Naruto, and felt that he was planning something to make her fiancé notice her. Noelle had certainly noticed, as the look on her face was enough to tell that she was trying to woo a man. Everyone, except Naruto, who didn't seem to notice. She didn't blame him, if he didn't even notice Noelle and her feelings. Plus he wasn't even sure he was in love with them, and to top it off, her fiancé didn't even care about looks. Then it would be hard for him to notice the girl's obvious feelings. But that doesn't mean he won't sooner or later realize Karen's feelings, and maybe she'll manage to win him over. So she would avoid Karen trying any mischief at all costs. She felt that she was much more mischievous than her when it came to men. But forgetting that matter, he was very surprised when he saw the spirit of the wind at his side, and although at first The spirit did not approach due to the big hug he gave it. Little by little it gained confidence until it began to sit on his shoulder. He was very cheerful and flew all over the room. And finally he saw the anti-bird that was on Naruto's head, who didn't seem to show any kind of emotion, like every anti-bird. He asked Naruto why that anti-bird was chasing him, and he replied that his name was Nero and that he was Asta's pet. When he said this word, the bird flew and began to peck at him. He was surprised that it could understand human language, and even more so when Naruto began to insult him and the bird completely ignored him. He didn't seem to like being referred to as a pet. Finally, and the biggest surprise was Naruto's third grimoire, and knowing that the red-haired girl in love with Naruto was his family. How often do you know you have a living relative somewhere in the world? But knowing this information made her alert. The redhead is undoubtedly the girl Lady Tsunade was talking about, and from whom she received a message from Noel. Since she hadn't noticed when I arrived, well, considering she's asleep most of the time, it was partly her fault. But this didn't make her relax. If this girl is really in love with Naruto and discovered the law, then the possibility of her being with him is very high. Part of her didn't mind, but another part of her told her she didn't want this girl to be part of her group, because she could be very troublesome. He invaded a meeting of leaders from an entire continent who would be crazy enough to do that. That's undoubtedly the biggest problem, and why she doesn't want her to get together with Naruto. Her boyfriend is extremely kind, and if he falls in love with Karen, he could try to do anything crazy to get her to forgive him. He doesn't know what the current situation of his continent is. The only thing he knows is that they are on the brink of war, and only the Magic King, Naruto and Karen know what their situation really is. And let's say Karen is a prisoner of war. That's enough to put her on alert. Well, apart from that, Karen was quite nice to me. She was an extremely honest girl and she had a sharp tongue. It didn't bother him. But now he could understand a little more what the girls were like on Naruto's continent, and how he was able to quickly adapt to this place. They are certainly more violent than those in the kingdom. After this, they began to chat quietly while eating the sweets prepared by Naruto. She adored him. So you had a tough time in the dungeon, said Dorothy while eating her candy. There was no doubt, she loves and adores him. How delicious! I won the lottery with Naruto, she thought happily while eating her sweets. Yes, and I have more problems controlling my senjutsu because of these books, said Naruto while drinking tea. He wasn't used to it, but it seemed like a custom to drink tea in these situations. He wasn't going to complain. Senjutsu? Dorothy asked curiously. It's an energy that enters my body from nature and combines with my own energy, chakra, Naruto answered. Besides being a totally devastating power, whoever learns it can only be considered a ninja, far superior to any Jonin and the closest to the Kages and even equal to them. I think they would consider it a captain level here, added Karen, going back to eating sweets. She didn't know Naruto could cook so well. So you can control it too? Dorothy asked Karen, who shook her head. I don't even reach that level. It's an extremely dangerous power. In my previous team I had a teammate who could use senjutsu, but he became violent and sadistic, a maniac who only wanted to kill and only obeyed the miserable Sasuke. Karen responded, using the latter name in a tone of deep hatred. So the same thing happens to you too? Asked Dorothy, looking at Naruto, who shook his head. No, I can control it, but the problem is when I gather it and swing it, if I don't do it right, I turn into a stone toad and die, Naruto replied, making Belle and Dorothy go with Naruto and hug him tightly. We don't want you to use that power again. They spoke loudly at the same time while hugging Naruto, while the latter just sighed and grabbed Dorothy by the shoulder and Belle in his hands and looked at them. Listen, I can control it and I won't turn into a stone toad, but the problem is the duration, said Naruto, making both girls calm down and sit back down more calmly. At least that reassures me, said Belle, returning to Dorothy's shoulder, scaring her. Yes, but what does duration mean? Dorothy asked, watching Naruto take the 3 grimoires and place them on the table. Well, the energy I gather runs out sooner or later, that's normal. But the problem is that my power decreases quickly, Naruto answered, looking at the 3 grimoires. Before I got these books, my power lasted 5 minutes, but in the dungeon, the duration decreased to only 2 and it even runs out quickly when I use my own magic, Naruto answered. What the hell was going on? Dorothy understood the situation and thought, could it be that the problem is that you obtained magic? I asked, seeing him nod. That's what I think, but I don't understand where Naruto said, finally stretching back. The only thing left for me to do is ask Pa so he can see the mistake I'm making, Naruto said as he looked up at the ceiling. Dad? Asked Dorothy, Karen and Belle. Oh, He's my senjutsu teacher, Naruto answered, sitting back down properly. He's actually a toad and they call him Pa because he's the leader of the toads, he concluded. What? A toad? Asked Dorothy and Belle. Toads can train. I had forgotten that you don't know much about summoning, said Naruto, watching both of them shake their heads. So, he said, looking at them with a smile, you'll meet him tomorrow. I had planned to summon him to help me with my problem. What do you think? Naruto asked and saw them nod. That's fine, but I still wonder how a toad can teach, Dorothy said curiously. She had never seen anything like it before. That's true, I've never seen anything like that, Belle agreed. He had lived with ninjas in the past, but he had never seen anything like that. Karen said nothing. She understood that if that toad was a senjutsu master, then it was not just any animal to be taken lightly, although she had to admit that she wanted to meet the toads. He's had enough of snakes. Meanwhile, Nero looked closely at Naruto and then looked at the grimoires to move to each one and look at it closely. He looked at them with curiosity until he reached the third, the grimoire of Naruto's people, and when he got close enough to this grimoire, enough to touch it, he suddenly felt something strange in his body, like a great throb in her heart, which froze her, then moved away from the grimoire and flew out through an open window in the room while being watched by everyone. What happened to Nero? Dorothy asked curiously. I don't know, Naruto answered. Well, we don't have to worry so much about Nero. He probably just flew away because he got bored of being here. He's not always with me, so. Naruto dismissed, to the nod of Dorothy, who went back to eating. Nero was much smarter than himself, so she could take care of herself. Forgetting this, Naruto looked at Dorothy and then ran his hand through a back pocket. But he saw Karen and decided not to. It's not time yet, he thought as he left his pocket alone and went back to eating. Sooner or later I would give him his gift. Evening. Night had come and Naruto decided to sleep at Dorothy's base, who gladly gave him one of the empty rooms in her base. The day had passed quietly, talking with Dorothy and stopping any glances between his fiancée and Karen. Seriously, what was wrong with them? Belle even got involved in the women's fight and didn't understand why they were fighting. After eating, it was decided to take a shower and the girls were left alone in the room. Moments later, screams began to be heard inside the base. It was better not to know what was happening, so he continued on his way to the shower. Upon arriving, he saw that it was a large shower, and he had to admit that the pompous ones had a good shower. It looked like a hot spring due to how large the place was. Everything was quiet until something strange happened when he was relaxing in the water. I had felt someone outside the door, and when I looked at the door, there was no one. Someone was definitely there, because he heard the door open, but he didn't see anything, so he decided to continue with his shower. How strange. After leaving, he headed back to Dorothy's office to look for Belle, and when he arrived he saw the girls with Nero, who had returned, totally tired. They seemed to have been exercising, and when I spoke to them they jumped in fright, even Nero, who had stopped flying for a moment, but managed to return quickly and avoided falling. When I asked them what had happened, the girls just said that they had drunk some rather hot tea. It was the worst lie he'd ever heard, but he decided not to get involved. The girls were weird or just the ones he hung out with, he'd never know. And this is how the day passed until bedtime, where Belle and Nero went to sleep with Naruto, because Nero had followed him to his room and Belle was Naruto's partner. Nero was on the nightstand next to the bed. Naruto gave him a pillow and a small blanket to cover himself, and the bird gladly accepted it. He had also left his grimoires at his side, while Belle was lying next to Naruto, right on a free cushion, sleeping quite comfortably, although after falling asleep she started muttering nonsense to Naruto's annoyance. But he didn't pay attention to her. And finally, Naruto was lying down staring at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep. He was just lying there in a pair of boxers and a t-shirt. Today had been a relatively quiet day and nothing had happened. How strange, I'm not very used to sleeping so accompanied, Naruto thought, looking at Belle, who was drooling, and Nero, who was sleeping peacefully on the nightstand. It was strange, but not bad. I'd better go to sleep, he thought as he closed his eyes. But not before covering Belle and starting to fall asleep. He slept just like him. He had wondered if it was because of her influence, or because it was her, but he didn't care. He spent a few minutes trying to fall asleep until he heard the door open and had to open his eyes to quickly get up and see the intruder. Wah! Naruto spoke, but couldn't finish when he saw the person who came in. How about we sleep together, Naruto-kun? Dorothy said as she walked in and closed the door behind her. She came wearing a sleeveless pink dress that reached below her thighs. Her entire leg could be seen, and she was barefoot, completely showing her arms. Her hair was looser than usual, and she was carrying her grimoire in her arms. But what are you doing? Naruto asked, watching her get on the bed and send her grimoire to the nightstand. It was quite useful that it floated. What else? We're dating, right? He said as he crawled with a smile, lifted the blanket, and got into bed. So, since we're engaged, we can sleep together, he said as he lay down next to her. Naruto didn't know what the hell she was thinking, but being Dorothy, there wasn't much point in continuing to talk to her, trying to make her go away. So he saved himself the trouble and lay down a little far away from her. She may be his fiancée, but it was still bad to be in bed with a girl or something. In fact, he was embarrassed to sleep with someone, and even more so with a girl, even if this girl was his own girlfriend. A while passed where no one spoke until he felt Dorothy approaching Naruto. Hey, what's wrong? Dorothy asked, watching him walk away slightly. Well, Naruto said, looking away. Dorothy understood, so she decided to quickly approach him and hug him so he wouldn't escape. Naruto froze at her quickness and the feel of Dorothy's legs around him. He was only wearing a t-shirt and boxers so he could fully feel his girlfriend's body. Dorothy, what are you doing? Naruto asked nervously. Well, I sense you're nervous, so I decided to do this, Dorothy said, bringing her body completely closer. But I feel almost well, Naruto said nervously. He could even feel her breasts, and they didn't seem small. Well, they are small compared to Noelle's, but they were bigger than he had imagined. That doesn't matter, besides, Dorothy replied to move her leg right on Naruto's member. It had gotten hard. What is it, oh? Thought Dorothy as she realized what it was. Me too, well, I can feel it, she said, a little blushing without looking at him. I didn't think it would be so, oh my god, thought Dorothy. Maybe one day that. She gulped at that thought. They both remained silent without saying anything else. Naruto felt how his member had become hard while Dorothy also felt it, but she felt ashamed to feel it. After a while, hey, Dorothy said, still bowing her head. What is happening? Naruto asked quite nervously. If you want, well, you and me, she said, now completely red. Naruto didn't know what to say. He was proposing to have sex with her, of his own free will. What the devil? Hey, aren't we well moving fast? Asked Naruto, quite red. Well, it's that you, she said as she moved her leg over his member. Well, what the hell am I saying? Thought Dorothy as she moved her leg. Well, that is a normal reaction for a man if he is with such a pretty girl, Naruto muttered, completely red. And with these words, they fell silent again. No one wanted to talk because of how intimate the conversation was. Naruto could feel Dorothy's body, and the only thing that separated them was the clothes they were wearing, and he had to admit that she had nothing to envy other women. As Dorothy felt her fiancé's body, every muscle, his legs, his arms, even his large member, she tried not to think about anything perverted. Another few minutes passed in complete silence until Dorothy couldn't stand it anymore and moved to stay on top of Naruto, who was surprised by her action. We don't have to do it, but, she said as she took off her pajamas to Naruto's embarrassment. If we're ever going to get married, we'll get to this point where we might as well get used to seeing each other's bodies, well, little by little, she said as she threw her pajamas aside, leaving her in only white panties. Naruto blushed completely and looked at her breasts. They weren't as big as Noelle's. They were quite small, and her nipples could be seen for a moment until she pushed herself towards him. Now I could feel her nipples rubbing through her shirt. So what are you going to do? Dorothy asked, looking into his eyes. She felt totally embarrassed and felt his member right at her entrance. If it weren't for both of their underwear, they could feel each other completely. What the shit am I doing? Thought Dorothy. He came to Naruto's room because of stupid Karen. When Naruto went to take a shower, Karen immediately disappeared from Bells and her sight. They knew what his objective was, so they had gone in search of Karen. Dorothy had wondered how Karen could know where Naruto was. After running through the base, they saw Karen open the door and just invoke her dream magic and send it into her world. Obviously, he took her back to his office where he freed her and this time prevented her from going to see Naruto. They fought for a while and he was grateful for Nero's arrival. It seemed like he could sense the ninjas due to the several times he encountered Karen. Several minutes passed until Naruto entered and everything stopped. After that, when Naruto had left again, Karen said that she wasn't going to give up easily and that they should just wait for her to conquer him. These words did not please Dorothy, who told her that she would stop him, but Karen replied that she would not always be with him. Finally, night had come and just as she thought, Karen had left the room, and as she was watching her, she used her magic, tied her up with ropes and sent her back to her room. Karen's room. Now the red-haired girl was completely tied up with ropes made of clouds trying to get out. How was it possible that these strings were so strong? I spent a while trying to get it out until he gave up and started walking to his bed. I think I'll go to bed, I mumbled before falling completely onto the bed. At least it's soft, he said as he turned around and looked at the ceiling. I think I should sleep with my clothes on, I mumbled, looking at all his clothes. That woman beat him this time, and she also had help from that stupid bird. There was no doubt who the hell she was and why she never transformed. Both that bird, Belle, and the captain stopped her from going in with Naruto to take a shower, and they had a fight. The good news is that Naruto didn't notice, and if he did then he didn't say anything. For now he wouldn't worry, he still had many opportunities. After all, Naruto was his watchman. He laughed darkly, thinking about how he would try to go with Naruto. I would have another chance. Now what should I buy? Karen murmured, thinking about the clothes she would have to choose. She only had the skirt, shirt, tights, and her black underwear. She needed several changes of clothes to change and try to seduce Naruto. Also, I needed a shower. I was going to take advantage of it to bathe with Naruto, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. Well, for now I'll wait until tomorrow. The strings won't last forever, she thought as she fell asleep, not realizing that the magic was starting to disappear. Back to the couple. But she knew it wouldn't last long. She was a ninja, she had powers to escape, and her spell would end as soon as she fell asleep, so she decided to go another way in case she passed some of the options, being the one who went to Naruto's room to sleep next to him to prevent Karen from going and sleeping with a sleeping Naruto. So she decided to enter Naruto's room, but she didn't think he would still be awake, much less that they were getting to this point. She had never slept with a man before and this was her first time, but she herself proposed having sex and right now she was touching her boyfriend's crotch with her own leg. He must be thinking I'm a pervert, she thought urgently, but there was no turning back now. If it weren't for her underwear, the only thing that was in the way, then they would most likely have started having sex by now. While Naruto was extremely nervous, she had similar thoughts to Dorothy's and cursed that her little Naruto had woken up in this situation. Plus, she'd undressed and was now waiting for him to take off his shirt. What the hell was he going to do? It's a little embarrassing to be like this, Dorothy murmured, her head pressed against her fiancé's chest, completely red. These words made Naruto react, so he decided to sit down and take off his shirt. But he had forgotten that Dorothy was on top of him, very well stuck, and as a consequence of his action, he lifted Dorothy up next to him, and she sat right on top of Naruto while his member brushed against the bottom of his girlfriend, making her open her eyes and blush completely. Excuse, Naruto said, but couldn't continue because of a kiss. It was short, but it was enough to make him shut up. No, you don't have to apologize, I was just surprised, that's all, Dorothy said reassuringly and helping him take off his shirt. While Naruto saw her from below, he could clearly see her body. She only needed to take off her white panties and she was completely naked. I'm so glad I have such a pretty girl with me. Seriously, well, I'm sorry, but now I, said Naruto, totally red, feeling Dorothy's bottom rub against his member even harder than before. Seriously, if it weren't for the underwear they were wearing and getting between them, they could have started having sex a long time ago. No, don't worry, said Dorothy, completely red. She had become harder. As Naruto took off his shirt, he couldn't help but focus on what he felt between his legs and couldn't even forget the gentle movement of Dorothy's hips. It seemed she did it unconsciously. And although Dorothy hadn't realized what she was doing, moments later she felt Naruto's member grow, and she finally realized what happened. What are you doing, Dorothy? Stop, even if it feels no. Stop doing it, he thought as he stopped his hips. He admitted that it felt very good, but he shouldn't do it. And just as she took off his shirt, Naruto looked at her. He felt me, he thought as he ducked his completely red face. Dorothy, Naruto said as he noticed that Dorothy stopped moving her hips. Excuse me, Dorothy said, keeping her hidden, completely embarrassed. But what she felt was a hug from Naruto, who pulled her towards him. Don't worry, it's normal if you're with such a pretty girl, he said, feeling embarrassed. It was my first time being with a girl, and it was no joke to say I was nervous. They both stood there in complete silence until Dorothy, who mustered all her courage, returned the hug. Now both were hugging each other with a smile, and since they were calmer, Naruto decided to lie down carefully so as not to disturb Belle, who was still sleeping peacefully, and even more so as not to cause anything that would encourage his little friend, already excited with more contact than he had already felt. After a while of settling in and calming down completely, the couple was finally lying down, Dorothy on top of Naruto, who was still holding her. Hey Naruto-kun, Dorothy said, looking at his face. What's wrong? Naruto asked, trying not to look more embarrassed than he already was. You really don't want to do it? I asked, feeling his member. No, not yet, Naruto replied, trying not to look away and ignore what he felt on top of his member. Fine, calm down, you damn idiot, get a grip and think about something else. Although I must admit that it feels good for Naruto. I'm going to kill the perverted sage. I'm finally going to get used to his bad habits. He thought while cursing his old master. He was going to kill him in the other world. Maybe I, said Dorothy, covering her face with Naruto's body as he came to his senses to listen to her. I'm not enough? He asked, but what he received was a strong hug. Don't ever say that, I don't want to do it with you because I have no L and well she. Naruto said, stopping at the end. He didn't know how to explain it, but Dorothy did understand and smiled as she settled on top of Naruto. I understand, she said to kiss him, and this time Naruto opened his mouth and feeling it, Dorothy opened hers and they began to kiss deeper with tongue. Their tongues played with each other, either of them winning because they were inexperienced, but it was enough to show how much they loved each other. After at least 30 seconds, they both broke away and looked at each other for a moment, watching a trickle of saliva come out of their mouths, and finally smiled at each other. I think I could get used to sleeping with someone, Naruto said, making Dorothy laugh slightly. That's good, to be honest. I wanted to go to bed without clothes because I always sleep this way, and well, said Dorothy, watching him nod. Okay, just like you said, someday we're going to get married, right? Then we could get used to sleeping like this, Naruto said, seeing her smile. I think that's also an advantage, right? I asked, seeing him laugh, embarrassed. Well, I must admit that this is the first time I'm going to sleep with a girl, other than on a mission, Naruto replied. Other times he had to sleep next to his companions, and generally he was with Sakura, although that didn't count. Also, this is the first time I've seen a girl almost naked in front of me without her trying to hit me, he said, looking at her with a questioning look on her face. What do you mean without trying to hit me? Dorothy asked, only to see him nervous. I'll just tell you that it was my teacher who had tricked me several times into seeing naked girls, Naruto replied, to make her laugh slightly. She spent a while laughing until she stopped and looked at him again. Well, I won't do it, okay, said Dorothy, and went back to kiss him again. Okay, although we'll wait to do you know, okay, Naruto said, to see her nod. I don't mind, he replied as he began to settle down again. His abdomen was very toned. It's so strange to be so accompanied, said Naruto, looking at Dorothy, who was looking at him, at Bell, who was still totally in his own world, and Nero, who was sleeping peacefully. Dorothy didn't say anything. She knew very well what his life was like, and for him it was totally strange to sleep with others in a room. Well, you won't be alone anymore, she said as she settled her head back on top of Naruto. The latter listened to her words and then hugged her and smiled. They remained silent, enjoying each other's bodies, as if it were just the two of them, and because of this comfort they were falling asleep. I can hear your heartbeat, said Dorothy. It felt so comforting that she didn't want to leave Naruto's side. And I can feel your warmth, Naruto said, hugging her. It was the first time he felt this kind of warmth. I think I could get used to sleeping this way, said Dorothy, beginning to fall asleep. Me too, said Naruto, starting to feel sleep taking over his body. So let's go back to sleep this way, said Dorothy, closing her eyes. It's okay, Naruto said, finally falling asleep while hugging Dorothy. And so the couple fell completely asleep, while they felt each other's bodies. But they hadn't realized that someone was awake, and when they fell asleep, Nero opened his eyes and looked towards where Naruto and Dorothy were. She waited a few minutes, making sure they were completely asleep, and when she was completely sure, a glow surrounded her, and she changed her appearance. Now a girl with horns and a black dress made of feathers and an emotionless look was seen. He looked at the couple intently, then shifted his gaze to the grimoires, where he searched for the grimoire with the whirlpool until he found it. Just like you said, the girl, Nero, muttered, looking with a small smile on her face. Flashback. In a meadow with some trees and in front of a temple, there were some people with long hairs and strange markings. Everyone looked at the temple with joy while she herself watched from behind an elegantly dressed blonde man. I just looked at them calmly until, "Oh, you're a human?" a voice asked behind her, and she looked at him. He was a young blonde man with a big smile, dressed in white robes and long ears. She just ignored him, and then looked forward again. "Hey," the blonde boy said again, but I ignored him. "Hey," the blonde boy said again, but ignored him again. A while passed, where she didn't hear it again until a little water fell on her, and she was completely wet. This made him angry, and he turned around to see the same blonde boy with a smile. "Looks like you can change your gaze," he said with a smile, dodging a combo from the girl. "Because you did it?" asked the girl, quite angry and wet. "Because you didn't listen to me, and since you didn't listen to me, I decided to get you wet," he replied, completely ignoring her look as she turned red with anger and started to run away. And you couldn't find another way? She asked angrily, starting to run after the person responsible for getting her wet. After several minutes of running, the girl became tired as she looked up a tree and saw the same idiot who wet her. Are you tired? The boy asked. Shut up, the girl replied, quite tired. But suddenly she felt a wind that cooled her and ended up drying her. This surprised her, and even more so when the same boy jumped up and looked at her. Well, here, are you happy? Asked the boy, dodging a punch from the girl. And why didn't you do it before, idiot? The girl asked, seeing him with an obvious mocking face. Oh, excuse me, did you want me to see under your dress? I didn't think you were a pervert, he said in a mocking tone, making the girl blush and get angry at the same time. Pervert! She shouted, jumping towards him to hit him while the boy opened his eyes at what she did and fell to the ground. After a while in which the boy tried to calm the angry girl, they finally sat under the tree, resting peacefully. Although the girl was attentive to the boy so that he would not bother her again. How it was fun! I don't always see humans to bother, said the boy quite happily. Don't you care that I'm human? The girl asked only to see him approach her face. Of course not, they're really entertaining and I like making fun of them. Besides, the only thing that differentiates us are our ears, you see, said the boy while touching his long ears. The girl looked at him and started laughing, which the boy followed her seconds later. They spent a while laughing until they stopped and looked at each other. Looks like you can laugh too, the boy said, looking at the girl who returned her emotionless gaze. I'm not used to it. Besides, I'm a servant of the prince, the girl replied, looking ahead. Well, he said, standing up and standing in front of her. You should laugh more, come, he said as he gave his hand to lift the girl who was just looking at him. I'll show you what I do for fun, he said, bending down and grabbing one of her hands before starting to run. The girl looked at him strangely, but just followed him. What's your name? The boy asked as he looked at her slightly. My name is, the girl replied. Days later, flashback. Now the temple that was seen a few days ago was completely destroyed along with many corpses around it, and the place was completely burning. The blonde boy just watched helplessly as he tried to protect the bodies of his fallen comrades. Damn! He shouted as he sent a large amount of water in the form of spears towards the attackers. But then he saw a big monster and knew what happened. Because, he asked as he fell to the ground sadly. Excuse me, said a voice behind him, and he saw the girl he met a few days ago. Because? I asked, trying not to attack her. I don't know, I just know that they were tricked by a demon, he replied sadly. Both young men remained silent as they ignored the scream of the great monster. And while they were in this state, the girl hadn't realized that an attack, a fire spear, was heading towards her, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. She thought she was just going to die until she saw her friend pull her off the road and take her in his arms to start escaping. So a demon, he said with a smile as they both left the place, dodging the attacks. The girl looked at him and was surprised at how he smiled. Why are you smiling? She asked with tears on her face. Now I know that humans are just stupid, not bad, he replied as he looked at her with joy. These words made her cry as they escaped. Even, said the girl, crying without hiding her frustration. Yes, I still trust humans. Now I know that not all of them are bad, he replied as they stopped in the forest, just behind a tree. They are just naive and others are like you and the prince, he said as he put the girl on the ground. They really want us to live together, and that's why He stopped to get closer to the girl's face, who stopped crying and was surprised by what he was going to do. Being close to his face, the boy gave him a kiss. A short one, but it was enough for the boy to show what he felt, and he stepped back while looking at her with a smile. I fell in love with you, now I understand why she chose the prince, he said as he turned around and looked where the monster was. The girl had frozen for a while until she began to move her hand to her lips and began to cry again. Because? I asked while hanging my head and crying. I don't know, he replied as he felt the girl hug him from behind. You're an idiot, he said as he wet his back. They both remained silent until the girl felt other hands that made her release her hug. Yes, I am, but, he said as he turned around and smiled at her. I'm the biggest idiot of all, he said as he stepped back. Wait, let's go, said the girl, but she fell to the ground. No, I must help the prince, he said seriously and turned around. I can't allow him to destroy what I loved, she said as the wind spread around her body. Don't do it, the girl insisted. But what he saw was a slight glance with a smile, the same silly smile she'd been giving him since she'd met him. Someday we will meet again. When we do, I will listen to everything you want to tell me, and I will tell you everything I have done, he said as he turned to look ahead. Do you remember the story? I asked, starting to levitate. If it's a sincere love, that couple will meet again in this or the next life, and that's why. he said while giving her one last look. I trust that we will meet again in this life or the next, he said, looking forward with determination. Promise? The girl asked, crying, watching him walk away without being able to do anything. I promise, he replied with all his strength. And when we meet again, you'll yell and scold me like always, ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly as he walked away. Wait! The girl shouted as she ran after the boy. We'll meet again, he said as he disappeared at high speed through the sky towards the monster, leaving the girl chasing him. Wait! The girl screamed as she ran and cried helplessly. End of flashback. The girl looked at the book sadly and then looked at the boy who was sleeping with the captain. Idiot, you took too long, he muttered with a smile on his face. You're still the same idiot, in this life or the next, he muttered, leaving the grimoires in their place so that any manipulation wouldn't be discovered. In this life he was still as strong as ever, but this time. I hope you don't die this time, I murmured again to look at him with a smile. I want to scold you and yell at you like always, I murmured as I approached and stroked her hair. And I'll yell at you for having other girls, pervert, she muttered with a smile as she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Thank you for coming back, he said as he glowed again. I think that someday I'll be able to talk to you, he said as he began to shrink. But for now, I will continue with my mission, she said, stopping her tears. Your grimoires are special, but thanks to that I had a chance to see you in my true appearance, I murmured as I kissed his forehead and saw him move slightly and open his eyes slightly. But he fell asleep again. The girl had opened her eyes in surprise, but sighed until, Secret-chan, Naruto muttered, making the girl open her eyes in surprise and look at him. Then she shed a tear and smiled. Good night, Naruto, he finally said, only to fall silent again and transform, becoming an anti-bird again. I still remembered her, unconsciously, but I still remembered her. Someday you will remember me completely, but until then I will only see you, thought Nero as he flew to his bed made by Naruto and snuggled up. She didn't know what had happened, but the power of Naruto's Whirlpool Grimoire did something to her and temporarily freed her from her seal. It still surprised her, but it was still enough to save her enough power to return to her human form and see him again. He didn't know if it would work again, but it was better to save his power to use when necessary, even if only for a few seconds. He wouldn't go through what he had done in the past again. This time, you won't leave me behind, thought Nero as she closed her eyes and fell asleep. I wouldn't make that same mistake again. Inside Naruto's mind, while this was happening, a certain fox opened his eyes. The Kyuubi was completely calm, resting inside the cage, but he felt something strange and could see the girl, as well as hear everything she said. Naruto, he murmured as he saw that faint image in his mind, the same image as the girl he saw when Naruto opened his eyes. The moment was short, but it was enough to compare her. He had never seen her, but somehow Naruto had her in his memories. What the hell was going on? Maybe there's something I'm missing, he thought as he closed his eyes again. Because I knew the girl, who was that book, and most importantly, because that memory that he didn't even know about was in his mind. This place, the grimoires, the spirit, Naruto's family, the memory, the girl, and guardian, he thought, remembering that word said by that foolish spirit. They didn't call him a Jinchuriki, but a guardian. What secrets were hidden in these lands? And suddenly a memory came to him of an old man with a beard, horns and a black staff, dressed in a tunic with designs on his back of 9 magatamas and large circles that went inside others. Unlike when you were with me, you will be guided down the right path. You will know what true power is until that time, he recalled as he slightly opened one eye. Perhaps, he thought as he thought of a possibility. I'll watch him, he thought as he closed his eyes. Old man, is that him? He wondered and went back to sleep. For the first time in so many years he remembered that person's words. For the first time in so many years I shed a tear as I go to sleep.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.